and don't see you. Don't really know if it's like between us, you hearing me or we breaking up. Cause this character I know so well, that really you won't tell, won't tell. Started bugs every time you look on. Maybe you forgot to turn your cheeks off. I hate it when you take too long to respond. Maybe you don't know it, but you get me so high on games we're playing. Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Tell me I'm high on entertainment. Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Something about the night, let's spend another night. Something about the night, with you. Something about the night, let's spend another night. Something about the night, with you. Distance, isn't it so sweet? Feel heat, battery, replace it. Don't let it deplete. Distance, isn't it so sweet? Feel heat, battery, replace it. Don't let it deplete. Distance, isn't it so sweet? Feel heat, battery, replace it. Don't let it deplete. Distance, isn't it so sweet? Feel heat, battery, replace it. Don't let it get me so high on games we're playing. Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Tell me I'm high on entertainment. Eyes on the screen, that's all we need.
I'm getting a lot of no audio.
Yeah, it's muted. It's quiet on my phone.
Did something change? Because I don't see the device on my thing anymore.
Are you guys working on audio?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something
Rupture through your brain. Future and today. Skipping through your mind. Past, present on rewind. Travel through the lanes. Let's sleep yesterday. History intertwined. Past, present on rewind. If you from long ago, reminder of someone you know. Anything, anywhere, all at once can now be yours if I'm the one. 19th century, throw it back up to make G. So early prehistory, thought a time would be banging. Drifting from where you are, dreaming of places far. I can bring you the stars. One giant sea. Rupture through your brain. Future and today. Skipping through your mind. Past, present on rewind. Rupture through your brain. Future and today. Skipping through your mind. Past, present on rewind. Where you wanna go? 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 Past, present on rewind. Past, present on rewind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our thematically appropriate second intro to FlyQuest Duel Land, presented by Archidekt. I am Brian Kibler, joined by Travis Gafford, and we are looking forward to an exciting 2 days of Final Fantasy two-headed giant action this weekend.
Yes, I'm super excited about it. In fact, in this room right over here, we just gave all of the different players and their teams 2 pre-release kits, and they've gone through the process, and they're finalizing deck building right now and getting through all of that. And I know they're getting set up at the table, so we'll be getting into that in just a moment. But, I think now might be a good time, actually, because I know some of you watching might not have seen the full lineup of players that are here, for us to pull up our big graphic here that gets you the information on all the different players that are competing. A notable change here. So you'll see, by the way, we have this kind of lined up where it's in teams. So we got Atrioc and Jimmy, Jarvis and Olivia, Ames and Voxy, Fobmaster and Joel. A last-minute change. Rachel Weeks feeling a little under the weather. We hope she feels better soon. So subbing in is Dom from Garage the Gathering on the Curious Joy and now Dom team. Hey Billy Ray with Crim, the Asian Avenger. Broaden play with Talia and LS and Reynad. And we've teamed up gaming creators and Magic creators, so that's kind of the dynamic that you're seeing here today. But yeah, I mean, if you want to talk a little bit about 2HG, Brian.
Yeah, so Two-Headed Giant is not a format that you see played in Magic a ton. It's often like a side event format, but we're using it today to highlight this sort of pairing of Magic creators and sort of traditional esports creators, and give them an opportunity to play together. So the way that Two-Headed Giant works is that you're essentially one player, or rather one team, that you're taking your actions together. You each have your own mana, your own cards you draw, but you share a life total, you share a turn. So you're taking your turns at the same time, you're attacking together, you're blocking together, so you're winning and losing as a team.
Yes, yes. I think one of the fun things about this event, especially for Final Fantasy, is I already see people in the FlyQuest Twitch chat right now who's saying that like maybe they're coming back to Magic for the first time in a while, or they're just getting in with Final Fantasy. And I think what'll be really neat is that in some cases, some of our gaming creators have played a lot of Magic the Gathering, but we also have some brand new players that are just learning about it this week, and I've seen them practicing on their streams. I saw Curious Joy earlier this week on her stream, opening MTG Arena for the first time and opening packs and looking at all the Final Fantasy cards. So I think for the people tuning in, you'll be able to learn a lot about the game and sort of get some insight maybe before you decide to go play it, or if you're opening up Arena or that type of thing. So should be really good. But Brian, I also think we have our schedule here that we're going to pull up so that people understand a little bit about this weekend. So pretty simple. I don't know if you want to talk a little. We have group stage today.
Yeah, so we're doing 2 groups that will be playing in a round robin format, and the top 2 teams from each group will advance to play tomorrow in the bracket stage. You do see that tomorrow on Sunday we will also have a EDH Rec Commander show match to kick things off in the morning. Commander, obviously, very, very popular Magic format. There's some cool Commander decks that are coming out of Final Fantasy, along with just tons of very, very cool cards that I'm excited to play with. But then we will go into the bracket stage where we will eventually crown a champion.
Yes, exactly. And speaking about tomorrow, we are going to be using these fancy little precons. Not these ones specifically, but if you see on our table here at the couch, we have all of the Final Fantasy precons in front of us. And these will be what people will be playing with tomorrow. So
there's some pretty powerful, pretty cool decks.
Yes.
I actually I messed around a little bit with the Mardu Revival Trance deck with Terra.
Yes.
You actually, I think
I
played
did
with you in that
yes.
Commander No game.
Yes, yeah. We get no spoilers.
That will be up on the channel eventually.
Yeah.
But also, just yesterday, I was actually playing with the Esper Scions and Spellcraft deck that David from Laughing Dragon loaned to me to play in a Commander game last night.
Yes.
And against 3 normally constructed decks, I won the game. So there's some pretty powerful things that these pre-constructed decks can do. So that should be a fun show match just to kick off the day tomorrow.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the Final Fantasy set. In fact, speaking a little bit about Final Fantasy and FlyQuest, I don't know if Brian is around anywhere. He said he was going to stop by, but maybe he's hiding, so we'll get him later.
He's the CEO. He's a little busy.
Yeah. FlyQuest CEO Brian is going to come by a little bit later. Oh, here he is.
There he is.
He's charging down towards the table. So
probably coming from a big important meeting.
Yes, exactly.
That's CEO stuff.
Yes. So our second Brian for the broadcast. Brian, we're just going through talking a little bit about the event, but I don't know if you want to speak to FlyQuest, kind of throwing their first Magic event.
Yeah, well, first of all, I got to shout out yourself for really coming up with the vision for the project, just for the stream. So yeah, as everyone knows, I'm the CEO of FlyQuest, Brian Anderson. I've become insanely obsessed with Magic over the last year and a half, and honestly, it's criminal that esports and Magic don't have enough events or ways to interact. And when I was talking with basically everyone I know in the gaming space, it just seemed like most people, their number one hobby just happened to be Magic. And I was like, that's crazy. What a weird coincidence. The Venn diagram of Magic and gamers is just a circle. So let's put on something that's awesome for the fans, kind of a unique format. You were Two-Headed Giant is the right play. I only play Commander, so I was like, let's do Commander. And you're like, no, that's not going to work.
He wanted
let's
to
do Final Fantasy.
CEDH, I think.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
okay,
Hardcore-
we'll do
hardcore
that
CEDH.
later.
Oh, no.
We'll do that later.
Yeah.
That's maybe Duel Land 3 or Duel Land 4.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have an 11-hour match for the finals.
That ends in a draw.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
That's a deep cut for those of you in the CDH streets.
Yeah.
But yeah, just super excited about the event. Shout out Travis, shout out Archidekt for helping us out. And yeah, hopefully it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. Is there anything in particular you're looking forward to seeing this weekend?
A couple things. So I'm like an esports old head a bit. Not as much as these two, but like a little bit. And I'm a huge Hearthstone fan. That was like
Yeah.
the first competitive card game
I've
I
heard
ever
of that
got
one.
into.
Yeah.
And I remember watching Kibler streams like back in the day. And the other streamer I always watched for Hearthstone was Reynad. So to get Reynad out of retirement from whatever mountaintop he's been living on for the last 2 years making Bazaar is awesome. And him pairing up with FlyQuest Zone LS, that's where the smart money is, I think, this weekend on the tournament. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they do. They are actually going to be playing in the first round in a little bit. We'll get the groups up in a bit, but they are playing on Stream 2. And so people who, this is a good call out, by the way, if you're watching on FlyQuest, the main FlyQuest channel right now, you can go look at FlyQuest 2 where we'll have a second stream going for the second table.
Can't miss any of the action.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
Just have
Dual monitors. That's why
exactly,
they invented
exactly.
them. Was
Yeah.
for this event.
Yeah.
Not for Excel.
Yes,
This.
definitely not. Yeah, definitely not
This
for
specifically.
working or
Yes,
doing
yeah.
anything productive.
Well, we haven't talked about the prize pool yet, so I think we can maybe pull up prize pool information here. But do you want to talk a little bit
Look
about
at those graphics?
Yeah, the graphics are beautiful. So I'll speak really quickly to the fact that we do have a nominal cash pool. Nothing too crazy to get people to be fighting each other across the tables in a dramatic fashion, but something kind of fun to raise the stakes a little bit for our competitors. But do you want to speak to the decision to add a charity component to this?
Yeah, so at FlyQuest, our mission is to always make gaming better, and so whenever we do a big project like this, having a charitable component really adds to the competitive aspect of it because you're playing for something, you're trying to help out a cause, but also it's just kind of core to FlyQuest's mission and our identity is to try to have that be a core part of all of our projects. So super excited about that aspect. All the different charities for the different competitors are posted on their match graphics. That's on X and on Blue Sky. So definitely go check those out. We have some amazing causes that people are playing for this week, and yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and we'll be pulling those up over the course of the weekend as well. So that'll be fun as well. And then I think we're going to get into talking a little bit about the groups now.
Okay,
But Brian,
yes.
if you want to go help us find Judge
I will.
Travis.
Exit stage
we're
right.
going from-
I'll be back.
We're going from Brian 2 to Travis 2 here in a second.
Pure upgrade.
Yes.
It's a thematic weekend.
Yes,
Dual
exactly.
land. You got
Duel,
two of
exactly.
each, you
Yes.
know?
So Travis will be joining us here in a second, but let's take a look at the groups. So we were just discussing this a second ago, but these are our groups. We're still there. We go. We got the names up. It took a second, but yeah. So throughout the day, these are the teams that you're going to see playing against each other. Everybody's going to play the other team in their group once. So everybody will play 3 games today, 3 matches. And so this is where we'll be looking to see how people do over the course of the event. But do you want? I know we talked a little bit about 2HG. We're now joined by our judge for the event, none other than Travis. Great name, by the way.
Yes.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the 2HG rules in general, and then a little bit about what we're doing special for this event to make sure that we have some easy matches at the end, that things are not all ties, and we don't have to do a whole nother day of figuring out groups.
A whole nother day to a giant. Who wouldn't want that?
Yeah, yes. Well, we'll have another day. That one will be a bracket stage, thankfully.
All right. So I think Brian has already kind of covered the basics, but I'll go through it again very quickly.
And we can get you a little closer,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
So two-headed giants is played in teams of 2. The rules for the format actually support 3, 4, 5, n number of heads, however many you want.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, in case you're some kind of
Tee 'em out up
Wanted-
in
yeah.
here. You
Yes,
know?
exactly.
if you're a masochist,
Yeah.
you can play 5-headed giant with all of your friends.
Yes.
So, shared life total 30 or 15 poison, because we do have Finn the Fangbearer in the limited format here today. It's best of 1, which means you do get a free mulligan at the start of each game, because we don't want anybody to, we want to reduce that variance in a best of 1 format. Players take shared turns, they'll win and lose together. I think Brian covered those things. Let's talk about the format we have today. So we have those 3 group stages, or sorry, two groups, 1 group stage followed by a playoff tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're going to play 3 matches. We're going to do a complete round robin in each group. In the likely event of a tie, we do have a tiebreaker for that. So for each game, we're going to record that life total differential between the 2 teams And so we'll record that number 3 times, once for each match, and then we'll total those, and we'll use that as our tiebreaker to determine which 2 teams will advance to our day 2 of play.
Awesome. Very good. So, yeah, I mean, I think that adds a little bit of tension as well to the match because as things are going on, I think, if it looks like we're going to need a tiebreaker, we'll end up seeing just how big that gap can get.
Yeah, it does add a new dynamic to the games because you don't want to just eke out a small victory. You want to obliterate your opponents and run up the score.
Yeah.
And if you're losing, you want to keep it competitive. You want to get in the damage where you can, because that might make the difference between making day 2 or not. How well you do in the games you lose.
And importantly, the players all knew this going into deck construction.
Yes.
So if there are things that may change the way you want to build your decks, like hey, life gain is better because I can try and kind of run up the score of my opponent, or maybe in the game itself, it's like, okay, I'm gonna chump block when maybe I wouldn't because I'm just trying to keep my life total high for tiebreakers. It creates some kind of interesting dynamic from play decisions there.
Preview for today, I believe Crim has a Cactuar with 10,000 power.
Oh, that did not even think about
That's
that. Yeah.
funny.
10,000 damage.
That is actually really funny.
That is interesting.
So we might see some big numbers there.
Yes. I'm interesting. You have speaking of Crim, there's also a mill roll, I think we have for this, right?
Speaking of Crim,
Yeah.
the mill roll.
If a player does run out of cards and loses that way into that state-based action, we're going to treat that life total as 0.
Okay. Very good. Man, I did not even think about Cactuar when we were talking about this.
I guess that actually does open the question: Do negative numbers count?
That is the plan.
If you were negative like 9,000,
it's a life difference. Okay.
If it was me, I'd block that creature.
That's
Yeah.
really funny.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they have a way to give it trample. So, but I know you're going to be judging stuff, so I'll let you run off to get everything set up. But we'll probably pull you in throughout the course of the weekend to see if any rulings end up happening or some unique games happen, or maybe if we want to talk about tiebreakers.
Of course, I'm happy to help anytime.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And I do want to give a shout out to Laughing Dragon, who's helping as tournament organizers for this event. We've brought them in. You and I have both been to a ton of their events.
Oh yeah, they're great.
Yeah, so they've been fantastic, and Travis is obviously wearing the Laughing Dragon shirt there as well. So, speaking of people I want to thank, I also want to thank Archidekt. We have their posters up around, but they've been really great to come in here and support this event. We're going to be doing some cool things. We actually have members of the EDH Rec world that are going to be joining us as well to talk about Archidekt stuff and how they're using it. But
and you'll be able to see the deck list for the event on screen there at archidekt.com/FlyQuest. You can see both the pools that each team had to build with. Again, each player got a pre-release kit, which includes 6 packs plus the promo. To work with, but they build their decks together. So they have 12 packs and the promos between the 2 players. You'll be able to see those entire pools as well as the way that the players chose to construct their final decks available on Archidekt.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, this was all just being done a second ago, so I know we have people in the background who are rapidly putting in those deck lists and the pools right now, so if things are
they
not
might
all
not
there,
be there just yet, but they will be.
We're trying to do it by priority of the matches that are coming up, so we should be good. And speaking of the matches, I don't know if our players are ready yet. I don't know if we have a shot of them all getting set up, but I do know that on our main stream, we will be showcasing Atrioc and Jimmy as a team versus Dom and Curious Joy. And then over on FlyQuest 2, if you want to go watch LS and Raynad, maybe you're a big old school esports fan like Brian, face off against Fobmaster and Joel, we'll have that over there that will not necessarily have commentary, but it will have audio, so you can hear them all playing together against each other. And some of our participants this weekend are also co-streaming or restreaming the channel or this event to their channels. So if you're watching it over there, that'll be cool.
I do see some commentary in the chat about specifically the Two-Headed Giant format, and it is worth noting that yes, the Black Mages are very, very powerful in Two-Headed Giant because they deal damage to each opponent. And while your opponents are playing as a team, they're each individually a player. So anytime you cast a spell with a Black Mage in play, it does 1 damage to each opponent, which is 2 damage to the opposing team. So that can really add up over the course of the game.
Yeah, there are some unique cards, like a lot of cards that you would normally think of like, oh, this is a great commander card, or this is a cool thing to do with commander because I'll have multiple opponents. Well, guess what? You have multiple opponents to HG as well.
It does really require reevaluation of a lot of cards. Like there are lots of things, like you said, that in multiplayer, might be a standout, but you don't necessarily think of him playing in a competitive environment in quite the same way, that end up being quite powerful in Two-Headed Giant.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure as soon as our players are set up at the tables and everything, we'll be diving into those games. So we can get ready for that in just a little bit. But in the meantime, looks like we have people set up at the tables. Looks like they're getting ready to go. So this will be our first match on the main stream. I think Josh will talk you through stuff.
I do have to say, for anyone who hasn't checked them out, the 8-bit sprites of all the players down at the scrolling at the bottom are fantastic.
And we built you an 8-bit sprite. I don't know if it made it.
I don't know if I don't know if it's in there, but it's me and the dog.
Yes, you and the dog.
Speaking of which, since we didn't do it in the second intro.
Oh, yeah. They were pointing at us. You know, that's how I like to think of it. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
But sorry, in the second.
No, the dogs. This is Oko over here. All right. This is Ellie. Her legal name is Ellie.
Yes.
Mostly goes by Ellie. So, you know, if you're wondering, the most important information to know about this entire broadcast, what names the dogs are.
You know we're having a couple audio issues. We're still working through this. Everybody, please forgive us. This is the first time that we're doing this broadcast, so we might have a little bit of technical issues.
It's always growing pains.
Yes,
always growing pains.
Listen,
you know?
we're innovating, all right? You're always going to have a couple issues in the beginning, but I believe we should be able to get into this match in just a second. So as soon as the players are ready, I know we're going to be transitioning over to that. Looks like Atrioc is leaving. So, no, actually.
We're about to start? No, we're not.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
I'm gone.
So that should be good in a second. Here's Atrioc. He's actually joining the broadcast.
Do we get to play, Travis?
I am
just the Travis talks out.
Yeah, I'm yes.
I love hearing you talk right on Huge pleasure. This guy, though.
Yes.
Shut up.
You know, it's great to have you here. I'm so happy. Yeah.
I'm just sitting there ready to play Magic.
We're ready for you. So you go over there, you start, and then we'll be good. But yeah.
Change nothing. Flawless. Perfect. Everyone is.
I know.
Oh my God.
Atrioc tried to sneak a standard deck.
Really?
No, I'm just.
I would not be surprised. He's a wily guy.
Yeah, he's not
Yes.
no good.
Yes.
Jimmy too. They're dirty players.
Travis,
Yes.
can we go to the bathroom? So can we just get going with the game already?
Yeah. I am ready. In fact, I think we were showing some decks or some key cards and decks here. We had this graphic come up. So Atrioc and Jimmy. So it looks like I don't know if you want to do some deck analysis here.
Yeah, so Summon Primal Odin. This is actually a very scary card because this is one of the saga creatures that were introduced in Final Fantasy. They work just like sagas where they come into play with the first chapter and then go chapter by chapter. When they get to the third chapter, they will go away. But the second chapter, notably on Summon Primal Odin, is when it deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. And that counts your whole team. You're just dead. The game is over if that hits you.
Yeah, and it seems like Jimmy's going with like kind of a control deck. So I have played a lot of 2HD at events, and I feel like it is really fun to go for like, hey, I'm going to control the board, lock down our opponents, try to get you through to win.
It is interesting because the dynamic of Two-Headed Giant allows you to play a deck that you wouldn't necessarily really be able to play in a limited environment. That is much more about just playing reactive cards.
Yeah. Right.
Like very often in limited, it's like, okay, well you got to play creatures to block at least, or to like attack and block. But when you have another player who can generally be doing that and giving you board presence, and you just have a deck largely full of tricks, like a cryptic command here apparently, which is kind of wild. I didn't even know that was in the Final Fantasy set.
Yeah.
Is it like one of the special guest?
It does not have. I think it's one of the special guest cards. It does not have.
That specific version on the screen does not say Final Fantasy on it.
Yes. So that's funny. Yeah. One of the reprints. I'm guessing we don't have the load up for that, but I think we're ready to get into. The players have told me they're ready for game one. We'll see if production is ready. But hopefully we are good to go in a second as we get through all this stuff. And again, by the way, these deck lists are available at Archidekt. You can go take a look at that graph or that QR code at the bottom. So
they're on screen, but they're on their phones. They're on our screen, but also their screens.
Yes. All right. Well, this is me letting everyone know we're ready whenever they're ready. So, all right. Yeah. looks like we got a sign from.
Okay. Here we go.
Yes. Okay.
We got a smiley face and a frowny face.
Yes.
From both teams.
Are those Cowboy Bebop sleeves? I don't know what those sleeves are from Dom.
All right. Yes. It looks like we are getting into game number one here.
Very exciting. And so for those that don't know, these will be best of one rounds because 2HD can go so long that you kind of want to make sure that they're best of ones. Well, I think we'll see a lot of games go to time today.
So Joy and Dom are going first.
Yes.
Doesn't look like they have any turn one action, though. Just some lands.
There we go. So we're going to be working on, over the course of this weekend, in fact, for the people that are watching, please give us your feedback. We do have audio from the players that will be coming through, so if you guys would like to hear less of us yapping and more of the players, you definitely could let us know in the chat, as I'm sure chat will always do. But yeah, looking forward to this.
Oh, I think we actually have the nameplates backwards. Looking at it.
This
Yep.
We'll probably get that sorted over the course of this.
Yeah, I think we have Jimmy in the bottom left, Atrioc in the bottom right.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, that's the Wall of Omens version.
Yes. Yeah,
So
the
it's just-
special guest wall of
special
Omens.
guest Wall of Omens.
Yes.
It is. Uh-oh, some team strife already.
Yeah.
What? It's not gonna look good. It's just like. Brr.
Hey, sorry, it's our turn. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna do.
Ooh.
That's cool. I love all the Final Fantasy flavor in this. Yeah.
Yes.
Raise a chocobo.
When you do bird, landfall gets +1 attack. 4 more birds have been transformed into
Black chocobo.
Yeah. Well, you gotta wait to see.
I've
what
never
that
seen
looks
that.
like.
Haven't seen that yet.
That's a special tool.
We're not
Yeah,
gonna
you gotta go online and ask.
Yeah,
You can't-
exactly.
If you have this be like kind of like traditional Final Fantasy, you just don't know until.
Yeah.
Okay, so we want to get out either this or this, whichever one. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're looking to fix the graphic issue, so we might have just a quick breakaway during the game.
I'm just
Okay, I was
amazed.
like, nope.
Yeah,
I was like,
Your technique is great.
Yeah, we're getting everything reset here, but
Sabo tender.
You gotta break things to fix.
they
it
did just play Salvo Tender though, and Salvo Tender is the one that pings whenever you play land. So
Consider it.
I gotta ask the CEO.
I don't want to look bad here. We should concede early.
yeah.
Okay, then pass.
But we make that make
So we're getting the graphic fixed right now. It'll be good in a second.
Okay.
There we go. Slide again.
Hey,
oh, wait, I didn't draw a card.
now we're right.
Yes.
We have it in the correct.
Yes.
Okay.
I love that Joy's phone is on the screen, and I'm pretty sure that's a cloud that's sitting.
Oh,
in her
yeah.
phone case. Yeah.
It is.
We both play here.
That's thematic. It's
Yeah.
allowed.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I was like, I just wanted to make sure. I'm not cheating.
Take us to the promised land, Atrioc.
All right, I'm going to tap 3. Play cornered by black mages.
There it is.
An opponent sacrifice the creature of their choice.
That was the right choice.
Target opponent.
And we make a little wizard. Wait, which wizard do you want? Which glizzy wizard?
So this is, I think, going to be one of
Is that a glizzard?
Yes.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah. No, I think this will
Yeah,
be
I guess
one of
sacrifice
the
is
best
great.
cards over the weekend.
It does seem
is-
quite good. Yes.
Yeah, just getting its removal. It puts down one of these
and then
black mages.
I
It
will
does so
take
much.
3 and play
Yeah.
the Dragoon's Wyvern. It's a 2/1 and it comes in with a hero.
All right.
I can be your hero, baby. Pass turn.
Okay.
I like having player audio except when Jimmy sings.
Yes.
Guess that was it. It was in a hurry.
I know. I was worried about it.
Real
This wizard's kind of cool.
You can A-Track learning about the wizard for the first time.
We got a close up.
Yeah.
Right now.
For sure.
His hands look huge.
Kind of sure.
So here's what we've got so far. So Salvo Tender in the graveyard, unfortunately.
That is a powerful one, but it
Yeah.
did get surrounded by black mages.
Yes. Yeah, surrounded by black mages, stronger, I think.
Very importantly,
3.
Ellie is digging.
Okay. All right. What do you think?
Look at her. Look at her go.
I hate this thing.
Are they casting
Okay,
it?
I
Like, are they fucking over? Or is it just us?
I think our audio is like
Oko, where are you going?
check,
Just because we don't have any
but it might
flags.
sound bad.
So yeah, maybe that's the right call.
Put it up to the mic so that we can lose it.
Oh yeah, that for sure.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do the best move ever.
I just hope that-
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
our
put
audio
this,
is like super low. in the
I'll
background.
put this down.
I'm just praying that Brian Killer's casting my move.
Yeah.
Oh, I am.
From now on,
Don't you worry.
He can't hear you, but
I know.
he does.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. understand.
She's digging, so she got places to be.
Exactly. I'm playing this.
Oko
I'm
also
gonna
has places to
murder
be.
something.
Oh,
He just
murder.
walked
What's
away.
going on?
I think
Some murder is afoot.
Some flames are heading
So
my way.
I'm going to mana.
Joy, this is a
Excuse
removal.
me, that is not a phantom train. You cannot suplex it.
Yeah.
Suplex.
Risky move here. I'm just going to commune with beavers.
Oh, yeah. What are you saying?
Yeah, what are the beavers?
Commune with Beaver, so he's going to go look for. Let's see if he's looking for a land or a creature.
He said it was risky, so I'm
Yeah.
guessing he's probably he might be in need. Yeah, okay, he did find a land.
The rest of them about my library.
Okay.
And why did I do that? So I can play
You
it.
can go investigate
I'm
your,
gonna
where
choose
your dogs
green.
are enough too, if you need to.
She's right
And
there.
I then have to roll it. 3-2.
They were just chilling, and now both of them. Ellie.
That's it.
Okay. All right, our turn.
On top.
Untap.
I would draw.
Okay.
You guys ever think about how Travis doesn't know anything about Magic the Gathering?
I invited this man.
And yet,
Yeah.
and
He
yet,
actually just repeats stuff that I say to him.
You just repeat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, let's do
But
this.
there's
wow,
a,
you're just
I
sitting
play
here in the
this?
booth
We-
catching strays.
yeah, I don't know what's going on, but
Play Circle of Power. I
Uh-oh.
draw 2 cards and lose 2 life.
And make a
But
wizard.
we are also going to
You
lose.
can lose
2
one
life.
life from this wizard that's going to trigger.
Oh,
Two
yeah.
each opponent.
Oh,
lose
another
one,
Oh, we
wizard.
lose 2. Yeah.
2?
Two
You're right.
players.
okay, so we have some damage on the
Oh, you
board
got another
now.
wizard?
Ooh, and this is also
Okay.
wizards you
Draw
control
two.
get plus
Wizard,
1 0
I'm
and gain
gonna draw
life
two.
link.
Yes.
So if he has more spells,
Okay.
no, he doesn't
I
have
will
mana.
tap 2.
Because that would actually
I'm
give
gonna cast
the
the
wizards
Dreams of the
ping ability life.
Yes.
So I'll surveil 1 and then draw
Yes.
a card. I will draw that card to my hand, and then this
Yeah.
goes to my
We have
graveyard. I
pups
can
being
cast
returned to
Lair
us.
for 4 mana.
I mean, this is crazy because now they've got 2
Then
wizards
I will
out.
Yeah.
cast
And
the
so
turn.
Okay.
wizards
I believe they're
start
called
pinging.
blizzards.
Yeah, blizzards.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully.
Untap,
I will-
untap.
Oh, I will untap. Just kidding. Just kidding.
You're good. You're so good.
I'm gonna draw.
Circle of Power is so strong.
Okay, so
Amazing cards.
unfortunately, we do have to deal with black mages, which doesn't feel great.
Okay.
Um,
Pretty good spot. I got this. Solid.
Apparently Jimmy has this.
This is not so good.
It's okay. Let's just hope that there is no more left.
Yeah.
I think we have to remove one of the black mages if we can. I might be able to do it too.
Yeah.
We just can't have the black mages going crazy. And they already sort of are.
Ooh, he's got a power hand.
crazy.
Atrioc just waiting to pop off next turn with those lands.
Yeah, yeah.
black mage. Forget about it.
I'm going crazy. That's how they talk.
They should hire you. I think.
I am a voice actor.
For voice acting.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's some.
I'm going to play.
Every
Swift.
card in Arena should have a Jimmy.
Oh, we got 2 chocos coming
Ooh.
in.
Wait a minute.
Is he going to get the
All
black
right.
chocobos?
Okay. We got
Okay,
two.
so
got two.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know
he
if
just makes
this
more
is.
chocobos.
I'm going to chocobo
Choco
kick,
kick.
and I'm going to
Thematically appropriate.
Yes.
Okay.
Having my bird deal damage to
Yeah, I
your
wasn't sure how
wizard
much the
start.
chocobos
Yeah.
would be valuable in this format,
Yeah.
but it's cool that he's figured out a couple ways to
We
get
just
it.
can't leave those on the field.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well then.
I mean, in my experience, the
correct.
chocobos, like,
You are
if
absolutely
you have like the
correct.
landfall
Feels
support,
bad.
you
Yeah.
know,
That might be the whole
it's-
strategy.
The Chocobo Raceway
so
is
I
quite a
wonder
powerful card
if,
if you have landfall support to make them, and then you also
maybe-
support the other Chocobos that it's making itself.
I can be your
Hero, baby.
I think there's probably going to be more black mages coming.
I can take
It feels
away your
really bad.
I'm worried about Jimmy and Atrioc. We should. I built these teams, and so I worried I have built the most annoying team. And these two, we're gonna be seeing a lot of
All right,
those.
I'm
Sell
gonna
out
just
tour in the country?
Play the land,
Okay.
and then I'm going to tap 2
Okay.
mana
Oh, actually, you can do both. You can do that and then follow it with that.
to do what with it? Oh, I mean, I guess I could. Do we want to
Wait,
do that?
do the guy first. Do the.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
I'm
So this
gonna-
is
I'm
very
gonna
nice.
drop
So
my
Joy,
black
I've mentioned this
Hey,
previously,
you got
but
one
she is.
too.
Oh,
I
that
have
we
one.
now we have more black mages. I guess
Is there
black
one that
mages I
matches?
think will be
No.
the premium commodity. of the
Yeah,
event.
we
that
were
one
talking about this
is-
during the
let's see here.
intro.
This one
the
kinda matches,
deal one
but it's
damage
more
to
red
each
than
opponent
purple.
That's a cool one.
in a 2-8 giant format
That's
is
cool.
very, very efficient because
Yeah.
you have 2 opponents
Makes
and
one
you're
that's
getting
all
2
done
damage
for
off of every
Yeah,
single
it makes one in it. It gives it.
I love that.
So it's a 1/2?
+1/+1, right? So it's a 2/1.
A 1/2.
It's a one. It's a hero actually.
It's a,
Oh, it's a hero.
Final
You're right.
Fantasy-
Hero.
yeah, it's
Oh,
a
it's
Final
only
Fantasy
one,
14.
It just happens to.
And now it has a wizard's roll.
Yeah, it's a 2-1.
Okay, it's a 2-1 with a
We'll
wizard.
use
roll.
that. That's the
So
closest.
Joy
Alright.
is,
That means it does 1 damage
as I
every
mentioned at the
time?
start,
Yeah, okay.
new to Magic, but a
then do I
huge
wanna do
JRPG
that
and Final
I think
Fantasy
so,
fan.
'cause it's a
So I know
sorcery
she's
speed, can't
been.
do anything.
It's nice because Dom, I think, is.
I have
is
a feeling
great
on his turn we're
at
gonna see more
helping
black
people
mage.
learn how to play.
Yeah.
And so that's
Okay,
what we're
well,
going
I'm
to see a
gonna
little bit
tap
in
the
this
rest
game.
of
Is
my
just him
mana.
kind of walking
Okay.
her through some of the
And then I'm
steps.
going
I mean, that's a big
to
part of
select
what this
the
event is
wizard.
about.
Yeah.
Right?
Wait,
It's
wait.
bringing
In
together
response-
the world
no.
of people who are.
Tap 2.
you know,
and I'm
make it
going to
indestructible.
Restoration
Okay.
Magic.
We're
So
seeing
it's
another
turn to
series.
be hexproof and indestructible, and we gain 3 life.
Okay. You
I'm
know
talking
what?
about.
Got out of his hand. Got out of his hand.
That's fine.
No, that's good. We run him out. This
There's
was all
that
part of the
control.
plan.
We knew
that is gonna
that
trigger your
Jimmy was going to be
die,
doing
so we
control.
won't
So they'll lose 2 life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is what we talked about,
Okay.
with the sort of deck
Alright,
construction. We
that's
saw
it from
a
me.
glimpse
We'll
at
untap.
Atrioc and Jimmy's
Untap.
power
Draw.
cards, at least.
Yeah.
That
I'll play lands.
it looks like Jimmy it does have some degree of
good, but do you want
focus
to-
on those control elements rather than necessarily
Do we
being
really?
a tempo-oriented deck
Yeah, I think
itself.
so.
Over there, maybe.
I'm not so worried about the birds over here. He's only make 1 bird. He has to get.
I was like, I don't got nothing.
Not worried
over
about the
here.
birds. Hasn't he seen Hitchcock?
Yeah, I think it's just this.
On that,
Yeah,
huh?
100%. Because they have to re-equip it for 3 if they want to.
So I think
and
Jimmy and Atrioc probably should have lost life there from casting the suplex while the
Alright.
the wizard was out.
He did
will
announce that they lost
tap
life. I believe that we simply haven't seen the screen update.
Yeah, yeah. So I think we'll see life up totals update soon.
Once
Yeah.
you get
Sacrifice
quarter,
I think there's a
Make
couple
another black
updates that we're
mage.
missing.
Yeah.
I'll get another wizard.
and we drain you for 2. Or
There we go.
hit you for 2.
Yeah.
Do a
we-
wizard? I do. Yeah, here you go. You want to see one?
I knew they were going to have another one.
Yeah.
Now, any more than one is
There they
awful.
go. More wizards.
you guys take 2
More wizards.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
How
play
many wizards are we going to see over the
Grahatia.
next 2 days? I think is a good
A
question.
lot, I think.
3/5 reach. Whenever 1 more creatures and/or artifacts die, I control die. I draw a card, and only triggers once per turn.
Sounds good.
All right.
Graha,
And
great card.
That's it for you. Yeah, that's it for me.
I do
Anything with
appreciate
cards.
you reading all the text.
Yes. Yeah. They're commander players, so
Yeah.
they're used to
Not
announcing
just commander
all the
players,
goals,
but
yeah.
commander on camera players.
Yes, yes.
How do you feel?
I'm locked and loaded.
I don't know.
They did really good on that.
Yeah, there's Graha. Lifelinker. Yeah, we'll see if the lifelink
There's
is
lots of
bad.
cards from home.
There is a lot of life gain in this format in Final Fantasy. So.
Was that the Graha he played?
Hey, Travis, you hear that? We're taking dumps over here.
Oh, this is the command.
Yeah, that's the commander version.
Commander
That's a different version than he
Yes.
played.
We'll get that updated in a second. I think we're looking for the
And it has to be
white
at
Yeah,
the
Graha.
end of-
Yeah, the one that he played was when one of your
first
creatures
main phase,
dies,
so we'll
you
have a
draw a
whole
card
turn
once
to
per
see.
turn.
Yeah.
Or creature or
There
artifact.
is Ambrosia
We got
White,
the dogs
which is a
back.
Flashbird that they could play. But
The
that's
dogs were let out.
That was a really cute bird. I don't know which one.
16.
There's a lot of 16 cards. Grahatia is 16.
He's 14.
White Aura Sight.
Ah.
Ooh, White Arus is a really interesting card.
Yeah.
So
Exile
it's,
Grahatia.
it's a Oblivion Ring style effect. Basically, exiles one of their
Grahatia gets exiled
one
underneath
permanent,
the white.
but also is just a
These guys
mana
are
rock.
3/2s right now.
Yes.
Do you have anything you want to do?
All I got is this.
Yeah, it's there's so many
Yeah.
artifacts and enchantments in this format too.
Probably what you want to do.
What does this do?
We'll
with
see
it?
how things develop over the course of the weekend.
Well, it's going to let you draw some cards. Is the main thing. And I think that's what we need. So
Do I do it? and then-
you have to, as an additional cost, so you have to, you end up discarding that.
Okay.
But you don't
Oh,
have
he's
anything in
cheating.
your
He's
yard
cheating,
anymore.
folks.
Okay.
I'm not part of my team. Okay? Pulling card on
I
the
think that's
floor.
what you do.
I don't want to go down with this
The land
criminal
and the line.
investigation.
You could also do the land and the
Sting.
monument, see if you get something besides.
Wait, you were the
Okay.
one that was behind it the whole time?
Alright, so I'm gonna
It's
do
so nice to be
this,
able to hear the
Okay.
players
and
like
then I'm
this.
going
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's one of the
I've
things
never
that
seen a
I
small
like
person.
about the two-headed giant, right?
Yeah.
You get for an event like this, you get to hear the sort of players' personalities come out.
Yeah.
You get to hear their dynamics, their interactions in a way that in
There
a
you
sort of
go.
more traditional one-on-one tournament, you tend to have people much more buttoned up and focused, and people have much less opportunity to let their personalities shine.
Yeah.
Praises in the
I know we're getting a little audio feedback right now
Okay.
into the stream and into our mics,
And then
so I know
will
they're working on that right now.
tap These two.
Yep.
And then put this in.
Demon Wall. It's a 3/3 for 6 mana.
Demon Wall is a card with the same name as its type line.
But it can't.
It is a demon wall.
That's actually a very, not really
Yeah,
talented.
it's a rare thing.
Yes. So very self-explanatory.
Yeah. It's like, what's a demon wall?
Right.
Well, it's a demon wall.
I'm going to tap White Aura Sight for white mana, a green, and we're going to play. Get some greens.
Nice. It's another bird.
Another
Oh,
bird.
that's 3 birds.
Yeah.
He is
It has
one
flashback.
bird away
Yes.
from raising
7
some black
mana.
chocobos.
Yes.
And I will.
And
We're
the
passing, you
Black
passing?
Chocobo effect is actually quite powerful.
Yeah.
Next turn.
Yeah, it is interesting. I had not thought somebody would go like
heavy birds,
but it's very thematic.
Well, one of the interesting things about the 2A giant card pool with the 2 pre-release kits, right?
Yeah.
You were getting a lot of cards.
Yes.
So you're going to have the opportunity to build decks that may be more focused on particular mechanics than you otherwise would be, right?
Yeah.
In case they don't.
Tap 3.
Mystidian
Elder.
The wizard.
Oh, that's 3 wizards.
Oh my God.
Atrioc just needs to start playing some non-creature spells,
Yes.
and the game will be over very, very quickly.
Yeah.
We did get the glimpse that he showed to the camera of his hand, though,
Yes.
which a couple of turns ago was just land.
Right.
So, he needs to find some card draw. Would be probably the best option
Oh, yeah,
in
yeah,
order
sure.
to really get things going.
Yeah, syncopate, for sure, bro. For sure. For sure about the syncopate. All right, we're untapping.
Untapping.
We're
I
drawing.
mean, there are as many Chocobo as there are Glizzards on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, Atrioc's board state is terrifying.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, you could probably just play both. We can't be sitting around doing nothing, so I feel like maybe you do this.
Both of them?
Yeah, all of it. Your
Do I
land,
do-
and, yeah,
and
that's
this
your land.
too?
Yeah.
All right, then blessed for me to hold, I guess. All right, so I'm gonna play the land.
The golden saucer.
Oh, nice.
We're going.
You can maybe make some artifacts.
Okay, and then I'm going
Is that like
to
the
turn this one.
theme song of the Golden Saucer?
I don't. Yeah, I
She
trust
she
her.
would know. She would know.
Trust her
I
to know.
wouldn't.
Yeah, I've not gotten that far in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Okay, you can flip a coin if you win, prepare your treasure, and then you can sacrifice 2 artifacts to draw a card.
Oh.
That's like a gambling palace,
Yes.
right?
Okay,
Okay, that makes sense.
It's like a casino. Yeah.
Yeah.
In a way that the Magic the Gathering community.
What is your background with Final Fantasy?
So I have played 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 2.
Okay.
But a lot of them I haven't played in a long time. When this set came out, I decided I wanted to go back and play 9 again. And I played 7 Remake, which is like the first of the new 7s. I need to go back.
The
and
new 7?
Yes. So Final Fantasy VII, they re-released.
I knew that.
They're remaking it, and they're doing it in 3 parts.
Oh.
So yeah. It's the new trend in all things entertainment is how much can we
keep it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called squeezing a blood from a stone.
Yes,
you
yes.
know?
The
That's
Hobbit.
Yeah.
Well, the Hobbit trilogy is what I think you're talking about. Yeah. So they're doing that with Final Fantasy VII, and so Rebirth just came out last year, I think it was.
I thought that was just the whole game.
No, remake is just the first disc of Final Fantasy VII. So
okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I played the original Final Fantasy on the original Nintendo.
Yeah.
Just when it was just Final Fantasy, and then I played 7.
Yeah.
But both of those were like in the 90s.
Yeah.
So
it's been a bit.
There are definitely elements that are sort of nostalgic and resonant for me.
Yeah.
But there's so many of these games where like I just do not have the association that a lot of people do.
Yeah. I think they did a good job in this set. Like Chocobos. Chocobos are just
yeah. Chocobos are great.
Yeah, and so here we are at a 2HG event, and we're seeing a man who's just playing Chocobo after Chocobo after Chocobo. So.
Ooh. That's a spell with 3 Glizzards.
6 damage from our wizard.
6 damage.
Wizard 20.
What?
So we're both at 20 now.
Okay.
All right. Holy.
Well, I think we're working on getting life totals updated as well.
On
So
your end
hopefully
step,
we'll get those
I'm
going
to
soon.
Ice magic one of your birds back to your hand.
You got it.
The untapped one.
The untapped one? I figured as much.
All right.
Okay. All right, we'll untap.
All right.
The Chocobos are being limited.
Yeah. That's important too because that was the 4th Chocobo for the Razor Chocobo side quest.
Yeah.
White Mage's staff.
All right, there we go. So they're both at 20.
Yeah.
We're working on getting these life totals updated faster. So.
I'm going to play a swamp. I'm going to tap 3.
Yep.
Play Albed Salvagers.
Yeah.
If a creature dies, you lose 1 life, and we gain 1 life.
Sounds good.
They're really going for like the drain and ping effects with that.
Yeah, I mean, they are extremely efficient at getting damage in with the black mages.
Oh, wait, I forgot to untap, but I still draw.
Check this out. Look at his hand, bro.
Ellie has once again walked away. She's just exploring.
Yeah.
You have to find the right time, but it's like the combo is unreal.
Uh-oh.
How are we doing over here?
We gotta hold. We gotta
Here, you can hold down the fort while I go check where my dog just walked off to. So here, I'll be right back.
It looks like Stream 2 has finished. Oh, microphone falling. We're joined right now by Joel from Joel or Magic
Howdy,
and
how's
Fob.
everybody going?
Fob Master.
Fat chocobo.
Fob, you can turn the put the headset on.
Okay, it's got a headset there. Yeah, we just finished up our first round. We played LS and Raynad.
It went fast.
It went fast, for sure. It was a good game on both sides.
Yeah.
Though. They went first, and they drew perfect. We went second. We drew pretty perfect.
Yeah.
I had a play mistake that slowed my game down a little bit, but
that's too bad.
That it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
It wouldn't have made a difference long term because lots of people, as you can see with Atrioc's board right here.
Yeah.
Lots of people, and well, Jimmy's got the same thing. Oh no, that's.
Oh, I think
Jimmy's
it's just
board.
inverted. Yeah, yeah.
I see.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, we've had a couple issues with the layout, but yes, that's
Gotcha.
Atrioc's board.
Atrioc's board, yeah.
Yeah.
You can see with Atrioc's board.
Okay,
Lots
so-
of people going to be on red black today. Lots of
Yeah.
people going to be playing black mages, each opponent, and LS played his black waltz.
And you guys gained 2.
Cast a bunch of spells. They did like 15 to us in one turn to
Yeah.
finish it off.
I totally.
Yeah.
didn't take
Fob
it.
Master.
Yeah.
How was the experience for you?
I mean, I think I get the premise of my deck. I just like we were right there. I think if we had like
But we also hate the wizard.
maybe
That's why I
one-
said they
yeah.
went first because it's like
Yeah, if we had like
One
another
more turn.
turn,
Yeah.
like we would have been good. But
Yeah.
sure.
yeah.
So I know you guys are both sitting down right now for the first time to see this, but yeah, basically Atrioc and Jimmy seem to be running the classic kind of 2HG strategy of like Atrioc is trying to be more aggressive. He's playing a lot of these like pingers and stuff. Jimmy went with a control deck. So he's bouncing creatures off like these Chocobo tokens that Dom keeps trying to play.
Yeah, they just get bounced
Yeah, they
immediately.
just get bounced or wiped out.
So when a token gets returned to your hand, it just goes away because
Okay.
a token is not
Yeah.
really physically anything to the game rules. And so bounce in this format is particularly strong because you've got cards creating black wizards and you got cards creating chocobos that are both strong tokens to
Yes.
have on the board.
Yeah.
So bounce in particular in this format's a little bit better.
Yeah. Fobmaster, are you enjoying the Final Fantasy? I don't know how much into Final Fantasy you are, but is it fun for you to see all the Final Fantasy stuff?
I'm not that into Final Fantasy, but I like anything anime. So I got some cool looking cards.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. We're still working through getting life totals updated, so I think there's a little bit more of a life total right now, but
Oh, got
yeah.
it.
Man, their game's going so much longer.
I don't
than
know
ours.
what. Well, they're bantering a lot, and then the control deck I think is slowing everything down.
Oh yeah.
Definitely going to slow things down. We
Yeah.
had two very similar strategies. Reyna was on Boros aggro.
Yeah.
And LS was playing the black-red,
Yeah.
pingers. And that's essentially an aggro deck in this format
Yeah.
with two-headed giant. We did get to resolve a Perforos out of the Forge, though, which was fun.
That is pretty great.
Bonus
yeah.
sheet card coming through
Yeah.
hard for the black-red strategies.
Didn't really get to do anything with it, but
No, one trigger, though. Got 4
Yeah.
damage across.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if we
And it's
get-
Kefka, so it's fun.
Yeah. I'm hoping we get updated life totals here in a second just to see where everybody's at. Because the terrifying thing is Atrioc's board just like, he just needs to cast a non-creature spell or have something die and then
Right.
stuff starts happening. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cast the card you're holding.
I think we
Yeah. Okay,
We don't
cool.
have enough cards.
So we are at 20 and 20 right now. Yeah.
I'm going to let Brian have a seat back.
Thanks for joining us. We'll catch up with both of you guys later.
Yep.
But yeah.
Okay. And then they'll trigger that again, so you use one.
You can chill if you want. Yeah, if you want to join.
We'll see what that does for us. It might not.
Okay.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
The dogs have returned as well. Come here, else.
Tap and draw.
This is Oko.
Yeah, so I think what we wanted.
I see I see a Dom fan. Dom fan club is in the chat right now.
Dom fans in chat.
Yeah. Jesselyn here says Ari says hi. So
yeah. The two primary members of the fan club.
Yeah, exactly. Dom's family in the chat. Love to see it.
Yeah, I think that's actually not.
I'm actually gonna go get life totals just so we know.
I think I've been told they're updated. So.
Okay, we're good.
Great.
6?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Cigarettes.
Each opponent discards a card that loses 2 life and exiles the top 3.
Oh, that card's brutal.
Once again, the each opponent coming in huge.
Yeah.
It is
it's also going to trigger
not.
wizard, so 2 damage first from
Wait.
the cat. Oh, no, sorry.
I was gonna say. I was literally going to say it. At least it's not a non-creature spell to trigger the wizards. And then Jimmy starts saying it triggers the wizard. Like, no, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
Thank God. Thank you
Oh,
guys.
nice. 3 lands.
That was a nice.
So that's 4 more damage.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, that was great. They got rid of it. I mean, let's exile those. But yeah, they're also mana.
Yeah, Jimmy has really dirty
They're
with
exiles.
his life gain 1
Okay.
and his wall.
And then I'm going to cast Summon Leviathan.
Oh.
Ooh. That's a big summon.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Serpent to its owner's hand.
Okay.
So this is
Lots of token creatures.
Yeah,
leaving the field
that's actually super brutal because so much of what Dom was doing was reliant on those token chocobos, right? Not only were they his creatures, but that's his progress for the raise the chocobo side quest.
Oh yeah, you should
and those are gone
mine.
forever
Here.
now.
Yeah.
Here. Odds or heads.
Also,
and
notably,
tails,
Jimmy
and
got
you
his
too. You've got them.
wall of omens or whatever the Final Fantasy version is called back.
Yeah.
So that's additional value on top of absolutely clearing off that board.
Yeah.
The
No
silver lining, I guess, a little bit for Dom
All right, here we
and
go.
Joy is that those wizards are gone.
I did.
Yes.
Right.
I did. I did the snowboarding and everything.
But essentially, that side quest is impossible now.
Yeah,
it's going to be a
you
few
will not
turns
be
at
completing
least.
the side quest.
No.
Yeah, he's absolutely going to need something that makes multiple birds for that to
Hold on
be
to that.
remotely viable to actually.
It's not a land. It's not. It's not a land.
Oh, it's not a land.
No, it's
It's
definitely
super not a land. All right. Listen, we gotta be serious.
I don't think the draws are going well over there. Joy's nearly hell bent.
And looks strong.
Best part in the game.
Play Summon Fat Chocobo.
Hey.
You really did go all in on chocobos.
He's got it is really vulnerable to that bounce effect, but there are indeed some chocobos at least.
Yeah, talking about validity of bounce in this format also plays well with the summons on your side or if you're on the receiving end too.
Yeah, there are some mechanics in this set that I think are normally like okay that are like really good in this. Bounce stuff, the green, the constant green spell that's in every set that lets you remove an artifact or flying creature or enchantment. There's a lot of things that it targets here. There's just a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, I think so too.
In this format, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's always interesting from format to format to evaluate, what the particular characteristics of the format that makes those sort of omnipresent cards. Are they better? Are they worse?
Yeah.
And similarly, with the shift to a two-headed giant,
event. Back.
Oh, also, I didn't even think about bouncing that. We were so focused on all the chocobos being gone and the wall of loss coming back that there's discard again, mill again.
Ooh, Barts and Boko.
Dig again.
Yeah, these are exiled too, so there's not even a way to recur them.
Those are exiled.
Wait, so I discard this.
Brutal
you would discard
exiles.
it, and then you
The best card ever?
exile 3. One,
Poker
two,
face is so good, I
three.
couldn't tell.
Oh, these both would have been. It's just fine. Lightning Bolt and Thunder Magic.
Got a bad hit on the first one, a good hit on the
That
second.
would have
For the
been
combat, I'm gonna
that's so
swing with
painful.
my Kraken, Leviathan, when it does, I draw a card.
You know what?
I see people asking. Fobmaster is Joel's partner for this event, and they were playing on the second stream, but unfortunately just lost to LS and Reynad. So
Both sides of the field had Black Wizard strategy on the deck, and so it was like one of us is going to burn the other down real fast.
That is something I expect you'll see a lot of this week.
Another iconic Final Fantasy character, Shiva, coming onto the board as a summon here. Really good card.
That's it from us.
Pass, big pass.
I was looking at my stats here. There's 16 flying creatures in this set total.
We see Shiva on the screen.
This one?
Yeah.
Flying is significant in this format.
So if Shiva
That is
if Shiva ever gets to the third trigger here, while people have tapped out, like this isn't one of those effects where it's really nice because each opponent.
It's a very special card.
That's crazy.
I'll play Summoner's Grimoire.
Ooh, cool.
Okay.
That's
And
attacks,
would have
yeah.
been really cool to cheat in a Bahamut.
Oh.
We're going to play a hero.
Just a 1/1, right?
And it's just a 1/1 when he attacks. I can put a
16 flyers in here. Dragonstorm had 28, but that was a dragon
That's a
set.
lot,
And
yeah.
so a set like
You would
Foundations
want
had like
Yeah.
20,
Who knows?
22, something like that.
Okay.
So we got a low number of flyers in
Yeah.
the set. Reach becomes super relevant.
Yeah.
Flyovers a huge
Yeah,
strategy
that's
if you
what-
get the flyers.
Yeah.
How many is
2
it?
mana.
2 mana, and then tap it.
Okay, tap it. And then it heads again with head was even, right?
Yeah, but whatever you want it to be. Even.
Yeah,
Odds are
you
even.
choose
Which
odds
one?
are even.
Choose an every roll.
Yeah, treasure.
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 Can we talk about how
At least she's gambling and winning.
Yes, yeah.
people seem to be struggling? They didn't provide us with coins to flip. They only gave us like
An oversight on our end to not give them coins to flip.
Come on, production.
How
Yeah.
rude.
Yeah.
troubles.
Not providing you with much needed gameplay materials.
Alright, is that it?
So we do have just short of 20 minutes left on the round, but I don't know if we have 20 minutes left of life for Curious Joy and Dom.
No, that Leviathan is going to close things out pretty
Yeah.
fast. Or helped close things out pretty fast as it goes to the graveyard. They're getting sacked after the last chapter.
Crazy.
I got a lot of
That is one of the things about the summon creatures that we talked about at the beginning of the show is that they can have a big impact, but they follow the normal rules for sagas, right?
Yeah.
Which means that they have their big impact and then they're gone.
Right.
You were really going.
Which I think is a fantastically flavorful design
Yes.
for the summons from Final Fantasy.
For sure.
I do really appreciate that like Knights of the Round is a super long
Guys,
saga, just like
Forever,
the
dude.
incredibly long animations from Final Fantasy
What's the storm
VII.
count right now?
Storm count is
Yeah, Saga's going to the graveyard. Are
I think-
cool.
I think they're coming in for the kill.
It needs to
Is
be
this
at
it?
least 2, so you guys win.
There it is.
There it is.
GG's.
Good
All
game.
right.
Good game.
Jimmy and Atrioc taking it down.
Yeah.
card I pulled.
All right, so far, can I say this?
Holy.
One more turn. One more turn.
There it is, the classic. We only needed one more turn.
I know.
Look at what was in our hand.
Yeah, it's a good bird deck, okay? We just,
Dom in defense. It's a good bird
I
deck.
didn't get
Okay.
Barks.
Atrioc with the source supply.
I
Sure,
didn't,
sure.
I didn't get the Choco, the
Pretty
Seeker
dope.
of Paradise.
one.
That really, that
Choco.
would have been cool.
Oh, yeah. That card is also worth a lot, right?
So I say this with no
I'm just a
disrespect
big- I just
to
was like, look,
you,
we
Joel,
know
but I'll
Uh-huh.
say so far the favorites are pulling it out. I think LS and
For
Raydad
sure.
are seed 1 team in their group, and I think Atrioc and Jimmy are probably. I'm curious. I'm excited for the matchup between Atrioc and Jimmy and LS and Raynad because I think that's going to be pretty heat here in a second. So. I know we talked a little bit about it during the game, but do you want to talk a little bit about how your match went down on the second stream?
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams had black-red, Black Wizards decks,
Yeah.
which you're going to see a lot of today. I think that it's a legitimate build strategy with 2 pre-release kits. Just take all your black and red cards and smash them together, and you're probably going to have a good 2-headed giant deck in particular.
Yeah.
Just the way that archetype is set up. I was on black-green graveyard stuff with X-Death. Cards like that are looking for permanence. You were talking about summons going to the graveyard. Super helpful with strategies like that are looking for permanence in your graveyard to have those early 3-drop sagas in particular because they'll help you fill up and look for those permanents. We were on the draw, and so we were just a turn behind basically the entire game. Just never really able to turn the corner and get it back, and they did to us what we were basically trying to do to them. It was 2 aggro decks against each other, not like Atrioc and Jimmy's decks. Here, Jimmy, come take this one.
There we go. Our winning team.
Control. Yeah, Leviathan.
All right. Woo! Dom, if you want to come sit down here.
W in the books.
What up?
What are the dogs' names?
This is Ellie. And this is Oko.
Ellie and Oko. Oko after the card?
Yeah, her full name's actually Elspeth.
Okay.
All right, so
Okay.
things went really well for you two. I think unfortunately things did not go as well for the Dom and Joy team. Talk to me a little bit about your decks because it seems like you're really. I know we're going to see a lot of black mages this weekend, but it seems like that's really what you guys are trying to lean into.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it straight up. I didn't know how good the black mages were, and I was really mad at Jimmy for. Like I was
Why did you
actually
get the cool stuff?
I was unreasonably
Oh my
upset.
gosh.
We had such a different deck till like 5 minutes before the game, and I was like, I feel great with this deck, and he's like, No, we got to go with the mages. And I was like,
You're
This is the pro they gave me. This guy's a crack pipe. This is what he's talking about.
Yeah, I think I might actually rebuild my deck to be because the white part of it didn't do anything compared to the blue was really where my deck shone.
And you're trying to go for, I assume, more of a control You're trying to
Yeah.
control the board so that he could get through with all
With
of
the
his
wizards,
With the
yeah.
wizards.
And we were talking about the dynamic that Two-Headed Giant creates, where
Yeah.
you can have a deck like that, right?
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
one of your deck which is primarily reactive and is looking to be more of a support element for the deck that's kind of looking to do the damage.
Yeah, I'm sort of the leader of the group, and he's like the follower, so it makes sense that I would be needing a support.
So
Yeah,
Dom
that's
and
true.
Joy, talk to me a little bit. I saw a bunch of chocobos. Are you just all in on birds?
Dude,
Is that
listen, it's Final Fantasy.
here? You make sure you're talking
It's
to.
Final Fantasy. If you got birds, you go birds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got a decent support for it. And actually, she was our support. Unfortunately, she drew like 6 lands, 6 turns in a row.
I was ready to make a mansion.
The acreage was good.
Joy,
yeah.
Joy, welcome to Magic the Gathering. By the way.
I was playing Arena yesterday, and I kept doing either oops all lands
Yeah.
or oops all creatures. I was
Yes.
like, it's gonna happen in person.
Yeah. That's the fun of Magic the Gathering, everybody.
That is the magic experience.
The Summon Leviathan in particular was brutal for all of your bird tokens. You were
tokens,
just
yeah.
about to finish your side quest for the Black Chocobo, which is very powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 of them, by the way. I was
Yeah.
like,
Which-
we're going to lose
which
to
has-
a bunch of
Right, that ends
afraid
up
of
being really
that.
scary.
Yeah,
but
with, like, double
Summon
landfall.
Leviathan coming in and wiping out all of your token creatures,
Yeah.
and giving them back the value creatures was just brutal.
And I was like, maybe we can come back. Maybe we can do something cool. And then they milled my Barts and Boko and Bahamut. Like,
Oh, you have a Bahamut. That's right.
yeah.
One of the
Like,
keys to playing Magic well is to, when your opponent's looking away at the start, stack their deck in the order.
I see.
It's like one of the pros don't tell you that, but
Yeah,
it's the
yeah.
key.
That's
It's
true.
one of the
Oh,
top.
we didn't see that actually. That was. Yeah.
We're not talking about pros cheating, guys. That never, ever happens in Magic.
Oh,
Come on.
it happened a lot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we know. There are nicknames around it.
I know we're talking about Final Fantasy. You are both Final Fantasy fans.
Yeah.
What is it like for you, especially Joy, since you're coming into the Magic world, to see all the summons that show up on the board and like do big impacts and all that stuff?
I love how accurate the cards are. So even though I don't know about Magic very much, I know Final Fantasy. So like when I look at it, I'm just like, oh, I'm assuming this is what it does. And then I read it. I was like, they do exactly what they did.
Yeah.
And then yesterday I had a match in Arena, and then someone played Odin against me. I was like, I don't think he's going to do what I think he does. And then, like, he hit me, and I was like, he did exactly what I thought he would do. The game is over.
Yeah, the summons are what makes it the most Final Fantasy to me. I love that they don't stay on the board long, and they're really impactful. They leave, and then Yuna and all that synergy by bringing them back. It's really cool. But I do want to point out that I did see Jimmy. He was pulling cards out of his pocket to add to their pool.
Yeah, I've opened a lot of the set clearly. Here at the Command Zone, we do have full episodes on how to cheat in Limited. That's definitely our brand.
I watch them closely.
Yeah. No, I give you all an update. Unfortunately, Joel and Fobmaster lost in their match on the second table.
Okay.
So Ellis and Reynad and you two are both tied.
I'm not worried.
Okay.
In fact, I think they're bad at Magic.
Yeah, I've never heard of either of them before in my life.
Yeah.
What were you saying about the Black Mages thing? And you're not trying to remember what.
Noted expert.
Yeah.
We're gonna dominate.
All right.
Listen, I came into this thing thinking that Jimmy Wong was an anchor around my neck, and that it was gonna be a problem. But actually, he's a really good player, and I really like playing with him. And so I'm very excited for this upcoming match.
Yeah, I may or may not have stayed up until 2 last night just drafting because I do love the set quite a lot. I think they did a great job. Kudos to Gavin. This has been baking for like 6 years, I think.
Yeah.
Something
Oh
crazy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this has been in
secret?
the works for a very, very long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we
hey,
have.
Chrissy.
In fact, I think we have an interview with Gavin. Speaking of Gavin, that I think we can maybe get set up here in a second and throw to. But while that is coming up, I just want to say thank you all. Congratulations on the first win, and better luck in the next game. I think you guys have some cool stuff. We're hopefully going to see it soon. And Joel, good luck. So we'll see if we get this interview queued up in just a second, but it should be good to go. Yeah, you guys go grab some drinks, grab some food.
I have a question while it's being queued up.
Yeah.
Kibler, how much have you? Because you're not playing in this Pro Tour, are you?
I am not.
When you're not preparing for a Pro Tour, how much do you actually play the limited sets?
I
to
have
understand
done, I have
standard
done
or anything.
0 drafts.
Really?
Of Final Fantasy.
I mean, you just have a very Hey, Billy.
Fellas.
Fellas.
Hello. So it's so funny. Somebody in the chat just said, "I see no Billy here," and then you appear. So that works out really well.
Yay.
Summon.
Hello, Billy.
Yeah.
It's a Final Fantasy summon, right?
Yeah.
Summon here long.
Summon Billy Ray.
Summon Billy Ray. Yeah. Super hype.
Yeah.
Did you play your first match?
Not yet.
Okay.
Next round.
Next round.
Okay.
So who's your teammate?
The beautiful and wonderful.
Oh, Crim.
Crim.
Yeah.
How much blue is in your deck?
She's walking that way.
Yeah.
How much blue are you playing, Crim?
Surprisingly a lot.
That's not a surprise at all.
Yeah.
She's got claw in the face.
Oh yeah, you've been playing Final Fantasy X on stream, Voxy, not the actual card game.
Yeah, exactly. Final Fantasy X.
She's preparing in her own way.
Yeah, as far as I know,
bring my
Final Fantasy is
guitar.
just a card game.
You guys want me to do a song?
Oh yeah.
This is open mic night, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Blue is the worst color.
So I think we should have an interview with Gavin that we'll be throwing to, but we'll be back in just a moment. We'll throw to that in just a moment.
Did production tell you that, or are you just?
I've been told. I sent in some interviews I did with Gavin, and
Cool.
and I was told they were queued up, and
I
I was
see.
told, and I was told throw to them, and I've given some cues.
No. It's
I
not
think
being
we've got an
clear
interview with Gavin queued up. And let's throw it out now.
You have to physically throw.
Where you found out you were going to be working on this? Was it a situation where you got pulled into a room and they're like, hey, we're talking right now to Square, and maybe this is an opportunity, or how did that go down?
Yeah, so the way it actually worked is, so I'm the lead game designer on the set, but the lead vision designer that did like the very initial mapping out of the set was Yanni Skolnick, who is not here this weekend, but is an excellent designer. And he got the vision design of the project handed to him, and he's a big Final Fantasy fan as well, so he kind of mapped out some of the rough sketches for the mechanics, how we're going to pull cards in from the games, some of the initial talks with Square, all that kind of stuff. And then he handed it off to me from there. So by the time I had taken it over, like some of the very early work had already been figured out. Like Saga creatures had already been cracked by the time I got to the set, for example. But I remember the day I was asked, I was just called into the office and into my boss's office, and it was a very simple exchange. Very simple exchange. Just like, hey, your last project's winding down. We need someone for this Final Fantasy thing. Do you know Final Fantasy? And I'm like, yep, I know Final Fantasy pretty well. He's like, all right. It's yours.
But you knew it was been in the works already at this point.
Yeah, I already knew it had been in the works, and I'd seen some of the early presentations and playtests. But this was, keep in mind, this was during the pandemic, right?
Okay,
so it was it was mostly all remote. There was like occasionally going into the office and you do like some playtests with like walls between you or whatever, right? But it was still really early. But I was in the office that day and talked to my boss, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna hand this off to you. And he said something, and I've never forgotten this. And it's so funny thing about it now. He's like, just so you know, it was like a few months in. I've been working on the set for like a few months, and I came to him and we're in our one-on-one, and I was like talking about some problem I was having, and he's like, yeah, that's fine, whatever you want to do. I just want you to know, you're gonna work on the set for a long time. Like this issue you have right now, you're gonna fix it. I'm not worried about it. Years from now, you will still be working on this set, and when the set comes out, you will still be talking about the set.
Yeah.
And he was so right, because here I am right now. The set is out. I've known the set for a year, but I've been working on it in various ways, even ever since. So it's been a big part of my life for a long time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to FlyQuest Duel Land. We have seen a couple of matches so far, but have many more to come here today. We're watching a whole day, whole weekend, really, of two-headed giant Final Fantasy action.
Yeah. We're joined right now by special guest.
Hey, I'm Joey. I'm from Atrioc. We work with these guys, too.
Yes.
I'm really excited about this. It's been so much fun.
Yeah, it's been really fun. I just went around the corner right before this started and was talking to Joel. Joel is hanging out with Fobmaster on Fobmaster's stream because Fobmaster is co-streaming this, and Fobmaster was looking up the boxes of collector boxes, and he was like, "Oh, these are like $8.50." And he's like, "Wait, Travis, do you have any I could buy from you?" And I'm like, Laughing Dragon is here. You could buy them from Laughing Dragon at this event. And he's like, if I did, could I rip it on stream? And I'm like, I think we could make that happen. People are coming in on the stuff. So yeah, it's been good. Did you watch the first game, Brian?
Yeah, it was awesome. If you guys are noticing the crowd of people giggling behind, LS just whipped out his PSA 10 Black Lotus.
What?
And he's handing it around. It's the only one in existence. It is probably worth north of $1 million at auction. There's pending.
And it's just like in his pocket?
Yes,
I know,
he literally brought it in a thing. You can show it around. I don't know if Nick wants to come.
Yeah.
Does the audience know where the studio is?
I was too afraid to say it myself.
This is the debut.
Oh my gosh, this is so crazy.
That is $1 million Magic card in our hands right now.
That is crazy to see. I don't know if we have a single. In fact, I know we at least have a single of Brian. If you want to hold it for a second, maybe we can get the camera over on you.
Yeah.
That is a wild.
Oko, you want
That's a once in a lifetime
right
opportunity to hold that card.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
That's sweet.
Thank you, LS.
Absolutely.
Yeah, congrats on your win in the first.
Yes,
first
great
round.
win.
Yeah.
So very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. So what have you thought so far of the event?
I'm having an absolute blast.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. It's been neat to see people as they're constructing and then taking a second and being like, no, wait a minute. I'm going to switch this. Maybe I'll switch this. Do you want that? I could give this. It's been neat to see a little bit of the reconsideration of each list.
Yeah. Well, I know you're coming in as well as Matt is here from the Archidekt team, and I do want to say thank you to Archidekt. They are sponsoring this event. I know if we can pull this up here in a second, we have a QR code for the Archidekt website so people can go see all the deck lists. But yeah, what are some of the coolest things about Archidekt that you've seen? I know that it's a powerful platform for MTG players of all types, for casual and competitive folks.
Yeah, 100%. For me, I immediately started using it as soon as it became available because I'm such a visual deck layout type of person.
Yeah.
And the way that it presents information, I just find to be hugely valuable for me to scroll through it easily. That, and also the way that you can custom categorize everything is, to me, what actually helps brew. Here's a whole bunch of artifacts. You can absolutely sort all of your artifacts, but this Lightning Greaves might have nothing to do with an Arcane Signet, so I might want to actually categorize them in a completely different way. And it having that custom ability to put things where it is that you need them so that you can understand your own deck better from a bird's eye view, easily one of the first things that got me on there.
Yeah.
That made me so excited about it.
For our physical Magic cards, the way that we store them, we have a drawer that is labeled here's where our Soul Rings are, here's where our Arcane Signets are, here's where the rest of the Mana Rocks are, and then a drawer that's just green ramp.
Yes.
You don't just want to look for green creatures when you want to find a Lana Elf. It's I'm looking for specifically Lana Elf. It's in the ramp drawer.
Yes, exactly that. And it was fun to start working with Archidekt and Atrioc partnering up together, because then we could do things like having the Atrioc recommendations integrated into Archidekt as well.
Yeah.
Because typing up all of the cards in your deck list sometimes gets a little bit tedious, and so just being able to click and boom, you've got the Atrioc recommendations right there on Archidekt already. You don't have to go anywhere else. You can just, all right, cool, and you've immediately added things with just a click. That's great. And we can even drag and drop from Atrioc from one window into another.
Yeah, it's super cool to see how it's all been integrated.
Just little ways to make sure that you're smoothing off some of the rougher edges of deck building when you want to put the deck list online. Just share it really quickly with people.
Can Archidekt pull the cards from my card catalog for me? Because that's one of the rougher edges. I have to physically find them.
On the roadmap, I'm sure.
Are you saying your literal physical card?
Yes. I want Archidekt bot to show up.
You want to construct a robot. Listen, we can start working on the technology. It just might take a minute.
I'm saying.
You want us to send a robot to your house to go through your Magic cards. I'm just clarifying real quick that that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I think it's what's been really cool.
He's not saying no. He does seem genuinely interested in this. So All right. We'll tell our devs.
Before we go down the product development route, I just want to say, that I think for a lot of the people that are tuning in who are maybe getting into Final Fantasy, getting a chance to go look at EDH Rec, find the commander that they're thinking about building, and then being able to put that stuff into Archidekt, build out those decks, I think is just really neat. And so that's I think it's so intuitive as a tool for people who are just getting into this and trying to figure out like, how do we do this? In fact, I have a bunch of friends that hang out in my Discord. Shout out to the LA Magic group that I run, and a lot of them are folks who are big Final Fantasy fans. They've been trying to figure out how do I get a deck going? How do I categorize my stuff? How do I figure out what cards I have and show that to other people who want to trade and that type of thing? And so they've been using Archidekt for all that stuff. So it's been really cool.
I'm glad. Yeah, I also find it very easy, intuitive to use. So that's why it's been neat to see the way it expands and continues to find new things that people are craving from a deck building website, and immediately be able to develop even further on that to make sure that people have easier tools, because that's really all that it's about.
Yeah. Joel, I know we don't have the graphic up right now, but just because we have you here, do you want to talk a little bit about the charity that your team is playing for?
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. It's called First Foundation. It's a children's literacy charity in the Southeast United States. Regardless of income, background, anything, any family, any number of kids in that family can apply, and they will receive per child one bookstore quality book per month free sent to their house from ages 0 to 5. It's
That's
enormous.
awesome.
It's so good. Been a part. The family has worked with this. My family's worked with this charity a lot in the Southeast. Both my parents were educators, music teacher, and so really close to our heart as well. Just children's literacy overall.
That's awesome. Yeah. It's been so cool to see all the different players and teams and what charities they've picked and why they're passionate about those. And so I think over the course of this weekend, we're going to be talking to all the different teams like yourself, and just learning like what charities they chose, why they picked that, and also it's always the type of thing where like other people who are watching and they hear about these charities, maybe it's something they want to go support and that type of thing. So
yeah,
I am starting to see our teams break off for round 2, so we will hopefully be getting into round 2 soon.
Who we got in round 2?
Who do we got in round 2? Let me look at the list.
Whoops.
Should have that information directly in front of me.
I was trying to participate.
You're trying to tee him up for an easy one, and he's like,
I don't know. I was very laser focused on round 1.
Sure.
I've not eaten lunch
you
yet.
Did the prep work. Yeah. I just scarfed down a sandwich, so I'm good to go.
I just want to know whether the Black Lotus will be playing.
Yeah, I don't think that's legal in this format, unfortunately.
They sat down across from us and he dropped that on the table. I was like, oh, okay.
Did they?
Yeah. And Les just sat down and he went, all right, and started shuffling. And I was like,
this is my commander.
This is my
Are we playing for Ansi?
I know, right? No, okay, so I do have round 2. So round 2 on this stream, we'll be following along with Ames TV and Voxy, who are a team.
Nice.
And then Billy Ray and Crim, who I just saw head down there a second ago. So they'll be on that. If people would like to watch this team, Jarvis and Olivia, and Broaden and Talia, that will be happening on FlyQuest 2. If this primary match, finishes quickly, we'll cut over to the second table, and we'll get things going there. Actually, I have, speaking of Olivia, have you and Olivia ever done 2HG events together?
We haven't, no.
Okay.
So
you guys play so much Commander at these events.
We do.
You don't really have time for 2HG.
Typically at events we're just crazy busy, right?
Yeah.
And Two-Headed Giant, as we mentioned earlier, is not really the sort of thing that you just like play at an event most of the time. Like that's one of the things that makes this such a unique event is that it is focused on Two-Headed Giant. So yeah, it's just not really been something we've had much of an opportunity, considering we're just so unbelievably busy at things like MagicCon.
Yes. I was literally going to say, I've seen you in the same spot at a MagicCon for like 40 minutes. Because of
if they stop, they get piled.
Exactly.
40 minutes? We're talking like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying 40 minutes because I was only in that area for 40 minutes. And then I had the ability to leave. So.
It is a sort of thing, like literally, if we stop moving at MagicCon for like 5 seconds, a line forms.
Yep.
And I've said many times that I really appreciate the sort of like niche kind of celebrity that like people in the gaming community have.
sure. Yeah.
That like we can have that kind of like really kind of validating experience at an event like MagicCon. But like if I go to like the grocery store, no one knows or cares who I am.
Sure.
Right. And when it does happen in public, it's kind of fun.
Or even your LGS. There's a certain I've seen
yeah.
with bigger figures in the community when they go to their local store. It's very much not celebrity. It's I'm here to play. I'm here part of this whole thing. That helps too.
Yeah. We were talking about 2HG at events, though, and Joel, I've done, I believe, 2HG with you.
Yes.
You also play a lot of trios, team trios. So what about the format is it that draws you to it? What do you enjoy about it?
Cooperative gaming. I grew up playing first-person shooters, team-based, squad-based shooter games, and so co-op gaming has always been something for me. I like multiplayer. I really don't play single-player games. If there's a campaign and multiplayer, I probably queued right into multiplayer, and that's all I was doing the entire time. I haven't even done the story.
Yeah.
So having an experience like that where I've got teammate or teammates to rely on and work with, that's just something I really like to do. I like the cooperative aspect of it.
Do you have any secret tech for 2HG or trios that you ever use?
Well, you think you have secret tech going in, and then you're like, oh, everybody knows each opponent cards are good. Dang, I thought I was ahead of the curve on that.
Yeah. Yes, other people have also thought about how the game works.
Right, exactly. Read the cards.
This game would be so easy if it wasn't for my opponent.
Yeah, for real. I find that discard stuff super strong.
Yeah.
Super
the
card to
stuff.
take resources out of their hands, strip their hands, stuff like that, really, because you're drawing 2 cards per turn as a team. So if you can ace their hands with stuff, it really tends to put them behind.
Yeah, we saw Atrioc play, I think it's Marlborough is the card that does damage to each opponent. I think each discards a card, and then each exiles the top 3 in that match, and that was pretty brutal. And it's funny, the exile actually hit really hard because it hit some of the bombs for Joy and Dom.
Yeah, so that Bahamut go away from that top of library trigger. That sucks to pull the mythic, and then you say bye.
Yeah, that is brutal.
Hectize is a common in the set, and it says each opponent discards a card. It's a black and 1.
Oh.
I expect to see at least one deck today that is just super brutal to play against.
Yeah.
That kind of card shows up a lot in LCI. I think it was a slug or a snail or something.
Yeah.
Makes opponent exile a card from their hand.
Yep.
In these kind of events, when you're pulling multiples of those and you can run all 5, all 6, if you got just crazy luck, really can brutalize an opponent.
Yeah. See, Broaden and Talia are walking by. You guys are getting into match soon, right?
Yeah, we're ready.
Oh, you're ready? Okay, cool. Well, I'm sure they'll be pulling you in just a moment. You can watch FlyQuest 2. We'll have these lovely individuals on it. So if you would like to go watch them play in just a little bit, that'll be good. How confident you guys can pull up a little closer to the microphone? How confident are you in your until you get pulled away? How confident are you in your decks?
We've done one test with the decks.
Okay.
We are moderately confident.
Moderately confident.
Well, I'm excited to see the stuff that you pulled. So we did a draft just yesterday, and I was really excited about all the +1 counter stuff that I happened to pull there. And it looks like you got some of those exact same cards that I was playing in our match just yesterday.
I copied your draft deck, like 1-to-1. Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping that bodes well because my draft deck did well. So I'm excited. I'm very excited.
Yeah, that's awesome. Great to have you guys here. Looking forward to it.
I'm putting all my eggs in Lightning's basket.
Oh, you have Lightning?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I am so excited.
I was so excited.
Yeah.
I haven't pulled her yet in a draft, so I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of removal in red, so I'm hoping for the best.
Yeah.
We will see.
I am. I think she's going to be really awesome to see played. Actually, speaking of that, I know when I was watching everybody open their packs back there, I did see that Raynad's promo card was Lightning. So I'm wondering, actually, Joel, you just played against Alice and Raynad. Did you see either of them playing Boros or running Lightning?
Raynad's on Boros.
Okay, yeah. Because the first thing I saw, because I was speaking in the conference room where everybody was building, I saw everybody open their pre-release kits, and Raynad's sitting right in front of me, and he opens his, and the promo card is Lightning. And I was like, okay, I feel like that'll be played. Looks like we've got our table 1 getting set up here with our team. So we're getting some looks like some last minute information on audio and how to do all the stuff. So that'll be good here in a second. But yeah, looking forward to it.
I'm also so excited because, Travis, you came out while players were building their decks, and you were like, so guess what Voxy pulled?
Yeah, here it is.
And here it is.
This is
this is
single
not a
pre-release kit that Voxy opened. Had both of these VVs and that Sephiroth.
Yes. This is not a. Yeah, people might be like, "Oh no, they messed up the graphic. They accidentally put Vivi in there twice." No.
There are two of them.
Vivi's in there twice.
Notably, Vivi also has the whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a plus one counter on Vivi, and it deals 1 damage to each opponent. It's the Black Mage text.
Yeah, it is.
We've already been talking about how that's so powerful over the course of the morning so far. And yeah, she has that in combination with the Vivi, growing and giving you mana, and ooh, that's gross.
Yeah.
As the backup strategy for red, you can combine some of those red Black Wizard cards in. We were talking about Reynad's Boros deck.
Yeah.
He was playing the 3-drop that creates a Black Wizard on the entrance. So you're getting some residual value from that, especially when you're playing weapons. Some of those like Dragoon's Lance, uncommon things
those will trigger that 'cause they're
and
not
it's a creature.
Yeah.
I love some of those creatures that job select, stuff like the Germ mechanic in Phyrexia.
Yeah.
Man, I love that mechanic so much. You can do so much good stuff with it.
Yeah. And it looks like over here, Crim unfortunately only has one feature card. Yeah.
Everything else sucks.
Again, these deck lists, if you would like to see the rest of Crim's deck, you can go see those at archidekt.com/FlyQuest. This is our secret way of getting you all to head to that page. But notably here, the Jumbo Cactuar, we talked a little bit about this from Tiebreakers because it's about life difference.
Huge. Oh, my word.
Yes.
No.
Yes. And I talked to Judge Travis, and the decision is that negative values do matter.
Hell yes.
So Jumbo Cactuar could be the difference in getting somebody to day 2
so
of this event.
To revisit this,
Yes.
the Tiebreakers, because we are playing 3 rounds round robin, there will very likely be teams that have the same record. So we will be determining which team advances if there are multiple teams with the same record based on the highest life total differential in their games.
Yeah.
Which means if you hit someone with a Jumbo Cactuar and put them to negative 9,990 or whatever, that's a pretty big life differential that will very likely win you a tiebreaker.
And now you have to hit it with Tifa's Limit Break as well to double its power and or triple its power if you've got the mana.
You're just styling. You're just styling at that point.
It looks like we do see them in the final setup. So it looks like they're going through probably mulligans right now.
I will say it is pretty funny because when Jumbo Cactuar was revealed, so many people were going nuts about it. They're like, oh, this is so overpowered and everything. And if you are an experienced Magic player, you recognize that beyond a certain point, that big number doesn't matter. It just matters whether it's bigger than their life total. But here it does.
Yes. That's a very good point. I'm sure Gavin did not anticipate this as he worked on this card. Okay, we're getting into the game. I'm going to leave you 3 here. I'm going to go grab a sandwich.
Get you some
going. Yeah.
So we have Crim and Billy Ray against Ames and Voxy with, like we said, the Ames Voxy decks look at least like they have some pretty terrifying options there. And I have to say, I really appreciate Ames sleeves.
Thought you might like those.
Commander Home sleeves, top left corner. Let's go.
One of our Commander at homies right up there.
I'm really just hoping Billy Ray is able to ramp up, get that Cactuar out. We got to get a Jumbo Cactuar going today for sure.
I do want to see the Cactuar in action.
Yeah, I want to see it also with whatever that, it's Galoof's final act or something like that.
Yes.
Where when the creature dies, however big its power was, you transfer that many +1 counters onto another creature. If it can happen. Not just trampling on the Cactuar, which is also great. Not just the limit break to double its power or whatever, but also if you can give another creature that many +1 counters. It would send me. Absolutely send me.
I'm sure Judge Travis.
I like your point about it's irrelevant power. Once you're past a certain number, it's like, sure, make it 1 billion. Who cares?
It is the sort of thing where, like, at a certain point, it's just arbitrarily large, and that doesn't matter, right?
Oh my God.
And that's something that I think when when you're a newer Magic player, like big number, the bigger the number, the more powerful it is, the cooler it is, and like very often the number in the top right is much more important. How much does that cast you to cast?
For sure.
And even in Commander with like 40 life points, 10,000 doesn't matter, right?
No.
Like, sure, maybe someone can gain a ton of life, but unless they're gaining literally infinite life, at which point, again, 10,000 doesn't matter.
Well, it was so funny when that came out, and I'm so much more on the Commander side of things, being an EDH rec and whatnot. But everyone got really excited about what you can do, give it trample, what you can do, give it lifelink to increase your own life that much. I just want to cast a deflecting palm on it more than anything. Please let me redirect that damage back to somebody's face. I need to pull it off one time in my life, and I'll be sated.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to say, I am someone who does really appreciate big numbers. I I typically don't play any kind of like in Commander, any kind of like infinite style combos.
I think we're
I just want to do the big thing,
Unison,
not the thing
No,
which
wait, other lane, other lane,
1
other
plus
lane,
1
other
just
lane.
equals game over, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So
And then
I
that
do
one-
appreciate. I have to appreciate Jumbo
That's a great
Caxar,
start.
even if I don't think it's worth the hype.
Now we're ready.
All right, yeah.
We're up and running
They
over here.
both play tournament
All right, we're
down in the same
drawing.
town.
Yeah.
That bodes well, I think.
Yeah.
Although, which town is that? Because
They're not synchronized. They even play the same land.
Well,
like the same
go ahead, right?
All right.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
you'd be like the same colors in the same town.
Yeah.
It's a non-colored town.
I just got to play
It is
this.
interesting to see some of that overlap. Yeah.
I don't recognize that art well enough to know.
Looks like Billy's on 3 colors.
Looks like they both might be. I think Crim is playing a white, black, and a white blue over there.
Possible in this format if you've got a green base, but so
That's a
far I've
good
seen
boy.
2 colors
Ooh,
working
good
really
boy.
well.
A very fine hound. We
Yeah.
have 2 of those right in the
Little
couch
untapped
right now.
That's right. Shout out.
Oko, you're in the game.
Look, it's a good boy like you.
I think Oko is genuinely
it's a
looking
good
over at the
move.
table with the sandwich.
It's a very good move. It's such a good move. We should also do such a thing. Yes.
Now we have 1 fine hound for each fine
And
hound.
I will play
This is
this
perfect.
guy.
You also have Torgal?
I do. Surprise!
Everyone's got Torgal. Okay.
Go ahead. Huh? All right.
There's a scary man outside the window.
I know. Oh my God. He won't leave us alone. All right.
Legendary Mana Rock, legendary creature, lots of triggers
Yeah.
on a lot of different cards with legendary. I think I actually see Sarah in Billy Ray's hand.
For sure. For sure.
The number of legends in this set is
Oh, yeah.
like what 164 across the entire thing.
Yeah, let me check my numbers.
That's wild.
Keeping EDA very busy with all the commander pages for sure.
Here's the first
I played a bunch of like legendary, like themed decks in standard, over the past few years and everything. And oh boy, did you get a lot of new options with this set.
Yes.
I'm going to play land.
Yes, indeed.
We're going to go to combat.
All of them
Okay.
get killed by Corey Steelcutter decks,
Right.
but that's beside
That's
the
true.
point.
Yeah.
We got bands coming up. We got bands coming up.
We should.
Go into combat.
That is a 2/2.
Dog attack.
They have a bunch of untapped mana. I have a 1/3. I don't trust them. As far as I can throw them.
Oh, I button mashed through the
115
phase.
legendary cards.
Oh,
in
okay.
this set.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Can we
no.
go back?
That's not
I
the
do.
commander
Oops.
set.
Not
No,
counting.
no, that's just
I feel like
FIN,
we
not
Standard
FIC.
legal set.
Right.
2? What do you think? I mean, we can all
should
either
double
the
block.
option
I'm gonna
are
get a
either
comp
take 2 or
with
like try to bait on the
Tarkir
trick, like, just put this in
Dragonstorm.
front. Because like it's like. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
This is a really viable piece to what you're about to do.
Not.
Oh, these are my favorite moments.
Yeah, they're conferring.
And then in
Do
the set,
do we block the 2/2 with our 1/3?
20 Tarkir Dragonstorm
All right,
legends.
so yeah.
Only 20 in that
I'll
entire
bite.
main
And that's
set.
115.
Quite a multiplayer.
115
Yep.
on Final Fantasy, just for a comp there. And you would think a Dragonstorm, that's like clan leaders named legend dragons. Just didn't have a ton of that.
We called their bluff. We called their bluff.
Okay.
All right. So
Womp
now.
womp.
No.
They
it's
just
still
they
alive.
just they just
Still
kiss.
alive.
Oh, okay.
They go
They just
wah,
kiss.
and then that's it.
Oh, he's 1/3.
He's a 1/3.
He's a 1/3.
Yeah.
Just
No,
a
no,
friendly
no.
fish
Okay.
and wolf kiss.
This
Yeah.
is actually,
Now-
I
Well,
think,
so now
a moment that's
Yeah,
worth
now-
kind of
and now
discussing
we
a little
talk
bit.
through.
Like,
Who doesn't live a good fish?
assuming you have no use for your mana,
gonna wait.
right? With your mana,
Before you do that.
you don't care necessarily that much for dies. It's very low
Okay, how
cost
many
to make
cards
this
do y'all
tap,
have in
right?
hand?
Indeed.
Essentially zero cost, other than like
I'm not.
maybe they trade
6?
off their 2/2,
6, huh?
in which which is a mana creature, which is fine, right? And maybe you just get 2 damage in.
I
And
think it's
and
actually fine.
a lot of
Okay, so we'll just
people
play this.
would just not bother
I'm
making
gonna
an
play
attack
Galen.
because they're like,
Flying
they just
Vigilant,
block.
as long as
But
you control
there's
2 or more
again
artifacts,
no
this creature
cost
gets
to
2
it because they're tapped out. They can't do
Alright.
anything. So maybe you just get 2 for damage.
That's it. Yeah. And if nothing else,
Okay.
And
forcing them to
legendary
deliberate
creature
that hard about
yeah,
it.
yeah.
costs 2 less to
Make them
cast.
wonder what you got.
It costs them at least like 30 seconds of their lives. That's the real cost.
That also enters with a 1/1 counter.
Yes.
Galacat's
Portal.
relevant. We were talking
Yes.
about it
Wait, there's
last
more words on this
match,
thing?
Brian. The
Oh, God.
flyers in this set.
Oh my god.
Yep.
I'm
Pretty
losing
limited.
my- Very, very limited.
Can I read that again?
Reach is huge in this set.
Please. No. Okay.
16,
backside.
So do you
only
come out
16
here
flyers in the
Are
entire
we allowed to
set.
look at the backside?
Versus
Is
a
that allowed?
set like
Okay.
Dragonstorm that had
Legendary
28 or
actually.
Foundations that had
Transform.
25.
A couple of the dragoons do have the temporary flying.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh,
huge.
it's
Those
a-
Dragoon
oh,
Lances
okay,
as an
okay.
uncommon, fantastic uncommon,
All right,
because
that's
given
a
your
little spooky.
your team flying
Don't
on your
love
turn
that. And it's a 3
super relevant for getting
currently.
damage across.
Yikes. All right.
resolve the Sarah Fair in there.
No, not yet.
Speaking of legends,
Yep.
she's one that cares very specifically about him, yeah?
She gives you a discount in the first legendary card you play each turn.
Yeah.
That was one of the cards I went right to for my Samwise Gamgee commander deck.
Yo, yeah.
Fantastic.
Didn't open one, though, so I didn't actually have it to play when I played the deck on our filming a couple weeks ago. Spoiler alert, I play Samwise again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think so. Because you drew...
Since Crim is in this game, I guess I'll share this anecdote. Crim did open one of the
I agree,
SIDs that has so many different printings.
Yeah.
And specifically a copy of Sid that I'm very interested in to like Crim later after this is done. You want to trade, bro? Because I really like that version of Sid.
Woo! Okay, all right.
Shinra Reinforcement's huge for the graveyard deck in this. Not a ton of self-mill that you want to run, but that one coming down as a 3-drop and milling 3. Milling 3 is really like, that's kind of the gold standard for those self-mill single triggers. If it's doing at least 3, we got a nice little
and
hit.
there's the first VV.
There it is.
Which it's scary saying the first VV.
Yeah,
right? It's not even just like there's a VV. There's the first VV.
At least there's a good amount of removal in this set. There's quite a bit of destroy target creature or minus X, minus X.
It's true. And hey, if Vivi gets cornered by black mages, if nothing else, it's flavorful to the game.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, for 3.
Well, he has backup, right? Isn't that one sacrifice the creatures?
Yep.
Isn't cornered by black mages you choose and sacrifice?
That's right. That's right.
And then we draw.
I feel like you guys are being crazy right now. Okay, let's talk about what's happening.
Oh my word. I think I just spied a thing in Voxy's hand.
If it's a non-creature spell, that's what she really needs right now. Some way to grow Vivi's power, at least 1, so that we can start getting activations and getting extra mana there.
The thing I think I spotted in Vox's hand might be the other Vivi.
Oh,
I think they might both be present in that hand,
Oh,
so
boy.
there is redundancy in case the first one gets injured. I think there is another one locked and loaded. I believe I spied that correctly.
Fortunately for the opponents, a legendary creature.
Yes, goodness.
Once that Vivi gets up to 5 toughness, that's going to be really tough for a good amount of the removal in this format. Lots of 3 and lower toughnesses in the set. 4 damage is going to kill something like 85% of creatures in the format.
Raise a chocobo. Okay. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 green bird creature token.
Billy trying to live the dream that Dom could not.
And then it's like if you have 4
Just gotta side
something
quest
on
it, you know,
combat or
sometimes.
upkeep,
Oh, yeah.
you flip it.
Yeah, so whenever a land I control enters, this token gets +1/0 to end of turn. At the beginning of my first main phase, if I control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment.
Okay.
1 bird so far.
I do hope to see more.
I would play this, and then we go to combat.
You want to play it now?
4 birds is a lot. I'd love to know the rate of flip on that one in limited. I feel like that's a tough one to pull
Probably
off.
pretty low.
Yes.
You'd probably have to be very dedicated to the Gruul landfall version. With
Yeah,
the
you'd mostly the
chocobo.
racetrack.
Right.
The racetrack is
especially.
what's going to get you there.
Yeah, that's what I was
So
playing
I'll also tap
yesterday. Was the
one
racetrack, the
because
mountain
Sarah-
chocobo, Gladiolus helping with landfall stuff.
Yeah.
I can play
And if you
Emperor
can't get all of them to work together, then
for
heck
one
yeah.
less.
But getting enough birds,
And then when she
Is the
enters,
1-drop chocobo that gets a counter every landfall, is that a rare or an
Okay,
uncommon?
so
Uncommon.
chocobo
It's an
is
uncommon?
back.
Okay, so you could
Chocobo,
potentially
yeah,
see one of
back to
those
my
really
hand.
help
You
too.
don't want to put that back?
Yeah, surprisingly,
They're just so fragile, mostly being tokens. Bounce it in. You're done.
And
And then now we'll just go to combat.
go to combat.
Okay.
So
All
at
right.
the beginning of combat, on your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you may transform this.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you may. You don't have to.
We got to transform.
Wow. You may.
Definitely want to
may.
transform.
Yeah, Crim's like, we don't care about the may.
And yeah, then you'll just.
I was
we'll
trying to
go
figure out why
combat.
they played the flash creature like
So you have
pre-combat.
no fire.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the
get
transform.
that transform for sure.
Not currently.
Not currently. Okay.
Not currently.
That is what matters.
Not currently.
That.
So I think we'll
just
just.
so everyone knows.
The 3 spells that
Chat,
Verhey has cast
this
have all
is
been legendary.
a
That's so
transforms to
wild.
crystallize Sarah. So the first legendary creature spell I cast each turn costs 2 less to cast, just like Sarah. But legendary creatures I control get +2 too.
Yep.
So
What?
That
is an even finer hound.
And then this guy gets a 2.
+2,
Okay.
+2.
Maybe they should have traded earlier.
Talking to the lower toughness creatures in this format overall. +2, +2, any kind of giant growth abilities.
Oh, it's back.
Those combat tricks are even better in this
Power
format
attack,
than
this flies and
normal.
has vigilance.
We can't do anything
Because
about
getting
that.
up over
This
the
is
power
4.
toughness is going to get
What
you
is
into
that?
those trades that are beneficial on your side.
Okay.
So +2/+2 across the board on her legends is just so strong.
Yeah, that's a very, very powerful Anthem effect. And as we were talking about, just how many legends are in the set. Like that's going to affect, quite possibly a huge percentage of the creatures in her deck.
Okay. So
turn 3, turn 4, flipping that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Answer.
No.
We can answer that because you got the thing here. She has a backup. Well, the main thing here is
in my deck, yeah.
I think it's better.
Yeah, in my deck, not in my hand.
Not in my hand.
Definitely not. Don't worry about it.
Okay, well, I actually asked
Maybe I just know Voxy too well. But I'm just like, I think I read through that poker face and I can't even see her face right now.
Same.
Short-term.
So, one time when we did a Commander at Home shoot, we were playing like Jackpot games afterwards, and there's the Faker game where you have someone's the Faker and they have to basically pretend a bunch of different things. Every single time she was the Faker, I was like, it's Voxy. And she got so mad. I was just like, I have a read on you. I have a read on you, girl.
In the sky. That's a direct quote.
Transparency. It's good for a React streamer. It's not great for a poker player.
A 1/1 human.
Oh, how about a hero?
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems good.
I don't know if there is.
I like those.
Okay.
And then I think we're done.
Good sandwiches.
Heroes.
All right, we untap.
She's got another copy of Sarah in her hand.
You're kidding me.
She could play that on top with the flipped one because they're not going to legend rule each other out.
Well,
that's nutty.
Yeah. Then it's like your first legendary card each turn is basically free.
Yeah, here's another. And the transform is a May trigger, right?
Yep.
Right. You don't have to. You just Sarah pumping up a Sarah. That's
backing up Evie, and then you got something.
Yes, start with 2 BBs in your hand. Diabolical.
Who said I didn't draw into it? Because what's up?
I believe, we don't have it on our screen, but I believe Voxy did just play the second BV.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Based on the banter.
What do you think?
Yeah, that goes.
Okay.
There it is.
Yep.
A second VV has hit the battlefield.
That's so cool. I'm just
7/5.
I'm just kind of in awe.
Summon Titan.
And trample. Yeah.
5 mana 7/7. Not too shabby.
Yeah, and the second chapter, bringing all the lands from your graveyard, can be absolutely. Ooh, and it's so many lands. So yeah, the second chapter is return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield, which is both just very powerful, but also is extremely potent with landfall effects.
Absolutely.
Right, which there are a lot of in this set. None for Ames on the board right now, but
once that Splendid Reclamation effect goes off, she's not going to have mana problems for the rest of the game.
Oh yes.
She is set, and depending on how many cards are in her hand at this point or how much gas they can draw into.
Yeah. Here's hoping there's a mana sink somewhere in that deck to put all of that mana into as well.
Seriously.
Slow it down a little bit. That's worth it, right? I would say, and plus whatever here.
I think I see a piece of removal in Voxy's hand.
Tap 1 blue, and I'm going to sleep magic on the dog, so it won't untap.
Nice.
And whenever it's dealt damage, I sacrifice the aura.
Okay.
And then triggers from Vivi, you guys will take 2 pings.
He's just sleeping, okay?
Very flavorful removal there.
A sleepy dog?
Yeah. Oko, you're just...
Brian, can you tell us more about sleepy dogs?
Yeah.
And
This guy's on here?
yes, on this, yes.
Ellie, did someone cast sleep magic on you?
He doesn't untap.
We do, but 4/4 over here. So we'll
Reach
hold
and
back,
trample
then
on
I
that
think we're
Summon
just
Titan,
passing.
is that right?
Yeah, pass.
Okay.
But let's talk about next turn.
I think that's what that says.
Or this doesn't.
Yeah, it does have reach and trample.
On top of it all being a trampling 7/7.
Yeah.
You do only get one
I
attack,
did draw land, thankfully.
right? Because it goes to chapter 2 and then it
Right,
goes away.
right.
But the threat of blocking for the 1 turn and then they attack for 7.
Yeah.
On top of the getting all your lands is still pretty powerful. It is just very interesting, like the way in which you have to evaluate the Saga creatures so differently, right?
Yes.
Because you can't just evaluate them on rate of their stats.
Yeah.
Because they've again have 1 attack if they're a 3 chapter, 2 attacks if they're 4 chapter, etc.
And they're going to block it with their own little triangle bow. But if I have trample.
This makes
They've overall been strong, though, in my experience. Even some of the common, uncommon ones. Is there like Summon Ifrit, the 3 mana red one that's just adding red mana? Even those are playing well. They're worth running. It's nice to have that entire group of cards with that mechanic
And
be
with all
playable.
all the stuff that they enable too, filling of graveyard for the decks that care about
Exactly.
that, letting you sacrifice for the decks that care about that.
I had to remind myself what the Summon Titan third chapter is, which until end of turn, target you control gets trample and +X, where X is the number of lands you control. So he may only get one attack, but he brings the punch if he has a friend.
Definitely.
Now, is it target creature you
It is.
control?
It is you control.
Second Sarah has hit the battlefield.
Hey, there she is.
It's like, oh, you have 2 Mythic Rares? I have 2 Mythic Rares. Weird. Actually, I'm not sure if these Mythic or rare. But
I'm not sure either, but I
Either way.
appreciate the symmetry of double legend.
Let's see.
There went a box. My partner, Fob Master, said, hey, is there any other collector product on site that I could buy? And I was like, we can probably arrange that.
Hers.
Okay, yeah. And then
Our play that.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yep.
All the lands come into play tapped, right?
They do.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
And you have 3 cards in hand? I think I have to play this. So, okay.
Crim realizing the math that the Titan poses.
Okay. Untap.
May I read this? Yes. Draw.
Billy realizing.
Fear onto the stack.
Just for clarity's sake, I believe the dice on Billy's
That
creatures, the 2s represent the buff from the other
so.
thing, but the 1 is an actual counter for the
Correct.
torque. So
very clear.
One of the issues with representing continuous effects with dice is that you end up with multiple dice, that are representing different things.
Mm-hmm.
Even further with saga counters.
Yes.
Number of lands.
Yeah, a saga creature with +1/+1 counters.
I picked up,
and then like a flying counter and a trample death.
I picked up the Counter Blitz precon a little bit ago, and it has exactly that.
Yeah.
Like, here's all these saga creatures that will have their lore counters, and +1 counters. All right, choose which one you want to end up proliferating with that commander's ability.
That deck adds shield counters, trample counters on top of that, so you're tracking so much.
I played that deck yesterday, and I survived through 3 board wipes that were only played to stop me specifically, and I still won that game. Shout out to Daniel Holt for making that precon. It was real good.
Yeah. 5. But the main thing here is not to confuse the 1/1 counter with the normal pump.
Now they're talking to it. What the hell are these?
That was exactly what I was
same brain, we're on the same page.
It might actually be helpful to do this one with red as well, because this isn't currently pumped; it's being pumped by that. So maybe match the dice to
That's a good
All right, so
point.
the table is also having trouble parsing all of the different markers and counters.
Same there, yeah.
There you go. Okay, they've decided on a color coordination for the aura effect.
There we go.
Love it.
Teamwork.
There's a system.
Yeah, Sarah getting her own +2/+2.
Yeah.
Crim seems to have hit a little bit of a stall with his game. We haven't really seen anything else develop onto his board, and he seems stuck on 4 lands right now.
I think.
Yeah, you just put the flyer and then the one removal spell.
That said, I do think he's probably doing one of my favorite classic things to see in Two-Headed Giant, where one person's doing most of the here's my board presence, and the other person's doing, all right, now I got the removal.
Yeah, we saw this a bit with Jimmy Wong and Atrioc's decks, is that Atrioc had the sort of proactive Black Mage strategy, and Jimmy's deck was primarily support and reactive cards. So because of the nature of Two-Headed Giant and one person being able to spend their mana proactively while you hold up mana to do play removal or play counter magic or things like that, it creates an interesting deck building dynamic that you don't see in 1v1.
Yep.
Yeah. It was one of my favorite things when tinkering with the Battle Bond set that they did ages ago.
Would love a sequel to Battle Bond.
Me too.
Speaking as a Two-Headed Giant lover, I know that I'm one of a dozen that loved it, but please, there are dozens of us.
At bare minimum, put the Battle Bond lands in more sets.
Seriously.
Come on.
Yeah, for real.
Is
that
one second.
another soccer creature?
That is the
Big
Summon
Chocobo?
Fat Chocobo.
Big Choco!
I love the fact that there's just Summon Fat Chocobo.
Yeah.
It is
It's a good card, too. It's very
that,
playable.
That is just one of my favorite things in the set.
Big Burb.
Uh-oh, syncopate.
Yeah, and you can't.
Yep, and he is there.
Hey,
Exile the
that's
spell.
the Crim I know. I saw him opening his stuff, and I was like, oh, Jumbo Cactuar and all of these amazing green cards. And Crim was like, yeah, but I
Here.
don't wanna. Yeah, exactly. Just that motion.
Here you
Just
go.
Billy, you take these.
Here you go.
I found a syncopate.
At this table, we're not
Literally,
friends.
as decks were being opened, we had to clarify about what mill will mean for
And
the
it was
life differential.
specifically aimed at Crim.
Specifically for Crim, yeah.
I think what's going to catch them long term is they are mana starved right now. Billy Ray just missed another land drop, stuck on 3, and Crim's on 4. Ames now on 9 mana.
Yeah, notably, Billy Ray does have the reduction for legendary creatures at least.
That's true.
So she can play more than her mana count would suggest. That said, yeah, she's still, for most spells, or at least most spells in a normal format,
correct.
She is very much constrained on mana.
Is that Omega?
Okay.
She's showing the Omega there, and they're realizing that 7 mana is... It's a legend?
I believe it is.
So that's going to be huge here, that she can cast this. To your point, there you go.
Yep.
Enormous resolution.
It's
right.
2 plus 1, so it's 3. Yeah.
Yep. So that is Omega. It costs 1 less for each non-basic land you control, I believe, and she also has -2 to her first legend from 2 different effects. So this 8-cost card she is playing for 3 mana.
That's nutty.
Okay. All right. So one of each of our creatures is getting a stun counter and being tapped.
Yes. So each.
Oh no, this is the one I was thinking of. But it is
Reduced
7.
just by the- yeah.
There's a different one that's reduced for your non-basic lands.
So we.
Sorry about that audio problems if those are getting through to y'all chat.
Yep.
Okay.
We've got
We gain 1.
the Omega resolving for 3
Yeah.
off the 2 legendary reducers.
Yes.
So
And now just, what, a casual 10/10?
Yeah, well, and it's also it taps one for each opponent. So another card that functions more powerfully in Two-Headed Giant than it would in 1v1. Obviously, the card that is like leans toward multiplayer formats.
Yep.
But yeah, stunning 2 things and then gaining a little bit of life, sort of irrelevant. Only 1 here. But locking down 2 creatures here can be very important, especially with the Titan coming off the last chapter of the saga next turn.
Yeah.
So the most threatening creature is at least dealt with there.
So
Yeah, really limiting what they'll be able to do with that ability on the next turn. Hopefully better able to prepare for it.
Really gives interesting choices when the developers put in, you've got the saga mechanic, but you've got bounce in this a lot, and you've got stun counters in this a lot, tap down effects, ice magic, stuff like that. And so it gives some interesting play for you to do with your own sagas, bounce and play them again, for them to tap them down, really turn them off, but you're still getting the passives. Speak of the devil.
What are you targeting? Blue player? The large
We're having a blue player off.
Omega's not the only bomb at uncommon either. There are some uncommons that can really help you close out games in this. You don't necessarily have to just hit rares and mythics. Though the rares and mythics one card can take over the game in
Do you mean
some
specifically
cases.
in the blue-green, like the non-basic lands archetype, or?
Overall, I think
okay.
got a lot of big attackers at that uncommon rarity.
I think that Voxy's playing Blizzara here to put on top or bottom of the library. I think she tapped 4 there.
So that goes back to your.
What's going on here?
Oh no, it's going to hand. Okay.
Hello.
Oh,
Jimmy, what's
joined by
up?
Jimmy Wong.
So this is just 1.
Is VV still alive?
VV is still alive.
VV2 is alive.
VV number 2.
Okay.
Same thing to me.
With 1 counter on it, looks like it's stunned right now. Or something?
VV, I believe, is stunned.
Got stunned down.
Omega came in. I
Yeah,
see.
Omega came down, stunned some things. Ames does have a Summon Titan that is getting to the 3rd chapter.
That's a lot of lands.
Yeah.
Billy Ray's got a flipped Sarah and a front face Sarah.
Asian Avenger with a Gaily cat.
And,
Not even the 3/3.
and staying open for syncopate. you know,
Something.
As it were.
Syncopate, yeah, it must be a syncopate. But I don't know. It's gonna be hard to syncopate Ames.
Yes. Very much.
My guess is that Crim is holding up his mana for something to deal with the big attacking creature from the saga.
There's also the 2 in the blue flash enchantment to tap down, as well as just bounce.
I was going to
Ice
make a bet on that, what's that Moogle rare?
Oh, the make a 1/1 for
each creature someone controls and they're
the
indestructible.
cloud, the Moogle one? Yeah, that card is
I have mine.
bonkers.
I'm sorry, 5. Yes. We'll take 5.
Okay.
Oh, magic catering.
Yeah.
Air horn.
We're about to get extra catty now. Very sure. Okay. So they've taken 5. I think.
There's a lot of
I'm
nothing
very
happening
concerned about what
considering
Ames
Crim is the
doing.
only one with
So I
open
think
mana.
Ames
So
has
Crim,
four-
come on, brother. Let's
yeah, there's
get
the
it going.
Moogle's Valor
Ten
we're seeing
mana.
on the screen.
Moogle Valor, yeah.
The
So
problem
I
with the
think
Moogle's
the one
Valor
thing is to prepare
in
for
this
whatever
instance would be that
It makes him one creature.
Well,
I think this is
it
where
makes
I'm at.
it makes only one creature, but also like you just get an indestructible 1/1, which is not very good against a gigantic
I'm gonna
trample.
play.
Good point.
Yes.
All right,
When this creature
Hectize.
enters, each opponent discards a
Pretty
card.
good. Both opponents discarding the card.
One of those each
we were
opponent
talking about that
cards.
earlier.
Yeah.
Amazingly, we only got
Okay.
one in our pool.
And then
Same.
I'm gonna
We
play
only had one.
that card is absurd.
Blitzball Star.
Tidus.
Crim tapped out? Who is this person?
Yeah.
I know, right?
Also, we tapped out for
enters, put a 1/1
not
counter
a
on
very
Tidus.
impactful turn compared
when
to an
Tidus
upcoming
attacks, tap target creature and opponent.
That might be why they are just trying to get as many like
that's our turn.
Yeah.
points of toughness for
But Tidus is a 2/1 and it's a 1/1 he just played. So.
Good GG.
Oh, here we go.
Yes.
All right, well, the summon final chapter of Summon Titan is going to go
Crim,
off.
very quick to point out that it dies.
It does, but it makes that doggy real big.
Yeah, that's a big old dog.
Yeah.
I like that we've seen these warring dogs of which dog can be get
Seriously.
bigger. Because one got pumped by the Sarah flipping into the Anthem. Now this other one is getting pumped by the
Getting
Titan.
pumped by the Anthem and then took a nap.
And then took a nap, yeah.
I definitely don't want to say was put to sleep because that is a very different
Phrasing.
He took a nap.
Took a nap, yeah.
He'll wake up eventually.
If any damage
He's
is done,
fine.
he'll wake up, right?
Perfectly normal sleepy dog.
What's that
Just a
on the
snoozle.
bottom right of Billy's board there?
That's the flip
that is
Sarah.
the flipped Sarah. That is your
+2/+2
legendary
legendaries.
anthem, legendary discount.
Very nice. So sharing white in the pools from Asian Avenger and Billy Ray. Interesting.
Yeah, Torgal getting +9/+9 and trample. So that is an 11/11 trampling dog here.
Casual.
Actually, a wolf.
There is an Omega that's a 10/10 though.
I feel like it should be a dog.
It's true,
right?
it's true.
Yep, that is a 10/10 Omega.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
Yeah, I forgot about that. All right, well, it's swinging in.
It is 11.
It has to absolutely swing.
Yeah.
It's a are those +1/+1 counters or is that
No,
just marking
that's the mark from
Okay, then that's a 10/10.
Yeah, it's 10/10.
Whatever they have, we get this out. And then.
All right, here comes an 11. Block and take.
Yeah, it is an interesting spot, right? Because like if you just take the 11, you now have a 10/10 that's going to stay a 10/10.
Yeah.
Right, and they're guys back to a 2/2. However, that's a lot of damage. If you do block, you're totally tapped out, and you're risking your 10/10 against any number of possible combat tricks.
Also, the Sahagan is very scary on Voxy's board if Billy doesn't block here. Because it would go to 9, and then the Sahagan can become a 3-power creature with the next, and just start cracking in.
This is the only attacker, right?
Yeah, it is currently.
Looks like they're throwing a lot in front of the bus here.
That's good enough. All right, so what do we
Just trying to guarantee that will actually.
A big dog.
Yeah.
This means that if she has a shot,
What do you think about this gigantic dog?
Oh yeah, so they're considering what else they want to possibly throw in front of it. Yeah. And this is a play that I think is really underutilized, which is massively overblocking on something.
Yeah.
A lot of people will be like, I will block with exactly enough or like a bigger thing, and then like a combat trick blows them out.
Yeah, you leave yourself
so
with a blitzball
often.
shot.
So often people are totally thrown. Like I block with all my creatures. Like what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I did not process what that means.
Just whole fist, put them all in front,
Yeah.
see what happens. They'd have to have quite a combination of spells here to really get rid of it. Voxy could bounce. Maybe there's a blitz ball, +3/+3 trample.
Okay.
All right, so now they're ordering blockers. It looks like they're taking the Hectize out as well as the Omega. Nice. Hey. Good job, team.
I mean, that was a really big swing for Ames and Voxy there. They took out a couple of very threatening permanents. You know, the biggest thing on Billy Ray's board.
Yeah.
I am excited to see with all of the mill effects that are in Ames's deck, whether there's also
It's
any
a lot
of
of
that
mana from
revival
Voxy.
spell.
Oh, is this a summon Leviathan?
Leviathan. Looks like that's
man.
Leviathan.
Oh, wow.
This card has been brutalizing people today.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
Brutal.
So that's just going to send everything home.
Huge bounce. That is so brutal for Crim in particular. He tapped out.
Yes, he did.
Now basically just made him discard cards last turn, and that was it.
Yeah.
Rough.
The bird dies.
Yeah, bird
See,
goes
they
to
get-
nowhere.
Ambrosia gets to buy something back,
It-
but doesn't do much.
Yeah, it does. It does. Get rid of the sleep on the dog.
Yep.
So we
It's
did
true.
say the dog was going to wake up.
Yeah,
we
there
were
we go.
right.
It is.
It's true,
He
it's
was
true.
fine.
Sagan, by the way, a merfolk, so it did not get bounced.
I like too that they
Oh,
made
interesting.
careful sure to get rid of the Hectize to not let that one get bounced
Yep.
back.
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
And also, they got rid of the Omega, right?
Yes.
They were able to use the temporary stats to effectively permanently remove a bunch of things before the bounce effect.
Billy Ray gets to keep her reduction of
the Anthem is still
legend
there.
spells, so she can rebuild a little bit faster, but still just on 3 mana.
And this is where that being mana pinched is going to be a really big deal.
Exactly.
Because that board took several turns to deploy.
Yes.
And it's going to take several more to rebuild because she is so stalled on land.
I assume she leads with the other copy of Sarah again to like further discount future turns, but it will still take time to build.
If you have like 2 things that have like 2 colorless in their cost, you're not really getting the
Okay, notably,
really the
Ames
advantage
did
there.
mill her Fight On here, which is a card that returns creatures from her graveyard to her hand. So she's not going to be able to buy some stuff back unless she has other ways of doing it. And her deck looks so thin.
It's true. She has milled a lot.
Yeah, that's a pile of cards right there.
You certainly want to hit the cards like Fight On in this archetype because you want to be able to mill just uncontrollably. Don't care. Mill, mill, mill. Get some of that stuff back.
Seamlessly, like teach me your trick.
Wow, has Billy Ray been working on 3 lands this whole time?
Yep.
Incredible.
She cast the Omega off of
Sarah and
the Sarah and the flip Sarah.
the flip Sarah. The 7-cost card off of 3 land.
Wow.
So this is the trade-off is.
It's a shame too that she's got a landfall card in her hand as well. It's just like, well, it doesn't unfortunately seem to be working.
She's just been saving her land drops for the Chocobo.
It looks like she has 3 Chocobos in hand. So it's getting close to SideQuest Chocobo.
Depending on the colors of her mana,
think I
she could
spy-
Sarah and drop Wolf on the same turn here.
Okay, what would you do? Just curious.
No, because the Sarah still affects only the first one you
The
play.
first
and
one.
it was the
it's
first one.
one.
It's not the first one it sees. It's the first one you play.
So,
So you can't sequence and get an additional discount by playing the Sarah first.
Yeah. Which would be sick.
Yeah.
Didn't you have a 4-color Legends deck?
Alright, so I'm gonna play Sausage Chocobo.
Sausage
Would you play some kind of Legendary Matters deck with Relic of Legends?
Oh, in standard,
Yeah.
5-color. Yeah. I have played. I was saying earlier that I've played so many Legend Matters decks in standard that get a ton of cool options from this set. None of which allow you to beat a Corey Steel deck.
So she sequenced it so you got the Chocobo down and then played her 4th land of the game.
There you go.
Cool.
And this is the Chocobo that gets a +1/+1 counter for landfall.
Every landfall. If that deck breaks out
Crim
in
is an
standard, you're
interesting
sure
spot.
it'll
He
be
has
the
a
one
4-mana
drop.
Sephiroth's Intervention or whatever it's called. What does he use it on here?
To play
Voxy's going to draw 2 cards if he allows that Leviathan to stick around.
Yeah.
The Sahagin also could be a lethal threat over time.
Feels bad to use a piece of removal on these sagas.
On the saga? That's
Yeah.
But at the same time, you don't want them to get that middle
draw
step.
cards.
Yeah, draw 2 with a VV still in hand for Voxy. Pretty sick.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Good boy is
Our
back.
boy. Oh, actually, because
There it is, Sephiroth's Intervention.
Yeah, never mind.
Who's he stabbing? Does anyone know what character?
So we have one left.
Going after?
Mana left.
I do not.
Look at that.
4/4 now. And then
Wait, you don't
The
actually
flavor
know.
text would suggest it's Cloud.
Yeah. In
Oh,
this
I thought
case-
you meant like who would be targeting on the board. You mean actually in the game?
Oh, in the game, yeah.
in the
yeah.
lore?
Spoiler alert. Yeah. It's not Torgal. Sorry.
I do love. I'll try and say this in a way that is spoiler free. I love that the card in the set does have a death trigger.
Yeah.
It's very flavorful.
Oh, now I know what you're talking
Very,
about.
very fitting, yeah. It's kind of like one of those, Dumbledore dies
What are you
type
doing,
of spoilers.
Crim?
Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
that
But everyone
Sure does have
Yeah,
the
also
horses
Rosebud
too.
is a sled. Okay.
Yeah,
I know, right?
We're well past.
We're well past, yeah.
We're on the TV show reboot of Harry Potter.
There you go.
At this
That's a good
point.
point.
We can
Good
talk
point,
about
yeah.
spoilers.
Darth Vader is Luke's father, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Palpatine has returned. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
there you
people
go.
here. Yeah.
No, that one didn't happen.
No.
Right.
Yeah, good point. Those
Block
movies
that
don't
one
exist
out.
in my mind. For sure not. All right, what's Crim doing here?
That was Rise of Skywalker was the last movie that I saw before everything shut down with
Yeah.
COVID, and I was like, if this is how movie theaters die, they deserve it.
I assumed it was because the Cats movie came out so close before the world shut
I
down.
forgot all about that. The culture phenomenon Cats movie?
Yeah, and I assumed that was like one of the last big releases. Well, I say big releases. One of the last questionable releases. and then the
One
world
of the
just,
last
like,
discussed releases.
Discussed.
Discussed and disgusted.
Yes.
There was a group of people that were not disgusted with it, but
And they were furries.
It's a counter.
they were furries, yeah.
They're under the spell, Lieutenant, put a 1/1 counter
Pitch
on the
them at
creature,
your
make a
local
buff
furry.
on them. So it stays at 2/4, or well, I guess continues on.
I think Crim is trying to figure out what he wants to Sephiroth's intervention here.
It seems like
He
it,
just
yeah.
passes the turn, though, which I don't know is a great idea against Voxy's deck.
Letting her get those cards off
Maybe
the
he knows all the
Leviathan.
cards in his hand.
How much mana do we have?
Actually.
1, 2.
I know
So it's a VV.
There's no way Voxy.
Yeah, maybe he's worried about the VV.
So
he's
that
going to
does make
respond to the
sense.
first activation or something.
It's a promo.
Or just when they
He has to
pass.
before they go to combat. So
definitely not in there. You're
will,
crazy.
unless she plays a 4-mana spell,
Okay, so-
it won't. The Sagan won't be able to safely
mean,
attack. I
yeah,
don't think.
right?
It can be
You
double
think?
blocked here.
Yeah. Because that would leave me at a good spot, I think.
Foxy had 2 cards in hand. Looks
For
like Ames
sure
has 3 or 4.
Absolutely.
Looks like
And
3,
then
3
what do you
cards
think,
there.
support?
Ooh, I
Looks
see
like a
Odin.
summon in Ames's hand for a land.
Summon Odin.
Fenrir,
We may
maybe?
hurt the dog.
Odin.
I think we're hurting
Oh,
the
it's
dog.
Odin.
Yeah, summon
Odin.
We know that one is in her deck. We saw that in
hold on.
the
Yo.
All right, I like
preview.
it. So yeah, we'll do that prior
Voxy
to
is
one of the
combat.
best cards in the
official dog.
It was a very powerful card.
That hurts.
Probably trying to strategize their removal here to
You'll
clear
have
the
to
path
tap
and
another
let
box.
Odin win the
Two black,
game.
so you lose one and then untap one
Although
green.
maybe they should go to combat first, but
Okay,
we'll see
so
here.
yeah, you're good. So we're gonna attempt to play.
Makes the attacks a little better.
Oh.
Right.
ETB destroy.
I see. I
And we're not
see.
gonna shoot a bird. We're gonna
Okay.
shoot a dog.
Okay.
Whoa, hold up.
Boxy.
Hold up.
Come on, Vox.
Judge!
And now you
Okay,
can
in
respond.
response.
All right, targeting probably the.
Oko, Ellie, cover your
okay.
eyes.
Here comes first.
That
Save
is her-
the dog. We
Yeah, there
saved
we
the
go.
dog.
Okay.
Save the dog. There
We're
you go.
good.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
Good.
There you go.
Ambrosia Whiteheart, by the way.
So if
costing
I
one
get
less.
hit by this,
Indeed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well
Yes.
planned.
Sick.
Your first legendary spell of the turn.
Oh,
This is
right.
a new turn.
It's a brand new turn.
I should have told him that.
Yeah, well planned.
I mean,
Playing fair
how
now.
dare you be supportive
I know.
and nice in this very
Same number of
cutthroat-
blockers now.
So this is a 4/4, right? Because it is a
It
legendary
is a
as well.
legendary.
Okay.
That's right.
All right.
Surprise.
So-
bird.
Getting the anthem, Big Bird.
I am.
All right, Crim
before
doesn't have to deal with
combat
Odin
everything,
right
I
now.
am
Then
also
so
gonna tap
Looks like
3, like so. I will
3
play
mana for
VV.
Voxy, tapping like an adult. Oh,
Yes,
VV,
and
back
then
out.
I think if we go to combat. No,
Anyone want to place a bet on how quickly
Yeah,
Crim will
I
use
think
the
it's no,
removal
not
spell on
combat.
that?
VV, yeah. I don't know.
Well,
It
it's
hasn't
interesting.
done that much this game.
It's interesting because now that there's a threat of
for sure.
Odin, right? You need to keep in mind, like, okay, do we
don't have to
you know,
do that.
do we want to
Yeah,
save
for
this
sure.
for the Odin? Do we want to use it right now because we have chump blockers for Odin?
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
what is important here?
What if Ames gives trample?
Yeah, one blitzball shot could really.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's reading it.
Yep. We got a reader.
Yeah, the game is giving trample, right? Because it just needs to connect at
You're
all.
gonna shit.
Yeah.
Just
And the
make
trigger
sure
happens.
Make a bird.
Amen.
That seems like a flavor pill.
All right, the chocobo kick now. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
What is this going on?
Oh wait. Well, actually, wait. Let me read this real
I
quick.
think. Yeah.
Let me read this real quick.
Ambrosia
Target
Whiteheart?
creature you control deals damage
Or
equal to its
Saz's
power to
Chocobo?
target creature an opponent controls if the spell was.
She's got the lands to bounce, though,
deals
so it's
twice
going to
that
do
much
double
damage
power damage.
Judge
Rad.
Travis, hypothetically.
So whatever they
if
want
this
dead is
were to
dead.
not be here, does it still do a chocobo kick?
It does not.
Yes, that's.
You cannot kick if you're not there.
I guess.
Flavor Judge has rules.
Yeah, I respond to the chocobo kick.
The MTG Pro has spoken.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I think
you
chat
like
is much
Sephiroth, right?
better with kicking a chocobo over a dog.
You do like
Yeah.
Sephiroth.
Oh, that's
right?
fine.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. All right, here it comes, Crim. Finally about to do something for the first time in this game.
What's that?
Oh,
Okay.
Ames anticipating the
thought
removal
you
in
were
response.
Okay, so you like
This is too
Sephiroth,
juicy
though?
for him to pass up, right?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's a 2-for-1. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna try this. We're gonna pick off.
So I think the play here would have been the
It
chocobo
does
kick while on
resolve.
your
It does resolve.
reinforcements as opposed to the juicier removal spell
Do keep bird.
or the juicier target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go. All right, so we'll go to combat now. I am gonna swing with.
Ooh, look at the Leviathan Voxy. The big boy.
That's definitely got to go. Can Sagan swing
since the
safely?
legends are pumped by the Sarah anthem, might make it a little bit riskier than it initially seems.
Well, the Sagan can't attack profitably, but
No.
she doesn't care about the Leviathan because it's going to go away next turn,
No, it
right?
just says until end turn, whenever a Kraken Leviathan, whatever, draw cards. So if I swung with both, I would draw 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I do.
Oh, she's coming in with
Yes.
both.
Okay, there
Two
it is.
cards. Okay, maybe she'll draw something too that can interact. Looks like
Gotta ask, what are the merfolk doing at the Kraken Leviathan Octopus Serpent party? They got invited.
Surfing hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah.
Or would you say surfing order?
Okay. All right.
Immediately done with me.
Yeah, that was sick, dude.
Good night, everybody.
Because it should have to pump it twice to kill bird or shot. So either way we have to make that happen. in the meantime, they are finding and targeting.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. So I would just block it in on little.
Really rough attack trigger there.
Yes, it is.
Because you've got land resource overwhelmingly in Voxy and Ames' favor here. Now their hands getting, or her hand getting 2 more cards. Going to give her the resources to put this one away, I would have imagined.
Sagan is going to die.
Right. The bird doesn't die, right?
It's 4/4 against
Oh, it was 4. Okay.
3.
Yeah, I thought it was 3.
2/4. Yeah.
Yeah. That bird should still be alive, right? Unless I'm missing something.
Is it X1? Is it a 2/1? So it'd be a 3. But the Sagan only had 1/1 counter on it, right?
16.
It wasn't countered. That's a 4/4 because of
it's a +2/+2.
Yeah,
I see.
I think it should be alive.
Yeah, I don't know why. Unless it jumped in front of. Oh, it may have jumped in front. No, wait.
No.
It did jump in front of Leviathan. Should we tell them?
Wasn't that a 3 power creature attacking to a 4/4?
This is fun. I know. I'm having a very good time.
That's great.
I can go talk to a judge. I'll be right back.
Well, I think that's exactly what Jimmy's
okay.
doing.
Cool.
So you might want to play this first.
What's up?
We could have missed something, but I
Were
thought
you keeping track of the game, or do you need to be caught up on the coolest moves that we've seen so far?
I was actually talking to production.
No,
One thing.
2/4.
But I had it was 2/4.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, never mind.
One thing that,
Thank you.
as we're hearing right now, is we were just talking to production about the idea that we might do listen-ins
Yeah,
a
I
little
didn't
bit
register
and
that either.
like cut our audio,
There you
let
go.
them hear, let's just hear what their banter is. So I think we might give that a try right now. Okay, we'll shut up.
Oh,
We'll be right back.
Evil Dead.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
I would play the point. Like I'd play that, right? Grow
You think
thing.
you think you?
Yeah.
I
Like this.
But if we do this, then it creates the.
Yeah, but the thing is, something here has to go.
Something's not working.
So like we can wait one more turn on this, hypothetically. VV, we cannot, right? Because Voxy's got 3 cards in hand. So
you think I should play this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you should play that, but you need 5.
Fair enough. Yep. Tapping that. Okay. Tap in.
I would wait a little bit. Let's. We don't need to do it right now. 'Cause,
Okay.
Again.
Okay. What's the plan? Let's. So.
I would just.
So you want to do this, but you don't want to do it right now.
Yeah. Only because I think I've got to do this.
Okay.
Let me do this first and see how they respond.
Yeah, I think. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Nobody here flies, right?
Huh? No.
Nothing here flies? Okay, cool. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and play Titus, Blitzball Star.
Our boy.
We know him. We love him. He's here. All right.
He's got Nike kicks on.
He does.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to play Dragoon's Lance.
That's the one that flies, right? On
It
attack.
has jump, yeah.
Does job select? Do you have a token?
I do have a job select token. Is there a Lalafell one? There is not. Why are there no Lalafells? Oh, here there is. Okay.
So it's on your turn. It has flying, right? That's what
Yeah.
it's saying. Yeah.
So if this resolves all of that, this gets a 1/1 counter.
It resolves.
Okay. So Titus gets a 1/1 counter.
Beautiful.
You're messing me up, Crim, with not doing our
No, the
color
blue-
coordinated
Oh,
system.
yeah.
Come
Yeah,
on,
well,
man.
I need more.
Jeez.
This
Yeah.
is also at 2, by the way, because
Yeah,
Because the
She
land.
played
That's right.
land.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I missed the trigger. I always miss my triggers.
I would just attempt it on Voxy's turn, because the more mana
I
she
think so,
spends on
too.
her turn, the better.
I agree. I agree.
So you have nothing bigger than this, so you want to leave that back probably. So yeah, we'll just hang back.
Yeah.
Play a little
Are you
defensive
passing?
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then in her upkeep, we'll do it.
At the end of your turn, I'm going to tap 3. And I will do the adventure part of this land. I will get a 0/1 Black Wizard.
So
take 2
now I would do
pings,
it.
and
I would
play-
do it right.
All right. In
Oh.
response, I'm gonna tap.
Well, you still take 2 pings.
Yeah, I would
Okay,
still take
okay.
2. Yeah.
Tap for 5, and I'm gonna play. Drum roll, please. Fate of the Sun, Chris. And I'm gonna destroy target non-land permanent.
Is it cheap? Wait.
It's cheaper if it's tapped.
If it's tapped.
Okay, we tapped out everything for that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So this still resolves though.
Yeah.
Vivi is dead. You take the 2 pings. Vivi has died. This is often an adventure. I do get a wizard
Yes.
somewhere.
We're at
Yeah,
14
that
to your
got me, my heart's
28.
pounding. That got me excited.
Yeah, something.
There we go. I love saying in response.
All right, and then it's our turn.
It's such a fun thing. To
Untap,
From actually
draw,
response.
untap upkeep draw? Does it go on my upkeep, right? Or
Yeah. So after you draw, it'll then hit. It goes away before your upkeep. Before your main phase 1.
Okay, so I can respond to it or no?
Yeah.
Like, can respond to before it goes to phase 3?
Yeah. Yeah. So like right now you're in your untap, right?
Yeah.
So you can do it now before you draw.
Oh, do only before I draw. Sorry. Okay.
So there's this weird phase where you draw, and there's a window still where you're in your draw step before you go to main phase 1.
But I can't respond to it like after I draw. What if I drew something that I can?
Is it sorcery speed?
No.
Then you could do it right now with that trigger still on the stack.
Right? I would think. Because I can.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We like that? I mean, I don't have nothing going on. So, I think so. Okay. So, okay.
So you're still you're in your draw step.
Yeah, I'm drawn and I can respond to this before it goes to the phase.
I think so. Let me verify that.
Yeah. Can we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
I assume you want to bounce
I
it.
want to mess it up for sure. Yeah. Hi. So
Saga triggers
so
after
this is
draw
about to
step,
go into phase
beginning of
two,
your first
so I
main
did
phase.
untap up to-
So you do draw your card and have the opportunity to respond to the trigger of the saga.
Yeah.
100%.
You could do it during your draw.
You could do it before or after your draw.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But because the way that sagas work is the add a lore counter goes on the stack at the beginning of your first main phase after you've drawn.
And then I believe it's a state-based action that checks how many counters are on it.
Correct.
And then will sacrifice immediately if it
Correct.
has through. Or, or the final chapter. in this
Yes.
case.
So with that
Unless there's a
on
blood
board
moon in
with
play.
that-
Yeah.
with the weird new ruling.
Yeah, it is a strange one. All right, Ice Magic, sick.
Yeah, thank you.
Crim, very
Amazing.
nice saying thank you for the 2 pings.
You've heard of first summon Leviathan. What about second summon Leviathan?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I guess we can go to our
Man, and the best part is that Lindblom can now be played as a land for Voxy
Yep.
after making the low. Yeah, cool sequencing.
So I'm actually gonna play.
Took me a minute to get used to those cards. As I was playing them the first time, I was like, well, I have to play this as a land or a spell.
Oh, right.
What order do I want to do? And they were like, no, you can cast it, then land same turn.
Yep.
Yeah, they're not double face cards. They are in fact adventure lands.
Adventures.
Which is cool. Interesting design space.
That is correct.
Yeah, let's add one more mechanic to the Final Fantasy set for new players. I think there's also Foretell in the precons as well.
Yes.
You know, we're just trying to keep it simple.
Yeah, why
Right.
not?
Good
Emperor
onboarding.
Damacia. All right.
And then draw a card. No, the counter and then 3 or more transform. Okay. I have no idea what the backside of it is, but you're right.
The
Also does
backside's
some other
sweet.
I have no idea what the back.
The backside, it deals damage equal to your target opponent equal to the number of instances sorcery.
I will say, with the number of transform cards in Final Fantasy, I've spent, a number of games where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna draw this. Now I'm gonna sneakily hide it under the table and figure out what's in the back.
Yeah.
It's like, pay no attention. This is definitely not a transform card.
It's just sleeved poorly.
Yeah. Oops.
All right.
We're passing.
Now, what do Crim and Billy Ray do, knowing that Summon Leviathan is probably going to hit?
It's
next
tough.
turn?
It's tough because not only is does it make it difficult to just plan for the turn, but like Crim has the job select weapon, right?
Right,
Like, so
yeah.
that token is going away.
Goodbye, hero.
Like figuring out a way to try to get the most value out of what you have in play right now, and hopefully force your opponents to jump block with something that might give them value or trade off.
Yeah.
But like the fact that Ames and Voxy are still at 28 makes it hard to pressure them meaningfully.
It does seem as though Ames hasn't been able to capitalize on having all of that land surged into play.
We're gonna kick.
Yeah,
it
there's
does seem like a
nothing for
ticking
me.
time bomb, though. Like as soon as you find one thing that could be a mana sink.
That's it. And mostly Billy's been playing one card per turn, whereas Voxy especially has been able to pop off with multiple spells.
Well, I have to attack, so.
Oh, sorry.
Billy Ray Ames has gained like I think 6 life since I sat down though, which is pretty huge with that Shinra reinforcements.
Oh, yeah. What else was he going to do?
That's a convincing turn. Okay.
So maybe that Crim is just going to go in the aggro here.
I was so involved. I was like, yeah.
Flyover, I guess, is the choice here.
Not flyover. I think because he played the tapper, the 4-mana tapper, he might and Titus when he attacks will also tap.
Yeah.
Now that knowing we have.
Except, yeah, play it all.
Play it all, says Crim.
It's got a Luiso sacrifice there in Billy Ray's hand, so she can counter a non-creature.
Oh, that's right. She can counter the trigger from
Or triggers,
the
yeah.
trigger, yeah, from some Leviathan, because Leviathan does count as a trigger.
Yep. Got it. He's gonna bring in a bird token. Yep.
Oh, this could be a huge blowout then.
And then.
Oh, whoa. Are we going to see 4 burbs?
We're at 3 right now.
3 now.
It is a beginning of first main phase trigger.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
So true.
and there is still the summon Leviathan on the other side.
Well, if you think about it, Billy Ray just drew the 1 blue. You can pay 2 and sack a creature to counter target triggered ability.
That is.
So Leviathan will still be a creature, but it just won't bounce the board.
We're gonna swing.
Yeah. Go to combat.
With those 2, these 2, and I'm gonna tap
Whoa.
down your 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get on in there.
So this is a
2/3?
2/3 currently.
Okay, Crim not using the other tap ability here.
I think it might cost 2 mana, and I don't know if he's got the.
It's pay 1 life, I believe.
Is this the biggest?
Tap.
What's he?
And one pay 1 life
4/3
tap.
and a 4/4.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Notably, we are getting close to the end of round time.
It's true.
There's only
yeah.
just shy of 4 minutes left in the round. After which I believe there's 2 additional turns. I forget the exact end of round procedure, but because of the way that the tournament is structured, there are no draws in this. So
There will just be a winner.
There will be a winner based on life totals after the extra turns once we go to time.
Wow.
It's relevant, though. You're not going to see things like Emperor Palamisha flip. You're getting 3 counters on that. It's going to be tougher unless you
It's gonna
can
take a long time, yeah.
For sure.
really pop off.
I mean, Voxy did say, I don't even know what the backside is.
Yeah, not too concerned with it.
If I was them, I'd be trying to kill this Tidus here. That tap down constantly is not going to be good for them.
Yep.
They do have. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Great block.
They're on the same page.
It's stopping the biggest from the 4.
4? Yes. Okay. These all die.
Tidus down. Now Voxy chump luck with the wizard, assuming.
Yeah, I think that they are planning on the Leviathan hitting.
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't matter.
Which is understandable, but that counter from that counter may be a very, very big deal in the way that this game plays out from here.
How many times in Limited do you play around counter a triggered ability?
Yeah. Seriously?
Yeah.
Like-
The card is actually unplayable in Limited, but in Two-Headed Giant, maybe a little different, considering everyone's just opening bomb rares.
Yeah.
The question is, do we sacrifice the legendary bird or do we sacrifice the legendary dog?
Oof.
Will she make the good choice?
The answer is clearly.
What about the token? They can do the token, right?
I think it's got to be a
It
legend.
has to be legendary.
Oh, it has to be legendary.
Mhm.
Oh, no.
So we'll see how evil Billy Ray makes her choice.
My choice would be Ambrosia.
That is, I think, the right choice.
Yeah.
The cast is going to.
Okay.
The trigger on the stack.
Yeah, here it
There
is.
we go.
Yep.
Trigger on the stack. In response.
What a delight.
Billy was saying, I love in response.
Yeah.
There-
Triggered ability or a non-creature spell. Fortunately, it's a creature, so.
Only about a minute and a half left.
Counter it.
Yep.
Should we tell the players?
You're countering this
It's
part
probably
of
already
it.
at 0.
The judge will, yeah.
I
pay
don't.
for the ward?
I don't think I could pay for ward for that, right? Because I'm not
said
targeting
didn't
it.
target?
I'm targeting.
Yeah, you
That's
don't-
correct.
The
you don't
triggered
have a ward.
ability does not have ward.
Okay, then, yeah, but good question, yeah.
So yeah. Now we sack. We have to sack. So it has.
Looks
to
like
be
Ambrosia's not long for this world.
But what a duty Ambrosia has actually put in. Like
For real.
That bird's done a lot of work saving stuff left and right.
Left, come back.
Because we're not gonna. Because this gives us more power.
Yeah, okay, sure, yeah, exactly. Okay, so this stays, really.
The
Dog
dog is
survived.
safe. The dog is safe.
We're good. Everybody breathe. We're good.
I mean, that bird did save the dog earlier, and then was the one,
Seriously,
was the one
Ambrosia,
sacrificed.
hero of the
Yeah,
game.
Indeed.
yeah. Can I get some Fs in chat for Ambrosia?
So we'll go. Perfect. All right. So.
Still got a big Leviathan on the battlefield that they got to
Yep,
figure
it
out
is.
something for because
True.
12 to 24 and
And it
30
will draw
seconds
cards
left.
next turn if it attacks. Yeah.
Rough.
I'm gonna overkill.
Oh, never
that.
Oh,
mind.
that'll do
There
it.
it is.
Overkill do 9,999.
Yeah, it's minus 0, minus 9999.
Swing out.
To the same point, minus 100,
Yeah,
minus
yeah.
a billion. Doesn't really
But
matter.
the name being Overkill is perfect.
Oh, it's
Indeed.
amazing.
I love that. I love
Oh,
it.
so it looks like Crim knows
Yeah.
the time is up.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's going to make sure that
Moving,
those life
moving,
totals
moving.
get closer.
Did you play Atlantis? Okay. So
I
then.
give them this.
Now all you have to do is slow play.
Well, there are extra turns.
Other turns?
There's
Okay.
some number
There's
of
three
additional
turns.
Three turns.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So the judge should be informing them of that.
Looking
right
at the
now.
board, say this could be enough.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we hear. Judge Travis is letting them know right now.
I would have done that differently too.
How does it feel to have another alter ego, Travis?
I don't think
You
team was
and
aware.
A judge version of you at the same event? Incredible.
Yeah, I cloned myself to be a judge as well.
I cloned myself to be a CEO.
Yeah.
That's Two Brians.
All right, they're
Our
feeling
clones have very different aspirations in life.
The CEO cloned himself to be a Pro Tour winner.
I'm hearing Ames and Voxy unhappy. They did not realize, despite us telling them earlier about the turn situation. So I think they're worried about the impact of that.
Because this does seem like a turning the corner kind of thing. Now that they've been able to surmount that big problem.
I'm turn 0, your turn 1.
It's
Crim and
huge.
Villarreal are kind of in the lead again.
Yeah, they lasted long enough where they caught back up on resources and they withstood the onslaught from Ames and Voxy long enough.
I mean, frankly,
Yes,
it's good for Ames and Voxy that time is called now and not on their turn. Because it means that there's only one extra attack that Crim and Billy Ray get.
That's true.
This attacks your vigilance.
Voxy's down to 1 card in hand. I think Ames only has 1 card in hand too. Not sure what that faced on.
That's 5.
Commander at Home logo is up there on the left, but
It will kill.
I think that's her deck.
3, so 1, 2, 3.
oh yeah, there we go.
With very few cards left in it.
Yeah, it's like 1 card sitting there.
This is a 1/2, so this is a total of 3 power.
I think it was. I think it was a 4-3.
Oh, it's
No, it's 3/4. Sorry, inverse.
Oh,
inverse.
okay.
Inverse.
That's
All right, we're going to listen in on our competitors here for these final moments.
Good call. So, Jesus Christ. So this is a 3-3.
Yeah, this one's a 3/2.
Then maybe.
Yes, you could
like
probably
this, and
split
then
that.
we could maybe. I guess. I mean, what's it going to be next turn of 2-3? We could either save it and try to.
The goal is to stem the bleeding, right?
Yeah, I
think right
know. I know. I don't know if that's the play. Is to just throw it in front of the bigger one and try to take less damage. And we could trade. We trade here.
You can kill
Don't help
this.
them. Don't help them.
Here.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, I mean, we hope you guys remember many of your mistriggers, but it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's cool. Whatever.
but
Just like
also-
that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So 4, 8, 9,
This
10.
is 3,
3.
and this is 2, so 5, 9, and this would be 12. Putting us at 12 all.
That's a lot.
And this has vigilance.
Yep. I think we just. Yeah. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so you trade.
So we go down to even life totals.
Yep.
Yes. This is dead.
Okay, that's just fantastic. Great.
Goodbye, Bird.
Goodbye,
You've done your
Bird.
job,
So
Bird.
long.
And it's all you after
our
that.
turn.
Moment of silence for Bird.
Oh boy.
And then, Crim, can you track your turn?
Yeah. This is turn 1. Yeah. Oh, sorry. This is turn 1.
Ooh. For that.
I'm sure that was by design.
Okay.
All
so
right,
go ahead and
well.
play that for sure.
Yeah, life totals are definitely tightening.
Landscape has completely changed here as we enter into the red zone of match time.
Honestly, living life to the fullest.
Okay. So we're gonna go try to find either. Try to find a bird. But
Is that Saj
not
and
living
Sasha's joke?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the flavor's insane.
Reunited. You found him.
Amazing.
Yeah. So we'll.
John Chocobo?
John Chocobo.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Got to get the flavor win in there.
It goes. Show it to them.
I know that people will be excited to get the Vanille and Fang
Interesting. Choosing
pair
to get-
together, but that's the pair that matters.
Do they not have another bird to get?
Oh, right.
Oh, we've milled. Yeah.
Ames has been milling.
Because they chose to get a land. So they
Because there's so few cards left in the deck.
right, yeah, she was milled for a lot.
She's down to single
No,
digit
what do you mean?
Yep.
libraries.
If Crim just busts out the mill right now.
Oh my god.
Surprise water crystal.
Hey!
A land.
Only one turn to activate that.
It's fun for me to see Saz because that was my reveal card.
Yeah.
One of the couple,
I'll
yeah.
tap 3. I'm gonna play. Furion. Quick creature control has haste.
Third VV.
Never non-manners. Blah blah. Get a token.
A little late for Furion. Wants to see other equipment into the battlefield, and I don't think there's going to be much time there.
All right.
Alrighty.
I'm impressed. It was looking really dicey there for a while.
Really
I
is.
don't know.
It does.
But especially once Billy Ray started getting those land drops to be able to double spell,
Yeah.
it really started to pick up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're gonna
So
get
this is their
this is our
final.
last
This is
turn,
their
and
final
this is
turn,
our-
and then we get a final turn.
So
So
when we finished our turn for time,
whoever has
Yeah.
the lowest life total.
Yeah.
so that was counted as turn 1.
Yeah, we were turn 0,
This
then
is
they
our
went
final
1.
turn,
And
and
then
then we
two,
have
then
one more turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's 3 turns then.
Yeah, it's
It is 3, yeah.
Turn. Okay, got it.
Can I just do this?
Yes.
You always want it to be an odd number of turns because you don't want to be able to like hold
what is
hostage
Saj
basically the last turn of the game. Here's how it works.
Yeah, whenever he attacks, he puts a counter on the target creature and then pluses up those counters.
Doubles the counter on
Yeah.
the creature. Okay. So then there's a.
That effect is so great. I managed to get Saj with that green crystal that is
Oh,
basically
yeah.
a branching evolution.
Yep,
I
yep.
managed to get out that yesterday and just immediately
Crush.
double your counters. It was not okay, but I did have fun.
I did play Earth Crystal in Mowu, and let me tell you, ooh.
Oh yeah.
You want both those effects.
Oh, we have a nice little.
There you go.
Look at that.
graphic handy.
And plus we can also.
So yeah, here basically both teams are just trying to figure out how do I squeak in the most damage while taking the least damage,
Right.
and they're exactly tied, and they have exactly one more attack each.
Yeah. Maybe Travis, you can tell us, how does the tournament structure work if everyone ends every game exactly at these live totals?
It doesn't. It does not work.
We're here all week. We're here through MC Vegas next weekend.
I do assume that if you do end turn 3 at the exact same life total, it basically goes into sudden death.
Yeah, I believe yes, it is sudden death. So it's
Which
first
means
to deal.
the first life total change.
Yes.
Oh my.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna swing with Cat.
Okay.
Gala Cat, and then.
Flyer's going to play here.
Okay. So you're swinging with three in the air. We can't block.
3/3.
Interesting.
4/4.
The Dragoon.
That was
isn't
the
going
flying on
there.
your turn too, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that is an interesting choice to not attack with that
this is what we
flyer.
have to take. So we're for sure going to 9. So I think we have to for sure put some in one of the bigger one. I think.
Looking at our little Final Fantasy sprites, the people
trying
with
to
the
take it
distinct
to the
hair, those really pop out.
Yeah.
huh?
Voxy was immediately identifiable.
Yeah,
Yes,
Voxy and
exactly.
Crim were
Right,
both-
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So like this is more of a.
Got to dye my hair green before we do one of these again.
The good news is that.
I don't know if mine is going to be on broadcast, but there.
Oh, yeah.
Mine has dogs.
Dude,
so.
yeah.
You got one as well?
It was a special request.
Yeah, I was like, I kind of want one of me and the dogs. So they made one of me and the dogs.
That's fantastic. I think
I'll have to show it to the
I
camera at
think
some
that
point.
you're
Oh, yeah.
Unless they have it just
And that
pop
would be
at some
our-
point. But
Yeah. So okay.
Okay, so how are they working through this?
Well,
I know the phrase is math is for blockers, but I think math is for people who want to win the
There's a
game.
lot of math
Yes.
here.
we're
Yes.
not for sure yet, but we're double checking. So 4, 5, 6, 7.
yeah, because they don't want to block with their Saz Chocobo or their Saz because they want to be able to use those
Right.
in combination to get enough damage through to actually win the game here. So they're trying to figure out what their outs basically are,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And I assume that's also why they chose to keep the other flyer back, because they wanted to threaten to force those to trade off,
Right.
while still
that
having
make sense,
blockers,
though?
as long as there isn't like some sort of threat of trample on the other
Because
side.
like
Since Crim has that tap down Lucii effect, though,
Nobody saw
I feel like it's very
Nothing,
strongly in favor
nothing.
of Crim and Lily, right?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is.
because
I
like
was so.
Yeah, he reminded him that he's got it too from the
Yeah.
play. So,
these are the only 2 blockers. He's gonna tap something down.
I mean,
anyways.
there's a world
So,
where
like,
maybe you
knows.
just
I don't know if he
take
just,
it
like,
all, leave Furion back, hope
hey,
for the
John,
top of the
this
deck to
gives a
provide.
cook things case, and I get a double one of them. So like, because like even if you did draw removal, like this is gone. Let's say you remove one of these
Yeah,
things.
see,
you just
Voxy's
tap
trying to
one
point
thing
out
down.
we're
Yeah.
going to maximize our damage here if we just keep the maximum amount of creatures.
Yeah, they're just trying to figure out
I don't know if we
what they
just
can
take all
draw
of
that lets them win.
Right.
Does that make sense? Because I don't know if this is saving us. What do you think?
What
do
is
you
the Final Fantasy
No,
equivalent
seriously,
of Heart of the
I'm gonna
Cards?
have to figure it out. I have no idea.
I don't know, button match. Whatever that was.
We're having some audio issues here.
Premier card game, ages 13 plus.
I mean, what do you think?
Card game ages 13 plus, as Crim says.
You can tap something down.
Yes.
Yeah. You could also. I mean, I don't know.
So yeah, before damage.
How did the other game in this round end up?
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't checked yet.
Gotcha.
I think it might. I think it's also on turns.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Long round 2.
Yeah.
Round 1 went pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
This one has been more in the trenches.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Fewer black mages floating about,
Yeah,
just
that's true.
shooting damage everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
With how strong those are, even in just one-on-one games, I assumed a lot of people might be leaning in towards that strategy.
Yeah.
So
That was
I-
the whole first round. That was
Yeah.
They took over both games. One of the other major strategies of builds, we were talking about a babysitter deck and an aggro deck. Going just aggro works really well in this format too, because at its heart it is one-on-one still kind of, and so an aggro strategy, if they're on the back foot, especially if you're on the play, can win, turn 4, turn 5, and so that we in our round against LS and Raynad had 2 aggro decks going at each other.
It looks like we might have lost audio from them just for a short time.
We do have lots of gesticulating to give us some information.
We know what's going on because of all this.
we have speak with your heads. So they're basically just trying to map out, is there a way to win if we block? Is there a way to win if we don't block? And because of the tapper, it seems pretty difficult for them to win in either instance. I think.
Yeah.
Because that's an instant speed tap, right? He can wait until they've done all their buffing and everything.
It does cost him 1 life, but even then, the amount of damage that they're
dealing. That card is really good, I think. Especially,
by it.
Yeah, I think especially in the Izzet decks that care about, because it triggers the 4.
The 4+.
Yeah.
Yep.
Icy Manipulator's always been a strong card in Limited.
All right, so they're drawing right now.
Looks
Let's
like
see if
they
they're finding.
She threw an island onto the ground.
Probably not going to cut it.
Not going to get you there.
Yeah.
The island comes up on the highlight.
This is what a basic looks like.
It is a card that is essential to the game of Magic the Gathering.
Ames is tapping.
Even if they remove the artifact, he can respond.
I think I saw a Sephiroth removal spell in Ames' hand, which does gain life.
There it is, yeah.
It does gain life.
Kills one of the blockers.
Oh, the
That's huge. I was hoping for it earlier this game. He does have it. Heck
Each of those have lifelink, and now the cat's going to survive because their whole battlefield gets indestructible.
There you go.
There it is.
Going to do it.
What a turn by Crim and Billy Ray.
Yeah, that was huge. Huge.
All right.
Huge,
yeah,
huge.
they were really far behind. Being able to stifle the second Leviathan trigger,
that was huge.
Was enormous. And Billy Ray finally drew out of her mana stall, and was able to get enough threats in play, and they just kind of slowly ground them out, while Ames and Voxy just kind of didn't have quite enough resources to get there once that Leviathan was dealt with.
Ran out of gas.
The reanimation.
We should have them coming out here in just a second, and they'll join the couch, I'm sure.
Ellie, did someone cast sleep magic on you?
Yes.
Well, that's the round.
Oh, yes,
they're
yes.
in turns.
Turns, yes.
So
Gotcha.
that looked like that Olivia and Jarvis were well behind on
28
life
to
there.
11, yeah.
So definitely gonna take some doing to dig out of that.
Yeah, which I would not have expected, because I know that Olivia is really leaning into that black mage strategy so well.
Right.
So I'd really
Must not have hit the cards.
Yeah, I suppose so.
It's an interesting thing with that strategy. You've got to find a good balance of non-creatures. It's nice that a lot of the things that are making the black mages are non-creatures, so it synergizes with each other. The staff that makes a hero turns it into a black mage, stuff like that. Here we go.
So both these went neck and neck.
If the game played out, like there's...
Yeah, there's actually a line for us.
There's a line, but...
I was going to say, it does look like they have Jarvis and Olivia turned a corner and are ready to put them on the back foot, but we're a turn, so it doesn't look like they're going to get the chance. Is that a summon Leviathan?
Back out.
I'd play...
We'll have to find out what happened with
and tap that down.
Broaden and Talia, because
Is that targeting it?
28 health is a lot.
Yeah, they still have...
Like,
It does target
it
it. It says tap target
yeah.
artifact creature.
Okay.
Yeah, she's got a black mage and a
I'm gonna-
Hectize on the battlefield, so they've had to give her some resources.
1 and 2.
Is that Sin that Broden's playing?
It might be.
Cool to see the 3 colors.
Let's
though.
see.
Yeah, it is Sin.
5.
Yeah, that looks like the Spyrus Punishment version, the Sultai one.
Oh, yeah.
P5 and cast Restoration Magic. Permanents you
Nice.
control have hexproof and indestructible, and we gain 6 life.
Okay.
So that's got to be it.
There you go.
I may have a response.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
So you tapped how many?
5.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I had to pay
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If only I had one more mana or this was a different card.
If only it were a different card.
This is the damn card I was holding onto the whole game. By the way, that's 1 white mana.
Yeah, that resolves.
Okay. I'm like, this is my time to use
Jarvis
it.
maybe doesn't have the mana to
Now or never.
syncopate it.
I think that might be it, yeah.
Cool. All right. That's game, I think.
Yep.
Cool. Good games.
Good game.
And there we go.
Okay,
Sorry, Broaden took it down.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Just for tiebreaker, do you want to cast that?
Doesn't make a difference then, huh? Okay, before the game is over, I guess I'll tap for my lightning bolt.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Broaden angle shooting here.
Especially Talia playing a deck that is built around the lightning character,
Yeah.
also having gotten one of those
Crim's in
lightning
it.
bolts.
Perfect.
It's out, so
Perfect.
now's the time.
Yeah, it's out. I
It's
guess
fine.
in
It's
response,
out.
I'll syncopate and counter.
It was a syncopate.
Look
you were
at
right.
that.
Yeah, yep.
All right, we got to remember that moment if it comes down to it. Lightning bolt getting syncopated to reduce the variance by 3 there.
Combat, so that will make a difference.
Yeah, it will.
Okay, hopefully.
Oh, so now, now they're untapping, taking their turns. They cannot win, but they're going for life total differential here.
Life total difference is all you need at this point.
So,
It's true.
in which case, basically, Jarvis and Olivia just want to chump block as much as possible.
Correct, yeah, just
There
block the damage.
there are some odd incentives that the tiebreaker rules do create.
We're negotiating right now. We're gonna have guests join momentarily. Oh, it looks like it just changed. There we go.
Here we are.
Fantastic.
Get to sit next to Ellie.
All right, so talk to us a little bit about the game. You want to sit down, Billy? Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth in that game.
Yeah. Yeah, so talk to us a little bit about the game. What was it like for you all? And where were the good moments, the bad moments?
The good moments was starting off with double VV in the hand, so I knew that I was going to be all right if one of them got lost. Oh.
There we go.
The bad one was when the mic just fell.
Yeah, well, we have plant
Some
life.
foliage.
Yeah, foliage going against the mic. Yeah.
The other good moment was casting the Leviathan thing once. The sad moment was
Casting it again.
casting it again and it getting absolutely negated.
Yeah. That stifle effect
That
on the Leviathan
hurt.
trigger
That
was
hurt.
really brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ames?
I drew that card right as you were gonna bounce it back.
I like the reaction that both of y'all had. I was like, "Uh-oh, they're not as worried as they should be." That makes me worried.
Well, and you were stuck on mana for a while, but you had both of the legendary reducers and played the 7-drop Omega with just 3 land, which was kind of crazy.
It was wild.
We were having opposite problems.
Yeah,
we were
yeah.
having a flood over here and then a shortage over there.
It is sort of the classic dynamic of Magic, where if Mana Screw draws out of Mana Screw and Mana Flood does not draw out of Mana Flood, the one who draws out of it wins.
Yep, the one who beats it, wins
Yeah.
it. What do you think?
I'm so bummed Sephiroth was at the bottom.
Oh.
I'm so bummed.
Well, if it was at the top, it would have been milled by your Summon Titan. So think of it
True.
that way.
That's true. Yeah, we
Yeah.
might have to switch out some mill cards in there, but
I think that's one of our plans, to just remove like maybe 1 mill effect. Like maybe it was just a little too much.
Yeah, and we will be updating the deck list as our competitors change stuff. So if people want to track how these decks evolve over the course of the event, you'll be able to see those updates.
There was one point when someone was like, "Oh, like she has like maybe a card in hand." It's like, that's her deck. That's like the tiny remaining cards in her deck.
It got to a point I was like, wait, how many cards do you have left? Like before we do anything else, like we need to like maybe be slightly worried here.
And then if sub bounced back and we were gonna play the same cards
Yeah.
again, I was gonna mill like another 5 for
Yep.
blockers, and I was like, I don't know about that.
Well, it got to a point that like I looked in her graveyard and I was like, oh, we're fine. Like all of our really good stuff is still in there. It was just all at the bottom. Like all of our good rares and everything were just all, oh man.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I am hydrated. All right. Hello. GG's Voxy.
Yeah, GG's Crim.
I just would like to state that I had to kill my favorite character twice.
I can't believe you did that.
Twice, Voxy.
I'm gonna tell him you said that.
I will say that when you were like, he's gonna kill your VV, and you're like, oh, you have another one in your deck. You're like, yeah, no, yeah, it's in my deck. I'm like, it's in her hand. I could tell.
No, I was trying to bluff it.
Absolutely tell
I was
that it was
trying
in your
so
hand.
hard to look because Chris was like, she has it in her
You're like, oh, yeah,
hand.
somewhere in my
I was
deck.
like, I have
I'm
it in
like,
my
oh.
deck somewhere. You don't know that. Damn, I need to work on my
I
bluffing.
did know.
Okay.
Your bluffing was
We played that
hilarious.
faker game so many times. I know every time.
I hate playing games with Brian Kibler. It's the worst. He always knows when I'm lying.
You're not hard to read.
Yes, I am. I'm very mysterious.
Voxy, okay,
Nobody
Brian. Voxy goes, snap, keep slams the hand on, like it's like, well, her hand's probably good. So I look over at Billy, I'm like, okay, they have VV. Like, that's the most VV hand.
I don't know if you saw us, but there were times we were looking like, oh yeah, my card does this. We're both looking at 3 lands in hand. Like, we're both like, oh, but also about this one. And Ames caught on. She goes, oh yeah, that one for sure.
Great.
Like,
Another island.
great idea.
Were you two reading like flavor text? Like, oh
And then
yeah,
we're
yeah,
like,
basics.
We're like looking and then I drop it and Billy sees me drop off
Yeah.
the floor. So I was like, no.
I was so focused. I'm so happy you showed me that. Cause oh, it's a forest. I'm like, oh, I was playing around nothing. Hold on. So yeah, like that was fun. Also, I called it, by the way. I told you Voxy would swear once. I called it.
That was probably cut. You guys didn't hear that, right?
There was definitely 3 F-bombs between us.
What? There's that?
I did one and you did 2.
Oh,
See, we're family friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we all get one. I just used y'all's.
Yeah.
So
You're welcome.
thank you.
I guess.
Okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
And I was right. It was a land on top. I was right. Yeah, it was tough.
We were talking about how we pulled that counter target.
Oh yeah, the counter
How
spell.
absolutely brutal that was, like you countering the bounce back into, and I was like, they're not as concerned as they should be. I'm like, this is
If
not
anything, we
good.
were celebrating.
Yeah.
Either that or we're just the best like bluffers of all time.
And the second you like swung out, everyone was like, oh my god, they don't care about anything that's about to happen to them.
You'll have so much interaction through the whole game.
Yeah.
It was hard to play around, that's for sure.
My pool was 90. Like the pool that we had was just like 90% removal. The hardest part was finding a way to win. So it's like, wow, I can remove almost everything.
And that's where our strat came in with me doing creatures and green and building those guys up, and then you playing control and you saving your mana to
and you
focus
protecting
on
him, protecting your board and
Exactly.
everything, like making sure nothing happens. Yeah,
And that was like
that's
a
good.
very cognizant choice.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting things you can do in Two-Headed Giant, right? Is that like your one deck doesn't have to do everything. You can have kind of the aggressor and then the supporting role to use your mana in different ways.
Yeah, you have the ADC and the support. Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a League of Legends
This
thing.
is the esports and Magic crossover we've been looking for this whole time.
Oh! And my favorite Yordle, Vivi. I love that little guy.
I mean, I played Vivi and you killed it, but you played, Glarbo.
Yeah,
or Titus, I
Glarbo.
should say.
I tried to assemble the father-son duo
I see,
so
I
hard,
know, and you two
killed
decks.
him, so it's fine. Also, Billy's deck has a very cool interaction.
We got
Jumbo
some
Cat
synergy.
Tart.
Well, okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to rotate in our second table of players right now to get a little bit of, to hear a little bit from them on how that match went, because we didn't get a chance to watch on the main stage. So,
Thanks for having us.
Ellie, look who it is.
Girl did the Trazodone
Look
hit.
who it is.
Oh, it's Trazodone time. I'm an angel.
all right, so table 2. We don't know where Jarvis is. Jarvis will hopefully appear soon.
We only got to catch the very end of your game, which apparently took a while. So
we definitely went to turns. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
We did.
Yeah, so can you talk a little bit about how that match went? Because at the end, we tuned in, and there was a very high life total on one end, which we were like, okay, after this one. So, yeah, what was going on in that
I
match?
can tell you actually exactly how that happened. Jarvis did not read the word Leviathan on Sin and wiped everything except Krakens, octopuses, serpents, and Leviathan.
Oh
So
no!
that
Summon,
stayed out.
summon Leviathan
So that
into
stayed
the
out.
sin.
So that stayed out, and that was that. It was
That
a long,
was
drawn-out
that.
but it was
You
that.
had a lot of dorks too.
I had so many, and they just kept getting put back into my hand. So
Yes.
I was running like 13 non-creature spells in that, and drew one of them.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
You were playing like the Black Mage deck.
I was playing Black Mage, yeah.
Because eventually he got the Y'shtola
yeah.
that blinks, and so he was like blinking that
support
the summon
bounce.
Yeah.
Except there was a Sin
But
out.
then their Sin just was sitting there.
And that was the
attacking
Sultai
for
spin.
seven.
Yes. On
So
attacker
it's
entry.
And
also
then you
bringing
get
stuff.
something back from the graveyard. So yeah.
I made a commander deck around that one. That one's powerful.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a little gross.
It was
strong.
really good, but I will say Jarvis was playing like a ton of bounce spells, so I was really nervous. Like he could just draw one mana bounce
that's
spell,
pretty much what it was,
and I was like, and then then what? But like I only had that one protection spell that I was holding on to like the whole game. That one white,
Which was an accident because we meant to play it earlier.
restoration, restoration
Twice over, you
magic.
almost played it.
Yeah, I was like, is this the right time? Like, I don't know, but really. It was a happy
Worked out.
accident
Yeah,
because
worked out.
I was
It
able
did
to
work out.
protect Sin at the end there.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the lightning in the deck.
I
feel
know, I
like-
didn't even draw
We are
her.
too. Yeah.
And the second I got Black Mage number 3 out, Talia's immediately like, what if it goes into this artifact?
She's making fun of me the whole time because I am like I prioritize removal when I'm playing limited, and she was just like, yeah, right, like you don't have any removal at all, and then like
You get the one that you needed.
yeah, and then I was like, and then at the end I had a lightning bolt. I was like, let's just play this for fun, just to show you that I have some removal. But yeah,
Well, but that
it
was
great.
also keeping in mind the tiebreaker rules, right? Like
Yeah.
the
That's
life
exactly-
total
yeah,
differential.
yeah.
It's like, okay, well,
Exactly,
you've
we
won the
tried.
game, but you want to win a little bit more.
Exactly,
That
but it was
was-
syncopated.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, we saw that part.
That was, again, the problem with the whole reading the card, having the same word as the card that you're playing.
no.
Yeah,
Well,
the Leviathan's part was really
We're going to go to break in a second, but before we go to break, I did want to ask, are any of you thinking about changes to either of your decks before you get into the next match?
Yeah, I want to take out some lands.
That's a common feeling, I think.
The next 6 on the top were basics, and it's like, nope, I'm done with this. If I
Yeah.
only got 5, then I want to draw something I can play.
Are you all feeling pretty confident in your decks?
I'm pretty happy with my deck going
Yeah.
into game 2.
I feel like we haven't seen yours really take shape yet.
I was just trying, to remove everything that I could.
That's a good strategy.
But
It is.
Yeah.
yeah. I think I'm gonna stick with it.
I think I'm gonna stick with mine too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, looking forward to seeing what you all do in just a couple of rounds. Well, you'll have this next round off, but the round afterwards will be there. But we do have another interview, another clip from that interview with Gavin about the set. So we're going to turn to that right now, and we'll be right back in just a little bit. So, Steve, Secret Lair, I feel like has been a huge success, especially this past year. We've seen so many big drops that have come in. People have been really excited about it. How have you seen Secret Lair evolve over the time that you've been working on the product?
You know, it's a great question, Travis. So first of all, I love Secret Lair. The fact that we have a side of the business that can help people find their next new favorite Magic card and present these creative concepts really authentically is something that I take a lot of pride in, and I know that the Secret Lair team does as well. Seeing it evolve, it's been amazing getting to see the fan reaction to what Secret Lair is and how it is that we've been able to push the boundaries on what you can see on a Magic card. I think that one of the things that people who've been with us from the beginning have seen, they've seen a lot of visual evolution. They've seen a lot of things happen in terms of how it is that we create the drops and how it is that we work with different artists. The thing that I want to make sure that we emphasize is that Secret Lair is constantly evolving. It's not done yet. What it looks like in a year may look very different than what it looks like now. We're just really excited to be able to continue to innovate, continue to experiment, and continue to help people find their next favorite Magic card.
Yeah. On that topic, it does feel as though just in the last couple of years, Secret Lair has changed a lot. They've experimented a lot in different ways of releasing cards, different types of cards, etc. So is this the type of thing where internally you all are trying to figure out, like, what should Secret Lair eventually be? Is it supposed to be something that's always changing? Like, what is sort of the internal conversations around, Secret Lair as a product like right now?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I can tell you, that I can share with you, because a lot of the conversations we have, obviously I can't share,
Sure.
but we're always talking about how it is that we can push the boundaries of what people can expect from Secret Lair. So I'd say, generally, the log line is always expect the unexpected and then be surprised when the unexpected doesn't happen and the expected happens, but also be surprised when the expected doesn't happen and we do something unexpected. We'd like to keep people on their toes.
One of the things I love that Secret Lair does is the charity initiatives. I know you have one coming up as well very soon. How do the charity concepts get involved, and how does the Secret Lair team work with charities to ensure that the cards are the right fit for it and the designs and all that type of thing?
Yeah, we approach it the same way that we would approach any Secret Lair drop, but this time in partnership with the philanthropic team at Wizards and at Hasbro, our ability to work with them to find concepts that are going to be really exciting for our fans and that are going to match really well with what we want to do with philanthropy. I'm not on that philanthropic team, so I'll be fully transparent that I'm not involved in any of the selection of any of that stuff, but I will say that I'm very proud to work on those products. I think that they're a really wonderful way for the Magic community to express their love of not just Magic, but of some of the wonderful ways in which we can support different communities through Secret Lair. I'm very excited about the design of the philanthropic project you mentioned, Nuestra Magia, which is going to benefit Nalak. I'm very excited for people to get their hands on those cards, and they were designed with such love and care to the concepts that I really think people are going to be excited to be able to get them in their hands and play with them.
I really love that drop. I think it's super cool, and I'm excited for it to come out as well. I think it's such a cool initiative. One of the things that I've seen a lot of people talk about online is how, from their perspective, they look and they see Secret Lairs might have varying levels of collectability or desirability in terms of the cards that are getting reprinted, because I know the majority of the cards that are in Secret Lairs are adaptations, I guess I would say, of existing cards from the Magic universe. And so I was wondering if you speak to what goes into deciding, oh, in this set, in this drop, we're going to have maybe these cards, which one of them is like a very highly desired commander staple, versus this drop, which might have cards that see less play in various formats. So how do you all go about selecting which cards go into a drop?
Yeah, like I said before, it's always more art. It's more art than it's a combination of art and science.
Yeah.
For whenever we approach a concept, we just want to stay authentic to that creative concept, whether it's working with a partner, whether it's something off the wall that we want to do, and we want to make sure that we're choosing and designing the product in a way that aligns authentically with that concept. So sometimes that's going to mean that, hey, this card matches really well with it, we want to use it. And sometimes it means, hey, this one matches really well with it, it's not as played, but it's such a great slam dunk with the creative concept and stays so true to that creative vision, we want to use that one, and we just want to make sure that people that love this card, that while maybe not as played, every card is someone's favorite. So the ability for us to be able to get more out there that will speak to the people that maybe are a little bit underserved and have a pet favorite card that we haven't gotten to yet. Rest assured, we want to make sure that there's something out there for you, and we want to make sure that we're bringing you some joy as well, in addition to all the very many played cards, including basic lands, that people get a chance to play with and express themselves with at the table.
Yeah.
We're tight.
And we're back with Atrioc and Crim, who were just being very polite to me.
We
during the
were.
break. So supportive, such supportive friends. No, I mean it's been. You're going to be playing in a second.
That's right.
I'm just waiting
That's
for them
right.
to come yoink you out
I'm
of
in this
couch.
round too. I
This
don't know
is
what's
gonna be
happening.
good. I don't know who we're
Not
playing.
fair.
All I know is they're in trouble.
We'll find out shortly. But yeah, I'm excited for you guys to face off against some friends. But Crim, we were just talking. You flew in last night because you obviously live in LA, but you were out of town. So are you dealing with jet lag? Okay, you were out of the country.
I don't know when I am right now. So
Yeah.
I have no idea when I am. I know I'm here, like physically. And so it's been interesting because Korea's like plus 16 hours or so. So I've gone back to relive the same day. I had the time.
Oh, you're back in time.
Yeah. I'm time
Interesting.
traveling. Other than
So
that,
what happens in 16 hours? Do you know?
Final Fantasy collector boosters will be very hard to get.
Oh, that's good.
Wow. Thank you for that premonition. I really.
Wait, can
on
I,
the house.
Yeah.
can I say something about Reynad and LS's team?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We need to know.
This is a social event, right?
Yes.
Everyone's mingling, eating food,
Yes.
talking magic, having a good time.
Eating lots of food.
Those guys camped out in the corner and have been remaking their deck and analyzing it
Yeah.
and doing test polls for the entire time. They're still doing it right now as we speak.
Yeah.
Not 1 minute of downtime has not been spent theory crafting and
I mean, you have the same time as they do.
that's what I'm saying. Is that's going to be so much more embarrassing when we win. Is all I'm saying. That's the takeaway.
They've certainly I saw that, right? I walked
Yeah.
by and they were like at it. So
No,
I'm
they
like,
have every card spread out on an empty table in the corner, and they're like debating.
wow, that is a very. I feel like their experience and like at least on my end.
You are getting paged right now.
Oh, I'm getting paged?
Time for you to
All
play.
right.
You're going to go play Fob Master and Joel on the main stream. Yeah, exactly. So, Talia, do you want to join? You
Little
you
puppy
come
friends.
sit in. Yeah.
Here, I'll scooch over.
Yeah.
Come on. But yeah, like that is a very different deck building philosophy than what we had going on our camp. It was like on my side, like we were just laughing at all the pools and stuff we got. And it's like, oh, Jekt and Titus, I make father-son duo, fight people, fun.
Yeah.
That's it. But they're over there like testing every percentage of every card that they would draw.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I definitely think I have communicated to them that like, oh, this is a fun event, and they're like, yes, we will be taking home the prize for our charity. That's just how dedicated they are.
That's right.
I mean, it's going to a good cause, so like
is
that's
going
pretty
to a good
dope.
cause.
Yeah. How all of you thought? Actually, I'd love to hear from all of you. I know you're a big Final Fantasy fan.
Specific games.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. But how much, Talia and Billy? How much have you been playing Final Fantasy throughout the years, and what is your thought on the set?
Well, let me tell you, I've only played 15.
Okay.
And some of 7, but I love the set. The art is just worth it alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the set is amazing. So actually, kind of hate to admit this, but I discovered Final Fantasy through Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I was like, oh, who are these cool characters? And then I started looking into Final Fantasy and played 7. Fell in love with that story and Tifa specifically. Ended up cosplaying her many years ago and recently.
So you're a Tifa girl, not an Aerith girl.
Yeah, I like Tifa.
All
There's
right,
always an
all
Aerith.
right. I'm an Aerith.
Aerith, yeah,
couch
there's a
potato.
reason why we're on a
that's
team.
Right.
Yeah, that was part of the poll that I used to pair all the teams together. It was like,
Aerith or Tifa?
Yeah.
The only
And
two
then,
Aeriths.
So I, just like Voxy, actually, we started playing 10 at the same time. So we're like at the same point in the story right now too.
oh yeah,
which is pretty cool.
she's been streaming it.
I have not been streaming it,
yeah.
but I thought about it. But it's like I'm up late at night. I'm
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like
Comfort
it's my
gaming.
wind down
Yeah.
comfort in my cozy clothes. So yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot.
Yeah.
I like the story a lot.
10 has the best love story. That's why I value it the highest of all the games.
Mm-hmm.
I love 9 the most, because it has all my favorite characters. But the best Final Fantasy to me is the one with my favorite love story, which is between Tidus and Yuna. So.
But okay, 15, cool car.
I mean, there's a dope
Cool
ride.
bar.
And it's all about riding around with the best friends and getting food.
Wait, that was the boy band one?
Yeah, that's the boy band
I did
one.
play that one,
Yeah,
actually. And I was like, this is kind of silly, but I liked it.
Fish, the fishing mini
Yes.
game.
Yeah, the fishing mini game, yeah.
Which I think is in the set.
There is.
Yeah.
It's a side quest.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
a good card. It actually,
Yeah.
the side quests are nice.
Yeah,
I like
it
those
is
cards.
in my deck.
Yeah, they did such a good job of
Wait,
bringing
actually,
in all sorts of cool stuff. So yeah.
What about you? Did you play a lot of the Final Fantasies?
Yeah, so I played 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 2, and then I really wanted to play more 13. I actually I love Lightning. I think Lightning is my favorite card in the set, and I think she's so cool visually. But I wasn't able to go through the full trilogy. It just for some reason I wasn't able to get locked in as much as some of the other Final Fantasies. And then I went back and I played 7 Remake. And I've restarted 7 Rebirth because I got busy whenever it first came out and didn't play it. But it's super fun to be playing those games. In fact, I was on a trip recently. I borrowed a friend's Steam Deck so that I could play Final Fantasy 9 again.
Best game. That's the best
it is
game.
my favorite. Yeah.
Yes.
You were, you
Yes.
were on a beachy, beautiful resort, and you were like, let me pull out my Steam Deck. I got a game.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That is what life is about.
We've definitely played Magic on the beach before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, we've seen some of the pros like Mangu drafting in a pool.
Dude,
Yeah.
Magic
And
in
I'm
the hot
like,
tub, just playing the cards in the water.
Yeah.
I don't know why we love that so much.
Well,
Gamers love chaos.
I think we're getting set up here in a second for the next match. But before we get into the next match, as we're teasing right now, I do just want to talk a little bit about Archidekt, our sponsor for the event. It's a very powerful platform for MTG players. We've got the deck list that you're about to see played on stream right now. You can click through the QR code or use the QR code or go to that URL. And you know, the super cool thing about Archidekt is that it just makes deck building super easy. It's got this intuitive layout. You'll see it whenever you go there to look at the decks. You can build, organize, manage, all without overwhelming yourself through the process. It's collaborative. They've got tools that let you work with somebody else simultaneously to build a deck, which I think is super neat. And yeah, it's great, both for casual folks, but also if you're watching this, you're a very experienced player. They've got all sorts of cool things in there that let you do analytics. You can import and export deck lists and all that type of stuff. So thank you so much to Archidekt for sponsoring Duel Land. It's great to have them here. And yeah, we should be getting into these games in just a second here. So this will be our match that we're watching. It's we've got Atrioc and Jimmy returning onto the stream, but this time with Fobmaster and Joel. So yeah, excited for them. Fobmaster is very fun. He's known for, I think the technical term is wailing out in gacha games. So today he learned about collector booster boxes. Just a fun note, we had 4 collector booster boxes on the table up here earlier today. We now only have 3 because this is Laughing Dragon stock. And Fobmaster went and purchased one of these from the table.
Fresh right
You're
here.
gonna bankrupt the poor guy.
Was opening it, yeah. So, we're getting into the game. So, yeah, I don't know if one of you all wants to go enjoy yourself a little bit. We'll bring Brian back in here. And we'll be getting in here to watch Joel, Jimmy, Atrioc, and Fobmaster. Yeah. Yeah, feel free to relax. Thank you, Billy, for joining us.
We need the professional commentator.
Yeah. We were lost
Pro
without
player.
Brian Kibler here to guide us through this.
I'm back.
Yes. A couple lands in. I don't think we have audio yet of the players, but maybe that will pop in here in a second. So, yeah. So we're working on getting that in. I think obviously we had a little bit of static issues earlier today, so we're trying to make sure that we can get those resolved.
Did we get our deck techs of Fobmaster and Joel? I know that we had a little bit of insight, both from seeing Atrioc and Jimmy play earlier, but also getting a peek at their overall deck construction. But it does seem like Fobmaster is starting things off with the Black Mage strategy.
Yes, yeah. We'll see if we have a break at some point in time where there's a pause in the game. We'll be able to get those up to get some key cards for both of these decks.
Yeah, the Black Mage's Rod here, one of the job select equipment, gives you your hero, but that hero is a wizard who gets the Black Mage effect. Looks like it got taken down, though, before it got to do any wizardly duties.
Yeah, but the nice thing, I mean, the cool thing is they can re-equip that at a later time. So
Was that just syncopated?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think Job Select was probably one of the coolest things in a limited space, just because normally you don't play that many equipments, and they finally made a ton of equipment playable.
Well, coming in with a creature?
Yeah,
Oh my
I mean,
gosh.
it's obviously
Amazing.
a lot like living weapon or for Mirrodin in terms of just giving you an equipment that comes with a body already. But the fact that they are non-creature spells that give you creatures in a format with cards that care about non-creature spells, like the mages, gives that kind of that additional bit of synergy that enables other things. Also, the artifact matters themes and some of the colors. It kind of is something that pulls a bunch of pieces of the puzzle together while just having the basic effect of giving you a creature.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So Ninja's Blades looks like it's been played here.
That was syncopated.
Syncopated, yeah.
Yeah, another job select card.
Yes.
This is a rare.
Oh, there's cornered
cornered.
by Black Mages, yeah. It's just going to be such an MVP card throughout the tournament. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. These tokens are also the wizard tokens.
Yes.
Love those cards. That inclusion into the set has been so much fun. I don't normally play limited, but I love this limited environment.
Well, and we've mentioned it throughout the morning. The wizards specifically in Two-Headed Giant, giving you the ability to do 1 damage to each opponent, which is effectively doubled against your 2 opponents in Two-Headed Giant, is just so powerful at attacking your opponent's life totals.
Yeah. There's that Wall of Omens.
Yep.
The very brightly colored Wall of Omens from the Final Fantasy art.
Yeah. There are so many of the cards from the special guests and stuff that have basically the screenshots from the game more or less.
Yeah.
But they are hard to keep track of all of them because there's so many with so many different pieces of art, and from this distance especially, it's like what. Which one is that?
Another corner by Black Mages.
I think we as a collective, collective that is involved in this tournament have been cornered by Black Mages.
Yes,
basically.
yes.
Like that is our experience.
Good. It's my favorite class to play, so I love that.
This is, I think, Fang is the card, which cares about having cards removed from your graveyard. So.
Okay. Does Joel have it? I don't know if y'all saw the deck. Does he have the meld?
The meld?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, because it melds with vanilla.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if that pops up. There's Fang. So Fang, let's see. You lose a life, you draw a card whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard.
Okay.
We'll see if we're doing. Joel, I know Joel very well. He does love the graveyard shenanigans and antics. So.
Another job has been selected by Jimmy over there.
Yeah.
That was
That's
the White Mage
life
staff.
gain. Yeah.
Lots of their employment levels are high in this set.
Yeah. It's the Final Fantasy worlds have a bustling economy.
Crim, have you played? I know a lot of the stuff is from Final Fantasy 14. Have you played the MMO much?
I'm going to answer that untruthfully.
Okay.
Because I'm going to say only a moderate amount because that's a lie.
Okay.
I played too much Final Fantasy 14. But, no one needs to know that, whether or not I spent all my time in there.
Yeah.
To put it lightly, I dressed up. I didn't dress up. I was a Lalafell in that game.
Okay.
And I ran around the main area, Limsa at like 3 a.m. because I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
And I would just dress my character up as a Starbucks barista and hand out cookies.
Gotcha.
That was how I filled time.
Everyone enjoys games in their own way.
Oh my god.
This Fenrir, I don't know, less valuable on 2HG, but it's in limited, I believe, one of the best uncommons in the set right now.
Cool,
it just does so much for you out the gate. So that's a big play, I think, from Joel. You can see Atrioc keeps picking up the card to reread it over and over again. It does what? What happens?
This uncommon has been phenomenal, I think, just across the board. I think.
Yeah.
It's played nicely and constructed as well.
Yeah. I know Atrioc and Jimmy were making a lot of jokes about me during their first match. I promise we don't have their audio muted right now in response to that.
Did they win their first match?
They
did, yes. They did.
That one wizard is doubly wizard, right? That's an equipped wizard. All right.
Yeah. Yo, dog, I heard you like wizards.
Yeah,
the double ping. Yeah. I think Fobmaster was just pointing at that as he alternates between the two.
It's a wizard with 3 Z's.
Yeah.
Into some thunder magic. Very nice.
Is that the draw 3 card spell? That Jimmy just played? Or what is that?
I think it's draw 2.
Oh, draw 2.
And make
like
a... oh, no, sorry. I was looking at the Atrioc graveyard, yeah. I think that surveils one and then draws.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Talia, is it fun for you to see the set out? I know you were at the reveal at
I
PAX.
was.
Yeah,
That
you
was
were hosting, I think, right?
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. I feel like there was. Did you play in the early access streamer event?
Yes, yeah.
I felt like there was a little bit of a learning curve at first.
Yes.
Or I just had really bad luck in like no removal.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
then I realized,
Removal
oh my
is-
gosh, I need removal so bad.
Yeah.
So then I started prioritizing that, and it's been really good for me ever since.
It's definitely one of those. Salvo Tender, I think, just dropped for Atrioc. I believe that pings each opponent on land drops. Might just be a target opponent, but
I love all these effects of
Yeah.
like pinging people without combat.
Yeah.
I love that.
It might be target opponent, but I think it might be each.
Yeah, it's each opponent.
I know some of these effects, like the lizards from Bloomborough, do targets because you're trying to commit
Because they're crimes.
Yeah.
They were synergistic with the Outlaws cards.
Yeah.
These are synergistic with Two-Headed Giant.
Right, yeah. All right, we got audio here. Listening in on.
That was the
Salvo Tender
Thunder
gone.
come down, and that is the double ping from
Yeah.
the
We're gonna go.
the wizard.
Cards in hand.
I appreciate it. It's the Lalafell wizard token. That's nice.
I don't know what that means.
They're like gnomes. They're
Okay.
like the gnomes of Final Fantasy
Okay,
XIV, and
okay.
everybody like makes fun of them. But
Marlboro.
I love them.
Yeah.
I'm a short king. Got to be a short king in video games.
It's good to have you and Joy and a couple other of the folks on
Each opponent
the
discard a
DOM as well
card.
on the event because you can translate all these Final Fantasy references we don't know.
Yeah.
So Cloud is the main character.
Joel played Marlboro here, which is I think one of the best cards in 2HG.
It is quite powerful.
Each opponent
Yeah.
discards card, loses 2
So
life.
yeah,
It's massive.
You make each opponent, like as a team, they discard a total of 2 cards, lose
Yep.
4 life. The exile, it's hard to put like a necessarily a value on it.
I can answer that, Brian. As the mill player, it's amazing. I do also love swamp cycling. Any limited
yeah.
set
I love
that
all
has
the
these
cycling
land
like that,
cyclings,
yeah.
Yeah.
they play so well.
Got rid of the wall.
I'm going to flash in stuff in Summoner's Sanctum.
Yep.
Tap that in Marlboro.
Tapping it down.
Okay.
It's okay. Marlboro got its value.
Yeah.
So for what it's worth.
That was an anti-smoking campaign that just came down.
Alright, I'm gonna play Dion.
Yes.
Oh, there's Dion.
Ooh, that is a very
Yeah.
powerful card.
One of the strongest rares in the set. Not as strong in very strong in 2HG, not as strong as in 1v1, but
Hello.
Oh, we have a second
Hey.
Marlboro.
Oh no.
Oh wow.
We got the stop smoking campaign, but then
Yeah,
they
yeah.
just came and started vaping.
Also, did Ambrosia just bounce Dion?
No, it bounced the wall.
Okay.
It looks
okay.
like was Dion just immediately killed?
Or was Jimmy just flexing?
It might have been immediately killed, yeah.
Discard says.
That's a good one.
Well, that's correct.
Yeah.
It should immediately be destroyed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then exile 3 each.
Oh my God! I just saw it's Jimmy in Jimmy's hand.
Yeah.
Fight on. Good.
What is it?
It's the absolute virtue.
Oh yeah, protection from all opponents.
Yeah, yeah.
There it is.
Wall of Omens.
Once again.
Who-
Okay,
Oh.
he was just showing it from something, I assume. It must have been revealed.
I have kind of a strange rule question with the absolute virtue. Does it protect both of them or just just the single person, right?
I believe it's
Like
just
if
the
it's
player.
would it just be
Yeah.
Jimmy
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
protected?
So,
Yeah.
Atrioc can
they
still
could
get
just
targeted.
take Atrioc out, right?
Atrioc is the blood
Right,
bag.
okay.
Although, how does that work with combat?
I don't know.
Because you have a
can
shared.
share.
Because like if you have
this gets
protection,
its
you
third,
like
You can
the
just
stuff like the
throw
black
it in
mage
front of.
damage. But like in combat, I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
This has
interesting.
never come up for me.
I think you can still attack your opponent, the other opponent, and they take damage and it
it's
removes
all
it from it.
tied
That would be
I
my
think
guess.
that's probably true. It's
Yeah.
probably the way that it works is probably that you choose technically which player you're attacking,
Yes.
but the other player can just choose to block.
Yeah.
So you could just send all your creatures at the player who does not have protection.
Yeah. If we
Yeah.
remember, maybe we'll grab our coach Travis to come in here and give some
Yeah.
information.
Are you speaking in the third person?
No,
right
no,
now,
we have a
Travis?
coach
Okay.
named Travis.
Oh, trust me, I know that, Travis.
Zombies in chat says, I knew Big A was secretly in Big Tobacco's pockets.
Look at that. Look at that. Just flicking wizard tokens everywhere.
Yeah. There are so many. Up.
It seems like
Dion's dead again. Okay, well, not a dead, but officially dead.
Fobmaster seems to have a really solid Rakdos Wizards deck.
Yeah.
It's got like everything. Is there a Kuja in there?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. I guess we could look at if you'd like.
Oh, wait,
you can
that
go to
was a second
archidekt.com/FlyQuest.
Dion.
Oh, Jimmy says.
There's
Oh,
two.
Oh, there are two.
There are two. It wasn't.
Oh
just
my
one was
God,
revealed.
Jimmy's just got two
He has
Dions?
two.
It's great. Some of the decks at this thing are just crazy. The pools that people opened.
The fact that you have two separate pre-release pools that you're combining into
Yes.
two decks, right? You're effectively going to get like twice as many options for each deck.
Yeah.
And in a way, kind of more than that because you have, the ability to split them across. So it's interesting.
You say that, but Voxy opened both of her VVs
Yeah,
in
it's true.
one kit. So some people don't even need the second kit to play.
Yeah, seriously.
Some people just have it all. And a Sephiroth as the promo.
Yes, yeah.
Play your small. Oh, no, play this. Yeah. Alright, tap,
Seeing what Atrioc's casting here.
not yet, hold on. Wait, you gonna do something for your turn?
How many cards in hand, Jimmy?
Yeah. I'll play land.
Yep.
Is it virtue time?
It's a 4/4. They could.
I have to imagine so. But the nice thing here is Virtue itself doesn't have hexproof or anything like
True,
that.
true.
So.
I imagine when he plays it, the judge will immediately be asked a question, so maybe
Yeah.
we'll just hear it over there.
Let's equip it onto this 2.
Oh, he's not going to cast it.
Yeah.
Full combat.
Might
I
not have
guess
the mana yet.
It's 8, I think,
It is.
right?
It's 8, yeah. So he's at
Oh,
7,
yeah, sure.
Although I guess it feels like right now Atrioc and Jimmy are
3, 3, 4.
pretty ahead on board.
So now we're just gonna rush them.
The black mages are
That's true.
a lot.
Don't underestimate
They're not
those
exactly good at
pings.
blocking, though.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. But who needs to block? Whenever you just cast a couple spells and
Whew.
Yeah, we'll go to 13.
Okay. And then play the land.
13.
13.
I see a question in the chat asking about how does Joel have a swamp and a forest, but the commander is green. Well, this is not commander. This is sealed deck.
yeah. We're getting life total should be updated here in a second. Fobmaster and Joel are at 13. There we go.
That's a big hit.
Yeah, but still, that one super wizard and the additional wizard over there, that's 3 damage.
Yeah. This game going much faster than the other ones we've watched
Oh,
so
yeah.
far. Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I
How the
think
games
I-
looked? Have they been aggressive? Or
Last round was pretty slow.
Both games in the
I
previous
was
round.
Yeah.
Both games was the time in the previous round. But
Yeah.
the first round was relatively quick.
Yeah.
Let me see what I hit.
Fobmaster and Joel on the second stream versus LS and Reynad. That match ended like
Super fast.
Super
Yeah.
fast.
who won?
LS and Reynad.
Yeah, we didn't actually see any of that in the first round because they finished so quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those curious in the chat, this is indeed a sealed deck 2-headed giant.
Yes.
Each team opened 2 pre-release packs and built their decks from the combined total card pool of
I'm
all
going
of
to
them.
pay 4 for Genova Ancient Calamity.
I think I'm going to have to go edit my deck a little bit.
Go for it. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I have to play Jimmy.
We'll go to combat.
Wow. Scouting report
No.
received.
No.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm just going to take a peek at it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll live.
All right.
Untap.
We've got some decent stuff to block. We didn't have to take the turn last time. We could have done some jumping if we wanted to.
So yeah, I think you. Hold on. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
A little bit of life gain from that Shin reinforcement there.
Yeah, and that with the treasure. And then just this swings.
Yeah. Well, you think just this or this one?
Well, he has a 3/4 and a 1/5 right now. That
A
can block.
1/5.
Yeah, the 1/5 will block really well.
Ellie, where are you going?
I don't even know what Genova does.
So I think you played that.
It has a lot of
Use
text.
that,
Yeah, Genova
land, and
flips,
then
right?
1, 2,
Or
3, 4,
no?
5,
I don't
6,
think
yeah.
it
And
flips.
then
There
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, it makes things into mutants.
Okay.
Does a bunch of counter
And then,
stuff.
yeah, it's counters. It's quite powerful.
Yeah.
We take
Like,
2.
it seems like actually kind of a disgusting limited card.
Yeah. Sabo Tender just got played again. Maybe we'll get Sabo Tender up on the screen here in a second so that we
That
can
menace, Sabo Tender.
verify.
Kill Gigas.
Uh-oh.
5/4 trample haster.
Move to combat.
Yup.
Swing.
That's it?
Yep. I think I should swing. Well.
No, again, he'll just free block Genova, and then he can. Actually, what you could do is you could swing this and then sack the treasure and surveil too. I think that's actually a pretty good idea. Because if they were to
they're in the
block it, you
tank.
will kill at least one thing that they block with it. And
Fob
so
Master
they'll
and Joel also won round 1 for themselves?
No, they
lost.
They lost to Ellis and Raynad, yeah.
Oh, wait, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
The game that never happened.
We're trying to get Fob Master and Joel on the board with this match. Is what's at stake.
Okay. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna Sephiroth.
I mean, I won't scream it into the
Sephiroth
microphone,
on
but
Hilgigas.
everyone's thinking One Winged Angel,
we
right?
didn't
We heard the name. You have to say it, right?
You have to sing it, I think.
Yeah,
is the
yeah,
way
you have to play the
I mean,
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
There we go. And
A little bit of life gain, at least,
I'm
from
gonna
the
block with my
Sephiroth
1/5.
intervention.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Absolute Virtue.
There it is.
There it
You have
is.
protection from each of our opponents. We can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by you.
So yeah, Jimmy
You.
says we, but I don't know if it's we.
Yeah.
It might
Yeah.
just be Jimmy.
That is.
They're out of removal spells.
I'm hoping the judge gets
judge?
called.
We'll find out.
Yeah, because I want to know.
Yeah.
It's just you. It is also just notably an 8/8 flyer.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's that other text.
By like
Yeah.
even if it's just you can still attack Atrioc, it doesn't matter. You get
So you'll
protection
take
from like
6,
the
yeah,
pings and
okay.
that's it. But
That's a spell.
that
8/8
kind
flyer.
of kind of is brutal though, right? Against the Black Mage plan.
Oh, no, we
Yeah,
can be dealt damage.
Like, but I guess
it does happen.
So yeah.
It's you.
So it should only be
So we only take
one.
3?
Oh yeah, that's what they're saying.
Damage.
So 3.
Okay.
Okay.
So we take 3 then.
Yeah. So 7.
Okay, so you have
Okay.
the damage.
Yeah,
Yes.
because Jimmy has protection.
Yes.
Okay.
So
We just
Oh, so we can get around the absolute virtue.
We're all learning right now
Yeah.
together.
it was how I had assumed it worked.
Yeah.
I seen absolute virtue on the battlefield. That's
Yes.
spooky.
It is,
We
it
were
is
just listening.
having the damage from Black Mages.
Yes.
But it is not preventing the damage because it only gives the player who controls it protection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Atrioc is
So
still
that is
an open
interesting mechanic
Yeah.
for
Yep, for two-headed
two-headed
giant.
giant, huh?
I'm gonna go to combat, put a counter here,
Yep.
Okay.
and
Jimmy at all costs now
There's
must
a lot
protect
of black
Atrioc.
mages on Fob's board.
Yes. Got 3 of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we might be good for a listen in on the players here in a second.
Tap everything.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, I see how it is as soon as I get on.
Let's first see what
No,
happens.
I think the board is just filling up. I want to hear what they're all saying.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah.
Cryptic command, tap your home board down. Response?
sadness.
Everything's
Tap your wizards here.
Combat?
Swing.
Let me see.
All creatures your opponents control.
Yep, all opponents, huh?
Yeah.
1,
Gain 1 life
2,
there.
3,
Up to 8.
4, 5, 6. Did you play land?
Yes. No, I'm sorry.
So 5 plus
13.
8 is 13. 17. That's
Wait.
another 3, 20,
I played land
22.
before, just in case this. You can't block.
It doesn't matter. You had us covered on combat damage. GG.
GG's.
Cryptic
Sorry,
Commando.
Cryptic Command.
Cryptic Command will get you there, huh?
Yeah. We had so many wizards.
Dude, we were right there.
You were super close with the wizards.
We just.
Wow.
What? Oh my god.
All right, so there we go. We just saw it.
That was crazy.
Cryptic command.
Wow.
That would have been
We got to get them on the couch here.
That was good. I'm sure we'll have them joining us here in just a second. But I'm wondering if table 2 is still going. I'm sure we'll pull that up here in moments. I have to assume it is because that was
fast.
super
quite
fast.
fast.
Yeah.
It definitely is.
Yes.
And,
much more reasonable life totals for the first 15 minutes of a match. So.
Huh.
That's I was like, I know that card very well. She's very good.
We should see our
I'm gonna
friends
attempt
from
to
that
play,
team game coming out here in a
costs
second.
2 less. Barts and Bocos got affinity for birds. And when he enters each other bird, you control deals damage equal to power to a target creature opponent controls.
Have we spent much time with LS and Reyna deck? I'm curious what their
No, this is the first time we're
Yeah, we
seeing them
haven't-
on mainstream.
We haven't
Of course,
seen
they
them
have the Black Lotus
Yeah.
on the
It is
sitting
it's just
on the mat.
on.
Yes.
Just to,
He's just got it out.
He's using it as a treasure
Yeah,
to
table
count his
ornamentation.
treasures.
Hello. Hello, Joe.
So I'm gonna.
Yeah, well,
I guess,
get good.
Rough one.
Well, each one I do is going to target one.
We
So
no, we
it's
just
the first one I get
we
to,
just
so
watched your game,
Eric,
Joel, and now
That's gotta
now
be
we
the
just
sickest
switched over.
flex ever. Is just put the Black Lotus on the table like that and just let it sit.
All of them have to target the same thing on each trigger. So this is
Really?
Yeah, it says each
Kinda
bird
nuts.
deals damage to a target creature. So first trigger is here.
LS just flicking the cards is
Yeah,
you're,
yeah.
you're missing it because you don't have the headset on, but
This
it
is
is
five.
That's very satisfying sounding,
no,
I'm
it's
sure.
just 3 power, so it is 6.
That's just the
Six.
soundtrack
What a
of my
game!
life.
What a game! All right, you guys take the mic. I'll pop off.
Yeah.
You sure it's 6?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll mute the players here for a second so we can get a quick interview with our competitors from last round. Let's see if we can get Jimmy here.
That was sick.
Yeah.
That was
so
awesome.
we'll get back into that match. I know we're still hearing them, but we'll get them muted here in a second.
We were definitely sitting there with a number of rules questions about how Absolute Virtue works into it, a giant here.
Oh, yeah, I had no. Yeah.
We're like, okay, so it definitely will like protect him from the one player from the Black Mage pings.
Yes.
But like, how does attacking work? Do you choose to attack a player?
Yes,
you do.
The damage
That was-
goes to the other player, so Absolute Virtue loses a little bit
Yeah,
of
so
oomph
we
in
were
Two-Headed Giant.
trying to figure out exactly how it would work, and that was our assumption, but we weren't
Yes.
100% sure.
That's what it was. The good part for them was that it was turning off half the Black Mage
Yep,
triggers.
yeah.
So that was huge for them.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it was still an 8/8 flyer.
Yeah,
So it's
that
like
was exactly what I said. I was like, even if this doesn't work quite how you want, it's an 8/8 flyer.
Yes, correct. Yeah, Fob was going to top deck the unexpected request next turn, so we could steal the Absolute Virtue and
You're never supposed to look. You're never supposed to look at the top card.
I know.
Yeah.
We were so close
Yeah.
on that one, and they closed it out with that cryptic command tapping
Yeah.
down our entire board.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
I also
Bob
had
Master,
to look
you're-
up Cryptic Command to make sure that was all creatures opponents control,
Yes,
not target opponents.
same,
too, 'cause
same. I was like, hang on,
hold on.
we have an out here. No, it wasn't.
That's what I
right.
thought. I didn't want to say anything. I was like, you want to bluff your way into the.
Bob Master, you're
that was
making
awesome.
so many black mages.
I know. And we were so sad. Like, all I needed was the next card, and we would have just. It would have been crazy.
Decimated, yeah.
The bonus
Wizards
sheet
on.
strikes again,
Yeah.
dude.
Let's go, dude.
Are you going to need another collector box to?
I'm not opening another. Maybe.
As a consolation prize.
Yes.
Maybe if we lose our next game, I'll just be like, maybe I'll open one. I'll get a neon chocobo.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what you need. Yeah.
That was a feel-bad loss, though.
Yeah.
I do feel bad about that.
Yeah.
No, it really wasn't.
It
I mean,
was still
that's
fun.
yeah, top deck
Yeah.
and a cryptic command. That's insane. That,
Yeah, it
that's
felt like I was
what that
playing
deck wants to do.
Modern now. all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to get it back into the second table here. So if anybody wants, you're all welcome to hang out here on the couch with us as we watch it. But if some of you want to go grab drinks, I know Fob, you're also streaming. So you're hungry. Okay, yeah, go grab some food.
I respect that.
Yeah. All right. So
Let's see what else is
This was
doing.
actually.
He's just slapping a Black Lotus on the table.
yeah, do you
That's what
see
he's
his
doing.
$1 million Black Lotus at the bottom?
What the heck is that doing there?
Yeah.
It's at 4.
It's a treasure token, I think.
We can try to.
I actually don't even think it's a
You
treasure
would've
token. It's
already
just there,
shown this.
just to flex.
Yeah.
It's only worth 10
Pretty
bitcoins.
rude. 10 bitcoins, everyone.
It's only worth 10
Yeah.
bitcoins.
How much could a banana be worth, Michael? 10 bitcoins?
Well, that's awkward. But it's fine. That's fine. It's fine.
It's
That
this
card is
land,
nuts.
It's this land trigger that I was like, oh,
That's why
this should have been 4.
Double Sabo tender. Love to
Double
see that.
Sabo tender? Oh, man.
That's fun.
I want to say, we're looking at this right now, 24-9. If Dom and Joy win, this is probably the biggest upset we could have on day one.
Huge
Yeah.
upset.
Yeah,
Dom
yeah.
taking care of business where I could not.
Yeah. Dom is.
Yeah.
Dom is definitely, he came in this morning, found out he was playing. Joy, brand new to Magic. Ellis, Reynad, probably the favorites for the tournament.
For sure.
Yeah.
Is that another chocobo from Dom?
So this should have been a 4 power, not a 3. But then he wouldn't have done
Oh,
it.
Good jump.
Nice.
Gain,
That's okay. Oh, that's Elspeth? Yeah.
gain flying until end
It
of
wouldn't have
turn.
mattered if we had released the power before. It was 7 total instead of 6. So he wouldn't
It's
have
very on brand for me to play aggro decks and be done half an hour into the round. Do a lot of sitting around at tournaments.
That game went real fast.
I mean, we
so.
did. I said this was 3, and this was double, but I didn't double this one.
Oh, so you said how big it was.
Yeah, and he even asked me if I was sure. I was like, I think so. I said yes because I forgot about the sign thing.
There's some rules debating going on right now, if you can't hear it in chat, where they're trying to figure out Bart's and Bogo's.
We just had to have a judge ruling.
Wow. What happened to being a casual fun event, Travis?
I don't know if LS and Raynad.
LS and Raynad's what happened.
Yeah. I mean, they look like they're trying hard, for sure.
Oh yeah, they were sitting there that entire in between and like tweaking their decks and fixing everything up. I was like, God.
Ellis is flicking like a Brian Kibler out there.
Yeah, definitely.
A little slower.
This is the soundtrack of my life.
You fall asleep to it.
Yeah.
So we've talked about making a Yule log video.
Yes.
10 hours of me shuffling.
Yes, dude. Some people listen to the storm. Some people listen to white noise. Some people like Kibler flicking cards.
Yes. There's two types of storms. There's the storm and the magic storm.
There you go.
Yeah.
What are you at? 24.
All right, so they are definitely backed up against the wall here. It looks like Raynad's trying to point a removal spell at something. And now they're deciding what to go at.
Playing against them was very experience of playing against pros. They play very deliberately. They play intentionally, slowly. They really try to make sure that they're doing the right thing. They're thinking every line through.
You don't know. The great Jimmy Wong doesn't know what that card is.
Okay.
Which card are we trying to pull up?
With the 1.
Is that an Aerith?
Yeah. Whatever card the 1 counters on. I don't know if we can get a.
I believe it's an Aerith Gainsborough.
Is it Aerith?
What's it do?
She has to do with +1 counters in life gain.
Is it when you gain life, you put a counter on them at the end of your turn?
Yeah, something like that.
And when she dies, you put a counter on all your legendary creatures, so the number of counters on her.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
All right. In the tragic event that somehow something may happen to Aerith.
I remember that.
Protected by Cloud? How could that happen?
I know. That was the big story thing of my childhood. Everyone that was on every forum, and everyone talked about that.
I still have like a very distinct memory of like her being like her body put into like the life stream.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Super distinct.
Spoilers.
That is the only you can't spoil her in 2025, Aerith. Yes.
All right.
Who's in the bottom right?
That is the only Final Fantasy I know. That's the only lore. Is 7. I'm the most casual.
Yeah. We have a TFT stream in the bottom right. Yeah. We'll get that updated to the correct.
It's truly the world's meeting. We have MTG and esports.
This is the crossover. This is the crossover.
We're trying to get Frodan's audience to tune in. You know? We throw that just long enough that it sticks on the Twitch thumbnail.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that's funny. Did they take the pings?
We could. This doesn't have it.
Oh, the wizard has it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it feels like,
Yeah,
she
Joy
got
right now
5 mountains.
just has mountains.
I could.
Jimmy, we should pull you to the mic so we could hear you.
Oh, yeah. It feels like
Mono red Sabotender is not the plan.
Sabotenders and wizards are just crazy good.
Yeah, Sabotender. They're both the best commons in the set, basically. Anything
Definitely.
that makes a wizard.
You know, we all know newer players. Mono red's a good way to get them in. You know.
Fat Chocobo.
Make me another chocobo.
Oh, 4 chocobos.
Chocobo right there. Oh, does he
Not
unlock the
currently
thing?
on the side quest.
I know.
Oh, no,
Not
side. I
currently
see.
on
I
the
see. I
side
see. I
quest.
see. Needs a side quest.
I think you got to do that.
I really thought Joy and Dom might pull this off when I saw the life totals, but now they've tightened up a lot. Yeah.
How did they gain so much life?
Aerith has lifelink.
Yeah.
I don't do it.
What is this to the left of Aerith?
I don't do it.
Okay, my play mistake.
What'd she play?
Because they get a lot of life.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. 16. So they've got what?
Actually, did not.
It does feel like this is slipping away.
I don't know if it's like tournament rules. You know?
It's intimidating, I'll tell you that. As being in this experience where a newer player is paired with me against LS and Raynad, to be going 2-on-1 with these guys. Trying to communicate to my partner who's new without giving them information, impossible.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
It's definitely challenging.
Because you don't want to talk about the removal you've got in your hand or
Right,
whatever.
exactly. And you have to be, I have to be so like straightforward to explain the things to him already. Can't talk in code at all. Or be like this and then this or this and then this. Yeah, that? Okay. That doesn't work.
I really do love that Dom just built a Chocobo deck.
He did it.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
It's a good one. It looks good. I mean, he's got
I mean,
a ton of them.
Yeah.
What's the one in the middle there? The
Bart's and
Bots,
yeah,
yeah.
Legend. That one is real nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bart's
Yeah,
and
doesn't it do
Boko.
damage for each bird to every?
Yeah, no,
each
the
bird
bird deals their-
punches a bird.
Yeah, it's
Each
awesome,
bird
right?
punches a thing.
Well, equal their power.
their
Is it a
Very good,
fight or
yeah.
is it a damage?
No,
Not
no,
a
it's a
fight.
punch.
That's
Just
awesome.
a, just a
One-sided,
punch.
so good.
Yeah.
So you could just blow the game out. You
Yeah.
could just
Bird kick.
Yeah.
Ooh, a fast tap out from LS for
Oh.
Summon.
Odin.
Odin to
Okay.
kill the Fat Chocobo. Pretty good, given that it gives trample in the next turn.
Yes, Odin also is the card that you do not want to take damage from.
Yeah.
It will kill you.
Chapter 2 of Odin
Next
is
turn.
you are dead.
Yes. So this is a huge
Wait,
threat.
why?
It just says...
That's what the text is.
That's
It
its
says,
ability.
If this deals damage to a player, that player loses the game.
Yeah.
That's what Chapter 2 of Odin is.
Yes.
So if you have a way to like give it unblockable,
That's like a fake card my little brother would make.
Yeah, exactly.
Magic makes a lot of those these
Instant
days.
win.
Yeah. This cactus has 10,000 power when it
Yeah.
attacks.
That's another one.
There's a 10,000 power cactus in this set?
Oh, yeah.
I gotta catch up.
There you go. You want hot dog?
But that is a full tap out, so we'll see here. It looks like Aerith is attacking both.
Yeah, Dom's trying to double block
Okay,
here
and
and
that
take
is
it down.
a first strike Coral Sword on the
Blowout.
Aerith. Wow, the life gain.
Uh-oh.
Ay, ay, ay.
Trigger
And
off
he
the dwarf
discards
king.
thanks to the Giat as well. Wow, both boards go. They gain 6.
That's an
7 life or
insane,
something.
insane
Yeah,
swing right
that's-
there.
That's a
brutal.
swing right there.
Wow, they may as well just throw the Black Lotus at them at this point.
Hey, Jimmy, if we lose to this, we grab that Black Lotus and we run.
We run, yeah.
We just bolt.
book it. We get
If
out of here.
If they are winning,
All right,
you
they
make a
pass
scene,
back.
I'll grab it.
It looks like Arena did not draw anything that they can play this turn.
Joy said, "What's our chance?" Dom said, "I think we need to make. I think we need them to make a mistake," and then laughed.
Jimmy, do I have that cactus in my deck? The
No,
ten-
I think you have Summon Odin in your deck.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, you have Summon Odin as
yeah,
well.
Yeah. Yeah, I have it, but I only read the first part.
That second line of text has some
I
has
was
some
like,
kick.
destroy a creature, that's good enough. It's a 5/3. Dude, I only play limited, and in limited,
This
a
is
creature that
limited.
kills another creature.
This is.
I know.
Yeah.
I play limited, like not sealed,
Yeah.
but like I think this would be good on its own.
It does seem like Joy just... I feel bad because she also had mana issues the first match.
Yeah, she just drew a lot of lands the first match. Yeah, so.
And so now being stuck on one color is...
Yeah, she's really getting the worst Magic experience of all
Yeah.
time.
Oh, here it is. She got the other
Oh,
color.
the swamp.
All right.
Game changer.
That's 4 damage as well from
Here.
the Saboteurs.
Yeah, that takes her deck to a bracket 3. The game.
All right, they could be cooking with gas now.
Yeah.
Looks
Those
like Aerith is
Saboteurs are doing
tapped.
damage.
If they can get rid of that Aerith, a lot of their problems do go away.
Yeah, the Aerith has 100% been the card that is winning this game.
Yeah.
That's
We get,
true, huh?
Hopefully a life
Gained them
total
so
update.
much life back.
They were at 8, right?
Yeah, well, I think they were down at 8 or 9, but I'm trying to... I know
Yeah.
there's been some life gain and
And they're
stuff.
taking 4 every land from Joy, so if there was no Aerith, this would be over, basically.
Dom's very lucky that the default avatar kind of looks like him. he didn't have a special one made today, but minus the beard, it's
Yeah,
close
just needs a
enough, you
beard.
know?
Yeah.
I just want to confirm that we're at 16 and 15 because I think there's been some life changes.
I thought, make sure they did the Saboteur
they-
trigger.
they
They
gained-
should have
the Thunder
11.
triggers, they should be at 11, I think.
When
right now.
Aerith gained life, I believe, on that
Aerith
last
would have
attack.
gained like
Aerith
7
gained-
life
yeah,
last
yeah.
turn,
So
so.
we'll see if we can get the life totals updated here.
Looks like Ellis is playing a big brew of a bunch of colors here, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's got red, blue, black,
He's got a
and
lot.
potentially more.
Dude, wait, he has white right there on the left, right? Or no,
Okay.
that's the townie, right?
That's the name of
yeah.
color.
You know, something that I think Curious Joy could do is kill that little Blazing Ember to kill the Giat. Because if Gareth gains life, dies, and puts those counters on Giat, they are in trouble. All right, she's going to be casting something here. It is a Vane's Treachery.
Okay.
Kicked, sacrificing a Sabotender to try and
Okay.
-6/-6 on Aerith.
That looks like it's going to do it. Reynard's
that
taking
moves
off the
the
dice.
counters,
They
right?
have not gained life this turn, though, so I don't think they're allowed to do that.
No, it's just a death trigger.
Oh, it's just a death trigger?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's
Then,
so powerful.
Then Joy 100% should have killed that Giat with that.
With the other thing, right?
Yeah, with their little 1/1. Unless we have an answer for it here. No, it's just a 6/6 with trample gaining lifelink. A T-Rexosaur. Okay. Wow, they're still in for it next turn if Joy has nothing else to do here.
Well, you're saying there's an order she could have done that to get rid of both
She could
creatures?
have at first killed the Giat.
Dom's calling it
so
out right
that
now. They're responding and killing the Giat.
It is, however, at sorcery speed only on the blazing bomb.
Oh.
Yeah,
We just
so
realized that, yeah.
we'll see if they're going to allow this. We are playing pretty casually here.
Yeah, for sure.
And
I think Reynard
that
less
would've been-
understand.
they're torn between allowing
okay,
it and
all right,
good
There we
sportsmanship.
go. Very good.
Good job,
I was about to
Reynard and
freak out.
LS. Good call,
I was
fellas.
like, she's brand new, and you're gonna.
Sorry, it says sorcery
Right,
speed.
yeah, sorcery
I'm
speed.
sorry.
Only, dude.
Listen.
I didn't
Welcome
make
to
this
Magic.
game. Yeah.
Now they are in a dangerous. They are in a very dangerous spot here, though. I will say that there's 2 tap downs coming from Reynard's little enchantment tapper,
Coral. Yeah.
and that's going to get rid of all the blockers for potential at least one more blocker for this card. And if they can get rid of the last 2 creatures here, they're just going to die from that that summon Odin.
I'd actually love to. I'm not rooting for them, but I'd love to see a summon Odin.
I
win
would like to see a
personally.
summon Odin kill as well.
I'm kind of torn here between seeing
it would be
but
nice
it's
to
them.
see a Cactar finish and a
Yes.
Summon Odin finish at some
Hell
point in
yeah.
time this weekend.
Yeah, what is for life differential? What does Odin count as? If milling counts as 0.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah, it gotta be
question.
zero,
must be
right?
0 too,
Yeah, it gotta be
right?
You'd have to
zero.
assume
Lose
that
the
Yeah,
game.
you would think.
that it counts
Just
as
straight
as a
0,
reaching 0
yeah.
left.
Maybe a question for our judge. if
We'll
we
have
can
to
grab
we'll have
it.
to bring that
That
up.
is
Because it is
interesting.
relevant.
It is definitely relevant.
It
Yeah.
matter.
Things that are
Theoretically, if
relevant.
you'd gain enough life, you could lose with 30 life.
All right, we have Call the Mountain Chocobo here from LS. It's going to make him a Chocobo and find a mountain from his library. So serving as both mana fixing for him.
Yeah.
Chocobo does a call. The Chocobo does a little bit of all of it.
Reynard telling him, don't tap that swamp, bro.
Yeah.
Here's the mountain. He'll play it as a land. Doesn't really do anything. Am I wispy? All right, let's see here. Plays the mountain. Is there a follow-up? Again, all they have to do is remove 2 blockers. One of them they already have on board with that tapper. And they win the game.
Yeah, this is.
Unless Joy has some 4-mana spell here. I think I also see an Evil Reawakened in LS's hands, so once that summon goes away... Oh, wait,
Ills come
what
back.
just happened here? Oh, Vane's Treachery.
Tapping down.
This is it.
That's game.
Here it comes. Summon Odin
Yeah.
for the win.
Summon
got no block?
Odin victory. Oh man.
Cool game.
I guess we need that ruling right now.
Yes,
Figure out
it is
if you
important.
die from Summon Odin hitting you, what's your life total?
Yeah.
Because technically
Zero?
they were
It's 14.
Technically
Yeah.
they were at 14, so they only had a differential of 2. But
Let's see if we can.
we need this ruling.
If anyone can go grab the judge, Judge Travis, that would
Man,
be great. Yeah.
That was a crazy.
We
game.
are
good
gassed
game.
here
Yeah,
at
yeah.
Summon
Yeah.
Odin for the win.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw the
The
Odin
big
victory.
dub.
There it is.
One of 2 achievements
is better than I
unlocked for
thought.
this stream. Now we just need the
We did the Cactuar.
Cactuar victory, and we're in business.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are there any
Well-
win the games other than that in this set?
I don't
I mean,
think
Cactuar
so.
does not say win the game.
Yeah. Technically, it's the same thing. 100, 10,000.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll get our
Yeah.
team out here in just a second to be able to chat with them and ask a few questions about
Yeah, I
how
wanna
that
know.
match went. Yeah, maybe we'll get. We haven't had
Aerith turned the corner for them
Oh, yeah.
so hard, man.
Yeah,
That was a good comeback.
yeah, and hopefully we'll get our judge out here in just a moment as well.
You had to
So-
say something. That was the announcer jinx. You said if they win here, it's going to be one of the biggest upsets of the entire day.
Yeah, I know.
You
The
did
I
curse.
cast
That
the
was when
curse.
they
him.
turned
The
it.
cast the
Maybe
curse.
You think with all of your years.
Listen, I did not.
League of Legends community.
I said
you
if.
understand.
Come on,
I
dude.
said
the
if.
doom that is a caster
Yes.
curse.
I'm going to
Okay,
tell
we have
Dom
our
it was
judge.
your fault. Judge.
Judge Travis. Yes.
please have
we,
a
we
seat.
have
have a question for
We
you.
got a question.
a question which is immediately relevant.
Yes.
Well, we determined that if a team is milled out,
Yes.
that the life differential counts as that team having reached 0 life.
Yes. Right.
What if a team is defeated by the triggered ability of Summon Odin?
So for that one, we're going to go ahead and record the life totals as they were.
Okay.
We didn't call that out as an
Yeah.
exception ahead of time,
Yeah.
so I don't think it would be fair to say, actually, it's 0.
Okay.
So they
So
should have
there
had
you
with
go.
more creatures.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they
Just
should.
the Odin wasn't enough.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for that. Oh, did we have another question? I forget if we had another
That
question.
was the only
Oh wait,
rules question.
we had on their turn the creature that came down that.
Oh,
gives
the
protection.
Absolute
Yes.
Virtue?
Oh.
Another weird
Yeah,
one
so
for
that
Two-Headed
one
Giant.
we had figured out that it obviously protects one player from the Black Mage
Yes,
Ping.
it's much less good in Two-Headed Giant.
But can you choose to attack the unprotected player with your creatures?
Yes.
Okay, that's
so
what
when
that's
you assign damage,
also what I
you
thought.
simply choose the player who does not have absolute virtue.
Yeah.
So it does not get a lot of mileage in
Yeah.
Two-Headed Giant outside of it protects you from the random wizard triggers.
And it is an 8/8
And
flyer.
it's an 8/8
Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
Awesome.
Good to know.
Well, thank you so much for the verdicts. Really
We got
appreciate
Dom
it.
coming over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll flag Dom in.
Got to talk about this one.
Yes.
Dom, how does it feel to lose to
yeah.
the Odin, brother?
Here, can get on the.
What'd you say?
Losing to the Odin.
We would have won if I made a misplay because I am foolish.
What happened?
I had Bartz and Boko enter, and I didn't realize with traveling chocobo on the field.
Oh,
And
double triggers.
I got the double trigger. What I forgot was the double landfall trigger on my chocobo token.
Oh.
So I thought I only dealt 6 damage with it instead of 7, and then he had a thing that gave her 4 more toughness as Eris. 4 more toughness, so he went 6 toughness, and 7 toughness, and if I had known
Yeah.
that I did miss that trigger, she would have died, and we would have won the game. But
Aerith was what did it, man.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
turned the
That
corner
Aerith-
for them
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
hard.
that was
I'm gonna go find Ellis and
Yeah.
Raynad and grab
Yeah.
them for the couch.
It was,
too.
Yeah, for sure.
It actually, she did great. That Joy was. Yeah.
I was
Joy
going to say,
was murdering things left and
welcome
right.
to MTG.
Yeah.
It's the resource system.
a tough intro with the
Yeah.
mana flood into single color mana screw.
Yeah, and she. But the only thing is, she only drew 1 black card the whole.
Okay.
So everything was
Okay,
red, and
that's
she.
as far as being color screwed goes, that's about as light as it can
Yeah.
get.
Yeah, can't complain about a double Sabo Tender. That's not bad.
Oh yeah, did a lot of work.
Oh, that Bartz and Boko is gonna haunt me.
The deck is good, man. Though
It is good. I
You've
don't-
got the
I don't have a
Chocobos
race
rolling
track
harder
or
than
anything,
anybody.
But one day.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to do some more pre-releases now. That's what this has made me want to do.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
I mean, they're cheap, right? You can just do as
Yeah,
many as you want.
Final Fantasy, you can get that anywhere. Don't worry about it.
Oh, man.
Travis, by the way, you can blame that loss on him completely if you'd like to.
Why?
When they watched our game first, and then we swapped to y'all's game and watched the rest of it. Travis, at that point, life totals were like they were on single digits, and y'all were way up. And he was like, "Wow, if Dom can pull this out, it's going to be the upset of the day."
And
then they
misplayed.
started attacking with Aerith over and over and
It was
over.
the Eris because she got to heal them all back up, and
Yep.
she would have been dead.
LS.
Anyway.
Raynad, LS. Wow. Aerith gained y'all a little bit of life, huh?
Oh yeah.
Aerith, yeah, she can gain life.
Yeah, that was looking dicey with the double pings coming down every turn, and then
Yeah.
Aerith really turned the corner for you guys.
Yeah, it's funny. It was a last-minute addition.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh really?
I think I did the landfall math wrong. I have this feeling of guilt in my gut.
You don't
know,
need to feel guilt,
Should have
buddy.
said
That
something.
was you even said, is that what it is? And I'm like, yeah, it's what it is. Don't bring that up again.
Right.
It's 6.
Did y'all
caught it the first time? Missed it the second. Caught it the third time.
Yeah.
On the dwarf dying. Yeah.
Yeah. Did y'all feel mostly in control, or did you feel at any point like, oh, we're backs are against the wall, and then you top deck the
When he
perfect
played the
thing?
5-mana rare, I thought we were dead.
Yeah.
I thought the game ended because I misread it. I thought it was like
the Bart's
Plague
Boko?
Wind. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's close.
It's nearly.
It's like all my birds just punch all your stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it was,
that's cool.
yeah, I don't know. Hard game, but I don't know. It worked out. We spent 2 hours building a couple worse decks. Decided to just play aggro anyway. That was a good time, though.
How many colors is in your deck right now?
I splash blue for lock and the mage that flips and then deals power.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah. I mean just black red.
marveling that everything was resolved, all the colors were found.
And
Worked out.
the Odin victory to cap
Yes.
things
Yeah,
off.
yeah, yeah. There you go.
I knew that we could have killed the Odin, but I was like, it doesn't matter if we leave the Eris alive. So like, let's just make the the Hail Mary,
right,
take it out, and we'll just pray.
I mean, it is the sort of situation where it's like, well, if they have ways to get through, we'll lose to this, but we're definitely losing to this if we don't get rid of it.
Yeah.
So, kind of a rock and hard place situation.
Yeah, but it was a fun game.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was good.
It looked like a good one. And you weren't using your Black Lotus as a treasure token or anything. It was
It's
just
just
there.
there,
It's
yeah.
just there.
Intimidation factor.
Just so they know.
Just so they know, yeah.
It's just an emblem.
I could use it as a treasure. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
That's the that's the clutch.
It was intimidation, is what it was. It
Yeah,
was like,
yeah,
we had to
yeah.
look at it the whole time.
Oh man, that was What are the Who do we play next?
Whoever you haven't played yet in your group. I don't know that off the top of my head. You've played. Who have you played?
Us.
You play you guys and you guys.
Yeah.
So
and
so there's one more.
I'm trying to place which group you're in and who your last possible.
I think we're in Group
opponent
B.
is. Okay.
Jimmy and Atrioc.
Oh yeah, you haven't played Jimmy and Atrioc yet, so that will be your last round opponent. So.
Okay.
I can
Cool.
pull
I
up the
believe
final
they are
round.
also 2-0. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask the important questions? How do I tie it like that?
So I just pull my here. I'll demonstrate.
Oh,
Please.
oh,
Here
shit.
we'll have
Okay.
a
That's
hair
what we need
demonstration.
right
This is
here.
like a father-son moment. You know? Okay, I gotta take I gotta take this off though. So
Hair demonstration.
So just take it out like this, totally out.
Right.
Okay. And then just take the tie.
Okay.
And then just pull
All of it.
back together.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I just do a double loop normally. but
Trav,
you're-
jump in on this.
Here.
Okay.
Just loop it through again, and then just pull it like partway through.
Oh, it is a double loop, but you take it out way further on the. Okay.
And on that wonderful demonstration, I think we could switch over to our Archidekt deck tech. But thank you all for joining us here. I'm going to pull Joey in, but best of luck in your next match, all three of you. And yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Got a little deck tech action coming up here from.
We got deck techs, we got hair techs, we got all kinds of tech here today. You missed the hair tech. He was like, how do I tie my hair like that? Right? So I just did a demonstration. Oko, come here. Come on up.
All right, so as we mentioned, this event is presented by Archidekt.
Yeah.
And we were trying to think of some fun things that we could do during the event to showcase Archidekt. And Joey here is going to go ahead. We've already pulled it up on the screen. So we should be getting this laptop feed up on the screen for you all here in a second. But there we go. Joey's going to take us through a little bit of some of the features of Archidekt. And I think there's a deck that we were talking about that you're looking at.
Well, and I think one of the things that is probably most interesting to a lot of folks out there doing commander stuff,
Yeah.
I thought I might show kind of a neat thing for commander precons. And at least what I've been doing personally for a deck that I just picked up and that
Awesome.
I've been tinkering around with.
Yeah.
So I'm just here on the Archidekt homepage right now. You can look through the most recent decks that people have been building, of course, but the community stuff tab is a real quick thing I want to show off because you'll actually be able to see here on some of the recent decks the things that people have been building, training new commanders, and creator decks as well. So all the decks that people have been building for this event are already populated right
That's
there.
awesome, yeah.
And you can actually see one that I was working on myself as well, a budget burn deck with Black Waltz.
Okay, yeah.
Because Final Fantasy IX was my game, and I really like it.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Well, yeah, let's take a look at the deck.
I just wanted to show off the creator page real quick.
Oh,
right
yeah,
there.
yeah.
The thing I really wanted to show off here is actually about some commander precon stuff that you can do.
Cool.
I'm going to go up to decks, and right here they've got a commander precons feature.
Oh,
which
it's
I
right
think
there on
is
the tab.
Just right there in the tab up
Yeah.
there at the top. And I think this is going to be really useful for a lot of people who are picking these decks up, which I imagine is a lot of people out there because it's a very
No one
popular
likes
scene.
commander precons.
Yeah.
They're a terrible product that no one gets. You know?
Yeah, and it's just a great big page full of the various things that you can, all of the various precons that they've done throughout the years. And if you just wanted to click onto any one of them, you'll have it locked and loaded right there. And what's great is that you can also play test right from here. So
Oh,
if
really?
you are
Okay.
Considering whether or not you want to pick up one of those decks, getting a couple of playtests in before you actually make the financial commitment to it is a pretty nice thing.
And what do you mean when you say playtest?
Oh, there's straight up a playtest function. I'm going to go ahead and hit the deck that I just picked up, the Tidus Counter Blitz deck right here. And there's going to be this playtester button right over here, which will actually take you.
Yeah, top right corner. It's a little cut off there on the screen, but people can see it there.
Yeah, there we go. So this is a hand that's just drawn us.
We'll straight up give you sample hands, and you can choose whether or not you want to mulligan, whether you want to keep, and playtest through all of those things as well. It's a very, very good feature. One of the best playtesters in the game, in my opinion. And a lot of things are just hotkeyed, so you can just like straight up press just D for draw to draw a card, get these things right onto the field and start playing there. Just tap them, click them to tap them, all that types of neat stuff.
Nice, yeah.
So the playtest feature, I think, is very, very slick.
That is, yeah. I mean, just the presentation and all that stuff is so clean.
Yeah, it's so smooth. I'm just going to hit N here for, all right, a new turn, and it's a new turn. It's going to untap and draw for me. It's little stuff like that, all those small details that are great. And then over on the side here, it's got an extra section for where my command zone is located too. So I really enjoy their playtest feature, and it's a nice way to get familiar with the deck before you decide if you are going to pick it up. But once you do pick it up, you do want to have a deck list that is your own. You want to actually like be able to tinker around with it and make changes too. So I'm going to hit back and go right back to this deck list. I know that I'm starting from the base pre-con, but I don't want to type in every single card.
Yeah.
Like, that just seems a little bit tedious.
Yes.
Typing up a lot of card names. So there's actually a clone deck feature right up here in the corner. So if I do want to make this my own, I can go ahead and just hit clone deck. It'll automatically just say a copy of, let's say, I'm going to call it Joey's Counter Blitz deck. I'm going to go ahead and create the deck. And now it's mine. And it'll just automatically put it right in there.
That's so convenient. Yeah, because recently I was looking at making my own version of the Y'shtola deck, which is the Science and Spellcraft Precon. And so being able to just like immediately have these cards, start looking at them and being like, what do I want to swap in? What do I want to swap out?
Exactly. And from there, you're just going to be able to go through, find the stuff that you already know that you're cutting out. Let's say that you're, I don't know, what's a card from this deck that you maybe aren't necessarily...
Well, I got rid of all the creatures in mine. You stole
literally every single creature.
Y'shtola is I'm trying to figure out what stacks pieces I could put in to deal with opponents and discourage them from playing creatures and stuff like that. So
Did you say stack stack?
Well, no, it's not a stack stack. But I am trying to be like, well, if I'm only going to play one creature, maybe I should build around that advantage. So I know you don't need to remove 34 creatures right now.
No, I'm only going to do a couple of examples.
Yes.
So like here, let's say I'm not a fan of the Lord Jiskelguada that's in this deck. I'm going to go ahead and start dragging things around, and I'm just going to say, I'll move you to the maybe board.
Oh, that's cool.
And that's a very nice way to just like instantly, I'll just throw you on over there. Let's say also I'm not necessarily a fan of like the Path of Discovery card here.
Yeah.
Like maybe I can find something a little bit better. I'll just drag and drop it to the maybe board, which is like literally physically how I'm doing this stuff.
Right.
Building a deck in paper, and that's what I enjoy so much about the site, is that it does have that feeling of I'm brewing this in paper.
Yeah, this is like you have a playmat and you've just like laid all the cards out and the by type and all that type of thing.
It's a lot easier than actually physically laying all these cards out
Yes.
and
It is
doing
that.
it in paper.
Yes.
It absolutely is that. Another very cool thing, though, like I mentioned earlier that you can drag and drop from EDHREC directly into Archidekt,
Yes.
which I think is a fantastic tool. Here, though, I want to show off a very cool thing about the way that EDHREC is also integrated directly into Archidekt already. If you go to that Add Cards, you can start typing them out. Let's say that I know that I want to get a Blitzball into this deck for Titus. You start typing it up, it'll show up.
He's a champion. How can you not have a Blitzball?
Exactly. And so right here, I can just go ahead and add that card right in. But, I still had to type all those cards out. There are a couple of other tabs up here as well, including the EDHRECs. So according to the data on EDHREC, what people are most commonly adding to it.
Yeah.
Let's move on over there. Oh, it still has my old search in there. I'm going to close. I'm going to redo. Behave.
The clear button on the side. There we go. Yeah.
I did not clear it. That is a me problem. Problem exists between between keyboard and chair. That is a me thing. All right. Now I'm going to move over to the EDHRECs. It's still misbehaving on me.
Yeah, we'll hit it with a refresh. I think we'll probably refresh the page. So. But it is really cool to see just how all this is integrated so cleanly here.
There we are.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. So yeah, now you're just going to see these are the most popular cards that are being added to this particular commander according to the data that we're seeing on EDHREC as people are uploading more and more of these lists.
That's awesome.
So it's an easy way to just start scrolling through and saying, I think I want to add this one in. I want to get that Herald of Secret Streams in here, stuff like that.
Yeah, and you can tell that because Lord Jiskelguada and obviously Path of Discovery are going to be in so many of these things that when we removed it, it's like, by the way, have you considered these cards? But it's also great. Like, I know Arwen right now has been popping off. That card, it went up from, I think it was like $1 card or something like that. It's now up to $10 because so many people are putting it into this deck because it works so well. And so being able to like just see that natively within the Archidekt UI, I think is really nice.
100%, and the different lands that you can get, all these cards that are proliferating, which is what this deck in particular wants to do, which may or may not be the reason that I picked it up, because I find that proliferating to be pretty dang fun.
Yeah.
But I'm also a big fan of the syntax search section right over here.
Yeah.
Have you ever used like advanced searches on Scryfall?
Yes, yeah.
It's a similar functionality over here. I can start typing in things like I want it to only show me creatures, or if you happen to know the set code for something. So in this case, let's say I definitely want to stick to only Final Fantasy stuff for this deck, which is actually how I'm choosing to take my particular version of this. If you know your set code, you can just go let's say, Final Fantasy X right here, and it's only going to show you stuff that is Final Fantasy X themed within the colors of your commander deck.
That's cool.
I'm just going to go ahead and hit Final Fantasy X, and it's going to show me only the things that are type creature from Final Fantasy
That's great. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the fact that because Wizards has added in that line at the bottom that tells you what Final Fantasy it's from, that you can actually literally just look at, I want to keep this all on theme with the game itself.
Exactly, yeah. And I just clicked away from it. That is my bad. But I can hit card search, and that's good. It saved it for me.
Yeah.
And let's say in this case, I want to get Summon Shiva in here because that would work really great for the deck as well, and it would stay on theme. Works great for the Tidus effect of moving counters from one creature to another.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say that I want to get that in there. So I think the Rex search is a fantastic integration, and I think that this ability to just right there from the search bar, if you know the syntax a little bit, you don't have to go to a full other website to start finding things. You can just go ahead and stay on Archidekt, and it will have all of that stuff presented for your ease.
That is really cool. Yeah, I mean, especially because I'm sure some people, I mean, first off, it's being able to see what Final Fantasy X cards exist that you might want to add. That is one of the coolest use cases I've seen for using like a syntax search like that. But just being able to be able to do that all within this and not have to like move around or open up multiple tabs or anything.
Yeah.
So I mean, sometimes I'll just be out and about and I'll be on my phone and I'll be thinking, you know, as many of us do about Commander. So being able to do this type of thing on my phone without having to switch between different tabs and all that type of stuff is really cool. Yes.
Yeah. Or I could just do a search here for set FIN, which is the Final Fantasy set code proper. Not just is Final Fantasy X, but just anything within the set at all. And listen, there are a lot of cards, so it's taking a moment to load here.
Yes.
But then you'll be able to see all of those once they are. There we are.
Yeah.
So if you just wanted, I keep clicking off.
No,
you have a Mac and I'm not used to it. It's my bad.
Yeah.
And then you'll just be able to start looking through all of the different things that are within the set, and it's pretty darn fantastic.
Yeah.
So I just appreciate how self-contained Archidekt can be. And then once you do have those things, you can again go back to that playtester, see if you like the changes that you made or if you want to undo them. And it's a very efficient way to deck build before you're actually putting money into anything.
Yeah.
For sure.
No, that's awesome. And I appreciate all the tips and tricks. I think this is one of the fun things is like, you know, whenever we have, I know so many people might already be using Archidekt but might not be aware of some of these features.
That's just it,
and yeah. So whenever we have a partner like yourself that's able to come in and like show us just, hey, here's a tool that you might not be using, but if you are, here's even a bunch of cool ways to use it in different ways that you might not have thought of. I think that's really exciting. So
there's so many of those. Since I work so directly for EDHREC, there's so many features on EDHREC as well that people miss out on, like the advanced searches and things like that on there too. But it's now that we are able to work together with other deck building websites in this way, it's nice to come up with ideas and see how we can find functionality for each of them to enhance the user experience in new ways like these.
And for those of you that are interested, you can go check out archidekt.com/FlyQuest. That link is at the bottom, but you can also use that QR code that will send you over there. And not only will you be able to take a look at the functionality that we showcased here today, but you'll also see not just the decks that have been built by our competitors, but also the pools with which they did that. So that if you're sitting there going, why is Atrioc putting this in his deck? He should be doing something else. You can see what other cards he had access to that he did not decide to do that to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go check it out. But I think that is it for now. We're going to be heading off to a break in just a minute or so. And I know that we've got another interview coming up here in a minute. But, yeah, we should be good to go in just a second. And when we get back, we'll have our fourth round. We're officially more than halfway done with today. So thank you so much, Joey.
Thanks for having me, man.
We'll be right back after this break.
Cheers, y'all.
I'm hosting with FlyQuest a 2HG tournament with a bunch of Magic creators and gaming creators next week. And this will probably be airing during part of that. So I wanted to know if you, as the person who helped design this set, had any advice on some really cool picks or things to look out for in the 2HG format?
Well, of course, I'm a big 2HG fan, right? Given I worked
Yeah.
on Battle Bond, it's totally up my alley. So I'll give a couple things. You always look for each opponent. That's the magic word, right? Each opponent is great. So those black mage tokens I mentioned earlier, ding each opponent, which is nice. But my secret thing you really want to look for, and you're not going to get it, it's very often, only some of you will get it, is on the bonus sheets, there's Finn the Fangbearer, who gives poison counters out. And you
Yes.
can build, I've actually done it one time, as Arya, shout out to Arya on our development team. She's drafted at one time the poison deck with Finn the Fangbearer and Death Touch creatures.
Okay.
Poison very strong into a giant. You can like totally cheese your opponent out that way. So if you get Finn the Fangbearer and you look at your card pool, you have enough Death Touch, try and build this one player like deals with all the creatures or gives it flying or something, and you bash through. Easy dubs, easy dubs.
Awesome. Okay. People, we'll see. This will be airing after people have built their decks, so maybe people will go back and do some sideboarding after they see this interview.
Yeah, I literally had a friend text me yesterday from the pre-release. It's like, hey, did you guys ever try Finn in 2HG?
Yeah,
and I'm like,
yeah.
oh, this sounds sick. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Is there anything you want to say to any of the fans out there who are excited for the set or playing it, going through it?
Yeah, I'll just say, like, it's been a long road to get here. It has been so much work. It's such a huge part of my life and so much fun. Like, you know, imagine what you were doing 5 years ago. Just think about what your life was in 5 years ago. So much has happened in that time since then. And so this has been like a huge part of my life for so many years. Like my highs, my lows, my ups, my downs. Every card I can connect to a moment in my life. And the whole team feels that way. And the team at Square Enix also feels that way, of pouring our passion and our care into this. So I hope you feel that as you play. And I hope it takes you back to a time and a place where you were a kid and you had a controller in your hand and you were just in awe of the games in front of you. Because it does that for me, from the basic lands to the mythic rares. So enjoy.
Hello, everyone. We are back with apparently the DJ beats of one Jimmy Wong.
Every time they come back from show, right, there's some kind of music.
Yeah. Back in the 90s, for sure. That was the case. Either way, we're back at Duel Ed. We are 3 rounds in. We're joined right now by a couple of people, not from the Magic world, but from the esports world.
Entering the Magic world.
Entering the Magic world. This is where Apollo's announcing his career,
my career.
His career switch over to be a professional player.
It was
Magic
a surprise
the
for most people, I would say, even myself.
Apollo, where did you start?
Yeah.
When I started playing Magic?
No. Where did you start in the esports world?
Oh, I started in 2014.
Ah.
Yeah, I played League for numerous amount of teams.
Former League Pro. Ever for FlyQuest? Not for FlyQuest.
Not for FlyQuest, yeah, actually.
And that's why he's here. He's trying to get the job.
Yeah. I talked to the CEO already.
played and coached in the League of Legends world, and then Croissant, currently a coach in the League of Legends world.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and I've scammed both of you into playing Magic the Gathering in the last couple of years.
Scammed, specifically.
I convinced Apollo to play Magic, but you convinced me to play Magic.
Well, it was all the same thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Let's not fight over it.
Or let's.
Yes. Well, I do want to see. I don't know if we have a graphic updated. We'll see in a second if we can pull one up about the with the scores for where everybody is, because we're halfway through the day. So we're going to have to see where they are. It sounds like we're going to be able to get that up in just a second. But in the meantime, Joel, how are you feeling at the moment about your team's performance?
Oh, I'm O2, baby. So we're in nihilism phase. We've passed main phase, attack phase, and now we're into nihilism phase. We are going for that one win, and I'd say the next opponents need to look out because I'm out for blood. I'm not going home without a win.
Yeah.
And I'm not taking any prisoners either.
This is going from a fun, entertaining event to a bloody, angry affair.
I am full sweat round 3. I'm not going to have a lick of fun. You're not going to see a single smile.
Not one lick.
Yeah.
That sounds.
I'm from the South.
Perfect.
Sorry.
Yeah, that sounds like how you
A
win.
little bit of Southernism snuck out there.
Well, to get away from whatever anger is going on here.
Yeah. Can we get the new guest on?
Anybody else around here?
You guys want to start a podcast?
Yeah. Apollo and Croissant. I did. Oh, wait. Actually, I just heard we have the standings available, so we can see in real time where Joel is at the moment.
Yeah,
Whoa, look at this quote.
Yeah.
Look at that.
What is going on? Who made that?
Yeah, pretty nice, right?
And look at Jimmy, just
Yes.
on top.
On top.
in
Well,
Group 1.
technically, Ellis and Reynald
Yeah,
are on.
I think that's.
Yeah.
But that's because
I don't
of
know how that happens.
A is the first letter of the alphabet.
Yeah, that's
technically,
Yes.
we should be above them.
But this is what's exciting about this is that for Group 1, we have the big match at the end of the day between you guys facing off against Ellis and Reynad. So that'll be the big grudge match there.
Oh, that's going to be happening at the end?
Yes, yeah, that's it's after this round. So
okay,
I would
okay.
say final match for your group of the day. And then over in Group 2, which we're about to head into in just a second, we see where everybody's at. We've got 1-0 and 1-0 from Broaden and Talia and the Crim, Asian Avenger, and Billy. And then we're looking to see if either Ames and Voxy or Olivia and Jarvis are able to get themselves on the board. So that's our update going into the next match, because we're about halfway through the day. So we'll be getting into that in just a second. I'm sure I'll hear from production, or we'll see them pop up when they're good. But in the meantime, I did want to ask Apollo and Croissant, I know we were talking before this, you have played a ton of this set. How are you feeling about it on draft?
Chris?
So
Chris has played a bunch.
I've
watched Chris play a bunch.
I played 5 drafts, and then Apollo, you played 2 or 3?
I've played maybe 3 or 4. I mean, there's some that I don't really want to count. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I've had some embarrassing 0-3
Yeah.
with
like,
decks I thought were sick.
That is what's crazy about this. I've had that same experience where you'll be like, oh, I drafted this, and then you're just like, oh, I died 3 times in a row. Yes.
So between us, it's like 3 drafts.
Okay.
And realistically, maybe 5.
What elo are we talking about here? Like we're in silver, bronze, gold.
I started
plat.
in bronze.
Yeah.
And then after those 5 drafts, we're in plat right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
he
climb
went
pretty
on a
fast.
streak. He went on a tear.
Yeah.
I just started in plat. I kind of made the mistake, which I regret doing now. But I played Tarkir drafts
right
in the start of
and
June,
grinded pretty
and
high.
I grinded to like plat 3 or whatever plat 2 thing, and I was because that's what I was like fine at.
Yeah.
And then I started in plat in the Final Fantasy set, and that
Got
was a
wrecked.
mistake. I really didn't like that.
Yeah.
So I won't be doing that
Competition
again.
gets fierce up in plat. I would say.
Yeah. But are you all enjoying the set?
Yeah,
Love it.
I think it's really fun. I think, especially watching like like the blue-red spells, I think is really fun.
I
to watch.
love that.
That's my favorite archetype
And
so far.
the black-red is also. It's not necessarily fun to play versus.
Yeah.
Definitely. But it is
lot of
cool.
triggers.
Yeah. Oh, and then I mean, Chris got to play a really cool landfall chocobo deck. That was
Nice.
It was like the most satisfying like trigger on trigger on trigger of the chocobos.
Like a red-green, call them out in chocobo type deck?
It was you think so, but it was just a green, black, blue deck that happened to have chocobos in there.
Yeah. It was a double side quest chocobo trigger.
Wow, yeah. We have a player that's doing that today.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dom was doing that. I was so excited for that to. I think that was versus.
Yeah,
you
he
guys.
got very close. He made one
Yeah.
miss block, but it didn't matter because I bounced everything the next turn.
Okay, yeah.
Leviathan, I believe.
Leviathan,
Yeah, Leviathan, pretty good card.
Turns out
Leviathan is
bigger than chocobos.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know today's not going the way you want it to go, but how are you enjoying the set?
Oh, the set's fantastic, and the games have been awesome. They've been really close. Everybody did a really great job with deck building, and play so far has been, sort of casual community vibe, and so the games are going really well as well.
Yeah.
I love the synergies in the set, though. I love a set that leaning on the synergies over just necessarily grabbing the best card every time when you're drafting it in particular.
Yeah.
Really sucking out to your synergies is huge with this set, it feels like to me, and that's how I deck build already. I like to run stuff that's synergistic, just straight up, the whole deck, working toward a common goal. That's really cool. And this set seems to lend itself toward that really strong. Jimmy, what do you think is the difference between, you said, a deck that has so much promise on paper and you're like jacked about it versus it doesn't perform versus a deck that actually goes on to win games?
Removal is the hugest
Yeah, that's
one.
what I thought you were going to say.
The amount of 2 toughness things that need to die
Yeah.
the moment they come out is through the roof.
Yeah.
And then your deck really needs to know whether or not it's trying to play a long game or a short game. If you're playing a short game, then it's a little bit different. You always want to have creatures on 2, and you want to make sure you're putting pressure on. I think the play draw difference is pretty significant in this set as well, with Syncopate being there on syncopating a 2-drop. And also, I think there's a lot between, sort of when you get into Platinum, there's a big skill differentiator between understanding what to do on your second turn if you're playing against black or red. A lot of times I've been throwing out, or waiting to either play my good 2-drops a bit later, or waiting to make sure that I'm just doing instants or sorceries so I don't, because so many times I've seen players waste their turns now because they're like, I'm going to kill the first thing they play, and you're like, great, I'm just going to wait. So I think understanding that tempo flow is a big part of it too.
Yeah. I believe our players are seated, so we should have a shot of all of them getting ready here on the first table. So they should be coming up here any second. Ah, here we go.
FlyQuest,
oh, wait, before we get to that,
deck.
we have the deck text. All right, this is great. So I'm very excited about Talia's deck because I really wanted to see somebody play Lightning. So I don't think, is Mangara a bonus card?
There's a Mangara in this set?
It doesn't look like that.
No,
it's on the
not
bonus
that
sheet.
It's on the bonus sheet. That's crazy.
Lightning Army of 1, though. Can't wait to see that in action.
Yeah, Lightning. You would think Lightning and Mangara don't belong in the same deck, but this is sealed to a Giants. Having a Lightning could be really powerful.
I believe they named Mangara the Minwu.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then Broaden with the Saz, which we'll see.
That's
and
sweet.
Just going full on counters, I think.
Saz plus Earth Crystal.
Yeah.
I think Earth Crystal is pretty garbage in regular limited, but could be pretty good in Two-Headed Giant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that because I haven't seen the crystals do very well in limited.
I think when you're opening 12 packs, you might have more +1/+1 synergies, right? You have Sosh, maybe
That's
you have his
true,
Chocobo.
Well, and also so for those that don't know,
Shoo-Poo.
part of the reason I'm excited about Lightning is because Lightning has first strike. You attack at the same time, and so if Broaden has a bunch of buffed up creatures with tons of counters on them, Lightning hits, and then one of his hits, it will just deal so much damage.
Right.
And I was actually talking to Broaden about their decks right before this, and he said one thing that they came up in their games was Talia has combat tricks that will buff up something that he's using to swing with too. So I hope we get to see that.
That is really cool. I'm excited about that deck as well. And it looks like we're getting into the match.
Gotta open your hands
I
and we're
wonder
off.
if you can use the limit break.
Tifa's limit break, yeah.
On another, on your allies.
It's whether or not target creature you control or just target creature.
Yeah. But that one is insane, in terms of a combat trick.
Yeah. I haven't played with that very much in the set. It's so different Two-Headed Giant versus 1v1. There's so many roll cards where it's like, I'll never do this, and you're like, actually.
Yeah. You really kind of have to rewire your brain a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't play 6-drop Clive Blom card in limited into a Giant just because it's so slow and the 6-mana for a 5/5.
Is that the one that turns
Discards
over and it's a 9/9?
Yeah, it's a 9/9.
That Broaden, they had the same choice, and Talia would not include.
Yep.
Yep.
So we've got our players here.
So
They're
think.
on turn
Okay,
2.
Not overthinking anything right now.
We were talking a little bit about the blue-red spells deck, and Voxy definitely has like the perfect blue-red spells deck. I would say.
Yeah, she has 2 VVs, I believe.
2 VVs, and the Octavus she has a Sahagin. I think that's how you say it. I'm not sure. But she's got some
Ultros.
sweet.
Ultros is really good.
Yeah.
By the way.
Very strong.
Maybe a little bit worse into a giant when you have 2 players playing blockers, but
That's true. That's true.
Just sneaking in damage seems like a way that you tend to wind out these grindier games.
Yeah. Well, and hearing that you say that Sahagin is in the deck, I think it's really. I mean, that's going to be really good here because of just the fact that it's easier to get through.
Nobody wants to like use a removal on Sahagin, and then it's too late. You know what I mean?
It's also 1/3, so it's
very
you
hard.
need to probably use like a 4-mana spell most of the time to clear it.
Yeah, it's tough.
By the time it's hitting you for 3 and then 4, it's too late.
Yeah,
Sometimes,
it's already, and it's just a 2-drop. You know, it's just so it's so unassuming.
Yeah. That's what I do like about this set is there are a lot of cards that Sahagin is just garbage in other decks with blue,
right.
but in the blue-red deck, even the blue-black deck, it can really do some work.
The blue-black with like Severos interventions, they have some kind of
some
like
stuff.
Yeah, some 4 cost plus.
Yeah, but most of them are in blue. And then some in green as well, but I haven't really seen blue-green do well unless you're full towns.
Right. Yeah, the town archetype does seem really fun if you can kind of pull it off, but
it's pretty weak to removal, I think.
Yeah.
You get rid of the Wandering Minstrel, you're done for. I think
Wandering Minstrel, right, Chris?
Yeah. You had some bad times with Wandering Minstrel, Chris?
We don't talk about it.
I really wanted him to play it, and he didn't want to play it.
Yeah.
There's some banter going on in the game, so I think we are probably going to head into a listen in on the players for a little bit.
See what they're doing.
Yeah.
What about me?
What do you got going on? Are you done? Yeah.
I think we're gonna go to combat.
Oh yeah, duh. That's what we were gonna do before I played my card, but that's okay.
Yeah, and then I'll swing.
I think we're gonna take 2.
I think in response.
No.
No, we're gonna take 2.
Yeah, we'll take 2. All right.
Second main.
Yeah.
I'll wait. I'll pass. Yeah.
Okay, on your end step.
Yeah, end step. I am going to cycle and get a forest.
All right.
Forest cycling.
Yes. Forest cycling.
And that just goes into my little hand.
Yeah.
Big hand.
You have
Massive
to show it
hand.
to them so they know that you got a
yeah,
forest.
so I'm not cheating.
Yes.
That's my forest.
Great.
Okay.
That's what you
I know.
I just want this to be known.
No.
Wow. Could you imagine if it was a prop?
She's going for the
Who's not
combo.
in this deck, by the
one?
way. Just kidding.
If you want to cut.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And then now it's our turn.
Yes. Now it's our turn. So untap.
Yay.
Draw.
Going back to you guys now.
Also
yes.
ramp on 3.
Right.
Wandering.
Okay.
To say this place
We
is-
were just
I
talking
can say
through,
that.
and you were saying there's a. I know we were doing a listen in, but you were saying there's a combo you think that Ames could be going for?
Yeah, we talked about it like 2 hours ago, and it's with amongst all the things in her deck, it's not like one of the strongest things that she can do, but it's like the most explosive 4-turn play where she plays a ramper this turn in the Wolf that can tap for mana, and then the next turn she can play her 4th land and then play the Evil Reawakened,
yeah.
bring back the T-Rex, get 3 life, 8/8 with trample, which is really hard for a lot of decks to deal with early.
Yeah. It's like Sephiroth and Invention or bust. Or a bounce spell. Maybe.
I think I did see that she had. It was either Primal Odin or the Titan in her hand.
She does have a Titan in the deck.
I think she has Odin, I think, as well.
Oh, she has both.
Yeah, I think she has.
There's
Odin.
a lot of Odins running around.
Yeah, I saw another person with that too.
We have it in our pool as well.
I was really hoping she'd be able to do the Titan into the Odin the next turn.
For the
Oh yeah, there
trample.
it is.
And then it gets
Yeah,
tramp.
okay. So she has
So
that.
the tramp.
Yeah.
I think even Odin with Blitz. If you have Odin, you could play Blitz Ball as well.
Yeah.
Plus 3/+3
Oh
trample,
yeah. Yeah, that card is.
But opponents should be prepared to just throw everything against it.
Yeah,
blocking
exactly.
wise. Yeah.
I'm only saying that because I have blue. Because that's it.
Well, no, because you have a red.
What's wrong with that?
That card.
Did they just pass back?
I think
they
so,
did. Wow,
yeah.
nothing on turn 3 from either of Ames or Voxy
Yeah.
seems a bit slow there.
It's definitely not good.
But the way they're looking,
for-
there's some scheming going on for
I
sure.
think they're trying to put up a face of confidence and strength,
Yeah.
but
It's
not.
it doesn't seem. I mean,
yeah.
you know,
It's
Maybe they didn't keep great opening hands. Yeah.
definitely not great for Ames, but for Voxy, she might have
what do you think of me doing
counter mana.
Yeah, certainly. But it's a little tougher now that they are on the draw, and they have a lot more mana to play with over there if it's a syncopate.
Shout out to Twitch and YouTube chat, by the way. See a bunch of friends in there.
So good.
Oh,
all
nice.
watching,
There's
yeah.
a YouTube chat?
Yeah, we're on a bunch of different places.
Oh, wow.
We're on
EDH Rec is streaming us.
Ah, very cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Justin,
yeah,
yeah,
we're on a
Justin TV,
Zubu on
a
3D.
Zubu.
Yeah, on 3D.
Billy,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, Billy. Yeah.
What was the one that was all about the little 8-minute video? Like that was Quibi. Yeah, Quibi. Are we on Quibi?
I don't even know.
Vine.
Maybe we
You guys are too young for Quibi.
Yeah, I guess so.
And Vine, I guess, for that matter.
Right.
Quibi never went anywhere, so.
Getting back here. There's no mana that's being tapped. We need to see what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Talia and Broaden both coming in. Talia's Freya has jump, which means it is flying, so that the Ultros can't get in front of it. I don't think you would be blocking it anyway. Looks like another 3 damage will be taken here. Down to 25. So if nothing happens here, I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Here we go. 1, 2.
I mean, I feel like Broden's also got. I mean, he's got 4 mana.
Yeah,
He's
there's a
green
lot.
Black, like he's got something.
For sure. They can't be afraid too much of counter spells at this point.
Oh, there it
lightning.
is.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the stat line? Is it 2/2?
It's a 3/2. First strike, trample, lifelink. Yeah, so in combat, first strike damage happens before regular damage. So lightning is hitting. Then the regular combat damage from, let's say, Freya will then be doubled. So instead of doing 1, it would do 2 in the air. But there's no way that these players don't have something in response here. I believe that that's the enchantment flash
They're
tapper in
discussing.
Voxy's hand. Yeah.
Maybe just a little lightning bolt to the face here would be nice.
There's
there
a
it is.
lightning. Yeah,
there's-
lightning magic.
Lightning against lightning.
Yeah. So the players right now are
So
deciding.
it fizzles out. You know,
Yeah. It's a good problem to have where they're deciding what's the best removal.
What
that's
kind of
available.
removal should we use for this?
What would you? Okay, so the choice I believe Voxy has is the 2 in the blue tap enchantment that removes the ability for activated abilities, and it keeps them tapped, or lightning magic, which can do 2 damage at instant speed. So both of them are flash and instant speed. So which one for you 2 players would you choose in this situation?
I'm interested.
Feel like, I guess you technically get a. You kind of want to keep your 4 trigger spell, like
I would
lightning
choose
magic.
the Sanctum.
The Sanctum isn't too bad, but does the Sanctum make it so that she doesn't the whenever trigger?
Because the trigger only happens when she deals combat damage.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it would tap and lock her down.
So it might be better actually to use the 3 mana one because she's also she got open mana. You know?
And we see the Earth Crystal from Broaden.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay,
Very
that's actually
nice.
that's
Both
big,
both they're the featured cards from the
So
deck.
that is another Sanctum target, by the way. If Voxy wanted to, she could Sanctum that and lock it down.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
hold
very
in
nice.
up in the
And
burst
she's
mana.
doing
Well, she is playing the Sanctum here, it seems. So we'll see if she goes on Lightning or the Earth Crystal. And she's going on Lightning. I think that's incorrect now that the
Maybe
Sanctum is on the battlefield.
She might not realize that it can target the artifact because so many of those
we'll see
effects
here.
are.
Let's bring it up on the screen.
The thing that's really powerful, though, about the Earth Crystal is that it still gets everything on the text except that
just
6
activated
mana tap ability.
Yeah. So if she has a suplex or something, that could also take care of it. Oh, it can't hit that card? Okay, so that is incorrect. It's not artifact or creature. It's just creature.
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I think what we heard was that we can't pull up the Sanctum.
Okay.
We're having some issues with some of the cards today. We're looking to fix it later
I'm
on.
pretty sure the Sanctum can hit
Yeah,
artifacts.
it should be permanent, non-land permanent.
I thought I saw a syncopate in her hand, but I could be wrong.
Here we go, 4 mana spell.
All right, Sash Kits.
Okay, yeah.
So that's going to search for a land or a bird from Ames's deck here.
It's the green-black mirror.
Yeah.
Wait, and it's a...
Talia's blue hair coming.
Yeah. It matches perfectly with her avatar.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Combat, I will swing for 2.
I wonder if she's going to do land or bird. Because she might want to do ramping. But
Well, they just went straight to combat, so I don't know what she ended up searching for.
Yeah.
Maybe she forgot the trigger. This might be something that we would like the judge to let them know about. It is an unmissable trigger.
Yeah, I didn't see them do it, but I could have been like maybe I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
But.
That is a syncopate, so
Yeah.
I'm very curious as to why Voxy didn't syncopate the Earth Crystal. That seems like something that would go out of control here, if not dealt with. But
It is technically a missable trigger because it's you may search your library.
Oh, you may. You're right. You're right. Okay.
Okay.
So
Maybe she didn't want to. Just.
Okay, so that's a lightning bolt to take out her, and I believe that's the enchantment that doubles the next instant sorcery that you cast.
Right.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
That one's a good one.
All right,
for sure.
Okay, so I don't know if she searched then her library here.
That lightning bolt's also part of the extra.
Yes,
The
the
bonus
bonus
sheet.
sheet.
How many cards are in the bonus sheet?
64, I believe.
Too many. So many
Oh my
crazy
gosh,
cards. Yeah.
64. I
Including that Mangara, which we might see from Voxy's deck. Or Talia, sorry.
Right. Ooh, yeah, she's got the altar
Okay.
chocobo too, I think.
There you go, yeah. Classic two-headed giant murmur and mutter at each other and point at things. You know, great.
But they have nothing. They have nothing in hand.
Yeah.
I love doing the fake out.
Wait, Travis, do you think for Top Cut tomorrow, you could get like big shirts for everybody, and then they just put them on, and then the two heads popping out?
Yeah, thanks for the
oversized
idea.
shirts. Yeah,
We'll
There you
add
go.
that to the
Kanye
plan for
size
tonight.
shirts.
You think an
Talk to
idea?
production.
Yeah.
There you go.
Two-headed giant, three-legged race.
Ooh, while playing Magic.
No, I think
Yeah, so that missed trigger could be a big deal for Ames if she misses her next land drop, for instance.
Yeah, because I mean, she has. I thought she had some kind of bomb in hand. That
You
she
know,
needs to.
I'm going to give it up, though, for Ames because the way that she has tapped her mana is both
I'm
aesthetically
going to
pleasing
That's true.
and cool. It's
Yeah.
got that, like, variation. Clean 90-degree angles there.
Completely agree.
Big fan.
What's your land management style?
All the same color at the same pile, and then I like to tap similar to what Ames is doing.
Okay.
I really don't agree with whatever Voxy has going on here. Looks
That's
like
more my style,
It's
I
like a
would
little
say.
worm or
That's-
something, and then Talia's is definitely giving me the ick. Because it's like, what is happening? Why aren't they just line them up, you know?
Who do you think has had the best so far? Is it Ames? Clear winner. On
Oh,
the,
by far.
Yeah.
Look at her board. She's not even looking at her hand, bro.
yeah.
You know, when
it's-
Apollo
it's
and I were
beautiful.
listening to the stream earlier, it was also kind of pleasant because some people would like tap on their lands, and it was like ASMR.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
as the day was going on, it was like, that's nice.
It's nice.
Yeah, there you go. There definitely could be a Magic ASMR channel where it's cracking packs,
Right,
the
right.
sniffing sounds, the rustling.
Describe flavor.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, myth.
All right, I want to see what we have coming through.
It's a lot of decision making over here. Broaden has tapped 2 already, so we'll see what's going on. I don't know
Might
if
be a
that's.
Zach Fair coming.
Oh no,
in?
he swamp
Yeah,
cycled. That's
there
what he
it is.
did.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's Zach Fair. Great creature. You can pay
Solid.
1 to tap it to give another creature indestructible, and then he moves any equipment attached to him and his counters to that creature.
Oh,
Yeah.
is it any creature?
It's, I believe it's creature you control.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
target creature you
control.
control.
Indestructible, yeah.
That would have been cool if it.
Yeah,
pretty sick.
Zach's great in commander equipment decks. Just like a really nice, can carry equipment really well, and you always want effects like this to stop people from blowing you out.
Yeah.
All right, Earth Crystal. Let's see if this does affect Zach. I don't think Earth Crystal is going to affect Zach Fair's trigger because it is not. I believe it's a creature you control.
Yeah.
All right, straight to combat. Here comes Freya in the air. Now,
Cool. And then in our second main phase, I will tap 3.
okay,
To
it's
play
tapping 3.
quinoa.
Ah,
If
quinoa.
1 or more tokens will be created under my
The-
control. Those tokens.
The chef. So that's a way to get +1/+1 counters on him. Every time Broaden makes any kind of counter, that many +1 frog are made as well.
Broaden mentioned that in both of the games that he played, that was removed
Immediately.
pretty quickly.
Okay.
I
I don't see this as a
but
must
yeah.
remove card.
I don't either. I think
Yeah.
people get scared though because it's a chef.
There's a lot of text too.
Yeah, there's a
you
lot
don't
of
really-
text.
You probably don't really want to read most of it, I'd say. So just safe to remove.
Yeah. It's really good with equipment, job select, but I have yet to see Quina really take over a game in the same way that, you know.
Though,
you mean
Lightning
quinoa?
can.
Or-
Would-
Quinoa, yeah, quinoa.
Just making sure
Uh,
for the viewers out there.
Yeah.
I think it's Quina, Quina. I believe it's
Quina,
Quina.
yeah.
That doesn't
Yeah,
really
Chew
roll off the
Gourmet.
tongue.
Yeah.
Quina. Yeah, but
Yeah, it would roll off her tongue, though. Look at that.
Well, of note, if the rat dies right now, that will immediately trigger. Right?
Yes, it will make a treasure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Very nice.
So it's a
Yeah.
great chump block should Broaden want to do that. And it'll also get into that 6 mana if he wants to start activating his crystal.
Oh. Guess.
Okay,
Jarvis
well,
died.
Ames is already correctly seeing the combo here
Yeah.
with Quina.
Oh, she. Okay.
One
Okay.
treasure, 1 froggy.
Yeah, 1 treasure, 1 frog.
A treasure and a frog.
But really not the scariest thing on the board for sure.
What's killing the rat right now?
I think.
It's
in
just a-
combat if
yeah,
it
yeah.
were to die.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, I think she was just explaining it.
Yeah,
It seems
thinking about combat potentially. So it's interesting. They're not in a great position to attack, but Sash will make himself a 6/6 should he want to.
Yeah.
And then that's going to be tough to block. That would almost certainly get chump blocked by that rat on Broaden's side. Yeah, so for
Yeah.
each frog sacrifice, that quinoa would go straight to a 4 or 5, I believe, on that first.
So lore-wise,
summon
eating
fat
frogs.
chocobo time.
Oh, I love this art.
Yeah, this art is
This
so
art
awesome.
is so cool.
There we go. 2/2 chocobo. This has 4 chapters on it, which I think is one of the better parts about this card. Is it sticks around for so long.
Right, and it gives the trample
Each
for the
of
Odin.
next 3 turns. Yeah,
Odin.
The Odin, yeah.
Odin, yeah. If Odin comes down next turn, that could
I
be
mean,
a big game.
Yeah. Like, I didn't see her hand, but I thought I saw Odin, but and it's Odin is
You
6.
might have seen Fat Chocobo.
6 mana.
I might have seen Fat Chocobo.
Because
That's
it
true, that's
does
true.
look,
yeah,
of the alt art, it does look.
Yeah. That's very true.
They're both very large.
No,
there it
I
is.
think that's
Ames has
an
it.
Odin.
That
That's
is
an
Odin. Yeah, Odin
yeah,
is
yeah.
in hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
In hand.
All right.
And is it
And
6 mana?
it's large and in
It's
charge.
I think it's 5 mana to cast.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Six
it's 6.
mana.
It's 6.
Yeah.
It's 6.
Okay,
Okay.
Two black.
So if she hits a land drop, I mean,
Yeah, that's going to be big time in. Okay. Ames is tapping this time around a little sloppier than last time, but still up there.
That is
Look at
something
that.
we'll have to keep checking
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, we'll check in on each time. That token's also a little bit off. It's, as you can tell, it's not quite not quite horizontal, but that's okay. Just because Voxy's is unlookable at. It's just
If we do get the Odin drop, I do think we should go to listen in on the players right then and there.
Oh, yeah.
If production can get ready for that, because I
Production,
want to.
when they pass the
hear
turn
what they
back to
say.
Ames and Voxy,
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see if they go for Odin.
Does Ames
Cool, I
have a
will
land in
tap.
hand? Is the question.
Yeah, or they'll draw one.
I think she's going to draw one. That's what I believe.
Side quest, hunt the mark.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Side
that's a
quest
good
time.
one, yeah.
It's a really good one.
Creature.
I believe Fat Chocobos. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And then at the beginning of my end step, if a creature died under opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. And if I
Alright.
control 3 or more, this will transfer.
Wow. Okay,
yeah,
Broaden's got
yeah.
the combo here
Yeah.
with that. Saz, that's pretty sweet with quinoa.
What is it? What's on the flip side of it? I don't know.
The flip
What's on the flip side? It's a 5/6. That you can pay 1 in the black to sack something, make it
With the
indestructible.
ability, sacrifice another creature or artifact, and it gains instructibility.
Yeah,
And
that's a good-
notably, which is usually not the case for these kinds of like have 3 treasure tokens and make a dragon or something.
Right.
None of them get disappeared, so you have a lot of tokens to work with.
Yeah, they stay
to-
there after. Yeah.
to sack.
I believe it's because it transforms. It also has haste the moment it transforms, but it doesn't matter because it is on end step.
Yeah.
So, so you can then
That's a
tap and
cool-
sacrifice your treasures that you still have the 3 of. I've only seen this flip one time, and the game was already over by that time it happened.
Okay. That is pretty cool.
Because it means that your opponents are losing creatures
Yeah.
on your turn.
Right.
Okay, so we have a syncopate here from Voxy. And it's just 2 mana, by the way, to syncopate this thing and still hold open her other
Yeah,
spells. Feels like a pretty juicy thing to do. Here it goes.
Yeah. So that happens.
Oh, it happens.
Oh,
okay.
Sure. I'll allow it.
I think
she allows it.
I think with the summon Odin tech that's about to happen here, they're more worried, concerned about stopping that.
Yeah. No, that's
I
true.
get my treasure token at my end step.
Which is interesting because they, all the other team has to do is just put up some blockers.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
but
enough blockers to
I
stop
guess,
the trample.
Yeah.
So 5/3.
And she's only 3 toughness, so
Yeah.
it's pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just 5
Definitely
power to stop.
possible.
They can throw the whole board at it.
I was saying there needs to be the combo of that card and the Blizzardo.
Blizzaga?
So you tap down all the creatures
Ah,
into
yeah.
the Odin.
Yeah, it's called Cryptic Command, which is in my deck, which instantly won us the game last turn.
That's
Last
yeah.
time, Okay. So if Voxy doesn't do anything here as well, that's going to be like 3 turns where she's basically cast nothing out of her hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, let's just do that then.
All right, we're gonna go to combat.
Okay.
We're gonna swing 1.
Okay.
Yep.
Combat in for Freya Crescent, once again, jumping.
I hate to do it, but don't you get a frog at the end step?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah.
Once we get to the
Oh,
end
okay,
step,
okay,
yes.
okay.
Or wait. Or why do you make it?
It is pretty funny that
Because of
she's
that thing. They
she's
put
not
the
a
thing, so
flyer.
they
She's
treasure
just
and then
jumping really high during her turn
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
smacking them.
If we
in
don't
the
do
back.
that,
If you play Final Fantasy, I believe it's 6 or 3.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's the Dragoon ability.
I think it's 9.
And I will
No,
cast
Dragoon's been around for a while.
Oh, yeah. But
Yeah,
I think Freya is a 9.
Freya's a 9. Yeah.
It deals damage equal to the number
Okay,
of
Barrett
equipped
Wallace,
creatures
the
in
4/4 with reach, because
this
he's
one.
got
Oh, this
that
is a good
gun hand, although I
Don't
don't
have
think we
any
can say
right now,
guns in
but
Magic.
Yeah.
And when it attacks, deals damage to each opponent. I think each opponent equals
Is
to
it
the
each?
number.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be each of equipped creatures you
I
have.
will create my.
Really underwhelming card, to be honest. I haven't seen it really do much work here.
Yep.
Okay.
One of their filler cards.
Now, this is a great card from Voxy here. As an instant speed, make a wizard on Lindholm, which is a land that goes on an adventure, and the next turn she can play it. Or any turn from now, she can play it as her land drop for the turn. Okay, 2 defending player for Barrett, just 1 player.
Oh, okay. So even worse.
Yeah. Even worse, yeah. Yeah, and it requires to have creatures equipped. Right now, there's none on Talia's board. So I think it looks much better than it actually plays.
Here we go. Let's see if Odin drops, and if so, let's get a listen in.
Let's get a listen in.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a...
I just don't know if the land would hit.
Yeah, I don't think that land might be there. Ooh, that doesn't sound like it. That sounds like a land drop missed. Yeah, very much sounds like a land drop missed.
Probably the thing that's making chumpies, I would say. Yeah. What do you think? I mean, the way that works.
I was getting audio popping.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
We're I think they're aware of it. They've been working on it.
Okay. I just don't know if coverage, if people watching are hearing it too.
You like that? Yeah. Okay. And then I will play.
Oh, hit the land drop.
Okay. Oh, it is there. Okay. Okay. That's big.
Tap out.
Tap for 6.
Or scary summon.
Scary summon Odin.
Let's get that listen in if you can.
Alright, so what does this do? Destroy?
Well, level 1 is the only important.
You don't want to know.
Does not matter for sure. Irrelevant.
Seems like Broaden's
That
holding
player
up a
loses the
magic
game?
Yes.
Magic Damper can easily get syncopated.
Indeed, that is what that says.
Well,
the second
I think I'll do
part.
that.
Why is it still clipping like that? Why is it still clipping like that? Why is it still clipping like that?
In response, I'll tap this to make him hexproof.
That's me. I'm
Okay, Magic
talking.
Damper
I'm
time.
using this.
Target.
No, you don't.
She does need to give 2 because he has a
You're
treasure.
just hearing me talk.
Yeah, 2
I'm
mana.
not-
But maybe you
This-
don't
One card in hand.
actually have to do this either. So that's
gets
the
plus
other
one,
part of
plus
this
one,
here.
+1/+1 and hexproof.
I guess that's fine.
Yeah, you
It's
maybe
still lives,
you
but you
choose
still
to
keep
syncopate
your
just
guy, so it's okay.
Just
to
anything
protect
else.
that
Yeah,
Odin.
yeah.
All right, and then it is on Saga 1.
Okay, so that does
Are you
happen
hearing
still.
me?
So
And
now
then-
on 1.
I think we're just passing, right? What do you, yeah, 'cause you tapped out and then
Can I read this one more time?
Absolutely, yes.
Sounds like a freaking horror movie happening in my headphones right now.
Yeah, some jump scares going on.
Yeah. Okay. And what is
That looks like the 3-mana tap.
the 3-mana tap
Nice,
art? Yeah, yeah.
Magic and
and
Thunder.
Magic,
wow,
yeah.
So they can
they could
They can bounce it back too.
They
kill
might not. They
things.
might block incorrectly, right? Is what you're
Yeah,
kinda saying.
right.
If you bounce enough of the toughness, then you're really in there.
And yeah, the 4-mana version of it, it's just a bounce, right? I don't think it
Yes.
changes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what Voxy can also do in end step here is full blast her Thunder Magic as well to tap something down to give it a stun counter.
Right.
Oh,
so
true.
she has
Right.
the ability with Ultros out to do that,
Oh yeah.
which
Those-
could be pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what's cool is there anything that gives Death Touch in this set?
Yes, Finn the Fang Bear. Or
Finn-
does it
no,
give
no, it
Death
doesn't give
Touch?
Death Touch.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think there are any Death Touch granters like
Yeah.
like any Black Comet things or
Because
anything.
we played against a combo where it was like Tonberry and equipped by something that was giving
Oh,
it
yeah.
Oh, wow.
trample and something.
I
And
think-
if it's Death Touch, trample,
You only have
you
to
can
deal-
just one
yeah,
to every
one
single
damage,
thing, and then the rest just
Yeah.
goes through. And so
So it looks like is that 2 counters on Queena?
yeah, looking like it.
Yep. So Broaden's using all of his mana each turn here to sack the frogs. He sees it better as being on a single card, which he might be right about, because right now there doesn't look like there are many great ways to get Odin in. And it looks like they may have just passed right back.
Looks like Ice Magic is coming down, or lightning.
This
lightning.
is a lightning magic for 4
Yeah.
mana, trying
Yeah.
to kill the Queen of here.
Doesn't it have 4 toughness, or 5?
I believe it has, maybe it has 5.
I thought it had 5. Because isn't it a 2/3 with 2?
Tapping down that.
Also, they
and-
can indestructible with Zach. Or wait, no,
they
indestructible.
can't.
Never mind.
It's
It's on a different board.
yeah.
Never mind.
So 4 damage is not going to be enough to kill that, right?
I think you're right, but
But you would be able to see that. It's pretty obvious. It must be a 3-2.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or a 5-4.
Okay, and that's tap down the Barrett. So now there is 2, 3, 4, 5 toughness on their board.
They're taking damage from the
pinging wizard, I assume.
Wizard.
Yeah.
And now there's a syncopate as well as an ice magic in Voxy's hand. Both can do a lot of work here. What is Talia holding? Is that Mangara?
I think so.
That's a 4 toughness creature if that's Mangara.
Ooh, yeah.
They're 3 and 4.
Someone in chat has says Queena is a 2-3. Let me just check this on my phone really fast.
Okay, somehow died.
Well, you know, here at the pre-release type event, it is a 2-3. So if it did have 2 1 counters on it, that would have been not enough for the Thunder Magic to kill it.
Yeah.
I don't see anything on the board that would have changed that either.
So Mangar is down.
Okay, well.
Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, draw a card.
Ooh, that is real tough because
That's pretty good. Does it that triggers off of
each turn and
it
would trigger.
It's not either. It's not going to auto trigger because like there's 2 opponents,
Right.
but because you just have 2 opponents, there's far more likely chance
of 2
that somebody.
things. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if, for example, Voxy bounced it this turn, she would still draw. Talia would still draw a card from the effect.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm going to go check on that Queena, though, real fast.
Yeah.
'Cause that could be a big difference.
We have Detective Jimmy Wong on the case.
No trigger left untriggered, except that land drop from
Yeah.
earlier.
Well, she just didn't want it.
Yeah.
She was didn't think it was good. She could have also searched for a bird and we didn't see technically, because she did have a chocobo, like someone chocobo.
Another fat chocobo.
Yeah.
You know, do you also have one of these really cool avatars for yourself, Travis?
I did not have them make me one. No. I have. You know, they're the stars of the show.
Right.
Our
That's just so
16
considerate of you.
competitors.
That is very, you know.
Okay, Jimmy Wong with the update. I saw Voxy gesturing to explain what
So
happened.
Voxy was doing 4 damage in response to
Ooh,
the trigger
sick.
on the
That's
stack.
super sick.
And
Okay.
It was just the players had put the dice on already, so it was just a the board state was a
Okay,
little
that's smart.
confusing.
That's smart.
Yeah.
We should have caught that one.
Voxy
Sorry,
is a good Magic player, and I think everyone would have caught that if it didn't work. So that it was just a misrepresented board state because he was in the process of moving counter on.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And everyone's cheating. Which
yeah,
is
that's
just,
what we figured.
Yeah, I feel like they're drawing a lot of bombs.
Okay, it looks like Freya is heading
Freya
in.
is attacking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bold attack. It looks like, oh, you know what? Broaden has a 3-mana spell to be able to tap down.
Oh, the Clash.
The Clash,
I think I saw it.
And
Yeah,
he has the man to do so.
And
So he will likely do that on end step
Syncopates
here.
will not be enough here, right?
Nope. So that's a tap down
Oh,
on
okay, that one
summon
too.
Odin.
Yeah,
okay.
Oh,
So now Voxy, if she wants, can bounce it. And then you can replay it the next turn and then hold up the syncopate and redo the same thing and just wait for that to come around.
That would be an interesting play.
Yeah, but now that there's a 2-4 chilling out there
Yeah.
with Mangara,
Yeah.
it makes this a much more difficult proposition. But
Yeah.
it looks like Voxy is going to go for that bounce to save. And they will get another kill spell out of it. So that would also take out the Mangara, right?
Yes.
As then Ames will just replay it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah,
As
and
Voxy
there's
just
Voxy
gestures.
gesturing, yeah. It's almost as though she can hear us.
Yeah.
Technically, this could have been done at the start of the next turn and then not given the draw, but...
yeah, she's ready to get right out.
Oh, right, because that's a second spell.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Now, there is a chance that maybe Voxy wants to hold open even more mana for a syncopate.
Sure.
In which case, it might be okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the creature has died, so Broaden is correct that there will be a trigger off of his side quest. Oh, no. Did the creature die? Yes. Queena died.
Yeah.
So that will be a trigger off of that.
Oh, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, thank you, players, for using your fingers to just point out what's going on.
Yeah.
Broaden seems to have some spicy card in his hand. I can't tell what it is, though.
For those listening, we're working on solving some audio issues that we were getting earlier with the players. So we'll get the player audio back whenever we can, but we want to make sure that you are not hearing loud static in your ears. That is the current priority for the broadcast.
Yes, makes sense.
So.
And thank you, Tex, for putting the work in there.
I thought I saw. Oh,
here we go.
Okay.
This is.
Is this vanilla? No.
No, it's an instant, it looks like.
I thought it was Clash. And I
Chocobo.
Yeah.
So this is Clash of the.
Clash of the Icons.
Oh, Clash of the Icons.
But it's got the alt art of it.
Okay, it's
I'm
a
pretty
fight
sure.
spell here.
Yeah.
This way, the rat will die. He'll get a
And
treasure
make a
token.
treasure.
And he's going after the Chocobo token here? The bird token? It looks like it.
Because he just wants to, I guess, kill the.
Yeah, he wants it to die.
Yeah, I would say Ultros
Oh.
is definitely the
Yeah,
target.
yeah. That makes more sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that has the ability to tap down stuff. It's going to be very bad
Yeah.
when the summon comes back.
The second treasure token.
All right, so now they're on end step finally, and it looks like it's going to be passing back to Ames and Voxy, who will.
I think now the third treasure will be made, and then now it'll transform.
Okay.
Oh, because the treasure from the rat.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, now we've got a 5/4 indestructible potentially for 1 in the black.
All right, we got audio back again with our players, so that's nice.
All right, players on the table at the seats here. Now, what are you killing with your summon?
Odin.
Are you taking care of that thing that could get indestructible the moment? Oh, hold on.
Oh, we
dog
have
break.
an interruption. We have an attack.
We've got a ringer.
I think that's actually a better target now because with the 3 treasures, that's 3 triggers of giving that thing indestructible whenever Broaden wants.
Yeah.
And he is tapped out at this very moment. He could start adding counters to it and keeping it indestructible over and over again. I think that's finally actually more of a danger than Mangara is.
But he can use the treasures to activate it, right?
Yes, but
Yeah.
you're right, actually. That's a good point. He would have to use all of them
Yeah.
to do so. Right now, he would pay 2 and sacrifice it. And then later on, if he really wanted to, he could sacrifice the crystal.
Right.
Yeah.
But that is a dangerous threat. Maybe it's worth it to have him use all of his mana to do that right now. Voxy's other option would be trying to bounce it, but they look like they're in a bit of a pickle right now. Voxy's got 1 card in the hand.
Just syncopate still, and should be drawing, right?
Yeah, the syncopates has been kind of awkward for her. Hasn't really done, I think, what she would like it to do.
A second chocobo has hit the board.
Do you
This is
know if they
technically
have-
the third, right? Because Fat
yeah.
Chocobo, the
Yeah.
token, and then Saz's Chocobo.
Does
It is
she
fun.
have the side quest? Is the question.
Oh, you know, there's a lot of things blanking. There's a lot of indestructible going on because I forgot Zach Fair is there. So
Yeah.
someone
Yeah.
Odin, no matter what, is not really going to be able to kill something.
Yeah.
So
Unless
now-
they let it.
Yeah. But it is going to come down.
It
It's
is coming
probably their
down,
best
yeah.
play.
That's your second spell, which will trigger.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the value.
Yeah.
Value, yeah.
It's tough because they're low on hand size and
Yeah.
don't really have ways of.
That's 3
generating
cards
card
now.
draw.
Yeah, Talia is just like.
I believe Talia also just found the protection spell.
Oh yeah, I think I saw Restoration Magic.
Oh,
I think.
very
She
Yeah.
did have that previously, so.
Oh, okay.
No,
Oh,
I just
oh,
mean
like
like
in- yeah.
I've seen her play it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's gonna be really good.
Yeah, now the Zach Fair can stick around. They can gain a little bit of life. It's a good use of their mana. All right, we're going after Mangara and see if Zach has anything to say about it or Talia's hand.
So what does the target say? It says destroy. Destroy.
Yeah, they're debating if they should cast the spell, and I think it is right in this scenario. Okay, well, no, we're Zacking it. Now, if Talia does have that protection spell, she's going to want to use red mana for this so that she can still hold open that white mana. All right, now Mangara is a 3/5
Let's
life
see if
linker.
there's a second removal spell from
A second
Voxy.
removal spell has hit the table.
I can't see what's in her hand. It's a
Oh
red spell.
boy, that is a pass right back to
Okay,
them. You know, if there was an advantage bar, it is firmly in the court of Broaden and Talia
Yeah.
right now.
This is great for me. This is great for me.
Broaden with 2. This is great for me.
Yeah.
All right, he's gonna kick it off. Maybe we should go down to the table and hear him.
I will tap.
Ooh,
3
combat tutorial.
To play combat tutorial.
So much
I will
draw.
target myself, draw 2 cards, and then I can put a +1/+1
And it's
counter
2
on a
counters
target
on.
creature I control.
Wow.
And pick this
That's gonna
guy.
be 2 counters, by the way,
Yeah.
because of the green crystal.
Any response?
Will she syncopate? She would have to syncopate for
1, 2, 3,
6,
technically
7.
6.
Oh, that seems difficult.
No way.
Wow.
Yeah, it happened. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Cool.
it's
That
Draw my
feels
2
so
cards, and
bad
then
when
this
you're
is
just you
2
have so much
counters
mana up
because of my crystal.
and you have a
use
counter
it.
spell and you're just like, okay, yeah, you get to do the really
Turn
strong
to turn. Yeah, yeah.
I will play a land.
And then Arimon.
Yeah.
Another sack outlet.
He has so much mana.
Yeah, he can do it and still keep his guy protected.
Yeah, this is really good for that.
Yeah, all right.
There's been very little combat that's happened this game outside of Freya just jumping in each turn.
Oh, it doesn't tap, but no second. Yes, yes. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Should I get that out of the way before we attack?
Okay, Talia's got something spicy. I think a lot of this game actually fell apart the moment that lightning was attached to by that enchantment.
Yeah.
That to me, I think the value that's been created from the crystal has been huge, but he hasn't used the activated ability part of it yet. It's just been the counters. I don't know. There's a lot that's happened in this game, but I think the 2 mana could.
It's also hard to say what would have happened if lightning had been unleashed.
Yeah, I mean, well,
on
she
the
did
board.
have the 2 mana, just the 1 mana thunder for it.
Yeah.
That's a really clean way to take out a 3/2.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's tough when you have syncopate because you wanna hold it for whatever, but then the longer the game goes, sometimes it's just
it becomes absolutely unplayable.
Yeah.
At a certain
Okay,
point.
here we go.
Okay, this is 5 mana. Remove a thing, or what is this? No, this
Might be
is slash.
Slash of Light,
Slash of
yeah.
light. So this is gonna deal 1, 2, 3, 4 damage right now.
Equal to the creatures plus the equipment.
So she has 4 creatures. No
And it's a
equipment.
5/3.
It's a 5/3, yeah.
Yeah.
So she has.
And she could syncopate.
Now this could be syncopated. She would have to full tap. No, this can't be. She has 5 mana. No, she's got 5 mana, Voxy. Oh no.
Oh, she just asked.
Yeah,
That's
the most.
Oh.
I don't know if Voxy has seen this, but she hasn't played that Lindholm. Has she been playing a land every turn?
The adventure.
The adventure land could
Oh,
be another
yeah.
land for her.
Yeah.
I think is it in her?
It's in her
Yeah, it's in her-
adventure.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of just off to the side right
Yes. Brutal.
now. All right, the player.
Yeah. And they obviously have no idea syncopate is in Vox's hand.
Yeah. They can play around it pretty much the rest of the game if they want to. Yeah. Now Broaden just is going to swing in every turn with this massive 7, 4, 6 or something.
Yeah, it's going to be scary.
Yikes.
Those poor birds.
Yeah, the birds are going to say bye-bye real soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not put Saz. I had a chance to play Saz Chocobo today, and I don't think it's that great into a giant. If you draw it late, it looks so bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Play 2 spells or just 1? You just played 1. Yeah, you just played the 1.
Just the one. Oh, it triggers on me too?
Yeah, I'll draw it.
No way.
Oh, I didn't even
Mongar
notice that.
triggers on Broden's? Oh my gosh.
Wait, I'm not sure. I think they might have just.
I think it's
corrected
I
it.
think it's whenever any player plays their second spell each turn.
There we go. We have it.
Oh,
It's
the
an
opponent? Okay,
Opponent.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it's
Oh,
not-
okay.
That
Wow.
would have been.
Yeah, because it would have counted herself
Right,
as well.
right,
Yeah. Mongar is already a very good card.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Here we go. Syncopate looks even worse, by the way, with an activated ability on the crystal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Summon Fat Chocobo is going to jump in front of it, which makes sense. It was going to get sacrificed next turn anyway.
Yeah. Yes, I do. I will tap 3.
For the
You can tell how
right.
pleased Broaden is with how things are going for himself.
All right, this is if you're going to syncopate anything, this is it.
Yeah.
At this point.
This is your time.
Yeah, I think you just have to do it.
You-
How many cards do you have in your hand?
I have none.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think, yeah, he's not going to.
Here we go. Finally,
I think we can
not a turn too late.
which I don't have.
Syncopate.
This is turning the
And
tide.
Voxy is joking that she doesn't have it if she did have it.
Yeah, yeah.
Very funny, that Voxy.
That he's all whispering all happy.
Yeah.
He's completely cardless. I mean, what do you think?
The players are having a good time, at least.
Yeah.
Nothing.
A little eyeball man?
Little Eyeball Man, Ariman.
That's a pretty. I'd say that's.
It's
that's
very
fair.
accurate,
That's,
yeah.
That's pretty accurate.
Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski with wings.
Yeah.
Could be a girl, you never know.
Yeah.
But it is Ari Man, not Ari Woman, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, it's technically from Aramaic or Araman, Aramaeanism. It's a different thing altogether.
It's there. Yep.
Great. Okay.
Oh, she's not going to
Oh,
counter
just
it.
we're.
What?
What? I feel like that syncopate's
yeah.
getting worse
Yeah.
every turn.
Yeah.
And
many
it's
times do
3
you get a
mana
turn
draw
with this?
card, sack a treasure. I mean,
It
Oh,
actually
she
has a
she found the
secondary
land.
yeah,
effect.
she found the land.
She found the
She
land.
found the adventure.
Yeah.
Is that a sleep magic? Oh,
That's sleep magic.
It's either sleep or swallowed by Leviathan. I couldn't tell.
Okay.
It's sleep magic.
Oh,
yeah.
sleep magic. Okay.
Sleep magic's actually really good against the indestructible attacker.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
But
true,
now they
yeah.
got to deal with Arimon and
Yeah.
Mangara.
Yeah, they have no flyers.
Okay,
Those
5
poor
mana from
birds
Ames.
can't fly.
Yeah,
so
unfortunately. Ames tapping for 5. Here we go.
Is it the Titan? Is that
6.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
Summon Titan could be 6.
7.
So that.
Summon Anima. All right. So
Oh.
this
I
is,
haven't seen. I don't think I've seen this one.
My preview card.
Yeah, so
one of
this-
my 3 preview cards.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
First 3 chapters are draw a card, lose a life, and then the last one is each opponent, I believe, sacrifices a creature, and you gain life.
Oh wow.
Not bad at all.
Or they lose 3 life. Yeah. Summon Anima.
That's pretty solid.
Summon
Each
Anime.
opponent too, right? Each opponent sacrifices.
I believe it's each opponent.
Yeah, so that means
sacrifice
they're
creature
gonna
of their choice.
both. I mean, yeah, they have
and
2.
they will both, and they'll lose 6 life total.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That's pretty good.
Well, if they can stall, I mean, we only have 9 minutes left, so I don't know if we're gonna get. Obviously, we go to turns, but
All right, second
Oh, right,
spell.
that's true. I mean, it's
Talia's
gotta
going
be
to draw
4.
here.
Oh,
and
Town Greeter.
It's a
okay.
Town Greeter.
Millen.
Oh, the fight on goes to the graveyard and the
And the
Summon
Titan.
Titan. Oh, and
the Hound, but, you
wow.
know.
They're going to gain 2 life and go up to 23, which is nice.
The
but
Titan going in the
Titan
ground.
and the
And
fight
the
on
fight
going,
on.
yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
Ames's deck actually has a lot of ways to mill. I would, if she had more than 1 fight on, I would consider playing it in a deck like this.
Yeah, I think
Typically
she
that card's
might-
really hard to play
I
in
think
limited.
she might have an Evil Reawakened, the the
yeah,
5
yeah,
mana one. I think, but
I mean that's getting back at Summon Titan. I think.
yeah,
at
that
this
would be
point.
pretty big.
It's a 3/5 of lifelink. There's no way to get in with anything. So we.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't swing.
She's not going to tap down the. I guess she's holding up Syncopate mana.
Yeah.
we're gonna end the game, and the Syncopate will have never been cast.
I mean, what removal
Oh
would be?
my gosh.
The only removal I can think of that would be too much mana for that. I mean,
No.
the 3 treasures too
Broaden
is so
has
difficult.
3
Yeah, it's
extra
just too much.
If
It's too
Broaden
much.
wants to, all he has to do is sit there and activate the crystal
Yeah.
over and over
Yeah,
again, and the
yeah.
Arimon just gets in for 5,
Yeah.
4
Yeah.
damage and 6. It's just gonna be bad.
Yeah.
Bad news bears.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
a blitz
that's a
ball.
blitz ball.
Okay,
So we got some more mana.
More mana, yeah.
mana for
I
the-
love that.
I'm guessing Arman is not legendary, so
No.
he can't
No.
do the thing.
It's legendarily cool.
Yeah.
True. How many one-eyed floating bats do you know?
Not many. Not many.
The
I'm
growing one
considering
right
doing
now.
this, 'cause
Yeah,
then this will
it's
become
looks pretty juicy.
Yeah. I think I need a judge to calculate these.
Bro, that's
'cause it
for a
would
judge.
get-
What is it?
You double.
So if I use this on this that already has 2 counters. Yeah.
You distribute
Applies 2
2
counters
plus 1
and
plus 1
then
counters.
doubles those counters.
So what are the go-to time rules? Is it just 0, 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, 3
Yeah,
turn,
3
3
turns.
Yeah.
Have we had any draws?
Yes.
Yes. Last round was a draw, right? On camera? Or did they win that game in time?
It was so we don't technically have draws because you.
There still needs to be a winner at the
Yeah,
end.
yeah,
of it,
yeah.
and
So
it's
we
dependent on
force
the
it
life
based
total.
off of life total.
Right.
I see.
Okay, well, Talia's going to go and take some action first here.
So I'm going to go ahead and play.
She's going to suplex something here.
Dealing 3 damage here.
Okay.
Suplex the
Suplex
Chocobo
the
chick.
Chocobo
That's
sucks.
messed
I
up.
mean,
So
I feel like that's
sad.
pretty messed up. I don't know if that's.
Yeah.
Maybe I have to call a judge for
Listen, Twitch, please don't ban us. It's
Yeah.
it's Talia.
is that
go after
Peter
her,
in the
Talia.
chat?
Yeah, it's Peter in the chat. Look, Chocobos aren't real things, okay? There are real hounds and
Okay.
dogs, however, that have been getting suplexed and
This
stuff.
is simply Jimmy's opinion. It doesn't
Yeah.
speak for everyone.
Oh, so sorry. Warwick. Warwick.
She does have the syncopate though.
They're just talking over there.
Broaden.
It's
He
awesome
does
because
have a
Broaden
syncopate.
barely plays Magic, and even he's sitting there like, okay, she's got a syncopate.
He's
We
got a
gotta-
syncopate, bro.
We're gonna play around the syncopate
Oh
here.
my gosh, that's so funny. All right, well, again, they are in a bit of a tough spot for Voxy and Ames. Doesn't look like they have much to do here, and the syncopate window has closed.
It is good to say out loud because I'm the type of player to play around Syncopate for 9 turns in a row and then forget on the 10th.
And then forget.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. And she looks like she's trying to, or Talia's trying to play something potentially syncopatable.
Okay, that's
okay.
okay. So this is syncopatable.
This would be.
This
I would
you
say the time.
absolutely syncopate this. I don't know why. It's not like Broaden even has cards in his hand at this point.
Broaden showed his Blitzball. Was that to us or to?
It was to Talia, I believe, and we just kind of saw it.
Okay. Lucky us.
Okay. Because I want you to have this in Duel, and like, right? You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, please. Please,
Please
Voxy,
have it
I'm-
on. Please
I'm
have it on the
begging
board.
you.
I would love it if we saw Ames convince her in real time. No, it's fine.
I'm not really like attached to this card. Like it's
Okay, here we go.
I'm so wrong. The syncopate window is actually wide open.
Boom!
Let's go.
The way she
Oh
threw
my
it down.
goodness.
That's we love that.
We have a syncopate.
Yeah.
We have a winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have syncopated.
I'm very good at deceptive games.
Voxy, I am very good at deceptive games. All right, well, here comes the disastrous trigger. Broaden should be putting this on the Ahriman, by the way.
Oh, just to eke
He can
in that
distribute
extra
2 on 1 counters. It becomes 4 because they're doubled.
And I can distribute counter creatures. So, yes.
There are no flyers on the board.
+1/+1 counters among one or two
Ahriman's a flyer, right?
Yeah, it wasn't. That's
Okay,
that's
right.
the only flyer. So
Yeah.
they should. There we go. Right.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
6 in the
yeah,
air.
That's
Now I believe that is incorrect, as he's only distributing
right?
2
Because
total.
It places 2 and then
They
doubles.
each come in
But
as.
it's one gonna be split on both, so it could be 2 on the Ahriman and then 2 on the other creature. But if I was him, I'd be throwing all of them on the Ahriman. Okay.
Oh, he's doing 1 and 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
4 and 2, correct?
Probably
love.
not
Okay,
right in this case because there's a great chump blocker with Ames's 1/1 town
Yeah.
creator.
Yeah.
Oh right, Voxy, can't forget the wizard trigger.
I mean, okay, so there is. I think there's an argument for him to have a big blocker because if this is going to go to time soon, and they want they want to get in, they want to prevent themselves from taking damage.
He can hit her for 5 in the air as
Yeah.
opposed to, or 6 in the air as opposed to getting chumped, and they have a 3/6 lifelinker on the ground. I think.
Yeah, you're right.
Or 3/5,
yeah.
yeah. So there, yeah, it's an easy chump there. Freya's gonna get in. Barrett's gonna do no damage. He's just gonna swing, and Foxy's probably gonna chump here too. Yikes! Saving us the pain.
So I think we're gonna take 4, 5.
Yeah, that could have been 7, putting him to 14.
No, that's why I put in front. So we took.
And Ames is going to lose 2 more life if that thing sticks around
Right.
for Summon Anima.
Right. And I mean, it's going to be so hard to even get to the last chapter.
Oh, it's
and then
100%.
And then
And
you're
it
only
doesn't
taking
matter.
1 each, which is like, I mean, it's supposed to be good, but it
Yeah.
really is not going to do that
This
much
game,
at this point.
if again the Ahriman just gets triggers doubled, this game's going to get over before that happens.
Yeah.
Not to mention Talia has a great sacrifice creature with the
Enchanted.
lightning. Yeah.
Do we know if the second stream is still going? It looks like it because I haven't seen those players pop up yet. So the second match is also still going.
Oh, great.
I'll check it out on FlyQuest 2.
Oh wow, they were double stream. Wow.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, Voxy's drawing.
Oh,
the
there's the
VV,
VV.
There's the VV,
but
which
Yeah, it's so late.
It's so
Not
late.
doing much
yeah.
here.
You kind of need to build that card up. Or
Yeah, and honestly, I'm gonna say it. I think VV's a little overrated.
In 2HG, it does ping both opponents.
Yeah. But I think in general, again, this format is filled with so much removal.
Yeah.
VV is getting you a. Okay,
That's
Evil
pretty big.
Reawakened.
That's pretty big.
Now, what is this going to target here?
Odin?
But even the Odin, it's
No,
awkward.
Mangara might be the right call now because
Yeah.
it has the lifelink. And
But
it could-
Restoration Magic is held up. How much is it?
Yeah, it's 1 mana.
Restoration Magic is held up, but Ahriman is also terrifying. You know what? I would go after the Ahriman if I was them. It's the only thing that can't be blocked by anything on the ground right now.
Does Restoration Magic, can you choose, your teammates?
No, it's. Oh yes, you actually. It's target permanent.
And it's just indestructible, right? So I think she
Indestructible.
could technically protect.
Yeah, she
I
could.
think,
No
in
matter
this
what,
case.
is going to get protected.
Like, does that trigger this?
Does not count as casting it, but is being brought to the battlefield, Broaden. Yeah. So it's an AF, a 7-5 now.
I'm pretty safe. Yeah.
So maybe Talia doesn't have the protection magic. Well, let's see. I mean,
Yeah, I could be
it's
wrong.
so hard
I think
to not
they
use.
are
Okay, here it
debating.
is.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
There we go. Yeah, there it is.
Protection magic giving it
Dude,
indestructible.
Odin has been countered hard this
Yeah.
entire
Yeah.
match.
Yeah.
This is Odin's third appearance on the board, and
has killed only one thing, I believe, so far.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get that out of here.
I like the visual of him
Wow.
like continuously announcing his arrival, and everyone's like,
I'm here.
Yeah, it's like,
They're like, nah.
okay,
no.
Vivi on the board.
destruction.
We
And
are
now we're
at turns now.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw up, says Ames. Oh my gosh. Okay, Ahriman will just kill them at this point. And there's nothing really that Voxy can do here. Even if she casts a bunch of spells, it's not enough to stop Mangara from swinging on that last turn and getting some life.
Oof, I'm just really hoping for something spicy to happen, like they swing out with some things and then they get the rest of it removed, or all of it tapped down by
Yeah.
Cryptic Command.
Cryptic Command. Did she have a does she have?
has
Okay,
one.
yeah. So she could. I mean, that's definitely possible.
Just top deck it.
Oh,
Heart of the
she has a
cards.
Cryptic Command?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's
So on a top deck Cryptic Command would allow Odin to come in. I don't think there's anything to do about that.
Yeah, yeah. I saw Voxy has 2 cards in her hand, and I just don't. I thought one of them was the sleep magic or some kind of.
Yeah, I thought
removal,
one was sleep magic too,
but
which
that's not sure now.
now Ahriman is the thing to sleep magic if anything.
Yeah, yeah,
but
because that's just doing so much damage, or will be doing so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, next turn it could do another 4, 6, 8 damage.
Right,
Take them to
right.
6, and then they're dead by the time the final turn rolls around.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good that she's holding it because
Oh, no,
next
no.
turn will be her
I don't
first
think
spell
it's sleep
cast.
magic.
Is it? It might be swallowed by Leviathan, which
might
isn't
be.
that the other counter one?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Or no?
I-
It looked like the art of it. But I
It
could
might
be
not
wrong.
be sleep magic, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't have swallowed by Leviathan.
Okay, okay, I see.
It's not swallowed by Leviathan. It's someone like leaning back in the art. I don't know exactly what it is.
It's the one to draw a card. Yes.
Well, I assume if Ahriman is swinging again, she doesn't have.
Oh,
any way to-
Ahriman! I forgot that Ahriman works with artifacts.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
those
right, you can
treasures,
sacrifice,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, so he just drew a card.
I mean, at this point, Broaden doesn't even care about keeping his indestructible creature alive because
Yeah.
it cannot be killed by blocking. That thing
Yeah.
is huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that in Voxy's
don't know,
hands?
It's hard.
Oh, Avane's Treachery is in Ames's hand here. So
Oh, okay. I mean, that's definitely possible to kill.
that will kill the Ahriman, and
yeah.
she could do it in response to the trigger, which would be really sweet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Of,
yeah.
of the green crystal.
Yeah.
I'll play a land first.
Wow, League of Legends did make it into Final Fantasy. Vane's Treachery.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go. We did it. Riftbound is here.
A
everybody.
very treacherous League of Legends champion.
There we
Yeah,
go.
that's true.
Okay. What is that? The
I think
Lionheart?
that's Lionheart.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which.
2
will
damage
do-
to anything.
Can go to face, by the
Yeah,
way.
can go to face. Yeah.
Yeah, so Vane's Treachery is in Ames's hand. She can sacrifice the the Chocobo token to take out, let's say, the Ahriman. It also gets around indestructible.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
However, I think that creature's too big
I
now. It's a
think- yeah.
5/4. It's a 9/8.
I mean, do you think she has like a big bomb?
Okay, what is Lionheart going at though? If this goes at the Chocobo, this will be a great chance for. Although, can you do the green crystal at instant speed? I think you can.
That looks like a white aura site, I think.
No,
No, it's not. This is it's on level 1. It's got
The Earth Crystal, right? Yeah, you can do it at instant speed. For
There it is,
6
white
mana.
Auracite, yeah.
White Auracite, okay.
Yeah.
So sorry, Odin.
Oh,
Yeah,
just lock-
Odin is- yeah,
Odin
it's
is-
just-
Now
it's
the
tough
question
out
is,
there
do you
for
Vane's
Odin.
Treachery the Odin? Because it's not coming back, I don't think, in these colors.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Unless
right,
Voxy has a way to
to-
bounce a non-land, which I don't think any of the bounces do in this set. Eject might do it.
Yeah.
Let me check.
They have to do it right now, right?
Yeah, I think they have to do it before it gets exiled. I
Yeah.
assume, right.
Yeah, so if Voxy has Eject, she could eject the Auracite.
Right.
She does have it in her deck, but I don't know if that's.
But
a
the
card in her hand.
Auracite is looking like it's going to get
Yeah, it
exiled.
looks like it might
Yeah.
be resolved.
Those go, right?
Yeah.
Those go for sure. I mean, the other option is
So there goes our win condition.
The other option is points
She-
at this
Storming
card.
off with Vivi.
Yeah. So there is another summon. Might be
I
summon
saw a
Fenrir.
fat chocobo in Ames's hand.
Yeah, I don't know if that does
That's
much.
not.
Yeah.
It's the
At 22
chocobos
life with
won't
no board
save
state,
you.
yeah, not so great. I also think Fat Chocobo is not so hot in Two-Headed Giant. I don't know. A lot of these cards I completely reevaluate now because that card is amazing
You
in
need
1v1.
you need the side quest.
Yeah, you need the side quest. You need a board state. That's the
Right.
main thing.
I think that other card might be. It might be the 2-mana draw 1 surveil one.
Laguna?
Oh,
it
Dreams
might
of
be
Laguna?
It might be Dreams
Yeah.
of Laguna.
Okay, if it is Dreams
Maybe.
of Laguna, let me check here what the art
It
looks
just
like.
has the art of it, but I could.
Nope, that's not Dreams of
That's
Laguna.
not
So
Dreams of Laguna?
Lionheart just
Okay,
came
okay.
down, kills the Chocobo.
Oh, that poor
Oh,
Chocobo.
and then
Yeah.
we're still. Oh, and she didn't.
wow.
do
And then
the-
Barrett,
Yeah.
Barrett will now also trigger.
I'll spend.
If it's equipped.
If it's equipped, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, they can't equip it now,
Okay,
but yeah.
here we go. Okay, so now this sucks.
Well, yeah,
really.
because she
has only one
might have missed the
creature.
opportunity to.
No, but if she doesn't, if she waits to do it, then Ahriman, I believe, gets 4 woman counters at instant speed. And that's going to become a.
Yeah, now's the moment they
I see,
have to do
Yeah,
it.
so she has to do it now if she with the trigger on
With
the
the-
stack.
right,
but it
okay,
looks like
okay.
that's not happening either.
Yeah. they will not do it.
This is
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
now they're deciding, should we
Yeah.
kill that in response? And
I think if they did want to do this, they would want to chump block and then sack it.
but they
to-
can't. It's an 8/8 now.
Oh,
So
I
they would have to
see,
do it
okay.
while the
Right, right,
the
right.
Earth Crystal has the trigger on the stack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
It's pretty Jover.
we're in
yeah.
we're in what you would call a classic pickle
Yeah.
here.
Oh,
Let me see if I can find what this freaking card is. It is
thought I felt an earthquake.
ah. They got to do it now, otherwise it is going to hurt. Oh, maybe it is eject. It is eject.
Ooh.
I believe it's eject. So she could. Okay, here we go. If she ejects the white Auracite, then when you get Summon Odin back, it would come back on Chapter 1 and could kill the Ahriman.
And then you top that Cryptic Command.
And then you top that Cryptic Command and you'll have the second chapter. Actually, depending on how they attack, you might just be able to do it. So they could be waiting to end step here.
This
to
would be the
eject.
most legendary play of
Or,
the
to, or
tournament.
for the combat, right? Because you want them to overcommand on combat
Right,
here. Because
right.
they don't know that you have the one answer to white Auracite. Oh, wow. This just got exciting.
Okay. Okay.
Keep it cool, guys. Don't
Okay,
reveal
don't-
anything.
yeah, keep it
And
cool.
You know what's
Don't
crazy?
got 4 mana
What's
up.
crazy is they're going to be completely tapped out on all their
They're
mana.
completely tapped out.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
Both boards.
Both boards. Oh my gosh, this could be it.
Okay.
Do they die?
Okay, here's
Oh,
the
wait, so
eject.
the-
Here's the eject. No, Vivi's gonna chump block
Yeah,
first.
chump block something. I'm assuming.
Or I think she survives. She hops in front of Mangara.
Is it a 1/4?
It's a 1/4. Mangara is currently at 3/6.
So that's a 9. The Mangar's a 3, right?
Yeah.
So that means they're taking 12, 13.
Well, if they in response right now eject the Auracite to get the thing back, it'll kill that. Oh no, he can give it indestructible still.
Yeah.
So she's no matter what going to be taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, but that's okay. They can
You
take
just have to
they can
survive.
take 13.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
she'll
yeah,
kill
yeah.
she'll kill the Barrett instead. Oh my gosh, are they going to
It's-
survive at 1? No, eject the Auracite. The Auracite.
No.
Eject the Auracite.
Someone cut the tape.
No,
I'm gonna read you this
Voxy,
one.
the Auracite. It's right there. No, Voxy, the Auracite. The Auracite.
It's an interstellar moment right here.
Oh no.
Oh no, the wind was right.
Don't let me go.
Don't do
Don't
it,
go,
Jack.
Murph.
The Auracite, Voxy. They're closing the door. They're closing the door. They're closing the door. It's too late. The card has been drawn. Too many things have happened. Oh no.
Oh.
It's okay. No one mentioned this.
Yeah.
I would go to sleep thinking about it for the next week.
No.
Oh,
she's
no.
streaming right now. She will find her
She
her
will
chat.
find out.
Her chat will find out.
That's what I'm telling chat. No
I'm
one in chat
not,
mentioned
not
it.
I'm not telling her what she walks out.
I'm
I think
not gonna say
I think Jimmy should.
Nose
have to
goes.
do it.
Yeah.
Oh, Apollo.
Oh, fine. I'll tell her. I'll
I
do
think
it. I
Jimmy-
don't care.
There's a small chance you might have heard Jimmy.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Summon Blitzball is down. if an opponent was dealt damage by a legendary creature this turn, I believe he gets to sacrifice it because Barrett and Freya both have dealt damage.
Yeah, does anything matter anymore, though?
No, nothing matters.
Nothing matters.
Literally
I would
nothing.
say literally nothing matters. Yeah, I don't think
really matters. Anyone
that's tough.
can
That's such a
see.
heartbreaker.
That was really tough.
Didn't inject the aura sight. Voxy and Ames are losing. Wow. Watch if it's cryptic command or something. Okay, it's a land. Okay. Wow. All right. Well, Voxy, the aura sight. Someone clip it.
Yeah, and the fact that they tapped out everything, they weren't just.
They were completely tapped out.
We're completely sure we're not thinking of a card or
No,
something.
eject has non-land permanent on it. It would
And
get
well,
rid of
she
the
used
aura
it
sight.
too, so we saw it.
Yeah,
It was a 4 mana.
It would draw a spell, right? Laughing Mad to draw
But
and dig a little
that
bit
is
here.
truly one of those plays.
Did
where
she just get Leviathan, by the way?
Yeah, but she only has. Oh no, Vivi
Or
can't
am I-
cast it because it's instant or sorceries only, I believe.
Oh.
Oh, no. It just gives you mana.
Yeah,
it does.
Oh, yeah. So I think they can cast Leviathan.
But then the next turn is the end of the game.
Yeah. So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. All right. Well,
really
summon
Nothing really
Leviathan.
matters.
Here it is.
Unfortunately.
The Kraken is cracking in. And let's be sad about that, everybody.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
It's one of those things though that like it's very easily missable.
Yes.
On Arena, it's like
it's
glowing.
Yeah.
Like, I can click that one. Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, why not?
On here, it's
I
like
completely agree.
where is the aura sight even? It's like tucked away.
Yeah, Talia.
It's on the dual land logo on Talia's
Right,
side.
yeah,
It's
right.
So
right
she
there.
must have done a pretty good job of hiding.
Very good.
What's funny is they had a discussion about where to place it on the board to
Oh,
yeah. Like Ames had it originally up, and then they were like, no, we could put it underneath.
It's hiding behind the deck a little bit, in the line of sight.
It's just crazy to me that Odin could have gotten stuffed like 3 to 4 times
and
in
then
this
he
game.
could've still won the
I've
game.
arrived. I am
That-
calamity.
That was his chance too. Odin had been waiting the whole time.
No one bounces and removes me 4 times.
Oh my gosh. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition, dude. Oh my goodness.
Again.
Oh no. The aura sight, Voxy. I don't know if Talia also drew off the second spell because Summon Leviathan would be the second spell that she cast that turn, so that could have been a misdraw trigger.
Miss
there. But
triggers.
This is the final turn of rounds. If they can do some more damage, they will to get that number a little bit lower because that's how these games are decided. with the Tiebreakers, yeah.
White Orsite up on the side.
Yeah.
Thank you, production,
Yeah.
for letting us know.
Until this artifact leaves the battlefield.
Yeah.
I think Broaden's going to cast the 6/6 down here just to gain some life. So if you're not dealing damage, you can gain life instead.
Oh, yeah.
So you're going to go up to 24 and make the discrepancy a little bit bigger here. And that is going to do it. There's another suplex in Talia's hand. Wow. That,
Probably the Choco bird is also there to be
You might as well
suplexed
just-
again.
Yeah,
I
just
mean, really,
suplex,
just
get it
just
out
take
of
it out of
here.
there.
Yeah, why not? All right, they're now getting dangerously close and just to revealing their hands because the game has ended, everybody.
Yeah.
This is the extra turn 3. All right, now we're just drawing cards off the top. So this game has ended. That is going to be a win to Talia and Broaden. Well played. Really tight game.
Yeah, well done.
As
They
you can
played
tell,
around the syncopate.
They did,
syncopate.
and
But this
actually
Syncopate still got a good target by the end.
I think it syncopated the lightning magic. Or what,
Yeah,
what did
yeah,
get?
it was
The
a lightning magic.
I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. That was still pretty good by the end. So, that's why I like this set so much is there's so many interesting things that can happen. That was still so close.
Yeah, it was very close.
So many great
Oh my
interactions
gosh. They'll be
that
coming out here in a second.
won't haunt you for the rest of the time if you miss it.
It's going to be me that has to tell them about the white aura sight. So we'll wait.
You show up with like a clipboard or something.
Oh, I even
It's like,
said
let's go ahead
eject
and
is the
review
only
this.
card that can bounce a non-land. I think in blue. So.
That was the
it was
primal
eject.
Odin made that match so fun.
Yeah,
because it's just like every time it hits the board, it's like, okay, let's see if we
now
problem
how
solve.
should we just
not let this happen?
Yeah.
What if? Yeah.
That was definitely one of my favorite matches of the day so far.
Yeah,
It's
that was
been-
a lot
it's been
of
really
fun.
good. So
A lot of fun. Good
we'll have the
times.
competitors coming out here in a second, and we'll talk to them as well. Maybe what we'll do is we'll have the two of you swap out here in a second. But I will say we just heard that the second stream is done as well, or the second match. So I think we should be able to get a scoreboard up here in a second that will
Go
let us
straight
know
to the next round then after
where
that.
where everybody is. Yeah, we'll talk to the players and get all that stuff. But so you can hang out for a second, but. I know you have another match that you need to play in a second. But
I do?
Yes.
I do. Against
Yes.
LS, it's the big one.
Yes,
You do,
this
yeah,
is the
yeah.
big
It's the
big
big
match
one,
for
yeah.
you in a second. So once we get them out here, we can talk to them a little bit, and then you can head off and yeah, you'll be you are currently 2-0. You'll be facing the only other 2-0 team.
Exciting.
In
Wait,
your
does this
group.
mean that we're coming back tomorrow, pretty much guaranteed?
I believe so.
Oh boy, here
What?
we go.
You're
I'm loving
happy.
it. I'm
Yeah,
excited.
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Trust me,
Although Father's Day, I know. So
yeah,
yeah.
Well, you know what? By the end of it, we'll have everyone calling me daddy.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Let's go.
All
right. Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, here
Okay.
are the players come.
Yeah, yeah.
We can hear Voxy from a mile away, of course.
Okay.
I will.
Hello.
Hopefully, Voxy carries the misplays, whether it's to
I'm gonna-
Vegas,
I'm-
where we'll be
we'll
playing
let
here in a
them
second.
take
Thank you
the
guys
We'll
so
let
much
you
for
have
having
it
us
on.
on.
Yeah, thank you so much, Apollo, Chris, for having you all here.
Good luck in your match. Excited to watch it.
Come on down, Talia. Big winner, chicken dinner. You guys dodged actually losing the game on the spot.
Yeah, be careful. There's a dog bed.
Summon the Aurosite, had that been ejected, the Summon Odin could have hit you that
Oh, we
next
could
turn,
have.
and then you would have lost to the damage trigger.
Yeah, but like how could she have got it through?
She has eject, and you guys tapped everything.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
But
we've
she
not.
ejected the attacker.
Jimmy
That's
will be
right, that's right,
revealing
that's
this to
right.
Voxy
Yeah,
momentarily.
That's right.
and-
That's right. Yeah, she did have
But
the
pretend like you have
eject.
no idea.
Okay, yeah, she's very upset back there.
Oh, she is? Oh,
Yeah.
no. She's
Oh,
going to be
no.
even
She's
more
like,
upset.
what did I miss?
Knowing,
somebody's
that
telling
she
her.
knows she missed
What?
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was tough though. Like it definitely.
That was a really fun game for
It
us
was
watching
definitely
here.
tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the win. Yeah.
Come
All
on
right,
now. We'll
Voxy.
tell you both
Yeah,
in
here,
a second
I don't know
here.
who's, you could pass this. I don't know. who
So,
that is,
Voxy, you have
I
a
don't wanna be in
card
the hot seat.
that you played called Eject.
Yeah.
Do you know what the text of Eject says?
Yeah, return target non-land permanent to its owner's
Right.
hand.
There is a non-land permanent that got rid of a creature that came out 4 times that game and never was able to do the thing where it
So
won the
was
game on
that
the
not
spot.
the turn though that we were just trying to save as much damage on us as possible?
You could have won the turn if you had ejected the Aurosite.
Uh-huh.
The Summon Odin return on Chapter 1. Doesn't matter what it kills. The next turn, they have all tapped out of all their creatures. You untap with Summon Odin. It goes to its second chapter, and you can swing with no blockers on their board. You would have won the game on turn 2 of turns. So you had the win right there, but you ejected the big attacker, which makes sense. It was very scary, and Talia hid the Aurosite behind her hands and all this stuff.
No, I didn't.
It was being really deceptive.
I was very worried you were going to hear because Jimmy was screaming at the top of his lungs to the fact that production. We saw them go close the door because they're like.
I heard the door close.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Foxy, the Aurosite!
We were
No!
just so afraid of like trying to like not. Yeah, we're just trying
Yeah.
to stem the bleeding.
In
We
that
were like,
moment,
"No,
you're
don't
just
do
trying
it."
to.
Yeah. It was a really, it was a line that was hard to see,
Yeah.
and
we almost didn't see it, and then
Yeah.
I think at some point in time, Jimmy just was like, "Wait, there's
there's
a
one
test
card
here."
that Voxy could have
I,
that
like-
could get the Aurosite
I
off.
knew Voxy could win on the spot, but I didn't know how.
Yeah.
I had a feeling. I was like, she could just take it all right
Yeah.
here.
She
But I
could.
didn't know what it was.
It
was
required
close.
because it
I was
wouldn't have been the
terrified.
case if you all hadn't swung out. So we were waiting to see if they were going to swing out.
Yeah, which we were like, great, that's Voxy
Yeah, if they
waiting to
swing
eject
out,
since they have
then
no blockers.
it opens up. So
yeah,
yeah.
because Broaden could still
Yeah,
give
yeah.
the,
Well, now
the
you
creature
know that for next
indestructible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was a very, very entertaining game to watch because you guys brought Odin back over and over and
Over
over
and
again.
over, yeah, that
And
was
every
so
time we hit
sweet.
the board, we're like, is it going to land? Is it going to land?
Is it going to do the thing?
then
Voxy's
Yeah.
holding the syncopate up so they can do the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all were saying that the summon would have come back done with chapter 1 and it would have moved
So when the moment it enters the battlefield, it immediately starts on chapter 1.
It resets.
It goes to chapter 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when it enters, it immediately hits on chapter 1, and then when you would untap, it would untap, not have something sickness, go to chapter 2. They've just attacked with
So the fact that
everything.
it's a creature is like is irrelevant. It's just still like a saga, so it still works like a saga.
Yes, it
so
works like a
Yeah.
saga. When you play it is when the first chapter goes on, and then it's on the next pre-combat main phase beginning
Yeah.
that the chapters go on.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Still open 2 VVs, so.
Yeah, you're still open 2 VVs. You're the actual winner of the
Yeah.
pre-release / event.
Yeah, I did not see that.
Yeah.
No, it was a really tough line, and all of us were here trying to figure it out. We had 4 people that
Yeah,
could figure it
yeah,
out.
yeah.
So, and you were very much right in that stemming the bleeding was.
That's what it because this was you're talking about on turns, right?
Yeah, on
so
turns,
like
yeah.
I was like, all we can do now is just try to stop the damage.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, understandable. Hopefully your chat doesn't give you too much hell about it.
I mean, they might.
It's okay.
My
you're
chat's
getting
a lot nicer than your chat.
You're getting
I
the
assume.
misplays out of the way so that you can play perfectly at Game Nights Live in Las Vegas next week.
There we go.
That's right.
There it
that's
is.
right.
We wouldn't ask someone of your caliber on the show if we knew you couldn't deliver. So
Well, now that
we'll
Jimmy's
love.
promoted his event, Jimmy, I think you have a match to get to. So
I do.
Thank
I'm
you,
head
thank you for
out.
joining us.
Okay,
We'll have Brian sub in as we complete the conversation. I'd love to chat with you two really quickly before we
Hey,
leave.
Oko.
Um,
Hi, baby.
But yeah, I mean, it seems like let's see, you are currently 2-0. 2-0.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling? Because I think there's a lot of scary teams at this event, and but you guys are currently undefeated going into your final match of the day, which will be after this round. So yeah, what do you attribute it to? Decks? You're just playing out of your mind? What's going on?
Team synergy. It's all about drawing at the same time, hands
we're
at
on
the
the
same
team.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. We it's so awesome that you paired us together because we were chatting and we have such a similar background and just things that our interests and things that we like. So and I feel like our auras are very similar, so we play very similarly.
Yeah.
And we're just vibing. We're just chilling.
We're just reading each other's
Reading
minds.
each other,
yeah.
You
and
both
we have
used
a
to
lot of
work for the-
removal.
So you both used to work for the media conglomerate that is Travis Gafford Industries? Is that your mutual background?
Yeah. Only one of them. They both have played games with rock stars, though. That was my joke between Porter Robinson and
we didn't
Post.
even have that conversation.
Oh.
Yeah. But no, I mean, what are some of the standouts on your decks that you're enjoying right now? I was so sad Lightning got immediately dealt with.
Yeah, and I struggled with casting the white R site on that and just bringing Lightning out because I really wanted to play with Lightning so bad.
Yeah.
But then I was like, that's not the smart thing to do. I need to save this for whatever they're gonna play. So I have two of those though. I have a ton of removal. I just really, oh my gosh though, I think my MVP for that game was the Mangara. Having some card draw was so good.
Yes.
And I don't have a lot of card draw, so I was really happy to see that against Voxy, who was playing, is it spells? So I was like, I'm going to draw some cards off Voxy for sure. The Zach Fair, such a good card.
There was a moment where you had Zach on your field, and he had the indestructible transform creature on his side.
Good.
Yeah, and you're just chilling.
Yeah, we felt very relaxed, and then the restoration magic saving us again.
That's been doing work for you.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah.
I like it.
There was a moment where she had lightning and I had the green crystal, and we were like, let's just see which one they get rid of.
Yeah. That's what.
Because we have bigger bombs in the deck, so I'm like, and that's why I was kind of also trying to get out her syncopate. If you drew Sin or your trample big guy, I was like, we don't want that to get syncopated.
And I had a little.
Kind of
I had some theatrics there.
Yeah.
With my blitzball in hand.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we did see you wave it in front of the camera. We were trying to figure out if you were flashing it to your opponents or what was going on.
Yeah, that was for you guys to see.
Okay, yeah. We definitely saw it. There was, to your point, Jimmy felt like a lot of the game hinged on a moment where they did decide to, sleep or whatever the enchantment on your lightning. Because they could have put that on the green crystal, and then killed lightning with I think lightning magic. We were joking about it being lightning.
Yes.
And then maybe the game would have gone differently. So
yeah, no, for sure. I was thinking that as well.
That was interesting. Yeah. Okay, we have not had the update on what happened on table 2. So what went down?
Oh yeah,
Crim and I destroyed.
Really? That's what I'm talking about.
Yes. I am. So there are third opponents, and I am terrified.
Oh, okay.
Crim always wrecks me.
Crim has been keeping us in line.
So scared. And I haven't played against you yet, so I'm excited.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm a threat, but I'm a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys,
I can tell.
The 2 undefeated teams,
Got the
right?
energy.
Yeah, 2 undefeated teams. Yeah.
Love
So,
that.
yeah, we're going into this is kind of fun because going into the final of each of the day for each group, we have 2 undefeated teams facing off against each other. So that'll be really fun. In fact, I think we'll have the standings. I know they're getting them updated on the back end, so hopefully we'll be able to show that here on screen as soon as they're ready. But yeah, we're excited to see. Oh, here we go.
Boom.
Yeah. So currently,
Oh, nice.
currently, there are 2 teams that are unfortunately not looking like they're going to make it to the next day. But I guess we could see how things go. Tiebreakers might end up coming into play here. So We need to take a look at the groups and see.
Well,
how that
isn't
works,
I mean, considering both the last matches are the 2-0 teams.
Yeah,
it
that's
means
right.
that you're going to have a 3-0, a 2-1,
Yes.
and then
a 1-2,
a 1-2, and an 0-3.
0-3. Yeah.
So,
okay, so
tiebreakers will not come into play.
Yeah, tiebreakers will not come into play. So what will be at stake in our next match is, for all of you, is who you are playing tomorrow, because it looks like we've locked in our 4 teams for Sunday. But if you win, you will fight the second place team from the group, from the other group. So
Okay.
that's what you want to win, yeah, as
Playing
your
for
first
seeding.
match.
Got
yes,
it, yeah.
yes.
Got you.
So that is what's at stake for bracket stage tomorrow. So, yeah, looking
So we're
forward.
in day 2?
You're
Yeah.
in day 2. Yes.
The way that's going to break out, yeah, you guys are guaranteed in.
All right. Congratulations. So, awesome. I do think that we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back. We've got an interview here that we've been airing parts of it, but it'll be up right now, and so we'll see you all on the other side.
In the last year or so, are there any secret lairs that you are particularly proud of, or that you think were something that maybe took a long time to get through, but you're super excited about how it came about?
Yeah, I'm really proud of how it is that we've really been able to work with a number of different incredible partners over the last year and really bring what fans love about those characters and those concepts and those settings to Magic in a way that feels wholly authentic. It's something that our team is very well versed in, not just on Secret Lair, but in Magic generally. You see it not just for Secret Lair, but for sets like Final Fantasy, where our world-class design team are working with incredible artists to really bring these core concepts to life in a way that's going to really surprise and delight fans. So it's impossible to pick just one, and I think that's like asking you to pick your favorite Magic card or ask you to pick your favorite commander. What I've loved about the work that we've done over the last year in Secret Lair is helping to lend that level of authenticity to what we do to help surprise and delight fans of Magic and fans of the partners that we work with, to delight them in ways that they didn't even know they could be delighted in.
Speaking of Final Fantasy, tomorrow morning I'll be waking up and hopping in what I assume will be a queue to try to get the Final Fantasy cards. I know you do not work on the business side, so I will not ask you too much about the website and the systems there, because I know that's sort of outside your wheelhouse at least. But I do want to ask a little bit with Final Fantasy how it relates to the set that is dropping. So, for instance, I know that the designers come in, they figure out, hey, what are we going to do for the commander decks? What are we going to do for the main set, bonus sheet, etc.? How does the Secret Lair team work with them to decide, hey, what cards would we like to bring to Secret Lair? And at what point in time does that happen? Have you all had a chance to play with the cards by that point in time, and then the Secret Lair team decides what they want to bring in? Or is it a designer that's like, I wish I could have gotten this in set, I couldn't? How does that all work?
Well, we work hand in hand with the Magic team. We're part of the Magic team because Secret Lair is a sub-brand of Magic. So we get to have conversations in meetings and hallways at desks about everything that's going on with the design of all of these wonderful sets and products that our team makes. Secret Lair is a part of that conversation, and we'll work hand in hand with the set designers to make sure that we're staying authentic to what the core of the set is, that we're staying authentic to what it is that they're using, and how it is that we can supplement that. With something like Final Fantasy, you'll notice that most all of those cards are pretty much exclusive to those Secret Lair products. They're exclusive to that. You'll be able to find those versions only in those Secret Lair drops. And that's because we work hand in hand with the set designers to make sure that we're staying on track. We're all unified to make sure that we're giving the fans the experience that we hope they'll really enjoy.
Yeah. I know there are a couple, I think, cards that are in the drop tomorrow that have Final Fantasy X art in them that I think go pretty well with the Counter Blitz Final Fantasy X deck. So I guess, to the question just now, is that a situation where you all say like, oh, it would be kind of cool to have this be like a DLC almost for the Counter Blitz deck? Or is it a situation where you guys were just looking and being like, oh, this would be kind of fun in the Final Fantasy world? How do those cards get selected specifically?
Whenever we select cards for a Secret Lair drop, we always like to say it's a little bit of art and science together. And this is true across the board, not just for Final Fantasy. But the log line of it is we want whatever the concept we land on to come across as authentically as possible. So when it comes to something like a Secret Lair Final Fantasy weapons drop, we want to look for weapons that people are going to be really excited to see, with characters that maybe we might be able to work with some artists to do their version of that character. One of my favorite cards in that Secret Lair Final Fantasy weapons drop is Cloud's Buster Sword, which is a reimagined version of Umezawa's Jitte, a card that many Magic fans are going to have a lot of wonderful memories about, and think of it in their own way when they were growing up as Cloud's Buster Sword. So, like I said, it's all about bringing that level of authenticity and that level of joy. That's our log line, and we want to make sure that we're staying true to that first and foremost.
Yeah. And to that point, are there moments where you're like, hey, we want these cards to be something that could be companion pieces to an existing deck or something along those lines? Or is it truly like, hey, we like GTA, we like Buster Sword, let's kind of mesh this together?
Like I said, every product is different. I think for something like this, we wanted to just stay really true to the concept. If they match with some of the things that people want to do in Commander, that's great. We hope that they use them that way. But at its core, we want people to look at these as pieces of art, as pieces of wonderful things that you can cherish, cards that you can collect and cherish or play and cherish, and that's the thing that we really want.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to FlyQuest Duel Land, presented by Archidekt. I am Brian Kibler. I am joined by Voxy and Chris, and we are heading into the final rounds here. So, we have, I believe it is, Reynad LS versus Atrioc and Jimmy coming up. Both those teams are 2-0. They're both guaranteed a spot going through to day 2, but they're playing for seeding at this point.
Okay, all right.
So you were in the other group, right? Or were you in their group?
I am not in the group with them. Yeah. No.
Okay.
Yes.
But did you get a chance to see either of their decks?
No, I'm excited to see it from this angle. Like all I've been doing is just been
Sure,
playing
yeah.
all day, so I'm excited to see what they got going on. I heard that they have like pretty awesome decks.
There's some pretty cool
Like-
stuff, and we have a look at some of the highlights from LS
yeah.
and Reynad's decks here. LS with the Cecil Dark Knight, and we've seen a lot of Summon Primal Odin. And then Reynad looks like an aggressive Boros deck with Lightning, Army of One, and Adeline, one of those special guests coming in here.
Oh gosh. I didn't know Adeline was in here.
Neither did I.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty
well,
good.
when they popped up the deck tech for Jimmy's deck earlier today, there was like Cryptic Command. I'm like, is that in the set? Because it wasn't like much like that. It was not the special guest art, and there it is, the Cryptic Command. I'm like, that's not a Final Fantasy card. It turns out there are a lot of those.
So I know Cryptic Command is in the set because it's also in my deck. Guess what I also haven't seen all day is Cryptic Command.
And Chris, have you had a chance to watch some of these games?
Yeah, I got the chance to watch your last game, Voxy.
That's unfortunate.
No, it was a great match, and I also got to see Atrioc and Jimmy play their decks. I have heard that LS tinkered with his deck a little bit in between rounds, and so it's going to be cool to see if they made any like major adaptations.
It is funny because we Ellis and Reynad have been kind of cooking with their decks. So you see them like laid out in the table in the back room. Like we have gotten word that the players are ready, so we're going to jump right into the game here. But Reynad and Ellis have been taking this pretty seriously, and it is a fun event. But there are people who are just fundamentally competitive people and want to win.
Bunch of nerds.
What do you think? There are certainly some of them. I did hear also that there was a point when LS was watching the stream and writing down every single card that people played on a piece of paper. Fun fact, the deck lists are available on Archidekt. You don't have to do that. But if you're going to go old school, you can go ahead and go old school.
There's some definitely different competitive levels, I think, among the players.
There are some people for whom this is their first ever Magic event. There are other people for whom they are doing the old school binocular standing on a chair school of scouting.
It's really cool because obviously Reynad and LS live and breathe like Magic and card games, and Atrioc, he's hit Mythic on Arena. He's the Blizzard Wizard for a reason, but he's definitely, he comes and goes. Sometimes he doesn't play for months, and sometimes he's really into a set. And he told me that he's liking the set, but hasn't had too much time to play it. And then Jimmy, I think when they were building the decks, they mentioned that their decks were, there were some bombs that Atrioc really wanted to play, but Jimmy was like, it might not actually work in this format. We kind of have to rewire our brains for that. And so even though they might not have done as much like tinkering in between games, I think they really landed on some good pairings in the red-black and the blue-whites and their overall game plan. And it's just, Jimmy's the same way. He lives and breathes Magic the Gathering. So.
I'm always. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I do know that when they were building their deck, Atrioc was saying that like Jimmy kind of tweaked it a little bit, and he said it went from a deck full of a bunch of rares to a deck full of a bunch of commons, and apparently it's worked out for them.
Yeah. It is always interesting when you come at a new format, right? Because not only is this Final Fantasy, which people haven't had the opportunity to play very much with, but it's also two-headed giant.
Yeah.
Right, and the kind of cards that are good in this, and the kind of decks, both individually and as a group, that can be effective, are often going to be quite different, right? Because you do have the opportunity, as we've seen a number of people do, of sort of make the aggressive deck that looks to spend its mana, and then the reactive deck that looks to kind of play support there. Yeah. Oh, and Ellis and Reynad start off, and that's the turn 1 Cecil here. That is a card that is seeing play in standard decks. So it is a 2/3 death touch for 1. That whenever it deals damage, you lose that much life, and if your life total is less than half than your starting, or less than or equal to half your starting life total, you untap and transform it. The backside is a 4/4 lifelink that when it attacks, it gives all your creatures indestructible.
That's interesting because it's half your starting life, so that's 15. So it's it's a higher threshold than usual, but.
Wow. Oko just jumped from my lap into Voxy's lap.
I can just say I'm
Best
very
day of my life. Oh my gosh.
the?
Did you see that?
Yeah. Okay. I see how it is, buddy.
Yeah, that's right.
I see how it is.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. It's fine. It's fine.
But okay, and we do see
Sahagin.
we see some jobs being selected. The rare Merfolk coming down. Not rare. I think it's a common.
It's actually a common, which is insane.
Yeah.
It's like unblockable, really good.
Yep.
But
I mean, if it has 4 mana non-creature spell, there's not tons of them necessarily. But yes, it is a very very powerful card in the right deck.
I have it in mind, which is like I think the as archetype is like 4 or greater,
Yep.
I guess, for spells.
Yeah.
So
Which is a little bit interesting because Jimmy's not in the blue-red, he's in the blue-white.
Right.
But he did mention to me that he felt like the blue cards were doing so much of the work and the white cards were like really not that great. So he might have even taken out a lot of the white and is only splashing white for the Deons.
Yep. Notably, the format allows players to make changes to their decks between rounds. You know, unlike a normal sealed deck tournament where you'd have to submit your deck and then you'd have the ability to sideboard for games 2 and 3, we're playing 1-game matches, and it's a little bit of a looser, friendlier event. So if you decide you want to make changes to your deck, you can make those between rounds.
it's a looser, friendlier event if you're not those 4 people.
I mean, you know, just you could be loose and friendly and still take the game seriously. You know, various definitions of loose, I guess. It is worth noting that we have a bit less just like playful banter in this game than we have heard.
They're
like,
locked in.
In particular from Atrioc and Jimmy before.
Yeah, so Atrioc
right?
just forced Ellis to sack the Cecil with cornered by
Black Mages, which does give him the Black Mage itself to ping. And then I believe that was the weird Wall of Blossoms, Wall of Omens that came down. Yeah, look, they're locked in.
Oh, they
are absolutely locked in.
There's not a smile in that room.
A far cry from just the joking we saw earlier.
I do expect them to switch it up and throw in a joke to disarm the enemies at some point in the match.
I do also just think it's hilarious that Ellis just plays with the Black Lotus just on the table.
They're on the table. Oh my
Wait,
God!
what?
Aura.
That's just a PSA 10 graded Black Lotus.
Is that just their personal black?
Yeah, it's just his Black Lotus.
Just
he has like 3 or 4.
He's just got it on the table. He just collects Black Lotuses, I guess.
Is this like the lucky Black Lotus that he takes
I don't
everywhere
know.
with him?
I don't know.
Or is it like it's more of like a threatening move, you know? Like look what I have.
Yeah, it's aura farming, as the kids say.
Oh my God.
It's like when you.
Shield your ears. That is kind of aura farming, I assume. I think that would be the definition. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, Joshua's Phoenix. Okay. Good. You may discard a number of cards. 2 playing.
What is the card Jimmy has on the right, the fancy art card?
That was the Wall of Omens.
Oh,
it's the special guest.
Wow, that's cool art for that card.
It's also just a lot of art. Like
Yeah,
it's all the way.
Look
at it. Look at
on.
there's so much.
Very ominous. Okay, haven't seen this one. Joshua. Oh, discard up to 2, then draw that many cards. And when it transforms, I believe it does 2 damage for the first 2 turns of the saga, and then it does something crazy at the end too. It's like
a lot of those like relatively expensive transform cards have that kind of sequence.
I know a lot of people didn't actually include some of these bombs in their deck because they thought it would be too slow for this format with the removal. But let's see if he can make it survive an extra turn. And no, it's probably going to get killed here.
Once again, surrounded by Black Mages.
Have all the games gone to turn today?
No.
Or, okay.
I think that one of the groups has basically gone to time most of the rounds, and then this group has actually mostly finished quite quickly.
I think we're going to be pretty fast-paced on this one.
By the looks of this game, I think some of it is just both the pace of play of the decks as well as just the pace of play of the players. And in particular, when you have somewhat newer players and you have a new set, is a lot to kind of process.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, it's understandable that we've had a number of games that have gone to time.
Yeah, or like blatantly missed wins, which is a thing that happens.
I wouldn't say blatantly. I would say very
blatant about that.
Honestly, Jimmy might have been the only person that saw the line
that
was sitting
makes me feel
here.
a little bit better.
And then the rest of us were like, I did.
Okay, all right. God, you just had to say that.
I actually did too. I'm just kidding. I don't think I did.
You know what? If Oka wasn't on my lap, I would leave this couch.
He's there to comfort you. He knew you were
Yeah,
having
he
you
really
were having a hard
wanted to
time.
bring
He
me
was
down.
like,
I
hey,
know.
hey,
You
I'm
can
gonna-
feel the sadness. You can feel the morale is in the ground.
Okay, so Reyna's really putting on the pressure right now with the flying dragon.
He ejected the white floof from my lap to your.
But on Atrioc's side, he's cooking.
Yeah, there are
Already got the
double
two.
mages there.
The wizards.
Yeah, those are gonna do some damage.
Those are so good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The scaling of essentially doing double damage with each spell we have seen throughout the day so far in Two-Headed Giant. If you might be just joining us, the Two-Headed Giant rules. You are playing as a team, which means that you are two opponents for the sake of things that affect each opponent. So the mages do 1 damage to each opponent when you cast a non-creature spell, which is 2 damage to the opposing team, and that adds up fast.
Yep.
And in his hands, I don't see a spell right now.
I think I see a couple lands and I think a creature.
I think like 1 saga creature, another creature, and then maybe 1 spell, and then a land. But we'll see.
I mean, I can.
Let's listen in.
I think you should play it.
It's also a little difficult to like try to hush talk to your partner. Like it's the comms are difficult in there.
It is. I mean, that is part of the reason that the tournament is designed the way that it is. Is that we want it to be able to be a lighthearted affair where you don't feel like hey, I need to be as close to the chest as possible with all of my information. So that's why, for the most part, the prize pool at least is quite flat.
Yeah.
The bragging rights, however, all go to the top.
I know. I don't think Jimmy's gonna let me live that down for a while. So yeah. Already down to 18.
I think that might be.
This is good because then no matter what.
Yeah, we can start trying to pressure in.
Really cool to hear them theory craft out loud.
Hold on, I think this is the one.
Yeah.
Just because of this.
Yeah.
And then no matter what.
No, yeah. Okay, I think that's fine.
All right.
Okay. So
You first?
Atrioc
I mean,
leaning
first.
here
Okay.
towards playing the Namazu Trader,
Top
so he
four.
can get a treasure token
Namazu
down.
Trader.
Because he really wants to play a 6 mana spell next to him, which I think is the Odin.
He does have that in the deck.
Treasure token.
I think we got a peek of that in his hand. Yeah, that is a big black saga creature. So.
Yep. So he just wants to guarantee it because he doesn't know if he's going to draw that 6th land.
I'm going to play Summon Shiva.
Ooh, okay.
In response to the cast.
In response to the cast?
I think he's asking if there are any responses to the cast.
Right.
So it's on the stack. Does it resolve? Yeah, it's fine. On the stack. When it enters, the first chapter will happen, and then we'll tap a creature. And
Does the first chapter happen no matter what, or
Yes.
does the trigger to give it a
Unless you
counter
can
on the stack?
So
Stop.
it enters, and then it hasn't entered the. Actually,
Unless you can counter trigger ability, the first part of it, like the lore counter will still go on it,
Yeah,
but what it does will be stopped.
Yeah.
Getting that first counter is what puts that trigger to
Yeah, it is. As it enters, as you see the top right of the screen, as it enters, it gets a lore counter, so you can't like kill it in response before a counter gets put on.
No, but you can stop the triggered ability.
By killing it? No.
No, not by killing it. You can. Crim did it to us in
Yeah,
the
if
first
you
game.
have a Stifle style
Yeah,
effect.
yeah.
But killing the creature will not stop the first chapter.
No, it will still go through.
Yes. They are debating here how they want to handle this.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky because what is going to be the stun target? Maybe the flyer?
Yeah, but you can rip.
I can just do it now. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess you have a plan anyway. Yeah, I guess it should be you.
Yeah, it is interesting. It sounds like they're debating. They're also debating like
Yeah, it does enter, yeah. Okay, what do you tap?
who wants to use what.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that is one of the interesting elements of Two-Headed Giant, right? Is that not only is it like, do I want to use removal on this? Okay, who should use removal on this based on both the removal that we have as well as the mana that we have to expend over the next few turns and what we expect to see from the opponents. So.
Yep. Is it better to use my bounce or your just straight destroy?
Yeah. Or if we both have destroy
Yeah.
effects, right?
Yep.
Who's going to need to use their mana in a way
More the
such
next
that
turn.
you know we want to have different person's mana available over the course of the next couple turns?
I can't get over the Black Lotus.
It's just sitting
sitting
there.
there menacingly.
It's yeah.
It's awesome.
The soothing sound of
I
card
was going to
flipping.
ask, is that like, is that like your ASMR?
I mean,
the card flick.
It's less like it's just it feels like home, you know?
Yeah.
The sound of a Magic tournament.
Yep.
You just hear the flicking of cards throughout the room.
It's something that I want to be able to learn how to do, but I still haven't found out how to do it.
I've
But
tried.
It's extremely satisfying for me to listen to playing against. I
I
know
mean,
some people get
I
annoyed.
can do
by
a
it, but, like,
demonstration. I don't have cards here.
Can we get some cards?
Yeah.
On the couch?
Production, I need.
Why don't we just open
Let's
these
just open these collector
versions? Yeah,
there we go.
Because there's several elements of it. At least the way that I do it, which
It's
is
a
which
process.
is the best way.
It's a process.
A lot of other people just move them back and forth, and that's not.
That's
See,
not
LS is just doing the basic, right? Just the back and forth. You've got to get the up and down too to really get the full sequence.
full
in,
everything.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We block together, attack together, like real life.
Like real life.
My jokes aren't working.
I don't know if Jimmy and Atrioc have pulled off the combo yet, but the Odin into the Cryptic Command and then swing it.
I didn't see. They definitely got a Cryptic Command kill, but it was not with Odin earlier.
Okay, okay.
Are we playing the same decks tomorrow?
Yeah, we're playing the same decks tomorrow.
Just different people?
There's different people.
No, I think they audible into new decks.
Oh, new decks? Okay.
Oh, really? It's next tomorrow? Okay, that's different.
Double check me whether they were just.
That'd be cool.
I think it's what they
I think that's more interesting.
They've seen these cards.
Yeah. 5 mana.
Alright, 5 mana.
I think they were just talking about whether they were going to play with the same decks tomorrow or not, right?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my
Neither
head
do
because
I.
I had previously heard the intention was to stick with the same decks, but they were just saying that perhaps may have been changed to sort of mix things up and
Because it
keep
could
things
be
more
cool.
interesting.
Yeah.
Right.
Alright.
Typically in sealed deck style tournaments, if you do have an advanced day 2, either it's draft or a new pool, because if someone just has the most cracked pool of all time on day 1, it's just like, okay, you just win the tournament.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
and it makes the event more dynamic. You see more different things going on, especially with a small event like this. So,
Right.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what the ultimately organized is.
Now let me think about.
We will.
Cecil's back.
Cecil?
Back.
4.
Yes. Pulled
Was
it back with
it-
the reawakened, I think, with
Evil
the 2+.
Reawakened,
Yeah,
yeah.
he reawakened the 2+1/+1 counters.
And now it more powerful. It's 4/5. If your life total is less than or equal to half, transform it.
Yep.
Which
Do you guys know what it transforms into?
So it transforms into a 4/4 with lifelink and an attack trigger that gives your creatures
Unless there are notes
indestructible.
you took during the match, you can access those. But I think you took
And it doesn't lose its counters when it transforms.
No.
Correct.
It will gain counters.
Yeah, transforming. If it were exile and then transform it, it would because it becomes a different game object. But when something just transforms, you just flip it over and it retains everything. Yeah, and there it is. It's actually
So it'll
gives
be
your other
a
attacking creatures
6/6
indestructible.
with lifelink.
Yep. I mean, it isn't online until they lose another 11 life.
Yeah, but on what?
On that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Play it.
I'll play my swamp. I'll tap 6.
Here he is, Odin.
Chapter 1.
Not just regular Odin, Primal Odin.
Has anybody won with the second phase of Primal Odin today?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, we saw one Primal Odin win.
That's awesome.
Which did bring up the question: how does that count for the life total differential?
Oh, right, yeah, like.
And because
yep.
it wasn't defined previously, it was just like, well, the life total differential is what it is, which means that you could technically win with a negative differential.
That's interesting.
You're supposed to be at 30, you'd be like 5 and kill them with Odin, and you're
Yeah.
just like, yeah, I won at minus 20 life
Yeah,
differential.
minus 20 life.
It turns out that because of the way that the groups played out, we're going to have a clean cut with just one of every possible record, so tiebreakers won't come up. But it is funny
Okay.
to think about.
Yeah, of how that would have worked.
Well,
Right.
Surveil 2 means that you don't want to. You'll have 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, so Odin does take out the Cecil once again.
Yeah. So
He will have to come back to life yet again to be redeemed.
Maybe you just keep this and then just drop it next turn.
Yeah, it's probably better.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably better use of my
Just
time.
don't touch the cards now. Yeah.
Don't touch the cards.
Yes.
Oh, he's surveilling. Okay.
Yep.
And then you circle of power.
Oh, I see.
4-mana draw spell.
Ooh.
So he kept one on top
I
and drew
am
away the
going
circle of power.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting.
Considering he has double black mage,
Yeah.
getting rid of a card draw spell.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It draws 2 and minuses 2 life or something.
And then yeah.
It makes a mage.
I don't know it off the top of my head. I think you're correct.
I think it then makes
that's
a
what it is.
wizard
I think
as
it makes
well.
a wizard.
Yeah. At 4
I
mana,
don't know
draw
the
2,
exact
lose 2,
text
make a
off the top of
wizard.
my
I
head.
think.
Which makes it seem like he has something on top that he really wants to play immediately after drawing it.
Well, yeah, or he must have just like a handful of absolute gas that is spending his mana basically all the next 3 turns and doesn't think that he's going to need that to win the game.
True.
Restoration magic, giving it hexproof, indestructible, and we're gonna gain 3 life.
Yep.
Oh, are they like wrathing? Oh no, they cast a removal spell. Okay, I thought he was just proactively casting restoration magic and was very confused.
What removal spell did they try to cast?
I do not recognize the art on that one at this size.
Yeah.
Odin has returned.
Ooh.
Alright, so, bit of an uphill climb now. There is the Aerith for Reynad. We saw that be very, very effective in one of their previous matches, specifically in a situation where they were basically racing against the mages.
They haven't shown it? Yeah. Okay. Portable Dex is considered free from okay. Actually forgot all the modes of Cryptic Command. Of Cryptic Command?
Oh.
Correct.
Asking for the modes of
It's
Cryptic
one
Command.
blue. Yep. 4 modes. Choose 2. First.
That's so interesting that you can just ask for that.
One's counter spell.
So you're allowed to ask in any tournament for the Oracle text of any card.
Wow.
So if you basically think your opponent might have a card or know your opponent have a card and forget what it does, you can ask, hey, Judge, I need to know the Oracle text of this
That's
card.
super cool.
I did not know that.
Yep.
That's cool.
Because I know in some card games with like a closed deck list,
You can tap
that people will just be like, oh, like, what does this card do? It's like, I don't have to tell you that if you don't know what it does.
Sure. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's been the rules in Magic for a very long time at this point. And now that most competitive events or big competitive events are open deck lists, you'll often see people be like, "Hey, what's the text on this?" to an opponent when they're reading their deck list, and the opponent will just hand them the card so they can read it.
Yeah.
Because that's easier than calling a judge.
Yep.
Hey, Judge, what does Pot of Greed do?
It allows you to draw 2 cards. Which then I cast Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards.
Did you still want to see Cryptic Command?
I actually very often have people ask me what my cards do because I play a lot of weird cards.
So like, what is that? You're like, oh yeah, here, just read it.
It reminds me of at the Spotlight series when you were just like, where'd you get your deck? I'm like, I made it. You're like, you can do that?
That is not what you said. You're like, Voxy, where do you think these decks come from? The decks online?
Where do you think the decks that you find online come from? They come from someone's brain at some point.
Right,
they do not just spring into the world like Athena, like fully grown.
I don't think they do necessarily need to. I was hoping my foot was just hurting. I was like, okay, it's fine, it's fine. Because we had to do that last day. And I've been
I
wearing
like the way that Atrioc taps his lands.
So they're like wide toe up.
It's kind of tilting because they're only slightly tilted.
I know. I used to do that and everybody would yell at me. Not a fan.
And so I was like hobbling around my house for 2 days. Because my foot
You just can't muster the energy to all the way, you know?
I like how they're just talking about like having injuries and playing
Yeah,
basketball.
playing basketball.
While Ellis and Ray are just deep in the tank.
Yeah.
Atrioc, known hooper around here.
They're just hanging out.
Yeah, exactly.
He's trying to figure out if he should play basketball before or after the event tomorrow.
Okay.
So hold on.
asking the important questions.
And they're going to attempt to sacrifice it. Because if they have a Bane's treachery, they'll kill it and then kill something else. They have 5 mana, which is exact right mana to do it.
How does it work with the? Does it keep the number of counters?
Yeah, it won't change the counters on it. They'll just gain control of it and then they'll attach.
Gain control of it.
Okay, can you tap
They're stealing it. They're stealing Odin.
I'm trying to think. There's not like a proliferate effect because that would be very funny. Just like
Oh my gosh.
You can. There's some effects that you can roll back the saga, but
Okay,
I think
they're
like
just gonna
green or
counter
something. Okay.
Unless you pay 2.
3.
But if it was on 2 and it went to their turn and they stole it and hit with Odin, like the 2 is still active for the Odin, and they would win the game or no?
What was this?
If Odin was to go to phase 2 on the saga, and let's say they didn't kill him and it went to Reynad and LS's turn, then they stole Odin, and then could they hit with it and then win that game? It's still on phase 2, yeah, okay.
This is the first time I saw a Cryptic Command casted, so super cool. And they
that wasn't actually Cryptic Command. He actually cast a Syncopate.
Oh really?
The Cryptic Command is just still up from when they asked
Okay.
for the Oracle text. He cast Syncopate for 3 there on the threaten effect.
Nice, got it.
Debating equipment.
1 in him, 2 in him. 2. 2. 2.
That's right, to re-equip.
Can't see how many cards everybody is on, but it feels like we're really nearing the end game.
LS has quite a few cards in hand. They just asked, and I think Jimmy had 2. Atrioc, I believe, has the 2 that we know of.
Looks like Reynad has 1, maybe?
Yeah. The Reynad has a lot of stuff in play.
Yeah.
2. Yeah, I have 1.
I think that noise might be coming through for the stream as well.
I do know.
Let us know.
I will put
No
the
problem.
wall in front of that. That will be blocking.
Oh.
So that's the only block there.
Oh, he's over it.
I think Oko's leaving you.
Is he leaving? Oh, he's
Wait.
left me. Okay. All right.
Sit there.
Don't look back at me.
No, because of fire magic.
Okay.
Damage
is good.
Okay, so we'll take 2, and you gain 2. Okay.
Go.
Hero, right?
Hero, you're right, correct. You know this game better than I do.
It is a hero that has the wizard ability from the staff itself.
Yeah.
It does not actually make a wizard. Yeah. Did they not get counter on the Aerith?
You guys in?
Yeah.
A really tiny one. I'm not sure.
Just play it.
I think Aerith gets the counter when, like at the end of turn when if you gain life, right? If
I can't remember what Aerith does.
Oh, sorry, this goes to chapter 2.
Okay. Marlboro coming down.
Lose 2.
So we have to discard?
Yeah, both discard, both exile the top 3 cards of your library.
Ah, damn. I will,
Oh, it's whenever you gain life. So I think they should have.
Where'd they gain life from?
Well, the lifelink from Aerith.
Oh,
Okay.
So I think Aerith should have a counter, but
So they must have missed the trigger, but Reynad just cast his card before he was forced to discard it, and just gave +2/+2 to one of his creatures. Or maybe +4/+4.
Deals damage. The game.
oh yeah, the Marlboro there.
Very nice, and it hits both players.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it is a brutal card into a giant.
That's probably my favorite of all the land cycling cards.
Certainly for two-headed giant.
Yeah, definitely for two-headed giant, but in general, too, that thing is pretty brutal.
Okay, they got the counter on the Aerith.
Okay, and then you both exile the top 3 cards of your library.
And they each lose 2 life, which means they lose 4 life as a team, which is quite a bit of damage.
And then I will, as predicted, cryptic command to tap the board and
Wow, they got it off. That is so cool.
Cryptic Command
Tap
with the
everything
Odin.
and then win with
There
the
it is,
Odin,
the Cryptic
yeah.
Command Odin combo.
That's what we've been trying to do all day. I have Cryptic Command in my deck, and she's got the Odin.
We have Cryptic Command and Odin at home.
Yeah, there we go. The
That's
the
awesome.
1-2 punch.
Wow.
The syncopate into Cryptic Command
Yep.
is just so nice, securing it. And they even made them discard their hand just to be safe.
Be sure.
At the end there.
Yeah, and we saw there just how effective that kind of combination of the deck that's putting on the pressure that Atrioc was doing, and then Jimmy's deck with the full control elements, allowing for that. I create the one-turn kill threat, and you just force it through and protect it.
And just for people who might have missed it, because it did happen really, really fast. Atrioc had a card, Summon Primal Odin, which every turn gets a Saga counter, and then on the second counter, it gets an effect that just lets it win the game if it deals combat damage that turn. And so,
the Cryptic Command tapped all of their creatures down. They had no blockers. The Odin connected, and the ability, if this deals damage to you, you lose the game, happened, and they lost the game.
Which Jimmy played, and just teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what you said earlier just happened, I guess, because I believe that Jimmy and Atrioc had a lesser life total than LS and Reynad. So though they won the game,
could have been,
I think they had a higher life total.
I think it was like 26-16, and
Yeah,
then
or
they took like
so.
5. So
Yeah.
at the end of the game, it's
So
like 21
versus
to 15,
yeah,
but you've won.
But you won the game, which is interesting.
Oh man, my brain was like, okay, on to game 2, but it's just
Yep,
one and
that's
done.
just it, one and done.
It was really fun.
Yeah,
fun game.
and that does put Jimmy and Atrioc at 3-0. LS and Reynad are 2-1. That does put them in second place in the group, however, so they will still be competing tomorrow. I don't know if we have our second match available for us to possibly check out at this point. Sounds like the second match actually has already completed as well.
Wow.
So quick round.
Yeah, very good.
Certainly,
and,
certainly compared to the other group that continues.
These
to
are
go
different
inside.
from our games.
Very
yeah.
different style. Very
it's
different
actually
style.
my first time playing with the Final Fantasy cards. Like I did the early access event, but first time touching the physical cards. So it's been a lot of reading today
For sure.
too. Of
And,
just like.
We talked about it a bit too. Is like this is a new set, right?
Yeah.
People aren't necessarily as familiar with the cards as they might be with the set they've been playing with for a while. So it can take time to read cards. It can take time to make decisions because you don't necessarily know or remember every single little detail.
Mm-hmm.
So it's completely understandable that things will take a little bit longer than they might otherwise, and people are going to go to time. That happens.
And as the day goes on, everyone gets a little bit more familiar.
Yes.
Plays faster.
Yes.
But also gets a little more tired.
Yeah.
The stakes may feel they're a little bit higher.
For sure.
All right, well, considering all of our matches are done, we are going to have a special treat for you all where we're going to be showcasing a collector booster box opening. And these are a rarity. You can't find collector booster boxes just about anywhere, but we have one that Laughing Dragon, the organizer who's putting this together, I believe, is providing to open. So very cool. We'll get to see.
I'm very excited.
Maybe we'll open a neon chocobo. Who knows?
Yeah. I'm excited.
Are there any other than like the crazy, expensive rare cards? Are there any particular Final Fantasy cards that you're excited for that you wish you had opened or hoping to open?
I don't think it's particularly rare or anything, but I'm just playing Final Fantasy for the very first time, so I only know a small bit. So anybody from Final Fantasy X.
Okay. Like who?
Like Glarbo. Or Tidus.
Glarbo.
Tidus, yeah. Tidus.
Glarbo,
yeah.
everyone's favorite character.
Yeah, we love Glarbo. And Jet, the dad that, shows up but doesn't really show up at the same time. Okay. And Sin.
Okay, yeah, Sin.
At this point, I'm just naming the characters I know.
I did learn some lore when playing some of our games with Final Fantasy Commander cards because someone was like, "Yeah, Sin is like." Oh, have you finished the game?
I've not. I've not finished.
I won't share what was I'm told is a big spoiler, relating to some of these characters.
Are you going to say that Sin is actually?
What?
What? Because that I know.
No, I don't.
If you're trying not to spoil it for me, but for everybody else.
I don't know. We won't have any spoilers.
I'm excited for Sephiroth.
Spoiler-free zone. Yeah, there you go.
Me too.
But yes, that is the one Final Fantasy that I have any memory of. Because I played Final Fantasy 1 on the OG Nintendo, and then I played Final Fantasy 7.
Okay.
And that was it. right? Like I haven't like kept up with the series.
Sure.
So there's tons of characters that people are like, oh, like I love like Tidus or whatever,
Yeah.
or I love this, and I'm like, I don't
know who that is.
I remember Cloud, I remember Aerith, I remember Chocobo, I remember Sephiroth. That's mostly it, right?
A lot of them also look completely alike. And like they're very different people, and I did not know
you
that.
have spiky hair and a big sword?
Yeah.
Which guy are you?
It could be
one
it
of
could be
7.
one of 12. Yeah, one of 12 different guys.
Very similar bodies and stuff,
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Not to mention the whole Sid thing.
Sure.
There's like 10 different Sids apparently too.
What do you think, Ellie? What's your favorite?
Yeah.
She's like, my favorite is a nap. That's my favorite.
I'm just happy to be here.
But so, how far are you into Final Fantasy X?
So I have just met Jet.
I haven't played it, so that is
okay.
contextually useless
for those
me.
at home. I think I'm close to the end.
Okay.
I think I'm close to the end. This whole time I've been trying to find my dad, who is Jet, and we finally caught up with him, and now we are battling to the death.
Oh.
So that's a fun thing.
With your dad?
Yeah, with our dad. Yeah,
okay.
it's cheaper than it's cheaper
does.
than therapy. So I mean, what are you gonna do, right?
Protagonists will do anything
exactly.
to never go to
Apparently.
therapy. Are you a Final Fantasy fan?
Surprisingly, I just grew up playing all the games that my older sisters played.
Sure.
And they did not play Final Fantasy. But I did play, my main connection is to Cloud, who I played in Smash.
Got
it. And so he does the cool shit, and then I got a Cloud, and I got it signed by the designer, Gavin.
Nice.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny hearing some people who have associations to Final Fantasy through things that aren't actually Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Like Broaden was saying that he's a big fan of like Kingdom Hearts. That's how he knows Final Fantasy. But anyway, perhaps we'll open some of these cards that we're talking about in the Collector Booster box break that we're doing right now.
Let's get this box cracked and see how we do. Yeah, here, rip that open.
See what's in here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm about to buy another one.
Come on, hey, help us open this one. Help us open this one. Come in here.
All right. What are you doing?
Splitting these packs up and splitting them open.
Got 60-40?
Yeah, that works.
No.
I'm gonna start us off
Yeah,
here.
you go first. Let's see.
Do you have more time?
I'm going to embarrass myself on this.
It's okay. I use scissors on stream. All right.
That's it.
Ooh,
Got a
it's
face?
a number in the background.
Lightning.
Ooh. Nice lightning in the regular foil there. Got the crystal.
Yeah. Okay, Xenos.
The Xenos behind that.
That's the
Into a commander card and the rest of them.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good hit on the Terra.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into
Lock.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
Let's
right.
get into the second.
We don't need to look at all that.
Mm-mm.
All right, here we go.
Nice lightning hit though.
That was a good lightning hit. I need to figure out how I can do better than you on these.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a dope token. All right, here we go.
Dark
Crystal. Here we go. This is the Lab Maniac. Oh,
Nice. Got a Unisummoner.
Yeah.
But that's the only place we can get those.
Yeah, I mean, this is not bad. The Final Fantasy 6 guy, Stilt Skin, Excalibur 2, Clash of Icon. Okay, so let's try to keep this. Let's make sense of this. Let's do some of the cool stuff over there, and we'll put everything else in there.
The everything else category.
Everything else, and then the stuff I just plain like.
All right, let's see here. Can we get a surge foil in this pack? Is it gonna surge for us?
Y'all can take your time. We got like 15 minutes.
Okay,
You got
perfect.
Yeah, the longer you take, the more time everybody has to eat. So.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Got a cane.
Is that a Traxa? No, that's the. I can't tell. That's not a Traxa, is it? You know, someone tell us what it is.
Gratia.
Noctis
behind that, and that show treatment in the commander card leads us into a Tifa's.
That's a cool Tifa. Dope anima. I don't know if you know.
Summon anima.
Travis Gafford's spoiler card. Let's see. All right, search foil. You know what? Neon Chocobo. Black Chocobo. Hero token. Let's see, what do we got? Wandering Minstrel. We like that. A Lad Maniac. Oh, Emmett Sulk. Let's just keep him here too, because I like him.
Yeah.
Furion.
That's a good trim.
This is the Observe Stasis. Water Crystal. This is cool.
Crystal's Chosen.
Cool art on that one.
Yeah.
Secret Rendezvous.
Oh yeah, that's an Aerith Secret Rendezvous.
Yeah, that's dope.
It'll be the only place you can find it.
All right, I need this to be a search.
Yeah, it's time to surge it up. All right. I can feel it. I feel something interesting in this one. Let's see.
Oh. Is that? No, it's not surge. Okay, Cujo.
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 Light up the stage. Yeah, Cujo is a
There's a
Stephen
dog.
King novel.
Yeah.
There's an airship.
That's that recursion airship, whatever he is.
There's the god. There's that
Papalimo.
Papalimo.
Furion.
Another Furion. Also, always showing up.
Oh,
Into
okay.
a Surge Foil.
We like
Uncommon.
him. Zidane.
Zidane Axiom. We'll take it. Commons, uncommons, pass out.
Okay, all right, all right. One surge on an uncommon slot. All right, come on. I'd like to pull a second Chocobo.
Yes. Yeah, you've already pulled the Chocobo.
I have.
You're the one who knows how.
It's a lot like
this.
This.
Balthian
Sorry,
Foray.
sorry, choked. Yeah, about. This is this Dovin's Veto?
I'm not 100%.
I don't think that is Dovin's Veto. Earth Crystal, Sphere Grid,
Sphere Grid's
King
good.
Mog, Traveling
nice.
Chocobo.
Pack
Okay,
full Traveling
Eden.
Chocobo.
Yeah, oh, look at all the sizes Chocobo.
We'll
Okay,
take a pack
okay.
foil. All right. Are we gonna get a surge in that first spot or not?
I want it in the third slot. I want it on the.
Ooh,
I want it on
Face
that
Commander.
Face Commander.
We'll continue my awkward opening.
Let's
of
get
these
a
packs.
Surge Y'shtola.
Surges Tola, that's what, third
Third down.
slot, right? How about Neon Ink Chocobo?
Wow.
That's
Another
right.
one. That's okay. We still got this chance. Let's do it.
Full choke. It's another one of those.
I think
we
it's
gotta learn,
Dovin's Veto.
we gotta learn what that is. Not a search.
Ultima.
That's the Commander. Ultima.
Hey, that's Memories. Is that Memories Returning?
Yeah, Memories Returning. The Triad, Warring Triad.
Ishgard.
One of the lands, yeah. That's more basic.
Okay.
Non-surge there.
All right.
Liais.
All right.
One of the liaisons. This is the one. This is the one.
It's an average of 2.2 surges per box.
We got 5 packs left, so they're gonna hit.
Okay. I'm gonna go from the bottom.
Saga.
Cerberus. GF Cerberus. Final Fantasy VIII. That's okay.
Cryptic Command.
Cryptic Command. Okay.
I got blown
Okay.
out by that card, I know it. Sesame.
Oh, Sesame, yeah. And
Don't know that one.
don't know that one. Oh, this is the Warning Gatto. I think.
Gatto and
Okay.
Palazzo,
Gatto and
or
Palazzo.
whatever
Yeah,
their
some
names
of
are.
those two. Okay.
Another
Garuda. I love Ambrosia.
That's
Okay.
a cool black
Yeah.
box number 3. All right, 4 packs left. Here we go. I turn it around a little bit right here. This is the way we open.
Is it?
Roughly. If you're trying to get crazy with it. We're gonna go sideways, slow reveal. Oh, that's,
Clive.
That's a Clive. The art threw me off. It looked
Yeah.
kind of surgy,
It
like
kinda
right
looks it,
there.
yeah. That's
Into
okay.
a Golbaz.
Mr.
aka
Conrad.
Sir Conrad. Into a little Heim of Flame.
Ooh, that's a really
Cool card. That's an Ultima.
Another Ultima. Hey.
Counter mover.
Yeah, that's a Waka.
Yeah, I haven't memorized that name.
Fandango.
yet.
Is that Fandango?
Into a Swampy Bumpy. With the
Chocomog.
Chocomog on behind that.
All
All right, these last 3 packs need some heat.
It's good that this one is it. I can feel it. I can feel it. Okay. We're going to go upside down. Oh.
Squall?
Squall.
Yeah.
Seed Mercenary. I'm going to flip it back around.
Brainstorm.
Brainstorm. I like that. Heidelin. Let's put this
Heidelin.
over here.
Yeah.
Riku. Red 13. Vincent. Just all the good stuff. Cerberus. Sid. Sid's a good hit for an uncommon. Okay.
All right, okay. Last pack magic, cheers. Here we go. Here, you take this one.
Okay, yeah.
I'll take this one. We're gonna figure out what juju we need to make this happen. I'm gonna go back to front this time.
Can we flip it and rip it? We rip it and then like,
Yeah, hell yeah.
yeah.
Drive a screw through it. Here I got a drill. We're gonna go backwards on this one. So
Okay.
we'll get past
As
the
a
boring
weapons
stuff
arms dealer or
here.
whatever. Yeah, yeah.
Increase our
Anima, Leonhardt, Fat Chocobo.
There's our little.
Omega. What is that? Omega? Oh.
Here we go. Pack foil. That thing.
It's Astrologian's
Wandering
thing.
Minstrel non-foil.
That's
Indestructible.
Thancred. Yeah, Thancred. Come over here.
Summon Knights of the Round.
Come over here. you can
It's
come
a
and hang out.
Nala here to troll us, and the card
This
that
is
everybody's been waiting.
The Chocobo.
It's a
Y'shtola. Y'shtola rule.
Oh yeah. All right, Dom.
Good thing you got that Y'shtola, so when I pulled this one,
Yeah.
it's even cooler.
I want to see a neon chocobo right here.
All right. I'm gonna go backwards too.
Yeah, let's do it.
That guy. This is Galacat, I think.
Galacat.
Lunatic Pandora. This is the Ilmig Pixies
Fairy.
or whatever. Delivery Moogle. I'm doing good
Yeah, you're
so
nailing
far.
it, man.
You guys see this?
You know the set.
Yeah, Sorceress
What's
is something.
Ultimisha something thing.
This is.
A summon.
I know this. Is it
That's Ramu.
Rama?
Ramu.
Ramu.
Yeah, Ramu.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
Ramu again.
Back to
He
back
just
Ramu.
said,
Okay.
you will remember me.
Hey, Gilgamesh.
All right.
Okay.
Mako.
Yeah. Midgar.
Midgar, whatever it's called.
Sabin. Yeah. I'm a little bummed about that, but whatever.
Yuna's
this is
decision?
Yuna's decision. Oh, we got a flip card. It's gonna spoil it for us.
Oh man.
It's
Brainstorm
and a Jill.
Jill.
Shiva's dominant.
Didn't get the surge.
Didn't even get a
foils,
second
man.
surge. We should open another one.
Yeah, we'll just open one and make up
We
for
didn't
it.
get enough
That's what we'll
surges.
do.
Damien, can you figure that out?
Yeah, we could just collector
Damien,
box.
come back.
Another
Damien, where are you going?
Another collector box, please. Collector box in here.
Garçon. All right. We have some good picks in here.
Yeah, good cards, but that's nice.
This, that.
Wait, whose are these?
This is
These belong
nice.
to the store that we
Yeah,
were.
these are the store.
Very cool.
I know that you worked a ton on the Doctor Who set, came out a couple years ago, and that had a long history of stuff to pull from different characters and stuff. Similarly here, you're working with 16 different titles that you're trying to represent. How difficult was it to make sure that you were like checking all those boxes, especially with some of the lesser known titles? Because as you said, like Sephiroth, such a huge villain, always going to be in the set. Yeah. But then it's also like, okay, you need to figure out what to pull from for some of these older games, some of the games that are a little less known, a little less played. So how difficult was it to pull from all 16 of these?
Very. So the first thing we did, so the game knowledge we had basically, right? Like everyone on the team, between all of us, we had all the games covered. We went back and played some of them again, but to refresh in our memories, but we had all the beats covered. So the first thing we did is we took all 16 games and we wrote down all the heroes, all the villains, all the story moments, all the items, all the locations we could think of, right? Like what is the best stuff? Then we kind of bucketed it into 3 tiers. Tier 1 is like, gotta have it, right? This is the hero and villain from every game, in almost every case made it in. The most iconic story moments, like those have to go in. Tier 2, as you might imagine, is like 1 ring down. It's a cool party member. Maybe it makes it in, maybe it doesn't make it in, but like it's pretty well loved, it's a good chance, right? And then at tier 3 is like, these are the deep cuts. These are like Commune with Beavers. If you played Final Fantasy 2, you know that you know what this is. If you don't, no idea, right?
Yeah.
And we wanted to make sure to put all these in the set. Right? It wasn't just we're going to take all the tier 1 things, because to make a really like authentic feeling Final Fantasy experience, you've got to also get those deep cuts. It's really important. So we laid all those out, and then we basically used that as our structure. Now, obviously stuff shifts around over time. You're like, this character's not working, or hey, we need this, or here's the thing that happened. I said the game, we're working on the set for 5 years. Well, about 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, another game came out.
Yeah.
And so we actually had a weekend. I saved like 10 or so spots in the set for Final Fantasy 16. And we actually had a weekend where we all just played through it, right? We're like, all right, it's out, let's play through it. We're like, all right, this character should be a card, and this character should be a card or whatever, and got those all into the set. So there was a lot of that kind of iteration on the fly, but also the initial structure was really strong. I'd say, 80+% of that initial structure stayed all the way through. And a couple other things where I added in over time.
Another question along those lines is like, Final Fantasy has some clear cards that you're going to put into the set that mesh with a certain color. So like Ifrit, as in so many Final Fantasies, and
he's going to be red. Yeah.
But there are, Magic is so bound by the 5 colors, which I think is one of the things that makes it so iconic.
Right.
But I think it can also be difficult whenever you're trying to port a game or 16 games in this situation into this world that isn't really based around like 5 colors. So how much of a design challenge is that? Because, for instance, like I'm sure there are some creatures that Chocobo you could kind of see being green, but then maybe you want to make like heroes that are green. Like, how does that all work in terms of just being a challenge from a design standpoint?
Yeah, it's really challenging for actually a similar but different reason to what you talked about. Some characters, it's like bang on, right? Like Clive, always gonna be mono red. Like he turns into Ifrit, done deal, he's red. But a well-written character, as so many characters in Final Fantasy are, have aspects of all 5 colors to them. Like if you think about yourself, you have aspects of all 5 colors to you, right? Like no one is one thing. And so some characters were obvious, but for some characters what we had to do is something I call the snapshot moment, where you look at their whole story, and you're like, I'm gonna make the card about this bit right here, and that's what colors are gonna make them. So a good example is in the main set, Sephiroth is mono black, right? He's about to turn into the One-Winged Angel, he's ready to crash a meteor into the planet. He is a bad dude. He is mono black. In the commander deck right here, we have red-white Sephiroth.
Yeah.
This is Sephiroth as he's learning about his past. He's angry. He's turning into a villain, but he's still some the soldiery nature of him, and he's turning into that villain at the moment. And so he's white-red Sephiroth. And so there's 2 very different bits of the Sephiroth story, and they're different colors as a result. So we did that a few times with characters, and it was like, what moment do we want to grab from this character in time? Yeah.
Sometimes I fear you'll pull the plug, discard a world, the data's lost. My pixel heart expands into digital friend. Do I know you? Started bugs every time you log on. Maybe you forgot to turn your cheats off. I hate it when you take too long to respond. Maybe you don't know it, but you get me so high on games we're playing. Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Tell me am I your entertainment? Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Something about the night, let's spend another night. Something about the night, with you. Something about the night, let's spend another night. Something about the night, with you. So sweet when I'm zoned out and locked into a voice we could listen, don't see you. Don't really know if it's like between us, you hearing me, or we breaking up, cause this character I know so well, that really you won't tell, won't tell. Started bugs every time you log on. Maybe you forgot to turn your cheats off. I hate it when you take too long to respond. Maybe you don't know it, but you get me so high on games we're playing. Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Tell me am I your entertainment?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to FlyQuest Duel Land, presented by Archidekt. I am Brian Kibler, joined by Travis Gafford, and we are getting ready for our final round of the group stage.
Yes, yeah, I'm really excited for it. What's really fun, as we were discussing earlier, is that we do have a match that is 2-0 and 2-0. And while the majority of that match will be on FlyQuest 2, if you want to go watch that match, we will be checking in on it because this is our first time catching Jarvis and Olivia on the mainstream. And we have a special guest right now who's decided to show up with a newspaper, I guess. I don't know.
I've decided I'm going to go professional at Magic the Gathering now that
really?
I've gone 3-0 at the world's most prestigious tournament.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to open a coaching service, and I was wondering if you wanted to be my first customer.
Oh, yeah,
like
thank you.
could
And well, we can discuss rates later. But I think if you do, what I would recommend is that you use Archidekt to do so.
Oh, he's a pro.
You know why?
Throw.
You know why I
He's
suggest
a
it?
pro, ladies
Because
and gentlemen.
it's a powerful platform for
I
MTG
can
players like
tell.
yourself, Atrioc.
I'm just looking at it, and I'm seeing what powerful
Yeah,
platform it is.
it gives you the ability to basically enhance your deck building experience with tools for casuals and competitive. So for the people who are coming into your dojo, yes, exactly. But we don't have it on you, so they can't see that you're gesturing at me. But yes, it's got an intuitive layout. It makes building, organizing, and managing your cards so easy. Does not overwhelm you. It can. I think you obviously when you're building a 100-card deck, you're like, oh my gosh, this is overwhelming. What cards? Helps you break it down with categories, all that type of stuff. And one of the things that I really enjoy about it is that it's community focused. So you can go on there, you can share your decks, you can follow other players, you can edit your decks with others simultaneously, which I think is a really cool feature. So you and Jimmy, whenever you're working on your next 2HG card deck, you can
I
sort
just
your
don't
cards
like to
on
listen
there.
to Jimmy's input too much.
Yes.
I like to go off my own heart.
Yes.
Give him read-only access.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
You can look but not touch.
Yeah, so maybe not the tool for
And
you.
maybe Archidekt has that feature. It's so helpful and community focused.
Well, and I know you're such an experienced pro that you probably know that it has some of the most advanced tools like card suggestions, analytics, import-export tools.
I did know that, obviously.
Yes. And I know you're always checking it on desktop and mobile where it works smoothly, either situation. So
sometimes I can't tell the difference whether on desktop or mobile because they're so similar.
And by the way, if you haven't tried their advanced play tester that they just rolled out, it's great. We actually had a look at it earlier on the stream, so that's kind of nice. But yeah, it's great.
That sounds incredible.
Yes,
that is
it's
awesome.
Fantastic. Yeah, so shout out Archidekt. Thanks for sponsoring.
Thank you so much, Archidekt.
Stress-free deck building. You can just take a nap.
Yes.
Look at
Yes.
Look at this.
All right.
Finish building the deck.
Well, we are getting into our game, so let's take a look at some of the decks, the key cards in these decks.
I just want to look real quick.
Yeah.
Whew.
What do you think?
Olivia's deck looks incredibly good.
Yeah, Olivia was really happy with her overall deck when she was putting it together. And as a lot of, as you can see, the Wizards and Black Wolf's number 3 in particular, a super powered up version of the Wizards that you'd normally be throwing that damage around with. They have unfortunately not had particularly great results so far. They are 0-2.
Right.
Olivia was saying that she's drawn most of the land in her deck every single game, which is
I mean, she's due.
Yeah, which is
good
exactly
luck.
she's due. She's
Yeah.
due.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they didn't do well because I do feel like they were the powerhouse of this group whenever I was looking at it and figuring out where everybody was going to go, and so it does seem like it maybe was just a bit of bad
Jarvis
luck
is
for
an
them.
incredible player. He grinds arena all the time. I'm sure his deck is very good.
Both of them are crazy. I did hear from sources, I'm always doing my due diligence, that Jarvis has been very distracted by NBA recently. So maybe that was maybe that hampered their performance. But
that's funny.
See if we have. I believe we probably have a deck tech for our other team as well, which we can pull up here.
See.
Yes. Okay. So
double VV.
Yes.
Double VV. That's not a graphical glitch here. There are, in fact, 2 VVs in Voxy's deck. She opened both of them.
Wait, this is a really...
And the Sephiroth in one.
That's pretty dang good, actually.
Again, surprisingly, obviously everybody is great at this event, but surprisingly, another team that did not go and get a win so far. Yeah, so
I mean, it's tough in a best of one. It's like low random variance, and you're cooked.
Yeah. But I think it'll be interesting. Both these teams playing for the respect of going home with a win. So. It looks like the teams are doing their mulligans right now.
Wait, can I ask, is there a spot on the line here, or are they both out?
Both of these teams are out.
So,
I see. Okay.
Both
it's for pride.
Yeah, both groups broke down with 2 2-0 teams playing each other in the end. So ultimately, we had all this talk about tiebreakers and the life differentials, and it will be 1-3-0, 1-2-1, 1-1-2, and 1-0-3 coming out of each group.
Yeah.
I see.
So, but we are going to be watching this match primarily, but we will be doing check-ins on the second stream to see how that other 2020 series is going.
It is a lot of fun. I'm glad they put this on, man. It's just fun to play with even a tiny bit of stakes. It makes you feel, gets your heart going, makes you think about your moves. It's fun.
So I was showing you my fitness tracker thing earlier when I was talking about my foam fighting stuff. When I play like Magic for a day, it's like you burn 3,000 calories because like it's just like the heart rate going.
Your
all
heart
day.
rate goes up, your brain starts cooking.
Yeah,
you're really thinking. You're wondering what do they think you have. And
I feel like Ames is already off to a rough start. She
Double
was just
mulligan or
looking
something?
defeated. Yeah,
We get
I'm
one
not
free.
sure.
I mean,
It looks like she's mulliganing.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is the first or the second mulligan.
Yeah, so notably, because this is best of one, every player gets a free mulligan. So if that is her first mulligan, she has to draw 7 again. But her second mulligan, she will be going down to 6 cards.
Yeah.
It is using the current mulligan rule. I forget what city it's named after now, the Scry one.
Yeah.
They named it for cities?
So originally there was just an all land or no land mulligan rule. If you had all land or no land, you could reveal your hand to your
you get
opponent,
instant mulligan?
and then you could mulligan your hand. That got changed to the Paris mulligan rule because it was first debuted at Pro Tour Paris back in '97 or whatever it was.
Okay.
And that was that you can draw a hand with one fewer card.
Okay.
Instead of only being able to do this with all
Right.
lands or no lands. And it sort of changed. There's like
And then recently they added the one where you can you put it on the bottom.
that you put it on the bottom, like, and you always draw
Yeah, draw
7
7,
initially.
but then
You
you
put
put
that
it-
amount on the bottom. Was that Vancouver? There was like one that would you
That
still
was a
drew-
really good change.
You still drew fewer, but you scried, and then it became There's been so many different mulligan rules.
The New York, I like the Toledo one. I think that's the one I really, yeah. I won't talk about that one. That, people will hear about that soon. It's in development.
Toledo,
but,
you draw 12. You draw more every mulligan.
yeah. It's some new stuff that's coming down the pipeline. I don't want to spoil any of Wizards' plans.
Man, well, they're putting this together. I just got to say, man, I really, 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 unironically, didn't trust Jimmy's changes. Like, I'm so happy that I didn't veto them because they were better, and I was wrong.
I think you might have to.
That's
there
yeah.
was, like, some
I
really
do
good
like that
cards.
you did not have trust in him, the professional
Well, I
career
play with
Magic.
Jimmy a lot, and Jimmy's a goofball, and he also has crazy ideas.
That's true.
And I don't know nearly as much about Magic as him, but I've done decently on ladder. I got Mythic a couple times, and I just grind the same basic aggro decks. That's all I wanted to play. I wanted to do like a simple deck. And he's like, no, you got to put this in there.
Yeah.
And it was way better. Way better.
All right, so
Well,
it
I
looks
mean,
like another mulligan coming
Also,
in here.
unironically, that is one of the most important elements to actually being a very good Magic
Oh, yeah,
player,
no, 100%.
is being willing to recognize and admit when you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's like, no, this is better. You were right.
Yeah.
A lot of people never get to that point.
Yeah.
They're like, man, I got so unlucky again.
Well, what's funny is if I got land screwed those games, I would be so results oriented. I'm like, Jimmy, you idiot. Jimmy, you cost us the game. But because we won using the cards he put in, I was like, you're a genius. So I'm still got a long journey ahead to get to a good mental state.
So as we're getting into this match, I do want to say tomorrow morning at 11 Pacific, we'll be back, but we're going to be doing a Commander show match featuring some of the talent who were not able to make it to day 2, but they will be there. I know Olivia and Ames in this match will be there, and then they'll be going up with Joey from EDH Rec as well as Joel. So that will be available in the morning, and then we'll be kicking off at 12:30. So for those that are tuning in now, want to know how the bracket stage is going to go. And what's at stake, by the way, in the other match is who you will be playing first round tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So because you'll be playing
I guess,
the loser of the other match.
Either way, we're happy.
Yeah.
But, is there a different prize between first and second?
There is.
Okay, so it matters. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
cool.
notably, your charity gets
Well, that's what I'm
$5,000.
saying. Yeah, which if we're playing for the charity, is it first or nothing, or is it?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
cool. Cool.
All right,
cool,
we're
cool.
gonna take a look at the. I believe we're gonna take a look at the second match right now, which looks like it's
they're
already
in
started.
action.
Oh, they're in it.
Yeah.
They are
stuff happen.
wasting no time.
Yes. Well, the other team I think is mulliganing.
Yeah.
They're having a tough time. But
Well, they're on like turn 5.
yeah.
They're still in mulligan
they're
in their game,
moving.
and they're like,
Yeah. That's funny.
Because I couldn't get it on.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It looks like things are rattling along here. They're
Do
about
they have
7
special
minutes in.
cards?
Do they have special cards?
I mean, do they have their 2 key pins for these?
It's hard to tell.
I'm not trying to
Sarah,
put it, I just
Sarah's
wanted to
down
see.
for
Is that
Billy.
the Regalia card?
Yes.
That card's awesome.
It looks like there's some sort of discard effect played there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Travis?
See you tomorrow.
Guys, good
Goodbye,
luck.
Big A, leaving the house. I love. It's great that they're in such good spirits.
Yeah.
I think sometimes when it's 2-0-2-0, you know, like you're sweating it out, but they're all goofing around, having a good time. So.
Yeah, the difference in dynamic between this and the previous duo match, where they were just all dialed in,
Yeah.
100% serious, and they're here just like, I'm gonna play the card, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That Sarah card is so good, especially if you can get a number of legends in. So. Looks like we're going to be going back to the main stage, so we'll check in again on this in a second, but we're going to get back to seeing how... looks like it has started, so mulligans have been resolved.
Okay, great.
And
So if
we
we get
have...
a check on exactly what the mulligan results were.
Yeah.
If Ames was down to 5 or 6 or anything like that.
Also, like,
that would be
I'm
great,
trying to
but
write
we
the
are
lines
into
that
the
are
game.
done by our mulligans. Sure.
I will say it looks like Voxy had
Okay, so
to
here's the situation.
play her
Maybe they-
tap
maybe they-
land, her adventure land.
for doing this.
So I don't know if that was a rough start for them on the land base then.
I mean, even if you have, like, say, 3 land, 4 land in your opening hand, you'll often want to play that just because when the like tapped and you don't want to miss
You curve out.
your curve.
Yeah.
So it's the value of those is often when you draw them later game to get the adventure rather than trying to actually maximize the value all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, there's cards from your deck, and that's exciting.
Yeah, there were instruments of playing Magic together.
Instruments of playing Magic, game pieces.
Game pieces.
I'll go ahead and, I'll move to combat, and I'll swing in.
It looks like I believe I have received a text message, an update with the mulligan information, all at 7 except Olivia, who went down to 5.
Oh.
That is rough for Olivia. She's had a rough day.
Yeah, things have not really been going her way with this deck, unfortunately.
That's too bad. Yeah.
Do you have any main phase 2 stuff?
We're going to get her sprite updated on screen here in a second, too, so that her beautiful 8-bit
she's
representation.
She's generic dude right now. What the heck?
There we go.
There we
Yeah. You got to give her some respect as she's playing with five cards. Poor Jarvis and Olivia.
Some of the rust.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm trying to create an interesting game.
This is 1,000% he's heating up from NBA Jam.
That's true. Yes. This is the arcade cabinet.
Heating up.
I'm sorry. I'm scarred by the
I do like those Commander home sleeves.
Oh, yeah.
We've got 2 sets in this.
Mirror match right here.
Land for turn.
Coming down with the Black Mage's Rod. You know, it's interesting. I know we've watched a lot of the matches. I know I wasn't sitting on the couch for all of them, but while the Black Mages have been, or the Black Wizards have been instrumental in a lot of things, there's not been any moment where we've seen just like crazy big nuke moments. They've just sort of been incremental.
Right, and I mean that's sort of how the mechanic is going to work.
Yeah.
Even though it is like more progressively incremental because of the doubling of the damage, it's still just a plink here and there.
Yeah.
I think the big issue that Olivia talked about is that she drew a lot of land with her mages in the previous games, and it feels like you really need to support that package with card draw.
Yeah.
In order for that to really be as effective as it can be.
Yeah. Because it's unfortunately not a spell, a land card.
Right,
So
it is not, yes.
Pig's based off non-creature spells, so if you're just playing lands, it's rough.
Yeah, I know. Cards we haven't seen all day are
all
going
day.
on right here.
All day.
Same.
Haven't seen this.
That's true. The 2-drop.
This is the artifact we
Oh, beautiful.
I see people in the chat very excited about Two-Headed Giant. Yeah, it's one of the things I've really enjoyed. I love going to events and playing 2HG with friends, and so for those who haven't tried it before, if you go to MagicCon or Command Fest, you get a chance to play it, go for it. We've got Joel joining us on the couch. So Joel,
how's it going, man?
poor Olivia had to start with 5 cards.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Threw a Two-Headed Giant freebie mulligan
Yes,
too, huh?
yes.
Oof. That's rough. Is she already hellbent?
Oh no,
not yet.
It's only turn 3.
Man, I've been seeing so many Furians. That's a pretty common rare.
Yeah. Maybe we can get a check on the second table here in a second as we're trying to keep an eye on how the double 2-0 is going as we're kind of in the early stages of this match.
Is Jarvis playing a mono blue deck?
I don't believe so.
He is not.
Uh-oh.
He's currently playing.
For right now, he is.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so table 2, not too much of a change in the life totals. It looks like it's just good old.
The car is still
Magic.
coming.
The car is still there.
Got some Regalia action. See Sarah, she's resolved.
Yeah. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on this match because whoever wins this.
Hey, there's Jekt. Jekt is his entire strategy, isn't it?
yeah, as we saw earlier. Well, unfortunately, it looks like Jekt is dead.
Yep. Whoops. Had to say something.
The gas stickers.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll check back in on this match later
It
on.
does look like Talia is struggling with mana here, and then is Broaden only swamps?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
It's looking like we got some mana issues in our last round.
Yeah. Both tables, yeah.
I knew it. I knew.
So it's, I will.
We'll get our audio back to this game. There we go. Yeah, thanks to everybody who's tuned in over the course of today. Obviously, this is the first time we've done something like this, and I think we're all kind of learning as we go with a lot of the broadcasts and stuff. But I've seen a lot of people really enjoying it and a lot of support. And I think what's really great is it sounds like Joel, correct me if I'm wrong, but even when you've been picking up some L's, it's been a pretty fun event.
I've only picked up L's, number one. Put some respect on this name. All right. It's a strong 0-3 for me today. Thank you very much. And I've had a blast. I want to thank you for inviting me out to do this. Brian from FlyQuest, obviously. Yeah. Also, thanks so much to everybody who's working behind the scenes, too. Our room has been kicking it back there, trying to keep everything afloat. So we appreciate everybody working behind the scenes as well.
All right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've had a blast, man. The vibes have been super high.
It's our time. This is it.
The set is a blast.
Yeah.
I really like this set. I wasn't even a Final Fantasy fan going in.
Play Warrior Sword.
Is that an equipment? The cost?
It is an equipment.
Oh.
I would attempt.
We got a Furian trigger.
Oh, yeah.
Sephiroth from the top rope.
Yeah.
There's nothing you got,
So
right?
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Oh.
So Warrior Sword, when this, would you mind if I took a little peek at Warrior
Go
Sword?
ahead, absolutely.
I don't want to describe
No, it's understandable.
You know when you go to an LGS,
Oh, so respectful.
it's like
Classic, polite Jarvis.
Yeah.
You don't know this guy, just grab him.
I have pre-consent with most of my friends who just like, let's just touch.
We're trying to figure out if this resolves. I think I see a syncopate in Jarvis's hand.
Yeah.
Which is.
So this is quite a brutal response to I cast a sword. Well, I'm going to kill your thing that likes swords, and we're going to counter your sword.
Yeah.
You're still on the staff.
I hate you and your friend.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So my options are, and I think that we let this slide.
I'm fine with letting it slide.
Because I'm nervous about what's coming down over here.
Okay. All right, so it's out. This is dead.
That dies. Well, that just almost died.
My father-in-law texted me. He's watching. He said, you need to be petting those dogs more, and you look a little unhinged in your profile picture. So thanks.
You're talking about you, not Brian.
No, not Brian. Me. I look unhinged, and I need to pet the dogs more.
Yeah.
I mean, it is true that everyone's life would be better if they pet more dogs.
100%.
And then we
Because
got
they cast a spell.
We've been trying to protect the fine hounds all day.
And then you have your things.
So it looks like
I guess let me go to comments.
that's resolved.
Yeah, we did not syncopate the sword.
We do. I think we do need a token for the sword.
Yeah.
It comes in with a hero token.
It's a lonely sword.
Yeah.
He's the bearer.
It uses all your mana, which is good.
I'm just going to go to combat. I can't.
So watching all of the matches today, have black mages really defined this format?
We were just talking
Yeah,
about
we were.
that.
Not as much as some people seem to think at the beginning of the
Yeah.
day. They have been effective, but there have been a lot of tools that have allowed people to mitigate them and kind of go over the top.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a moment. There's been moments where we've seen 3 or 4. Oh, there's a syncopate.
Is it
There it
exile,
is.
right?
Yeah.
That's sad. But
That
Syncopating the
the
spell
card that
Ames cast.
Yeah, it's very relevant that it gets exiled because that is a card that has, I believe, flashback that lets you play from the graveyard for greater effect.
Yeah, I don't think that was a Gaius Ben Balesar.
Yeah.
Similar profile.
Yeah, definitely.
IDK, my BFF.
Yeah, I think I draw that. I think I've learned my lesson from last time. This has flashback.
But
so
no,
I'm
yeah,
gonna say
there's been multiple times where
I'll
we've
sit it over
seen
here, I'll
a
sit
bunch
it
of black
here,
wizards on the table, and then they start to kind of just disappear, or they get bounced, and they don't ever get the moment where it's like somebody like double spells and then like pings for 12 or something.
That said, we've also seen a lot of removal used on cheap things that are generating black mages.
Yeah.
Right. So
that's true. They've definitely been relevant, but I don't think I was worried that we at the end of the day would be like, and another win from 17 black mages that have hit the board over the course of this match.
Right. Well, that's good. I like when the format surprises us a little bit.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of different fun stuff. I mean, I know, I think people watching heard about the Primal Odin victory in the previous match, so that's pretty cool.
Have y'all seen a Jumbo Cactuar even swing today?
No.
I don't think so.
I haven't seen one
yeah.
hit play.
Come on.
I know there's one in a deck.
Yes.
But
I think it's in Billy Ray's deck, I think.
Up to you.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
So maybe we'll see it in this round.
Yeah.
So we can move to combat. So I'll
Complete our Infinity Gauntlet of Final Fantasy happenings.
on attack, surveil, leave this on top. And
See if Jarvis can get another color for his deck.
They're certainly keeping the pressure on and keeping Voxy and Ames' boards offline.
Yeah.
There's not much development happening at all.
I mean, it's a really good call out because I mean, Olivia started with so behind in terms of cards.
I really feel like they've got foot to the throat right now, and if they can not run out of gas here.
Is that Black Waltz
number 3, I believe so.
Ooh.
That's pretty huge.
Ooh, yeah, that is the powerhouse of Olivia's deck, as we saw in the deck tech. That is a double black mage.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a quadruple compared to.
Not to mention it's flying, so you could just like swing in for 2. It's like it's not hard to go in, deal a ton of damage, and then
that
swing.
can generate a serious clock.
Death touch on the flyer too, blocks really well the relevant flying creatures on the other side.
I'm going to tap for you
Oh, there's
and
VV.
There's VV. Voxy's making a move to pop off here.
I love that. Yeah, absolutely. That's great. Good. Absolutely.
Whoop. Zoomed
Yeah,
in
we
on the
zoomed
VV
in
and
just
VV ran.
for the VV to sneak off the screen. Production's like, damn, we've been waiting all day for that shot.
We timed it perfectly. Torgal Finehound hits down there on Ames' board. Taps 3 more mana.
Oh, and that's gonna it's gonna get counter. That's the Gaius, I believe. Or no, I guess that's equipment. Roll select.
Oh, is that Ninja Blade?
I think that's Ninja Blade. Yeah.
Yep, little rare equipment action.
Yeah, Ninja
yep,
Blades.
Ninja's Blades. This is a good one. I had mine syncopated earlier on turn 3 when I tried to cast it.
Yeah.
But 2/2 that filters on combat damage.
Yeah.
With a little bit of a life loss.
Yeah.
Similar of Eureka. Cool card.
2/2 flying death.
I love all the job select cards, honestly. They've played so well.
They are pretty cool.
Okay, I don't think I swing with this. It's a 4/3. I mean, actually.
I think Voxy's trying to decide if she wants to swing. I think she's worried about the 2/2 death touch, but I think she should be happy to trade for Black Waltz.
Yeah, if that is the trade, you'd be thrilled.
Yeah.
Did you read what this does? So it's on cast. I don't know if it matters, but.
Yeah, life totals being what they are too. That is definitely where I would be putting my attention to try and remove it.
And then this one is.
If Olivia plays a couple spells next turn, that's like most of her life total, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Each spell is
Yeah,
6
so, and then
damage
second main, I am going to
because
tap
of
two.
the
This might be not
The
right,
two,
but
yeah.
The two
it
mages.
bounces back to your hand.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Just to
Slows it down a
Yep,
little bit.
yep.
Yeah.
Vivi will get a counter.
Yeah, Vivi gets a counter, pings both of them, right?
Pow!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that also pings us. Okay. No, it does not.
Yes, it
Oh,
does.
yes, it does.
Whenever you
Yes,
cast
just
another
kidding.
creature
Non-creature
spell.
spell.
She has 2 Vivis. You think you remember that part?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Very,
Yes.
very kind of Olivia to remind her of her triggers.
Each one, so we each take one. So we take 2 total.
Yeah, and then go ahead. Great.
All right. Do I have any
So we should see Jarvis and Olivia update down to 26 here in a second.
Yeah, I think Voxy's VVs in the previous matches immediately died,
Yeah.
and then she didn't draw it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of understandable. She doesn't remember what it
Yeah,
does.
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
One
First
must be
time she
exciting
gets
too.
to
We're
actually
here
use
and
it.
it's got a counter.
Yeah.
We're rolling.
World first.
Yeah. We're gonna get mana out of that VV.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I believe so. Yeah. Yes. We can ask him. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Voxy names deep in the tank trying to figure out their plan for the turn.
Take a little think tank moment.
Well, probably for their next turn, really. Since it is on Jarvis and Olivia right now.
Yes.
No flyers, so we can just keep poking. And that's like
That's
Looking like maybe two cards in hand for Jarvis. Olivia may or may not 3 in hand for Jarvis. Olivia may or may not be hellbent.
Yeah, and while they're going through this decision, I think we are going to check in on the second stream here in a second. Just sort of see if there's any progress being made on these life totals. Not too much. I mean, Broaden and Talia has taken some damage. I think they were previously at 28.
It does look like Talia is still struggling a little bit on mana.
Oh, yeah, I just
3
noticed
land, and there's 6 and 7
That's
over here for
crazy.
Crim and Billy Ray.
I'm actually surprised her board is as developed as it is.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a good call out.
It is odd that Talia has 3 land and
Yes.
the only permanents her team controls.
Yes. Yeah.
Hunchback, 2/2.
Yeah.
Here comes Ignis.
Yeah, Billy playing, getting even more lands.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Torgal. And then
Torgal trigger.
I'm going to block this.
Yeah. I'm gonna play a swamp, and then
Regalia is such a good rare to pull in a landfall deck.
Yeah.
The attempt to attach Ninja Blades.
Ninja Blades onto the flyer. That's got
we have
vigilance.
ninja blades in both these games.
Yeah.
In the same corner of the screen.
I guess now we grew.
Go combat.
Yeah. I think
All right, I think we can head back over to.
Torgal.
Well, maybe we see.
You don't think so?
Got a Torgal attack move.
Yeah.
Galacat's obviously going to attack if it's not summoning sick. No, it shouldn't
Wait, you
be.
didn't know that?
I forgot for a second.
Okay.
We need to prove that.
Crew this guy?
Yeah, we're gonna wait through this turn, and then I think we'll probably head back. Just want to see how it ends here. Oh, there's Regalia.
Start the car up.
Vroom.
Do we go to attacks? Can we go to attacks?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
My ninja cat
Regalia.
and the car.
Do we want token creature bird?
Yes.
All right.
Nothing here is first strike, right?
No.
No.
So I think we go bird as well.
Mhm.
Okay. So it's going to be.
Billy's been having such a fun time with this.
And that'll trigger.
I know her and Crim have been getting along really well. I was talking to her during the break, and she said she's thinking about going pro in Magic after no, she didn't say pro, but she did say she's like I know she's been a fan of Magic for a while, but that this has ignited her. She wants to just play a lot and get really good at it. So
Absolutely.
it's fun. Yeah, the competition in Magic is so fun.
When it speaks to the co-op aspect too, we were
Yeah.
talking about two-headed giant earlier. It's so fun to go to one of these, obviously, but to go with it with a teammate, have
Yes.
somebody to share the experience with.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be flipped over.
Super fun.
Okay, you can't get that. 'Cause it's not.
That was always my preferred way to go to pre-releases. Typically, the LGSs I go to would have the
There's
Friday
a card
pre-release, Saturday pre-release, and then Sunday would be a two-headed giant at like
Oh,
11.
that's cool,
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll do that one.
Get a little matinee two-headed giant going
Yeah.
on the Sunday.
Does it enter taps?
Yes.
it does.
So this will trigger a landfall here,
In a random order.
and then now we'll do everything that,
That
we
car
just talked
attacking
about.
alongside the birds.
Yes.
But-
Well, hold on.
Yeesh.
Also, I gotta get a land card from this.
Well, that's once we go to attack. Yeah.
and then I'm going to do the same thing I did last time for this guy.
Yeah, I'm really wondering if Talia and Broaden. It's funny because they have the higher life total right now, but I don't think they ever go back
Not
to
after this attack.
Yeah. I'm wondering if they'll be able to recover from this because it's just Talia's so far. I mean, you look at Talia's lap, you look at Billy's. Oh, there it is. Oh, that is.
That means we don't get to see it because of the regalia. Is that what's going on?
I think that's what's happening.
Oh man. Cactuar, Omega, and Summon Titan are 3 of her absolute bomb top ends.
That's crazy.
Just pushed away from the regalia.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's go to the bottom, right?
Straight to the bottom.
Yeah. Ooh, shuffled into the bottom. And I don't think there's too many ways to like reshuffle your deck in this format.
No, that's definitely a death sentence for us. Seeing the Jumbo Cactuar win.
On day one, yeah.
Cactuar enjoyers decimated.
Sorry, y'all. Sorry. Tune in tomorrow. It just gives you reason to be back tomorrow.
We'll say, I believe we might have mentioned earlier, but if not, our teams tomorrow will be building fresh decks from new kits.
Oh, nice.
So we'll get a chance to look at some new stuff tomorrow. So,
very fun.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how people build differently. If maybe they index less on black mages, if people open different bombs, we'll end up seeing,
See more hex eyes.
Yeah.
Haven't really seen a lot of that kind of stuff. Really hand hate.
Yeah.
He's attacking too? Yeah. He is vigilance, so I can do the 90-degree thing.
That's why they need the red zone, where you move your creatures while they're attacking.
Oh, yeah.
Even if they have vigilance, you know.
Like a double block on the car.
So you guys.
Just too much value being generated there.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
They just shove themselves in front of that moving vehicle. You hate to see it.
It's like one of them pushed the other in front of it because only one of them died. You know?
Yeah.
Caused a massive wreck, but that guy got out okay.
He's fine. Yeah, that attack generated so much value. You saw how many cards that Billy Ray got to filter through and pick some stuff. Crim also getting to filter with the Ninja Blade connection, drawing a card, discarding a card.
Yeah.
Just a lot, seeing a lot of cards.
Looks like we're headed back
versus
to
opponents that are running out of steam.
Our main stage game of the day.
Is there love in your
This
heart
round.
to believe the,
Ooh, some damage got taken.
Vivi's still around with 3 counters.
3 counters on Vivi.
Yeah.
But so is the Black Mage number 3 fella
Yes.
and his friend.
Yeah.
And to your point, they're at 14 at this point. Not many triggers going to take.
Yeah.
Yes. Target. Yes.
But it looks like Olivia has just replayed the
Black Wall.
legendary Black Waltz.
Yeah.
And I think it's just been 1 turn cycle.
Yeah.
My God! Finally gave it.
Oh, it looks like
Or was it bounced again?
Voxy played.
Okay.
Voxy played the 3 mana draw 2, put a counter on something.
Okay.
And that's how, and that was really nice for Vivi. That's how Vivi got 2 counters. It looks like.
Yep. Get a counter from Vivi, get a counter from the spell.
Yeah.
And then one more. Yeah.
And
That
draw
card
some cards to
is very
build.
good.
Oh yeah, that card's
Yeah.
great.
I'm gonna
Divination plus a
Yeah.
counter.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah.
Take it.
And then it's next turn you can like double a spell. And
Yes, and then
triple.
yes. And I will surveil. Tell me what you do.
Saga's the main card type, the Saga creatures that I'm like, okay, that's a non-creature spell. Whoops, no, it's not.
No. Okay. We have not. I think. How much? Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I love that.
Yeah, we're gonna put the ninja blades on the ground.
We're going to combat.
Ooh.
Yeah. I think
Ninja
we're swinging with
Torgal, huh?
bows,
And it's Sephiroth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that I would just send
So Sephiroth is interesting in 2HD because it says when another creature dies. So there's just a lot more opportunities for that. Now it does target opponents, so it's not doing the like double ping or double drain, but it is. There's just a lot of creatures on the board in a 2HD game. Yes. Yeah.
It's
So we'll see
gaining
if we can
life
flip
too,
it.
right? It's a blood artist
Yeah.
effect, so gonna help to offset some of the black mage stuff that's going on up there. They really need to remove that black waltz.
Yeah.
Judge, correct me on this. If this is an instant speed spell, I can flash it back at instant speed. Just double checking.
Instant speed flashback.
Jarvis, by the way, is still on only blue
One
mana.
and draw a card. I previously surveilled, so I know the card.
Yeah, honestly, it's crazy that they're doing as well as they can,
Yeah.
knowing what we know about Olivia's opening hand.
Yeah.
and looking at their mana situation.
Yeah.
It does look like they may be running a little low in resources, though. Boxy's hand is pretty full. She has that VV.
Literally never seen it. We haven't seen it.
yeah.
I don't think we've seen that.
This is the plight of the 0-2. It's like, yeah, never drew it, never drew it. Look at my awesome card. Haven't drawn it yet. Yeah.
Plays another island, by the way.
So, how much damage do we have in the air?
Oh God, what a horrifying question.
5, 6, 7.
If y'all another creature dies.
We did that. We did that.
No, you did that. For this dying.
Oh, for the hero dying.
Yeah,
Oh,
for the hero dying,
Yeah.
we missed that one. So that would be another
one. Yeah.
4 triggers to flip Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. That's going to be a little tough right now.
We trust it.
What's the one that it's on a keyword?
But we could potentially see it flip if there's a big attack block sequence.
Yeah.
It's per turn. It's per turn. Yeah. This turn. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you remember, I forgot about the counter, so you remember it's just a 4/4, which is great.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 7 damage in the air. How much pain damage do we have access to?
They're digging deep for the math here.
Yeah.
Figuring out just how much damage they can
It's
get through.
honestly crazy they're in such a good position given
It's only during my turn.
the early struggles.
They have to stem the tide of VV at this point. Voxy does have 4 or 5 cards in hand.
Yeah.
I believe I saw a Cryptic Command bonus sheet card in there.
Yeah.
Oh, in her hand?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Ooh.
So that's going to be a good bit of versatility.
Yeah.
To help her close this one out.
This would count even if it dies.
Yeah.
Notably, VV can only be activated on your own turn.
Right.
So she can't use the VV to cast Cryptic Command on this turn.
Right.
So this is a very important window for Jarvis and Olivia before Voxy is able to leverage that VV mana and all those cards in her hand.
I'm just wondering what it is that they have.
2 to each, 1 to each. Each activation is 6, right? So
Yeah.
they need 3 triggers,
All works.
and they win.
Yes.
They're pretty tough.
3 non-creature spellcasts from Olivia, and they win. But I don't think she has that.
That seems like pretty easy math for them to have done at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
So probably not going to be able to just do that.
Yeah.
But they
Well, okay.
they haven't
Do they
counted
have
flyer damage.
Yeah, so they have 4 flyer damage, which would bring them down to 12
Yeah.
if they can't stop the flyer damage, and then 2 spells, I believe, would then activate it.
1 red, likelihood Voxy's got Thunder Magic in that deck is
Although,
high.
amusingly, they can't be 2 spells that kill creatures because that triggers Sephiroth on one of them.
Oh, yeah.
It has to be 2 spells.
Yeah.
That you can only kill a creature with the second one because otherwise the Sephiroth trigger will save their life.
Easy math, easy math.
The way that they're we may be dead.
Okay.
All right, we're
so
ready.
then you start by casting your. I guess we could go to combat, or you could cast that first, whatever you want.
Warriors.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so that is
Non-creature.
the first non-creature.
You'll lose 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, right. 6.
So they take 6
Oh,
from.
Jimmy, what's up?
Not much, chilling.
We're in
About to leave.
we're in potentially the final moments of this
Yeah, it
match.
looks like it. Sephiroth has hit the board.
Yeah.
We have the Black Waltz and a mage that's
Black
doing
Waltz?
6 damage off
Yeah.
of a trigger.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so
As
I
y'all
believe
called, swinging with the flyers.
I believe Ames and Voxy are actually at 10 right now. So we'll get that updated
Nice.
shortly, and then there's a ton of flyers coming in, or a ton of flyer damage.
What's that top left one from Jarvis?
Yeah, it's a fire magic.
Oh, it's the
There's a
pixie.
fire magic.
Oh,
These
to
effects go
wipe
on
the
stack.
board?
The wizard dies. This stays alive. Pains down for.
Oh, that's gonna be lethal, I'm assuming.
I think so.
Oh, Cryptic Command!
Oh, no,
she's
she's
just
It's on
tapped
ca-
out.
oh.
She's just saying
She
that.
she had it.
Yeah.
And the cast trigger would happen regardless.
And then the counterspell backup.
Oh.
Jarvis said, I can mono blue.
Still had all these,
Jarvis
buddy.
only had islands, just
Yeah.
only he needed. The only thing he needed.
Yeah, that- I mean-
Olivia started with 5 cards, by the way. She had them all again.
Whoa.
Yes.
That's what we were told, yeah.
Yeah, so this was a huge swing.
Wow, big one.
Crazy upset.
Good catch. That thing
Nice.
is evil into a giant.
Who won,
yeah,
who won the other game between Talia?
I believe that game is still
Might still be
ongoing.
in progress.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So
Last 15 minutes. of
Jarvis
that
and
one.
Olivia do pick up the win.
Nice. All right.
Oh, wait,
Hands just shook on the other round as well. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
How many rounds are there tomorrow, Travis?
We only have the 3 because we have brackets, so
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So we're gonna go over to that second stream really quickly. Just confirm that. Oh no, see, yeah, it was only handshaking on the first one.
Oh,
so.
got you. I see.
This game looks like it barely even started. What is happening over here? 25 to 19.
You know what's funny is they started like 8 minutes before the other game too. So it's just been
Talia
slow.
on 3 lands for 45 minutes.
Oh my God.
Quite an existence.
I just noticed
still
that.
has 3 lands.
That is crazy.
And a better board state than Broaden.
Yeah.
Dude, that was we came in and Talia was sitting there with 3 lands that had the only permanents on her team and still does.
Wow. Well, she can't even equip the Dragon's lands.
Oh no.
Oh, all right. This land is so good.
This is.
Billy's gonna
Looking at Billy's lands, which are running off the screen.
Yeah. Overwhelmed.
Did you see the 5 cards she had to put on the bottom? They were
Yeah.
like, wild.
It was basically her 5 best cards.
Exactly.
Now, notably with this land, you get to mill 2, but you don't actually have to sacrifice the land if you don't like what is in your graveyard. No, Crim. All right, whatever.
You tried.
I guess we're taking back something. Yeah, the option to sacrifice the land happens after the mill, so you can actually use it as a repeatable mill engine in certain decks.
Huh.
But you have to put up some good defenses in order to keep that up.
These 2 decks really defying the odds. 3 colors in this format has been lower win rates overall over the first couple of weeks of the format of people playing.
Yeah.
Both of them are 3 colors, so they've been
Yeah,
really
I
working
wonder
it
if it's easier to pull it off in 2HG because the games
For
are a little
sure.
slower.
Yeah, for sure.
And you have access to such good fixing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you just have you have access to so many more of the towns
Yeah,
and other
yeah.
sort of manifesting effects.
It's almost like incidental, like, oh yeah, I could just do that.
Yeah.
What is this card she has played?
Sarah Farron.
Yeah.
It's going to flip.
It's going to flip at the
Oh, yeah,
next
that-
turn, right?
So what are your legendaries here? 'Cause
I think Billy flipped Sarah on like 3 lands somehow
whatever you're
in another game.
Yeah, she
And
had
just-
Sarah unflipped and Sarah flipped on the battlefield
Yeah.
at the same time.
2 Sarahs,
She's got 2 in that
Holy
deck.
moly. I mean, it doesn't look good for Broaden and Talia right now, right?
Yeah. I really wanted to see lightning pop off at some point in time today.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like there's been a moment where I've seen a lightning hit anyone.
Is it crazy to say that I don't think lightning's that good into a giant?
I don't think it is either.
Yeah.
It's just a.
It's conceptually good. Like it's
Yeah.
from the concept and idea of it is good, but I think just having to get through is really difficult.
It's a a 3/2 ground creature.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's difficult for that to connect.
And every
It does have first strike, but
the 2 damage on it, right? I think that between Veins, whatever, and just
And
the
lightning.
Veins Treachery and Fire or
yeah,
Lightning
like
Magic, yeah.
it's just so hard to keep those 2 drops around, or 3 drops and 2 drops around.
Yeah. So that if
Also, man, if that thing gets sacked to corner by black mages, see ya.
88% of the creatures in the format have 4 toughness or less, or would die to 4
To
damage.
4, yeah,
and
yeah,
so
yeah. And so
it's just
lightning
such a
magic
low
is-
toughness format overall.
Yeah.
So they're 4/4s. So
That's why I really am a big fan of, what is it, Ghost Train?
Oh, yeah.
Starts as a 4/4, immediately becomes a 5/5 with
Yep.
trample. It's like that
5
thing-
toughness
just
in this
gotta watch
format
out for the
is sick.
suplex.
The suplex. Yeah, the perfect answer.
All right, so she's flipped the Sarah.
Sarah's flipped. The legends are growing.
All
Yeah.
+2.
That's a big dog.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, now we're mixing
Well,
counters.
yeah, we had this
Crim,
before.
Crim is
Wait a minute. No. Let's not do this.
maybe
12 count. Okay.
Whoa, it's huge.
It's a big Ignis.
There you go.
There we go. Red. Yeah.
They're using the counters to represent the
Yeah.
bonus from the
helps.
enchantment side.
Three
Yeah.
people doing this at once helps. We promise.
Yeah. If you're viewing this, you definitely know what's going on.
Yeah, but this is a good reminder if you do have these sort of continuous effects, whether it's an anthem effect like this or whether it's like a star thing. Don't just use the same dice to represent them as counters because you will confuse yourself and everyone around you.
I usually try to figure out a way to represent it elsewhere on the board. Since it's like
Anthems?
continuous. Yeah.
Where is this one
I'm the
coming
jerk
from?
who just tries to remember and then forgets and
Yeah,
recounts.
yeah.
Like when it's like something like a Lord of Extinction.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
We have
hold
to go
on.
back. We have to go
Hold
back.
on. How many cards ever have? Hold on.
Also, what
Hold
is
on.
happening with the 1? Is that a landfall trigger or is that from something else?
I don't know.
We're unsure at this
Whoa,
point.
now it's 5.
Juicy Block. And then
So Crim could also just nug them for a lot. Are those ninja blades over there?
He did have the Ninja Blades, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, on a galley cat?
On a galley
oh,
cat, yeah.
boy.
Yeah, the flyer's been ninja blading.
That's not gonna. That's
Do a comment in the chat, or you could just use Infinite tokens and write exactly what it is.
True.
From
Bingo.
Infinite tokens.
Hey, shout out Infinite
Hey, thank you.
We'd love to see it.
This feels like a pretty fast GG here, because Fat Chocobo's going to give them all trample again next turn. Ignis is big, Twirl is big.
Yes. So this would be.
Talia's only casting one spell for the next 4 turns. If
Yeah.
she goes runner lands.
Yeah, the equip cost on the job selected women being so high makes them a little difficult in aggressive decks, because, yeah, you get a great creature in a good rate, but situations like this make you feel not so hot.
But, I mean, I don't think there's much hope for us.
I'm feeling those 3 lands for Talia right now. Every time I look at it, I just it's like a physical pain.
I'm sure her hand is stacked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to, like, there's a world where we could take it in the top deck, right?
Broaden trying to find the outside.
Yeah, there's an out.
And we keep lightning alive.
Take it all.
Also, I'm pretty sure Crim is just holding on to that 5-man to make them all indestructible card.
Yeah. I think it would only impact his own
it's
stuff.
only your own
board?
stuff.
Oh, okay,
If
okay.
I draw and I discard something,
Oh, yeah.
I
True.
get to burn whoever for
He
whatever.
has
I
5 and 6 drops in his deck, so that's going to be real bad
If
if
I have it.
Ninja Blades go.
Yeah. Good guy Crim pointing out,
Yeah.
I have a trigger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That if you just take a bunch of damage, you are very likely
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah. Or just so dead that there's no way to climb back.
Yeah.
Got to play to your outs, though.
Yep.
This is going to go away eventually.
Yeah,
But
2
we will
turns from
definitely
now it's
be
going to
dead
go away. That's going to be
everything
tough.
is trampling.
Side quest Chocobo, raise a Chocobo. That's also, I think, an achievement for the stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh, it
yeah.
Get
hasn't
somebody to
happened
flip
yet,
it. Haven't seen it.
We're at 3 Chocobos right now. Oh, so
So
close.
first
and the
you'll
Ambrosia's
deal
on the
3
bottom of the deck.
damage
Not
to
going to
the
happen.
bird. And then, I guess, so that's 4.
Wait, what did you just do? 'Cause
I gave, I gave you.
strikes.
Yeah.
Oh, did you gain? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
You gained a slight. Okay.
So this is
And
4,
then we take.
8, 13. And then so it's 13.
Okay. Please
Chocobo
die.
will kill
You're
both.
at
Yeah, it's a
22,
4 damage
right?
creature.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Chunky. There goes lightning. Chump blocking.
Jumping.
13.
Trading.
So
Yeah,
you're
trading.
Yeah.
Trading, yeah.
And then,
Draw discard.
So they took
Crim.
13 from that, so
Thing
they're down to 9. And then we see the trigger from the Ninja Blades. Draw,
I
discard.
will throw away Insomnia City.
Okay.
No
He's
damage.
keeping value.
And
Still
then
lands.
it's
Yeah.
time for me to play
Oh,
the
instant speed.
Blitzball Star.
Oh, no, that's still in the
It's time for
combat.
Titus.
Titus.
With his dad in the grave. And then.
I also think Teed is
whenever
pretty
an artifact
bad.
control enters, put a 1/1 counter on him. Taps the thing.
Titus doing the
And
Inigo
then
Montoya
I'm
here.
going
Yeah.
You killed my father.
Turns around.
Here we go.
Lots
All
of juice
right.
on this card draw.
There is still sweet.
Not a land.
Lots can happen.
Yeah.
It's not a land.
She doesn't look thrilled.
Yeah, no, that's great, actually.
Oh,
because
but she said
Road's
that's
got-
great.
You could do the same thing.
That is true.
We could both do something
Play
here.
blue. And I
Fine.
win.
Hey, Broaden's third color.
Okay.
I still miss my land, which is
She's missing her land
crazy.
again.
So they got to take care of
Oh.
that galley cat. But Titus is also going to be able to block, tap down something when it attacks. And Crim won't care if it dies with the trade
Yeah, I'm
there.
scared. Full power.
Yeah. The lightning.
Tap 3 to play Lock Cold, Death Touch,
Oh,
Lifelink.
lifelink.
Whenever Cold deals combat
Okay.
damage to a player,
Okay.
draw a card.
It's a
discard
2/3 that blocks.
Also, objectively, the best character on Lost. Lock?
Different IP.
Lock Cole.
Billy Ray trying to lean into the full Universes
Whoa.
Beyond
Yeah.
experience.
Actual millennials who grew up with Lost and haven't seen Lost and you've seen it.
You guys see Lost?
When I say this, I mean this. If it's outside of card games and comic books, and horror movies and music,
There
I'm
you
like
go.
potato.
I haven't seen Lost.
What do you think?
It's not worth watching after season 1.
That's
Season
what I-
one's
that's what I've
amazing.
heard.
Season
That's
one's
what I've
really good. Yeah.
I've heard
And
that it was
then-
great, and then they had no actual plan. And
Yeah.
then
Yeah,
it-
no
it
actual
Making it up as they were
collapsed.
going.
Writer's strike
Yeah.
happened at the same time.
Yeah.
I would say if you watch season 1 and then just a YouTube video covering the rest of it, you're good to go.
So it's kind of like Heroes.
Yeah,
I was
oh,
gonna
man.
say, I was gonna compare it to Heroes season 1.
Amazing season 1, and then
Horrible.
Ooh, is this destructive impact?
It's a fight.
Okay, so these would trade.
Oh, it's a fight. What is this? Icos?
these
What
would
is
trade.
this? Yeah, it's Icos.
Clash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not chill.
Okay. I mean, I think that's fine, given that Tidus is going to tap it down
It
regardless.
does. They do gain life for the
Yeah,
lifelink
they'll gain
if it's a
life.
fight effect.
But Broaden is now out of mana. 2 mana left, and Talia with 3 lands.
Ugh.
And they're potentially facing down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
They're
Face down.
I think it might be too late. What is this? Oh, that's
2-1. He's gonna join his dad. Okay.
We got some lightning coming
Gonna
in.
join his dad.
All right, so this will, it's an instant speed, but I'm just gonna do it now. It deals 1 damage.
Oh, can she deal? Wait.
Is it?
Yes, to everybody.
Is she able to kill the chocobos here?
You might want to scale it up, right?
2 damage.
Good guy, Crim again.
That works too.
Wait, so this.
These are 2s.
Does she have enough mana to get it to?
It's only 3 mana, I believe, to do
2 to everything.
Yeah, 2 to everything.
Yeah, the Serapharin's pushing all the legends out of range immediately
Yeah.
from it, but
They
it
might
should hit
live.
everything else.
They might go to 1 here.
Well, not a big fan, but I have to be. So
We're still in it?
They might go to 1 here, I think.
Kind of.
Not dead yet.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, they're at 11 because of life gain. Okay.
Yep.
Wait, that was actually one of the best rips that Talia could have had. A huge board
Yeah,
clear.
when you only have 3 mana, something that could do that much damage to the board is pretty good.
Okay. Oh, Crim also does have another artifact tapper on his board, so it's still not a great situation for both of them here.
No, you want to. We just.
Oh, does that render him
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have to tap him to do that. And
Oh, I see the little thing there. Yep.
Billy's asking about the tap ability on Ignis, which allows you to pay 1 green and blue, exile a card from a graveyard. If it's a creature, you make a food token.
I think I want to do this.
But I don't think.
I think you want to attack with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think.
I don't think they're looking for help.
We're attacking.
Yeah.
What can I do? Oh my god.
Do not let him cook.
Yeah, no cooking.
You guys are never gonna believe this.
It's the Charmin.
Why?
Could play a land.
Oh, that's just she's flooded. Talia's screwed.
So yeah, I think we just attack because
Generally, minus the life total, the mana screw beats the mana flood.
Okay.
Yep.
It's time for me to play.
Whoever draws out
favorite.
at first, basically.
Yeah.
Enough. Sid.
We love Sid.
This is
Sid, okay.
So I haven't played this one, but I will play him, and he has artifact creatures and heroes you control. Get +1/+1 for each artificer you control, and each artificer card in your graveyard. A deck can have any number of Sids. Doesn't matter. It's cycling. I pass.
All right, they're at 2. Big time draw step here.
Gonna need a lot of help. There's 3 lethal attackers.
Not a land.
3 lands is the
It
entire
is
future.
It looks like potentially a plane cycler though.
I'm so curious how many cards she's drawn.
A lot.
Because if she's got through, I mean,
She has 10 in play and in graveyard.
and she's got to have a fistful of cards.
Yeah, at least 5 cards.
Yeah.
Mana Rock's not gonna get it done.
You know it doesn't work unless you yell that, right?
Goal. Yeah, Broaden is playing that as his first spell here. Probably on the great side.
Real quick.
I literally have nothing. So I think that's gonna be.
Oh, don't tell them. Make them sweat it out.
But.
Well, I'll tap everything because now I can play my green crystal.
I like. Ooh.
All right, green crystal.
He was mono black for a while, then finally drew a forest.
Oh man,
rough.
I think that might have been a mulligan for Broaden there. Then
That was a little rough, yeah.
I mean, Sid will become a ninja, and then.
Oh, we got.
Hey, we got Choco.
We got Choco.
Oh,
Finally
Choco's
saw
here.
it.
Alright. Oh, she's playing a Choco deck.
Yeah.
Damage before we do this.
Talia commenting on the craziness of 3
5
lands.
cards.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Talia
Real
did
quick,
get
I'm gonna do this then.
a plane cycler
Well,
last
it
turn.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's innocent. So we'll just.
What we care about is just how much we want to get in. So this is 5.
Yeah.
This is 9. And that's another 5, so that's 14 damage.
Wow.
So you're at -12.
Quite a differential.
If tiebreakers were going to matter, that was a good life total differential of nearly 40.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was.
wee.
That.
Actually-
Oh, here come the lands.
Yeah.
There they are. Oh,
All
Oh,
right.
never look, never look.
never look. Yeah, it's a hard feeling.
Wow. Okay, so Billy and Crim headed out of the group in first place. Honestly, I'm really happy for them, but that was I obviously had a lot of faith in Crim and Billy, but did not expect them to be my picks for number 1 in this group. So.
Really, I would have picked Crim. That boy tries.
Yeah. Well, you know what's so
He does.
funny was when I introduced them to each other, I wrote up little paragraphs for each person, and I was like, Crim is really experienced at card games. He goes to tournaments. He's going to be a great partner for you. And then he was like, I think Travis is really overvaluing my abilities. And I'm
So
like,
humble.
I'm pretty
Classic.
sure this guy does nothing but play card games.
Yeah.
He just said it, yeah.
He's like, all I do is comic books and
It's not
card games.
TCGs or comics, I don't know it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, hopefully we'll have them swing by here in a second, and we can chat with them a little bit before we wrap up this day on the stream. But
Do we have know what the matchups are going to be tomorrow yet, based on the pairings?
yes, we do. I am wondering if production is maybe building out that graphic right now.
Yeah.
We'll hopefully have that built out because I know I've seen the graphic, and all it needs to be is filled in. So
Well, I mean, we know.
Yes.
You guys will
Yes.
be playing Broaden and Talia because
Okay.
they were the second place team in the other group.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Gotcha. Very
and then
cool.
the other matchup will
Yes.
be
They'll be playing Ellis and Reyna.
Ellis and Reyna.
Yeah.
Crim
Yes.
and-
Yes.
Yeah.
Grim
Big shout out
ability.
to the production team. They were putting out. I was like, "Wow, this is a production. This
Yes.
is so cool to see all the little graphics coming in."
Yes.
And all the
There she is.
There she is. Hello,
Hey.
My 3 land.
You got a 4th land in there?
Yeah.
You got a
That
fourth
was
land
rough.
in there.
Yeah, that was
Here, have a seat,
crazy.
brother.
Our previous games were so well balanced, like in
Yeah.
our draws and our mana curve, but this one, just it wasn't happening for us.
It was wild
It's okay.
because we were cutting back and forth between your game and the other game going on, and it
Yeah.
was wild to see. Like you were the only one with permanence in play on your team, and you had 3 land. Like you just had a bunch of land and nothing.
I know, we
And
were
you had
on
like
to,
3
like,
creatures and
a
3
pretty
land. Like what's
yeah.
going on
It
here?
was a sad game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not for us.
You're feeling good. You're
Yep.
feeling good.
Yeah.
That car was rolling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It did take a detour past all your good cards to put them on the bottom of your deck, but
And you know what the irony is, though? I don't have my driver's license. So
That's very, very good. Well, okay, so I remember I was just telling on stream, whenever I first was introducing all the different partners to each other for the folks that hadn't met before, I was like, Crim plays a lot of card games. He's really great at the game and all this stuff. And he was downplaying it, but you're ending up out of the group in first place, Crim.
Yep.
Here.
There is a big difference between playing card games and being good at card games.
Yeah.
There's a huge difference.
Yeah. What,
humble as ever.
yeah, well, I mean, you were playing with him all
Yep.
day long. Do you feel like he's good at card games?
Oh my God. Like, yeah. Yeah. Oh, come on.
Very, very good. Okay, so we now know the groups for tomorrow, or not the groups, but the brackets for tomorrow. We'll see if we get that slide up soon. I know they're probably working on it backstage, but we will have. Oh, I see Fobmaster and Joel stopping by. But before I say goodbye to everybody here, we were just talking in the bracket stage tomorrow is, I believe we'll have you two, Crim and Billy, playing LS and Reynad. And then we will have Broaden and Talia against Jimmy and Atrioc.
With new decks, though, right?
Yes, with new decks. So tomorrow there will be a rebuild. You all will come in. You'll open the new pre-release kits again. You'll do another build.
4
We'll go to-
Deons. I'm praying.
Yes. Yeah. Very good. Well, hey, thank you all so much. I'm gonna check in with production here. I'm sure we'll hear from them, see if we have that graphic up. If not, this might be the end of the broadcast. But it looks like they're working on it right now. I also want to thank Archidekt for coming in and sponsoring the whole tournament. It's been really great to have all this be made possible. Please go check out archidekt.com/FlyQuest. They've been fantastic to work with. All the deck lists that you saw today are here, so you can check that out over at that link, which will be...
If you want to go do the math on how likely it was that Talia had 3 land on like turn 12 or whatever that was.
Yes. Did you ever hit anybody with lightning today?
I played lightning.
I
When
know.
lightning came out, I got so scared.
Yes.
And she blocked.
Yeah.
And died.
I was really hoping we'd see a lightning attack today, but unfortunately nothing came through.
Yeah.
Did see some Primal Odin. Saw Primal
Saw a
Odin
lot of
win.
Odin.
Yeah, a
A
lot
lot
of
of
Odin,
Yep.
and a game end with Odin.
If I were to pick one card that was probably the most prominent in terms of influence on games today, it would probably
Yeah.
would be Primal Odin.
Yes.
In terms of both like people having to play around it. Like there were multiple actual Odin stage 2 kills. So it was pretty big deal, this event.
Yeah. And I mentioned this earlier, but we will be back tomorrow morning at 11 Pacific for a commander match presented by EDH Rec. Our participants in that will be Joey, Ames, Joel, and Olivia. So they'll be playing the new Final Fantasy precons, which will be fun for those of you. Yeah, these ones right here, for those of you that are interested in seeing some Commander gameplay this weekend, we'll have that going. And that will sort of lead us in to our day, because at 12:30, yep, Joey, right here, we'll be playing. That will lead us into.
They're saying you're on tomorrow.
You're on tomorrow for the Commander show match over there, but you're also on. And that will lead us into our matches that will start at 12:30. So really looking forward to it. Yeah, big shout out to the tech team. I know we had some audio issues today, but they were great about working through those quickly as possible. So
yeah, none of this is easy to do. So thank you so much to like everybody working behind the scenes and who put this together.
Yeah.
And Travis, thank you so much for having us all today.
Of course, yeah. FlyQuest has been fantastic for that. We will be back tomorrow at 11. We already talked about the bracket, but you'll tune in for those matches. Be sure to catch the Commander show match, and we'll see you all in the morning.
Everybody, every week, I 07. True gamer moment.